want Bitcoin to be a mediums of exchange. Obviously, I'm one of those people, right? I'm Salvadorian, and I'm very interested in my people using it as a medium of exchange. I think it opens up a lot of opportunities. Um, but it's not for everybody, and I recognize that, and it will take a while. So that's kind of what I wanted to weigh in.
So I kind of wanted to weigh in on this topic. So when you think about like China banning Bitcoin mining, why would they ban Bitcoin mining? Well, if you think about it, how much energy does Bitcoin mining actually come out of this? You're taking all these commodities and energy that was supposed to be used for residential or things that are supposed to be used for, living and products and goods, not a digital currency. So China banned Bitcoin mining. And where do these Bitcoin miners go? Not China. They're going to the US or wherever the energy is there. And so these Bitcoin miners are basically power plants. They're literally like mini power plants. So they're taking up all this energy consumption that should be used for other things. And so you're literally printing, you're using this energy consumption that's to create an imaginary digital currency that we put a value to it. So that's my thing about Bitcoin is all these Bitcoin miners using the energy that was supposed to be used for actual products and services rather than a digital currency. That's my thing.
I think you need to maybe do a little bit more research and really read Saifedean's the Bitcoin standard about what it takes to make money. Money that has no value and no work has been had in order to produce it. It's cheap money, and eventually it's worthless. Bitcoin is not cheap money. There's proof of work, and that's why there is energy required to it. Far from tapping into existing energy resources, it encourages energy efficiency. It, like, for example, you will see that in places where there is fracking, like in Pennsylvania, Texas, and um, Alberta in Canada, they're using flare gas that just unspent energy, and they're capturing that to fire up mining farms, which produce which produce the energy for Bitcoin mining. And so in a way, it helps us to be more efficient and less wasteful. It encourages innovation. Again, um, read the
Well,
Bitcoin
I understand.
Standard. There's a great or not analogy, a great story about money in there, and how money that is cheap is worthless, and people lose faith in it. And this is why people have faith in Bitcoin, because there is a fundamental trust that the money didn't come cheap. There is resources and energy and faith because of that on the system and on the network.
Yeah, but then now in times like this, when people actually need money to survive, to eat, to pay bills or whatever, and their net worth has decreased because the the price of Bitcoin has fallen, and they need this money right now. They can't just say, oh, here's a fraction of a Bitcoin. They need to pull out to get that money and use the money to survive, to use products and services, right? And so China China is not in the game of losing money. They're in the game of making money. So why would they ban Bitcoin mining if they think that, you know, that it would lose or make money? Why would they ban Bitcoin mining? And so Bitcoin mining, if you look at the numbers regarding like how much energy consumption is actually being taken away in the market from Bitcoin mining, it's actually ridiculous.
DJ, if I may, in order to understand China, sorry if I jumped in here, to understand China, you have to be, first of all, a politician, and second of all, in the administration. and a part of the Chinese culture, and maybe even then you'll try to get what's their vested interest. I don't feel that their vested interest is related to anything environmental or making money. They have other politics interests that are obviously not going to be shared, and most of it
Correct.
is having control, like most politicians and government, and they don't need. They're not in the business of making money. They are the money because they are the government. So as long as money becomes until money becomes Bitcoin, which is part of intelligence and technology for human beings and part of humanity, the people that are the money are the government. So I'm just offering another way. And then another side note, I would highly recommend looking into Garcia Chichilinsky. She's a professor. She was actually my professor. I don't know her stand about Bitcoin, but if you want to learn about environment, she's the one that implemented a lot of things in the UN, and we're fighting for years. I don't know how old she is now, maybe in her 80s. But anyway, um, if you will really go into the environment atrocities, you'll see that there's, if you're eating meat, which I eat meat, I love steaks. Um, that's where most of the energy goes to, right? Meat farming and many other things. So, looking at Bitcoin and saying that that's involvement in technology is what causing issues. There are many other issues, and we have to literally look at research and see what is the cost of printing money, what of the cost of all of other things that relating this current fiat money, and I think it just diverge and circumvent the actual what the talk and the focus should be in attention of what's going on here, and that's just diversion of government and people that want to control your money and your economic and financial freedom.
China wants control. China's not going to give up control. That's why they're making the CBDC. That's why they're rolling it out. That's why they're testing it. That's why no government wants to give up their fiat because they have
Yeah, and you're
control
going
over
to
it. They
have
can use it to
CBDCs.
flex.
Everyone going to have CBDCs. So the question you got to ask yourself, why? And if there's CBDCs, do you want to have a CBDC or you want to have a Bitcoin that basically the CBDC is based on that technology? Government now try to uh, do something the same, which are obviously not the same. I'm talking about going into digital. So just this is the question we have to ask ourselves: where we want to be, and understand the controlling forces of the universe without taking it as philosophy. Practically, what's happening, and that's the big conversation. And when we get caught in pricing and the price of Bitcoin today, tomorrow, and we're missing on the long and big picture of what's going on in the financial systems and $30 trillion debts and all these economic macro that are often difficult to dive into and see the big pictures. However, it's kind of clear what's happening here.
So I mean, my take is just my problem is just like the Bitcoin miners literally have like power plants to mine the Bitcoin. And so just to give you an example, back in like February of 2021 when the winter storm happened in the U.S. and specifically in Texas because I'm from Texas, uh, you know, a lot of people like died or had a lot of issues because they didn't have the energy in Texas to turn on their lights and heat their homes whenever the winter storm came. Why? Because there was a lot of these Bitcoin miners that came from China or whatever that are in Texas using a lot of this energy that's supposed to be used for products and services,
Show me the
not creating Bitcoin.
show us the proof. Show us the proof that it was Bitcoin miners that brought down the grid, and it wasn't the fact that a bunch of people there was a crazy fucking storm and the infrastructure couldn't handle it.
Texas's infrastructure is
Bitcoin
not
can speak out.
weatherized. Texas's
Bitcoin.
infrastructure is not weatherized.
Also, on
So,
top of that,
There you
Texas
go.
is
There you
very
go. Listen,
interesting. There are
so
three grids across the U.S. East Coast, West Coast, and Texas. So they're very disconnected. So if there's a problem in Texas, they can't take power from somewhere else where there isn't a problem. So I think that was more of a Texas issue than a Bitcoin issue. So I would agree.
Yeah,
Okay,
and when
yeah, fair
government going to
enough.
start doing their job using taxpayer money
I
to
agree.
create
Okay.
grids and create infrastructure that's basically all their job and support humanity at large, including municipalities and cities and then states, and not looking into dealing how they need to deal with other things, and occupied with armies and spend trillions on protecting false defense when they don't even have borders with any current wars or current dangers. Then you're going to keep having storms and grids falling, etc. It has nothing to do
Yeah.
with Bitcoin or miners, and Bitcoin is a very, very small fraction to the whole money supply, whole
Is it?
derivative market. Yeah, just let me finish.
Okay.
You can look it up. If I don't know something, I would not say it. If you look at what is the market share of Bitcoin compared to what's is being spent right now on armies and on wars and on derivative markets and the forex market. If you're going to look at all that, it's just a small share compared to everything else, right? So we have to look at the opportunity cost of what's costing us to have a storm like that in Texas. What's costing us not to support our, road systems and electric grid, etc. But it's very easier to just say, "Oh, it's Bitcoin. It's the
No,
miners.
I
It's
agree. It's not okay.
yeah." And
I
and
guess
by
I
the
get
way,
okay.
last thing I'm going to say, that a lot of the issue is people is I agree or disagree. Instead, it's better to accept that someone else have a different opinion,
Yeah,
because
yeah.
all of us have our subjective truth, and the objective truth is that you have intelligence and technology, and we are as humans just another species here. Whether we're going to survive or not, it's if we're going to really going to listen to intelligence and technology and not listen to the mind that want control and greed, which causing us where we are right now.
Yeah, I mean, I agree that it's not okay. It's not. It wasn't Bitcoin's exact fault. It's actually, yeah, Texas infrastructure. Yes, I agree. But I guess my problem is just like that we're using energy. And they're literally power plants. They're using energy to just create something out of thin air. Is my problem. That's it.
Okay, it's definitely not something in thin air, and Bitcoin will actually help stabilize the grid. They're already setting this up. They're already doing it. Bitcoin automatically seeks out the cheapest energy possible because that makes it feasible for them and more profitable for them. So they go for waste energy, flared energy. Power grids don't just produce the exact amount of energy that everybody that needs it uses it. They overproduce so that when everybody turns on their damn air conditioners at the same time, the grid can handle it. So what happens to all that extra fucking energy? It's being wasted, or it's being shipped out, or it's being flared off. So Bitcoin wants that cheap energy because it's just being wasted anyways. So they set up Bitcoin mining facilities. They're not power plants. They use power. This is the other thing. We don't need to use less power, conserve power. We need to become more efficient in creating power, because in order for us to excel into the future, we need massive amounts of power to power these electric cars, electric planes whenever they get them, electric transport. We need massive amounts of power. If it's not going to be hydro, if it's not going to be solar, if it's not going to be, it's got to be all these things. It's got to be nuclear. I'm talking too much. I just wanted to make my point. There it is.
Well, I think that's the biggest part. Everything else is they're limiting us by what.
Okay, we're getting to the point where these arguments start getting circular a little bit. So let's try to keep it flowing, and we're going to go to a few of the speakers that have their hands up. We'll go to Chair first. What's going on, Chair?
Hey, hi. Very good morning, guys. I just wanted one input. Do you guys know what are the key liquidation levels for BTC in the market? So, for instance, Celsius, it's around 13K.
I'm not sure if anybody has those off the bat for institutions. Do you, stock market? Evan?
I didn't fully hear the question, but I can't lie to you.
He
My
was
data
asking for
sources
key
on Bitcoin are
liquidation
not as strong
levels,
as crypto as
key
stocks.
liquidation levels for funds.
No, I don't. I know Gerg likes to point to like the 13 something number for Celsius, but beyond that, I'm not
Yeah,
too
that's
sure.
for
And
Celsius.
Sailors
So,
is
apart
around
from
3.5.
Celsius,
What was it?
Yeah, chair.
apart from Celsius, do you know anyone else?
I know Michael Saylor's around 3.5 if he puts up all his Bitcoin as collateral, but beyond that, no, I do not. I'm sorry.
Right, all right. No worries, man. Thank you very much.
Sure. What's up, Brindo?
Yo, what's up, man? How are you doing?
What's going on?
So, I requested to speak when the gentleman was bringing in the China issue. I'm a student that is directing my energy towards the China whole economic system towards the world. And when you realize how importantly and how uniquely China wants to take charge and control of the economics of not only China but also of the world, then you understand why they did away with Bitcoin. Because to them, they have to be the ultimate and omega in terms of economics and power. So Bitcoin is exactly against that. So when you realize that the Chinese government is not only in worry, and you can look at all the technologies they have done away with, you can look at Google, you can look at many others, the social medias, you realize that when they lose power, then they lose control, then it is not good for business, because most of the state-driven companies and corporations will lose from the decentralization of power. But the other thing that caught my ear is the energy discussion. Usually, when people bring up that energy discussion, I feel like as Bitcoiners, we don't need to be in the corner and all defending Bitcoin. I think the question that should be is, have you analyzed the current creation of money? He said you create money out of thin air. How do we create money these days? We create money out of paper. Man, like that is the funniest shit ever. We would rather use energy, use electricity, which is produced by people in a certain dam somewhere, in a certain maybe plant. That means they're using energy. We are not using thin air, my friend. You would not pay for power if it was thin air. So Bitcoin is actually the biggest proof of work. People are working behind to make and secure this energy. And not only to defend Bitcoin, I also love to challenge a lot of people who bring in the energy discussion. Have you been down to a gold mining plant and seen what goes down? Have you seen how much land has been uh, how much land has been polluted trying to get gold out of the soil? Have you seen what happens in coal mines? Have you seen? I mean, we look at all the forms of currency that we have right now, and there's none that is as superior as Bitcoin. So whenever you push the energy discussion, I feel like most of the times you need to come from a point where you can give both case scenarios. If you can stand toe to toe with a Bitcoin and compare how much Bitcoin energy is being used and wasted, and you can also bring up the similar facts of the one you're defending, then I would be really grateful to listen to that argument. And then, most importantly, the one thing that I advise maybe for this market, there's one trend me I've realized about this current. I would not like to call it a bear run. Right now, we've been having a lot of excited hands. A lot of people came into the space during the 2020 but right now we are getting a lot of understanding, and through this space is actually upload the host and Christine. I've interacted with Christine. But when the discussion starts to go back to the energy usage, when you start to go back to the transaction rates, when you start to go back to the core of the Bitcoin white paper, then you know that we are doing real learning. So I think the current prices where we are an advantage to everyone who is in the market. And I challenge everyone who is on this space, when you go off this space, don't just look at when the price is going back to its all-time high. No, look at how the Bitcoin payment is enabling me receive money in Africa here from someone who is in the US before I finish speaking on this space. And I think it's really amazing if you look at it in that way. So I would like to stop there. I applaud the hosts of this space, and I challenge ourselves to continue educating ourselves in this bear market. Thank you.
That's another topic I kind of want to touch on, which we touched on briefly, but the idea of Bitcoin being a protocol that we layer on top of Lightning, for example. I think a lot of people in their I guess future idealization of Bitcoin, I think kind of have a general understanding that there will be layered protocols that, by the nature of invention alone, become centralized to some degree. So I'd like to discuss, I think, with some of the Bitcoin maxis here, if you will, what their views are, not from a bullish perspective, because I know that Bitcoin maxis are inherently bullish on the adoption, But what are your views of the risks of the centralization of some of these layered protocols, and if that is kind of I don't want to say a self-defeating feature of Bitcoin, but an execution risk, if you will. And Brendan, you can go ahead and answer that second, but first we'll go to Spiral on that question specifically, and then we'll come back to Brendan. Spiral,
All right. That question specifically, technology is already being tested. It's already been approved for the last upgrade that happened just before the year turned over, Taproot and Toro. So the Lightning Network, Toro, is going to help layer 2 on Bitcoin, which is also decentralized. So it's not centralized. So Lightning Network actually is going to be able to transfer stablecoin. So if again, I'm not. I actually got challenged the other day. I actually have to retract any time I've ever said I'm a Bitcoin maxi because I'm not. I believe that these things have to coincide together. Fiat will die on its own, but let it die naturally. Bitcoin doesn't have to kill it. Bitcoin's just a life raft that you can, whenever you decide you want to get off the sinking ship, you can. So let's say we want a US dollar stablecoin. So the US dollar is still, like you said, it's the cleanest dirty shirt in the laundry basket. So we want US dollars to be able to pay for everything because that's what everything's still priced in. So get a US dollar stablecoin like USDC or USD Tether, and it's going to be able to be interacted on the Lightning Network like very soon. Like they're working on it right now. So then you can trade without any barriers, without using the Swift network or anything like that. You can actually exchange US dollars without having to worry about the volatility of Bitcoin throughout the entire world with anybody who has a Lightning wallet that has Toro enabled. So there's my response to that. Let's go on to the next hand.
Yeah, no. So I mean, that wasn't really my question about the integration and if it's possible, or if we're working on being able to seamlessly transfer USD via those protocols. My question was, in the future, if you're going to assume that there will be continued implementation and invention of layered protocols, do you think there's a risk to those protocols themselves being inherently centralized? Right? Because
Okay, well,
Bitcoin, obviously,
Yeah.
anonymous founder, no one cites the founder. The founder doesn't make any public statements or make any directive statements about Bitcoin because no one knows who she is. So,
that's right, and that's the way it should be. It should be a commodity. It should be
right.
not a security like a
I know that
company.
you believe that, Spiral, and I know that Bitcoin people believe that. That's not my question. My question is that, because layered protocols will inherently have to have founders, developers, do you view there being a human, bad actor risk or execution risk with regard to those layered protocols in the future?
Can I chip in on that?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so usually I think that risk is there, and it is very important that all the Bitcoiners out there and the people who subscribe to the ideas of Bitcoin pay attention to it. But the only difference is on the layers, generally speaking, on the layers and how people can be able to build on top of Bitcoin. The one different ingredient that we have is our ability to take away that power from them. So you look at the way the layers operate, it is easy to access your Bitcoin and bring it back to the core layer, which is layer 1. So most of the times, if you feel you're no longer uncomfortable with the layer 2s, because the integration is just to make the transactions faster, to make it easier to transact normally. But when you reach, I think, an extent on you're using the Bitcoin blockchain, and you realize it is a risk for you, and that is what we don't have in the current banking system or the central banking system, is you're able to withdraw and go back to safety. So if you look at it in that view, that is actually the biggest power that Bitcoin gives us, is that your ability to still transact normally in the normal world using maybe the centralized systems, because the innovations are good, the layer 2s are usually good. You look at Lightning Network, you look at maybe your ability to trade on exchanges, which is layer 3, and the grayscale Bitcoins, which I consider the layer 4. They're all great innovations. They are giving power to people. But the most important thing is whenever you need to access your value, when you feel your value is being offended or is being misused, are you able to return it back to safety, which is Bitcoin layer one? And I think it is that ease of access that most of us will benefit from as Bitcoiners and using the network. So the ease of access to move Bitcoin from the different layers to the mother and the secure and the decentralized layer one is, I think, the biggest concept or the biggest advantage that we can have going forward. All those risks, I think, are inevitable, because for us to be efficient, we need to sacrifice, and in this case with the Bitcoin blockchain, we need to sacrifice the security. So if you're pushing to do maybe 1 billion transactions of $1, you can do them on the Lightning Network. But if you want to move $1 billion, I think you would be better off going to the layer one. So that's my view.
This man gets it for sure. Definitely. Your Lightning wallet is your wallet. Like you go out and you buy bread, you're going to go buy something at the store. It's your daily walk around money that you keep in your pocket, because it innately has more risk, just like you're saying. Level 2 is going to have more risk. Level 1 is when you're going to be your bank. You're fully responsible for it. That's where you keep your actual long-term savings.
Yeah, and I think that's a rational answer to that question. I was just genuinely curious what your guys' thoughts were on it, but that's a rational answer to say that, look, the further you remove yourself from the level 1 protocol, the riskier it becomes, which is again the same argument that or I shouldn't say argument, but the same discussion that we had just a little bit earlier about, staking and APR yields, and a lot of people using crypto for these purposes, that there's inherently a lot higher risk. I mean, we've seen that with Celsius. We've seen that with, a lot of these other yield-based protocols. And so I agree with you. I think the further you remove yourself from the base technology, the more centralization is involved, the more potential for bad actors is involved, the more potential for execution error is involved, the more potential for leverage and insolvency failures by scale. All of those things become risks. I completely agree with that notion. I don't think that there's even really too much logical debate to have on that topic. We'll go to Just Simply Rob, who just came up.
One last thing, please, as I get off.
Sure.
I promise I'll go away. So, the one thing that I would love to hear a discussion about, especially in the Bitcoin space, is for us to understand that maybe the central banking system or the centralized way of understanding money has created a lot of limitations, but we should also be able to appreciate it when need be, because we have all gotten this decentralized kind of dogma. Let's decentralize everything. Let's take away power from institutions. But there are really great advantages that come when some of the things will be centralized. And I speak this in good faith. Let's not only analyze the central banking system or the centralized system of economics from a way of disadvantage. Let's give the credit where it's due, use the systems of the centralized systems where they are necessary, and actually shift away from where they are not necessary, especially when you're speaking value. We are able to discuss decentralization and centralization as a unit and a way of solving our world economic problems. I think we get better from merging both systems to earn value both in the short term and in the long term. Thank you very much for the opportunity. I beg to get off as a speaker and allow other people to speak.
Brendan, one question I want to ask you before you go, which is what we discussed earlier. This kind of idea that these network effects of, God, I forgot what exactly I was going to ask. Damn it, it was at the tip of my tongue. What we were just talking about earlier.
I'll just stay on. Let's allow someone else to
stay up
speak.
here for a second, and if I remember the question I had, Brendan, I'll get back to you. But stay up here for a second in case I remember. Just simply, Rob, go for it, so I can think of this question that I had.
Good morning, Stock Talk. How you doing, my brother? Good to see you.
What's going on, man?
Everything good, man. Is this an appropriate time to talk about the NFT side of things, or should we wait a little bit?
Yeah, you can talk about that if you want to. If you want to talk about your view on that and its role in this ecosystem, sure.
Yeah. Like I said, I've been, in this for 6 months now. This the whole space of crypto and NFT. I started from zero, and as a real person, they wanted to come into this. I know that a lot of people in NFT they want to bring the masses right to crypto and NFTs, but what I really think needs to happen, and this is just my opinion, is I think that we need to kind of get away from the culture of these kids hiding behind PFPs, trying to run businesses, talking about marketing and like it doesn't make sense because these kids they've never probably most of them never went to college. They don't have an MBA, they don't have a degree. I mean, I'm not trying to toot my own horn, but I mean I graduated magna cum laude from a top 50 university in the world with a business degree. And most of these kids, when they talk about NFTs and they promote and they talk about community and marketing, like it's all horseshit. So what happens is you have real people that come in and they get rugged, and then those people are going to go back out into the community, into the real world, and say, hey, you know what? That crypto and that NFT stuff, that's bullshit. That's a scam. Because they're getting rugged left and right by a bunch of kids that don't know shit about business in real life. So I just want to know, what are your sentiments about that? Like having these kids hiding behind PFPs, being the quote unquote faces of crypto and NFTs.
Yeah, I think there's an association problem. I mean, I think this happens with any ecosystem, right? I mean, this argument has been from perspective of stocks. This argument has been in stocks for a long time, right? Like people who begin their investing journey in OTC or penny stocks, they get bruised and they're like, "Oh, the stock markets aren't for me." But if those same people had bought, the S&P 500, they would have done fine. And so the idea is that there's associative effects in any market, and it's the same way in crypto. There are people who have never traded or been involved in crypto before who got into the markets, bought a NFT PFP, lost $20,000 on it, and then they're like, "Oh, Ethereum and Bitcoin suck because I lost a bunch of money on my NFT." That's illogical to say, obviously. I think anybody with sound argumentation would say that. But you know, again, there are somebody came up earlier, and I'm a big NFT bear. I would call myself an NFT bear, I guess, in terms of just the long term viability of it. But somebody came up earlier who made a decent point. He was an artist from, I believe he was from India. I don't want to mistake it, but he was from an underdeveloped country, and he was talking about how it was difficult for him to market his works before NFTs, and that it helped him get global access to basically being able to price, deliver, and capitalize on art effectively. I think that's a decent argument, and I'm not saying that NFTs can't exist at all. I think to say that, hey, the digitization of art makes it easier to sell, procure, create, and market art, I think that's fine. To speak of it as this like global use case for the cryptocurrency world, I think that's where it becomes far fetched and a little silly, and a little out of reach. But I actually did remember that question I had for you, Brendan. Um, and I guess this can also go to Spiral because both of you weren't here earlier, or you might have been earlier, but you were in the audience. Um, the question is really, what do you guys view as the role of, and this is in the hypothetical Bitcoin future. So both of these questions I'm going to ask you are in the hypothetical future where Bitcoin is the dominant monetary policy. So in that hypothetical future, right, what do you view the role of taxes as? Will they be paid in Bitcoin? And if so, what do you view the impact of that being on government's ability to conduct public works, from an infrastructure perspective, public parks perspective, all of the things that are not capital incentivized to do, right, for corporations to do? What's your view on how that will impact that? And also, and I think this is a more important point in terms of the philosophical, I guess, argument here, is what do you view as the path or protocol by which we will address financial crises? Because I'm assuming if you believe that Bitcoin is going to coexist with governments and to some degree capitalistic economies, you're going to assume that employment will still be a thing, right? Everybody's not going to be sitting on their couch at home with Bitcoin in their lap. So if employment is going to be a thing, and competitive economies of scale are going to be a thing, then there's going to be financial crises. And those financial crises have to be addressed in some manner. So I'm curious about your answers to those two things. So we'll go to Brendan and then we'll go to Spiral on that topic specifically. But the reason I ask, and the reason I want to clarify is why I'm asking, is because I think Bitcoin maxis are on the same page with each other about most things. But the one variance that I have seen personally between Bitcoin maximalists is that some of them are less accepting of the government's role in a Bitcoin future, and others are more accepting of the government's role to coexist in that future. So let's have a little bit of a discussion about that. We'll start with Brendan.
Yeah, thank you. Those are really two great questions. They require a bit of thought, but I'll go for the last one first, then the one of taxes last. So usually is I look at what is the government to me. I think ideally where we lose it is we have a lot of these big characters that have gone into a government setting and a government system, and they have fucked it up. I would love to say it like that. So when they fuck it up, we look at the government as if it is an enemy of its own citizens. But when in real sense, if we put it into context and we look at the relevancy of the government, it actually comes back to us because the government is the immediate local leader that you have when you walk up the homestead, the gentleman you can talk to about the problems that you have. So that is the exact government. So when you want to take away power from that person, then that means you will be able to solve all your problems, which you cannot. So I think that the problem will not be Bitcoin existing with governments and the government system. It is actually how do we get a group of people with the right mentality, especially, and I think Bitcoin mentality is a bit better. There might be a better one, but I think the mentality of giving back people the value that they need is very important. And don't be surprised that most of the people in the government are being corrupt or are doing the wrong things because they also realize the devaluation of money that is happening. So it is they are not alone actually. You find most of them are stealing because they realize the money they had yesterday is not the same they have today. So it is upon them to retain the wealth that they have already made, being part of maybe the government and what. So it becomes if we can protect value on our end as the people, and the government can also protect the value that we put in it. And I think taxes need to be paid because at the end of the day, they are for the greater good, because I don't want to be walking down the road to make a road. Oh, I don't want to be a teacher. I don't want to be a doctor. I cannot be everything. So if my vote of confidence is tax for someone who has a similar mentality of value creation and value addition in society, can represent me and make a decision on my behalf, I think I would not have a problem with that. Because why currently and I think the biggest limitation of us as when we have these discussions is to fail to realize that the people who run governments are also people, and the same worries we have of value retention and devaluation of money and loss of assets across space and time, they have the same. The difference is they just have power, so they decide to use that power in a way that benefits them directly. So maybe if all these worries, and hypothetically in a Bitcoin world, I don't know what the result would be, if all these worries were taken away, and I think Bitcoin takes away most of them, we already have gold, we already have pieces of land, we already have capitalism, which allows us to use our talent and our strengths to retain value and bring more value to ourselves. I think it's just a complementary to an already maturing kind of economic understanding of the world. So,
So, Brendan, not to interrupt you, but I'm saying, on the hinges of basically a behavioral revolution, which is what you're suggesting, if I'm not mistaken.
yeah.
Right. So on the back of a behavioral revolution, right? And again, I'm sure you sound like a very intelligent guy. I'm sure you're at the point of understanding that that's going to take X number of assumptions to achieve, right? I mean, probably there'll be educational, necessities there. There will be networking necessities. There will be community building necessities to achieve that level of behavioral transformation, right?
Yeah, true. And look, let me give you an example that is really out of what we're talking about, but it will give us a very great context. Look at the internet. I think it is the biggest example that I want to give to people. Look at the behavior change that has happened for the days that we have had the internet in the world, and look at the advantages we have had as a people. I think if you
I mean,
look at
that's a
it in
very
that
common
way,
analogy that's used, right? Like the mass
yes.
behavioral transition that took us
Yes.
from
So
print
if we are
content.
all able to do this one effort, and I think that's why I'm part of a company that's called Skill Haven here in Africa, and all we do is Bitcoin education, Bitcoin and crypto blockchain education. If we get part of this big unit of Bitcoiners and people who have understood maybe what we want to achieve, we can be the pioneers of this behavior change. Imagine if we didn't have a Microsoft and IBM, maybe a Facebook, we would still be afar not understanding the capabilities of the internet. So about the behavior change, I think it is very, very achievable. It is just an effort that is
But so the
undergoing.
crux of the question, Brendan, is even if we achieve this mass behavioral transition, right? Which I'm not saying is an impossibility. I think it's really a function of time and input, right? It's a function of educational networking, community input versus time. And, we can obviously debate that to the end of the earth, how long and how much effort that will take, right? But, you, given that it's about X amount of time and effort, do you think that even if that behavioral transition were to occur, that is sufficient to prevent future financial crises?
I think financial crises are something we cannot take out of humanity. I would like to ask you a personal question, and if you'd be brave enough to please answer it.
Sure.
Uh, have you had a period of your life where you never get down financially?
Of course. I've had many financial downturns. Of
Exactly,
course.
exactly. So, and I think uh, the general sentiment is the same. We've all had those situations when we are up, when we are down. But the difference is when we are down, what is the backup? What is there to rescue us out of that? And I think
But
that
but
is
that but
what we should be asking. Because let me finish. The financial crashes and financial problems cannot go away, because as humans, when we create value, we get comfortable. Until that value is done, we don't tend to work as hard. So you realize it is like a motivating kind of cycle that continues. So I don't know if maybe I'm wrong on that. I've not gone in detail on thought about that. I think I should give it more thought. I would have better incline to discuss.
well, see, I appreciate that because I appreciate you not giving a rushed answer, or assuming that there is a direct solution to that. Because again, to me, and I want to clarify, by the way, to the audience, for some of you that felt that at the beginning of this space, I was being maybe overtly bearish. I want to point to the pinned tweet at the top. This compression in asset prices is not isolated to crypto, and I'm not trying to suggest that it was. I want to be even handed here, and the concerns that I'm bringing about, the long term application concerns that I'm bringing about, um, which obviously you brought about from a consumer behavior standpoint. I'm more so bringing those about from a government standpoint and from um, basically a standpoint of the government's obligation to its people, right? Which is why the argument of not only solutions to financial crises, I think, becomes a question which I haven't heard a great answer to. I mean, I've heard many thoughtful answers, like you gave, Brendan, and like Alex gave earlier. I've heard thoughtful answers of suggesting how we might be able to get to the juncture where it might not be as big of an issue as it is now. But I think most people have tended to agree that financial crises are inevitable, especially as long as markets and economies remain capitalistic to some degree. And so if they're inevitable, then the means to address them, I think, is critical, especially if we expect the modern financial system, which again was born on the backs of being able to address these things, right? I mean, the whole concept of central banks and their ability to inject and remove liquidity was intended to address these types of crises. Now, has it worked perfectly? Of course not, right? Have the actors behind the system implemented it perfectly? Of course not. And we've seen the implications of that through recessions and depressions that have happened cyclically for the last it's been almost 80 years now since the first rate hike cycle in 1946. So, since 1950 practically, we've seen this trend and we've seen the dangers of it. And the fact that it's cyclical, I think, proves that it's broken. So, I'm really in the school of thought that a system that cyclically fails, and I'm using recessions as the barometer to judge whether the system has failed. But if you use that as a barometer to assess whether the modern financial system has failed, then it fails cyclically and it fails repetitively and it fails regardless of the actor, right? It's not like Powell has been in charge for eternity. He's been in charge for a while, but these cycles have happened since 1946. And so that, I think, is the best argument against the current financial system, is that for 80 years, it has consistently failed regardless of who was in charge. And so I do agree that there is a case to replace it. But I think to make that case, especially to the people who generationally were either saved or benefited from the government's ability to provide stimulus, and you can argue how many people benefited from it, but the that protocol has to be solved for. That idea of addressing financial crisis has to be solved for. And I've heard a variety of solutions. I just don't think there's any perfect ones. I've heard the crowdfunding solution, and people purport, I think somewhat disingenuously, people purport that the crowdfunding solution is also a solution to government spending. And again, I think that's a bit disingenuous because I think it depends a bit too much on goodwill. And building public parks, building roads, building civilian infrastructure, most of it is not financially incentivized. I mean, if you're a company that owns 50 restaurants in an area, yeah, you're incentivized to build a road and a parking lot there. But, you don't build global infrastructure that way. It's just not achievable. And so I think both of those issues, again, I don't think there's perfect answers. And part of the development of this conversation is to find decentralized answers to those problems that go beyond, I think, this notion that everyone will become a really good person. Because I think even if you achieve the behavioral inflection points that you spoke about, Brendan, even if we achieve those through decades of education, behavioral reform, networking effect, community building effect, even if you build that trend, you're still not going to, people are still going to be shitty. Like, people are inherently going to be shitty forever, and there will always be shitty people. There will always be greedy fucks. Like, that's never going to change. And so, knowing that that's going to be a constant, we have to create a protocol and a system via a decentralized avenue that will allow you to address it despite those people. So, in spite of those people being a constant, we have to find a solution that can work. And I think that's why we've had such an attraction to modern monetary theory for 80 years, because it theoretically removes the individual bad actor problem, because the Federal Reserve theoretically, and again, I'm not saying I disagree with I'm not saying I flatly agree with any of these notions, but the theory is that the Federal Reserve will act in the interest of the people. And again, we can make that argument back and forth if they have or haven't. I think the system is broken because a system that relies on building and popping bubbles over and over again is inherently flawed. But at least there is theory there about the neutrality of the actors behind the system, and we need to find a place where we can have a sensible protocol that is neutral, not only in its inception, but in theory as well, that allows for those things to be addressed without incentive. because again, those things cannot be addressed with incentive. Corporations are going to be like, oh my God, everybody lost their job. Let's pay for their food, or hey, we need to build a public park here because this city is full of cement. I'm going to do it because I'm a good person. Like, it's just not going to happen. So I think those issues are important to talk about. Spiral, we'll go to your thoughts on those issues briefly. And then Brendan, if you want to also comment secondarily again on that, you can.
Hey, thanks for the opportunity. I love this discussion. And I think Brendan's probably going to have some more insight for sure, because that man's got some brains on him for sure. But yeah, I'm gonna say again that I am not a maximalist. I do believe Bitcoin can. Well, anyways, yes, we still have to pay our taxes. We still have to work. So again, we're talking about this fictitious future. Well, possible future where Bitcoin is, let's say, the world reserve currency or whatever. So if the governments are using Bitcoin on their balance sheet as well, they also don't have to worry about their purchasing power being reduced due to inflation. So I mean, it is, even if only a small amount, going to help mediate some of these financial crises that you speak of. um, we're not slowly losing our purchasing power, at least. And let's say we are perfectly saturated and the whole world use it as a world reserve currency. At that point, it should not be raising or decreasing in value because everybody's using it. We know what the value is. And then it's about how much work we provide and how much Bitcoin we charge for the work that we provide, and the market will work that out itself. Yeah, Brendan, go ahead, follow up.
Yeah. I think you make, I think, a great point also. I wanted to, one, you talked about a solution, a permanent solution. I don't think there's a situation like that, and this is why. Imagine the solution that the internet created. There was a problem, the solution was created, and now we are on to the next problem, because as human beings, our core is solving problems. Whenever we find something that gives us hard time, we solve it. And I always say we create more time to be lazy. So uh, you realize that most of the people, when they're talking about Bitcoin, they'll say it is a shift of generational wealth. And by wealth, I think most of us mean that we are solving a new problem. So the new problem doesn't mean that we shall not have other problems in the future. So there's nothing like an everlasting solution. We will solve problems, and indeed, as human beings, we will find problems in other things. Imagine we had a very big communication problem. Boom, we get the internet, and then now we are solving a privacy problem. We solve a privacy problem, then we want an anonymous problem. We want a secure, like, there will always be, I think, a problem to solve. The only difference is one, our ability to solve it as fast, such that it does not eat up society. Then the other is, in our solution, how long does it stay relevant in the society? How many people does it impact? And that is why they said that, because the failures of the central banking system are determined by how many people it has failed to empower, how many people it has failed to reach. So that means that as a solution, maybe it worked for the 80s, for the 70s, for the 90s, but for the group of people that is existing right now, for the group of people that is living in the world right now, that solution is no longer viable. It is no longer working, because when that solution was put in place, people had just come out of war, people had just experienced maybe recessions, and yes, it worked, and it was a great solution. But as per now, it is not that solves the current problem. So I think there's nothing like an everlasting solution. Every different generation, every different
So,
community.
Brendan, I just want to make the point. That was my implication, was that that this will create a utopian decentralized system in which there are no flaws. That wasn't my point. I don't anticipate that at all, to be frank.
I'm sorry if I got you wrong. I thought that is the
No,
direction.
that wasn't my implication. My implication was that there will never be a perfect monetary system. Even if we've cited a lot of concerns, obviously, I think universally, about the concerns of an inflationary monetary system like we have now, and its kind of inevitability to induce cyclical recessions and depressions, right? Which is
I
why it's
think
broken,
I
right?
think perfect is a big word. Let's just look at it as a more
Right,
inclusive.
so let me just clarify. So my point wasn't that we pursue this, we pursue the construction of this as a perfect system. My point was that we pursue protocols or pathways or whatever terminology you want to use by which we can address the inevitable crisis that will occur, right? So if we make the assumption that there's going to be no perfect monetary system, we also make the assumption that labor will continue to exist, right? Which I think we agree on, and that we also make the assumption that capitalistic economies of scale will continue to exist, whether that's universally or at least to enough of a degree where the transaction of money becomes competitive. If any of that stays constant, then there will be crises inevitably, which again we've both agreed on. And so in that case, it's about how do we address it with a decentralized system. It's not about will a decentralized system prevent it from happening or be perfect. It's about knowing that those errors in exchange of assets over time will occur. I mean, even if that's what you would refer to it, it's not even the perfect way to phrase it. But these gaps and fluctuations in global wealth will occur, and how do we address when millions or billions of people globally can't afford food for 6 months, right? Like in our Bitcoin future, if COVID happened again or something like that happened again, where the global economy shut down overnight and 1.6 billion people or however much it was were out of work instantly, what's the protocol there? What's the pathway there? You know, that's my question. And I consider myself relatively educated, not only on this space but on markets in general. I've traded assets my whole life. It's my job. But you know, equities and markets, I feel like I have a pretty good grasp understanding, especially with macroeconomics as well. But I don't have an answer to that question, which is why I'm so keen to entertain it, because I don't see again, I hate the word solution. That's the wrong word to use, but I don't see a pathway to address that in a fully decentralized global economy. And I guess that's one of my biggest concerns. The pathway not only to address, financial crises, but the pathway to address, just the ability for that to happen, for the ability to fill those gaps in people's employment, however long they may last.
I think that is a
We're assuming
question.
that we're sorry. Just let me jump here real quick. We're assuming that there's an issue with resources and abundance, and the issue is actually with centralization, and obviously it is a spectrum. However, we said we failed or we tried or I don't. Let's assume there's no such thing as failure. Everything is feedback, right? So we're getting the feedback that centralization is not working. So why are we to assume that we're going to keep changing it and we're going to do monetary fiscal policies, whatever we want to call it, and that's going to be changed? Instead, we have something that seemed to be in line with technology, evolution, intelligence. And why would that? It's not going to solve all the problems. Obviously, if someone is hungry, you cannot eat paper money or gold money or Bitcoin, right? That's just a unit of account. That's a store of value, not a store of food, right? However, we're not. I think this is a different conversation, philosophical and practical. The point is that centralization, and has it and it is right now with monetary and fiscal policy, with printing and controlling inflation and trying to do the game theory between whether I inflate or whether I'm going into recession. What's the worst case scenario out of the two evils? That just doesn't work, and we've seen it over and over again. So now there's other things, and the other things they're gonna just will eradicate power and control, which the controlling interest and the vested interest of some kind of entities will have to eradicate. And that's something that's going to be a big challenge. So it's not going to solve all the medication problem or people that in poverty. It may solve that, but we don't know yet. What we do know, it's right now this current structure doesn't work, and the universe is abundant. A tree gives up apples. It just keeps. If you have a tree in your garden with water, and son, you're gonna have some apples. Some apples are not gonna be as good as the other, but you're gonna have some apples to eat, that's wealth.
Sure, I think you made some philosophical points there, but again, I don't think that
It's
that
not
answers.
philosophical. That's the thing. Philosophy is the love of
No,
life.
but there, no. It
Yeah, let
is
me just
philosophical.
you said something. Let me just finish. It's practical. It's not philosophical. The issue is if you have a tree in your garden, it's gonna give fruits. It's not. It's practical. That's my point. If you're gonna say there are not enough tree in the world, yes, but just remember you taking down trees to print money to pretend that this money buys you
But that
fruit. Yeah.
perception, the reason I'm calling it philosophical is it's practical in the way that you're describing it. But I'm saying with regard to our question, it's philosophical. I'm saying you saying that as a solution to financial crisis, that is philosophical. I'm saying that leap that you're making.
Yeah, here I see Brett is here. Brett is very wise in terms of Bitcoin. So if I'm philosophical, maybe he has some practical solutions.
No, but yeah, that's my point. Is that again, not even solutions, and again, I feel like that's the wrong word because it might have been misleading when I used it earlier. But it's about the concept by which we address these things. I would like it to be more graspable, if you will, than that, and that's really what I'm trying to get to here. And I don't know if anybody has a better answer, but sure, we'll go to Brad. Brad, what's up?
Yeah, I just it seems just listening for a while that you're thinking about trying to create some kind of rules-based protocol or something to decentralize the problem of like liquidity, panics, crashes, all that stuff. I mean, I just don't think that's possible. Do you think that's actually possible to create some kind of like neutral
No,
algorithmic
I don't.
protocol?
But Brad, the thing is that you know, out of all the holes I've tried to plug in this, again, this is hypothetical, right? This whole conversation that we're having is entirely speculative, and there's a number of assumptions that are involved in any claim that any of us are making about anything that'll happen 50 or 100 years in the future. So, of course, there's a ton of assumptions being made here, whether it's something that I'm saying or whether it's something that any of the speakers are saying. But I'm saying when I try to imagine this decentralized future where the entire global economy runs on a token or a coin or a currency or a technology that has a limited supply, that has fixed absolute limited supply, it acts as a deflationary currency once the supply is peaked. And if I'm imagining that world, I'm trying to think of solutions to what I see are going to be practical obstacles that the current monetary system allows us to address. Whether you think the way that the current monetary system addresses those problems is accurate, efficient, right, or wrong, which I think most of us agree here that there's a ton of issues with it, as I've discussed about rate hike cycles and the implications of them over time. So I don't think that's of debate. I don't think we're here. I think
But
everybody on
why
the
would you?
panel.
What it sounds like you're kind of conflating the use case of Bitcoin with the kind of use case or the promoted use case of DeFi.
No, I'm not. I'm not, because I'm just simply responding to the assumption that it will replace the global financial system. You can't say
But
it's going to.
who says that Bitcoin is going to replace the global financial system?
99% of the people we've talked to today.
Did you talk to anybody that knows what they're talking about? Because nobody that's in Bitcoin
Well, I mean,
says that.
it's not about that, Brad. It's just about your opinion. I don't believe that either. I don't. Again, I'm not a Bitcoin maxi. I'm not in the
But
school.
Bitcoin, okay, but Bitcoin is just money. Bitcoin is money. It's not the derivatives market. It's not the repo market. It's not central banks. It's
Okay,
just money.
Brad, then you disagree with a lot of our other speakers who spoke before, is
Well,
what I'm saying.
the
Is
problem
that
is that most people in crypto don't truly understand how to separate Bitcoin from all the other stuff, because this bubble brought in tens of millions of people that are confused about what Bitcoin and crypto is. And DeFi, especially DeFi, was touted by influential folks like Raul Paul from Real Vision, who influence macro thinkers, Wall Street analysts. Real Vision has a pretty sizable network effect, and they promoted really trash logic to this audience, and convinced a lot of people that they were building They were rebuilding the financial system on blockchains. And because Raoul Paul and these guys like Mike Novogratz tattooing Luna on his arm and promoting Ponzi schemes to his audience and to retail who follow him and think he's a smart Wall Street guy, because you had all these influential folks, even Elon Musk just this morning tweeted, "I still support Dogecoin." Like after negative 95% or whatever it is, and the thing is obviously a joke, he's still leading people like lemmings over the risk cliff to think that this stuff actually is rebuilding the financial system. I mean, we kind of got to separate Bitcoin from what all this other stuff is. And those of us that kind of think about and know like what we're trying to do with Bitcoin, the asset, it's just a better way to do money. Because some American Hodl actually on Clubhouse the other day had this really great analogy that like imagine you're a home builder and every night when you go back home, somebody goes into the house and changes the ruling, the measurements, changes the measuring tape. It goes from centimeters to inches. They make up their own metrics. And then you go back the next day and you go to work and you got this crazy signal now that you don't know what to do with. So you just try your best to keep building the home. And then you look around and everything is built like sideways and lopsided, and there's no structural integrity to all these homes that are being built because the ruling stick keeps changing. That's what fiat money is. That's what interfering with the free market does. When central banks manipulate interest rates lower, when they provide too much liquidity to over-leveraged Wall Street, hedge funds that should have blown up but didn't because they got bailed out in the repo markets. When you interfere with money and the government spends trillions of dollars through stimulus, I mean, that does effectively mess up the measuring tape that we're all using.
Yeah,
So
Brad.
Bitcoin is just solving for that.
Nobody here is disagreeing that there are
But that's all
issues with
Bitcoin is
modern.
solving for. That's all Bitcoin is solving for. It's
Yeah,
not trying to
right.
rebuild the entire financial system.
But you're saying I'm saying your criticism of central banks implies that you would have to rebuild the entire global financial system.
No, you just have a better form of money, of a
Do you
better
believe in the
ruling stick.
dissolution of central banks?
I mean, it's not part of what makes Bitcoin valuable. Central
But it's
banks
a yes
can
or no
just
question.
choose
I'm
to.
saying the argument you're making, you're talking about what I think what all of us agree with, which is the boom bust cycle of Federal Reserve intervention that's happened since 1946 and created 10 recessions. That's what you're referring
But
to.
boom bust cycles are just part of a free market. It's not
Right,
just
but
an 80-year
I'm saying
cycle. There's been.
you are referring to the ones that were created by the injection and withdrawal of liquidity by central banks. That's
I
what you're
don't think
referring to.
that the central banks created the bubbles
They did.
or the busts. I
They
think that
created
they
the bubbles and the
exacerbated.
busts.
No, they
No. The data
exacerbated the
proves
bubbles and
that.
the busts.
No. The data proves that. The data proves that central banks directly created all of the bubbles and busts
I
through
mean,
quantitative easing and quantitative tightening.
that's it's debatable. I mean, there's just
I mean,
in a free market, you're gonna have panics. You're
if
gonna
it's
have.
debatable, it's the greatest coincidence of all time. They created 10 of the last 13 recessions.
Okay, but what happened before the central banks were in charge? Did you think there was no bubbles and there was
No.
no panics?
I'm not saying that. I'm saying since 1946. Since
But zoom out.
1946,
There's been
since those cycles
panics and
began.
recessions and pops. I mean,
I
this is
mean,
just.
is it a
I agree
coincidence
with
that
you.
10 out
No,
of
I agree.
13 times we had a recession
I
within 25 months of a rate hike cycle? Is that a coincidence?
I
That'd be a
agree with
pretty
you that
bold coincidence.
I agree with you that central banks inflate bubbles higher than they should be, hold them up longer than they should be, and then the crash is worse, and they have a role in
Yeah, they overshoot
topping.
in both directions. Yes.
But they're not directly responsible for. I mean, if you have a free market,
Sure,
you're
there are
going to
other
have.
factors. There are supply and demand factors that influence it as well, of course. I'm not saying that they are solely in a vacuum responsible, but I'm saying their actions have direct impacts on the inflation and depression of assets in cycles. I mean, directly.
But if you go with this logic of like, oh well, Bitcoin can't work because you can't, you know, you apply the DeFi logic or the crypto logic, then we're going to have to disintermediate
What do you
central
mean by apply
banks.
the DeFi or the crypto logic? That's not what I'm applying. Number one, I'm not saying that Bitcoin can't work. what we're doing is we're addressing reasonable long-term concerns. That's been the purpose of this debate for the entire time. So I'm not saying that it can't work or that it's going to zero. Let's get that out of the way. But the main point I'm making is that there are, again, it's very confusing to me because you spend most of your speech criticizing central banks, but then you're also saying that you're not necessarily implying that central banks are incompatible with a Bitcoin future. And then you're also saying that
I
you
don't
don't
think they
really
are.
believe, but you're also saying that you don't really believe that it has to be the global financial system, but then you're saying that you don't like central banks injecting and withdrawing liquidity. So you have to make up your mind. Like,
I'm
do you
well.
believe in a
Here's the
future?
nuance. Here's the nuance. Maybe I didn't explain it right. Bitcoin is solving for the measuring stick that eventually central banks will use. Right now, they are in
So
control
again,
of the changing the
my
measuring
question
stick
to
every
you is
night.
in this hypothetical future, do you believe in the coexistence of Bitcoin as the monetary standard, but also central banks would still exist? Is that what you're implying?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the only realistic view
But
is
what
that
would central banks do in that system?
That was going to be my question. What is the role of the central bank? Because I don't think I need a central bank.
Well,
I don't
what
think
this is
I
like?
need a central
No.
bank.
Everybody slow down. OA, Spiral, hold on. If anyone wants to make a comment, raise your hands. But I'm asking Brad a question specifically right now.
I
What is
don't
the
think
role
that
of central banks in that system?
I don't think that countries are going to give up their ability to create debt and try to fractionally global reserve asset. A lot of Bitcoiners do think that Bitcoin's going to like do away with central banks and fiat money. I just don't think that's realistic. I used to maybe be in that camp like 5 years ago or something like that. I used to maybe think like that Bitcoin was going to eliminate the need for all fiat money, but like as you think that through, it just becomes total chaos. So I think it'll be more likely that Bitcoin just continues to march along the path of bootstrapping itself to a global reserve asset, not the global reserve currency, but a global reserve asset. And in a world where the US Treasury becomes a less dominant global reserve asset and the US dollar becomes, it loses hegemonic status over a decade or something like that, it becomes the balkanization of USD hegemony and global reserve status. And I think Bitcoin gains in that environment. There's a whole geopolitical battle happening right now between different factions in the world, like Russia, China, United States. So Ray Dalio really points this out in his great YouTube video. I think it was Principles for a Changing World Order. If anybody hasn't watched that, it's great. It's 45 minutes, really highly well produced. But he doesn't talk about Bitcoin in there. He does understand Bitcoin can have a role, but he doesn't talk about it there. He kind of paints the picture as dollar, USD dollar, treasuries, whatever, on the decline and China on the rise. But I think it would be more like in a world with Bitcoin where you have this perfect money, this asset that is perfect in a post-trust world where sovereigns are getting their assets seized. You just have to have a node, and you can verify the supply, and you can do trade between entities that don't really trust each other. Because with Bitcoin, it is the perfect collateral and perfect asset for a post-trust world that we're moving into. So I just think Bitcoin gains off of the balkanization of hegemony, and I'm not saying Bitcoin
So
is going to replace
you view
everything.
it as just developing into a major reserve asset over time.
I mean, if Bitcoin goes over the next 10 years to a $20 trillion asset, then that's not going to displace all the currencies and all the central banks, but that's going to be extremely valuable. And maybe over the next 50 years, I mean, there's this guy, Bitcoin Tina, that is a real smart thinker, and he talks about how he thinks that credit will just completely go away under a Bitcoin standard, but that'll take 50 years. And I mean, you can make the case that credit will completely disappear, and that because we have perfect money with Bitcoin, you will eventually see central banks, their role be less and less important as credit goes away.
So I
Because
just want to get an understanding for your picture here. So you're imagining, a financial system in which central banks still exist. So all of the modern monetary theory issues you brought up about, the inflationary pressures that central banks cause, those would theoretically still exist. But you also believe that in that same economy, Bitcoin would function as basically, you said, one of the world's primary reserve currencies, not the world's primary reserve currency. But I'm guessing, and this is more of a question, and you can just answer this quickly before I make the rest of my point. But I'm guessing in that same system that you wouldn't pay taxes in Bitcoin either. Am I assuming that right on your belief, Brad?
I mean, I don't. Does that matter in that picture?
Yes, it matters hugely.
Why does that matter?
Because governments use taxes as a means of maintaining value in their currencies, and they always have.
I mean, are you asking the question? Are people going to pay taxes on their Bitcoin, or are
Yes,
governments
I'm
going to
saying
accept Bitcoin as
in
tax
your
for
in
tax
your
receipts?
version of this hypothetical Bitcoin future, where you're saying that central banks and Bitcoin will coexist, which, by the way, I think is slightly ridiculous. But assuming that you think that that's the case, will people pay taxes in Bitcoin in that future, or will they pay it in USD?
Will
But
they
let's say
accept Bitcoin
will
for tax
American
payments? You mean?
citizens will American citizens pay taxes in Bitcoin or USD in that future?
Oh, I mean, they would be smart to accept Bitcoin for tax payments. I don't think that really.
But okay, sure. So you're saying that they would, but it would be optional. I'm just curious
I mean,
view of that in your personal
in the next
projection.
decade, I don't think that is important for Bitcoin is
We're
an
not
escape
speaking about the
valve.
next decade, though. We're speaking of, again, the time argument is impossible to have here, right? We can debate the time frame for this level of adoption.
Well,
We
I
can
do
debate
think
that to the
$20
end.
trillion Bitcoin is in the next decade. I think that is going to happen over the next decade. I don't think you need governments to accept Bitcoin for tax payments to have Bitcoin become a global reserve
I don't
asset
think
at
so.
20
I
trillion
don't think
market
so
cap.
either. I don't think so either. That's not my point. But I'm saying in this future where you are, adopted by anyone, by your standards or anyone else's standards, where it becomes a modern monetary system that's globally used. In that hypothetical situation, are people paying Bitcoin? Sorry, taxes in Bitcoin.
You can pay some of your taxes in Bitcoin already, so I don't see why that trend wouldn't continue.
Are you talking about like in certain regional
municipal taxes? Some countries allow you to pay taxes in
right?
Bitcoin.
So you're saying
So
on a
I don't.
regional basis, it's already
Yeah,
allowed.
I don't see why they would not accept Bitcoin for payment and taxes, but I don't think it's relevant. I don't think that matters over the next 10 years.
Okay. The idea that
have you heard
Jeff Booth's
argument about have you heard of him or his book, The Price of Tomorrow?
No, I have not.
You really should. You'd get a lot from that book. I think you'd love that book. You should put it on your list. If you want to just DM me your address, I'll mail you a copy because it's a great book. You should read it. But the crux of his argument is that we've been fighting the Fed, or the central banks have been fighting the free market, kind of like what you've been saying for the last 50 years. There's been central banks fighting against what the free market is trying to do, because technology is a deflationary force, and we have this problem that the central banks have caused, which is rising wealth inequality. Since we went off, the gold standard in 1971, there's been nothing but a disparity between the rich and the poor that just keeps getting worse and worse, no matter what they try to do with quantitative easing and low interest rates, whatever it is. They just keep causing more and more wealth inequality. And it's actually, if we were on a Bitcoin standard, something that has a fixed monetary supply that you don't have to keep recalibrating the measurements of, because that you can make economic calculations out 20 years and know what the supply of it's going to be, and we're all speaking the same language of money and the language of value, you could actually have people that are, say, the bottom 50% not worry about things like minimum wage increases, because if the Fed has stopped targeting 2% inflation and just allows the free market to have prices come down, then people on the bottom would not suffer. They would actually think more clearly about money and value, and they would have cheaper prices because technology is a deflationary force. Technology keeps making things cheaper, but the Federal Reserve keeps creating all these conditions that they want inflation. So if we had a system where it was get rid of the idea that we need to target inflation, let technology do this thing that it's supposed to do, which is drive prices down, and then allow people to just save money that's not going to devalue over time and have things cheaper, then that would be a pretty good solution. And in a world like that, Bitcoin makes perfect sense to be your savings vehicle.
Yeah, and I think again, this argument shifts between people who view it your way as a savings vehicle that can coexist with, central banks. But I mean, even some parts of your argument, at least, seem hinged on the idea that central banks are poisonous to the global economy. At least that was your initial point that you just made. And so, I don't really see the tailwinds behind that level of adoption, even 20 trillion or 30 trillion level of adoption, which you're talking about, versus some of the maxis we spoke to earlier who were talking about it being bigger than the value of the global equities markets, which global public equity markets, I think, were at 100 trillion last year. I don't know the exact number, but it's around there. And
Did they give a
so
timeline for that sort of prediction, or were they just kind of speaking philosophically about it?
no, it's more so just again, you've made your opinion clear that you don't, you went from believing 5 years ago, like you said, that it would replace all fiat and replace all of the modern monetary system, to believing now that, it could be a savings vehicle or a niche asset used to subvert capital controls or whatever it may end up becoming, 20, $30 trillion asset. If, that's your perspective. Again, the people we spoke
Well,
to
I don't think
earlier,
a 20 trillion asset is a niche asset. I think that becomes a systemically
or,
important
or sure,
thing for
yeah, or
people.
even one of the, let's say one of the top five biggest or top three biggest asset classes in the world. Sure. Well, at that point, it would be top five. But yeah, I mean, but behind housing, stocks, private company valuations, yeah.
Well, but in that world though, Bitcoin is absorbing the store value premium that has gone into stocks and real estate. Like real estate has in this world where central banks have created the condition where people flee and like run out onto the risk curve, and in the case of crypto, they're running off the risk cliff because there's so much runway there before you just wily coyote and you're just thinking, yeah, this makes sense, like getting paid 20% APY, don't look down. But really it's a cliff and people are being driven off of it. But regardless, all asset classes have absorbed this like store value premium. And so real estate has this massive store value premium that is way over and above its utility premium of like living in the home. And in the world where Bitcoin's 20 trillion market cap, it has absorbed the excess store value premium that is currently in real estate and stocks. I mean, we can see it evaporating from the stock market already. The store value premium that a lot of people went into with meme stocks and tech stocks, it's just imploding right now. It's not going into Bitcoin yet because people are still figuring out what Bitcoin is. There's this narrative that it's a hedge against CPI inflation, which is not the right way to think about Bitcoin. Bitcoin is a long-term savings vehicle that does provide you a hedge against monetary supply inflation or debasement of the currency, but it's a long-term thing. You got to think about it long term. And as more and more people come to that realization and figure out that Bitcoin, the asset, is a long-term store of value. It's a savings account, basically. It's a censorship-resistant savings account that you have sovereignty over. And as more and more people figure that out, it is going to suck the excess store value premium that is in these other asset classes. It's not going to take it to zero, but Bitcoin will be an important part. It's going to be an important role in the financial system, but it's not going to be like we're rebuilding the entire financial system on a blockchain because that's really nonsense. Because the financial system is centralized. You're going to rebuild everything on a blockchain and just have like instead of it being JP Morgan, you have like Alameda Research as the as the central bank that's bailing out the Wildcat protocols. Like it's still centralized. It's just you're slapping a blockchain on it and putting a token on it so that you can speculate. That's not what Bitcoin is.
Sure, and I think that parts of what you said are a little bit more reasonable than some of the absolutists we heard earlier. But again, I think there are there are problems with the argument that portions of the modern financial system can coexist with that notion, because again, I think the notion that would require it to become a $20 trillion market cap would be the idea that it has potential to replace the modern monetary system. And I think without that potential, you wouldn't see the level of investment.
That's the DeFi logic right there that I was talking about. That is what the DeFi folks are selling. That's not what Bitcoin is trying to solve for. Bitcoin, the network, does have the.
But Brad, you're speaking of that, and I'm not saying that you don't have an audience or anything. I'm just saying you're speaking of that as if you are like the spokesperson for Bitcoin maxis.
No, look, I'm
saying,
not the smartest
no,
guy
no,
in the
but
room
Brad,
here.
I'm not saying
Obviously,
no. This isn't
I'm a
about.
sentiment.
Hold on. Don't interrupt me. Okay, let's keep one rule. Don't interrupt me when I'm speaking. I'm interrupt you guys occasionally because I am the host, but that's part of the game here. The thing I'm saying is that it's not about your opinion on it. And I'm not saying that you are not as intelligent, but I'm saying for the last 8 hours, we've hosted about 150 Bitcoin maxis, different Bitcoin maxis. And the vast majority of them, the vast majority, believe that it's going to replace the entire fiat system and global monetary system. So the argument that you're making based on our sample size that, that's the DeFi people, that's not us, again, is just a misappropriation of yourself as a spokesperson for all the Bitcoin maxis, which clearly you're
Oh,
not,
dude,
because
come
again,
on.
99% of them though don't agree with what you're
What's a
saying.
Bitcoin maxi? What are you talking about when you say
I'm
you've
saying
hosted all these
tonight
Bitcoin maxis?
we've hosted 150 different people who call themselves Bitcoin maxis. I'm not sure who governs that school or who governs entry or exit into that
Well, that's your
school,
problem,
but
dude. Like, there's no such thing as Bitcoin
that's what they
maxis.
call themselves, my friend. I don't label them that way. They call
I know, but
themselves
like,
that. They have that in their
you could
bios, my
call
friend.
you are
But I'm saying
you're a
you were
stock
speaking
maxi,
of
all right?
that. You were
You have
speaking of
stock in your name, so you're the stock guy. So I'm gonna say everything you say has pretty much what the consensus that all the stock people think.
no, but that's
That's
not
pretty
the
much the
point,
same
though.
argument.
Brad, that's not the point. The point is that during this space, I asked the crowd, "Hey, if
There's
you
a
were a
lot of
Bitcoin,
stupid maxis, dude. Like, there's a lot of dumb left curvers that call themselves maxis.
sure." And
Who
there's a
cares
lot
what
of
they
dumb
think?
people on both sides of the ball, right? There's a lot
Yeah,
of
I
dumb
agree
people on
with
both sides of
you.
the ball. I'm not saying that everyone who came up here was smart. I'm just saying the idea that everyone in the Bitcoin space thinks the way that you do about it is absurd, is what I'm trying to say.
I'm telling you though that I'm a good sentiment radar. I
Based on
believe
what,
that I
Brad? Based on
based
your
on
personal exposure to people
dude,
in the
based on
space.
being in Bitcoin for 10
Do
years.
you have some special barometer? Bro, plenty of people have been in Bitcoin
I
for 10
do,
years.
yeah. Like, I listen
But
to
you
all
don't
the
have a
different
special
sides.
barometer. My point is your
Just let me tell you
audience.
this. Just let me tell you this point. I engage with all kinds of people. I engage with macro people. I engage with altcoin guys. I engage with DeFi builders. I engage with Bitcoin maxis. I engage with left curve Bitcoin maxis. I engage with people that aren't even on Twitter because they realize it's just a toxic cesspool of echo chamber nonsense in Bitcoin. I engage with people all over the spectrum. And I'm telling you that what you hear from people on Bitcoin Twitter that are like left curve Bitcoin maxis are they're just repeating talking points they hear from smarter people, and they don't really understand what they're saying when they say something like Bitcoin's going to replace fiat currency. I mean, that's not, that doesn't like, there's no support to that. It's
I agree with you.
fine. So
Brad, I agree with you.
The smartest people that I talk to have a more nuanced view. I'm just saying there's a lot more people in Bitcoin that have a
Sure.
nuanced
And I'm
view
not saying
than
that people like you don't exist. I'm not saying that. I'm not making that implication. I'm just saying tonight the majority of people we've spoken to believes it's a replacement for the global financial system. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying that sample size is accurate. I'm not saying that the people we spoke to tonight are representative of the community. I'm not saying that your audience is representative of the community. I'm just saying that clearly there is a decent amount of the people that think that way. And the implication that I made earlier about this adoption curve and how I think the idea that you have is incompatible. I think the halfway idea, which I'm going to call the 20 trillion market cap, a halfway idea. It's in between these maximalists who believe it's going to become a
agreed.
$100 trillion asset class. Hold on, don't interrupt me. It's in between the maximalists who believe it's going to become a $100 trillion asset class and the minimalists, if you will, who believe it's going to become a $10 shitcoin that sits around and some people trade it every once in a while. It's somewhere in between there, right? And the halfway adoption argument, at my point, where you get $20 trillion worth of global exposure to enter the asset, that to me requires the narrative of the potential to replace the monetary system. I don't see a case in which the idea of it being a limited currency in and of itself would propel that level of investment. That's the point I'm trying to make. So I'm saying that the halfway argument where it's going to
Well, I laid
coexist
it
with
out to
central
you
banks,
already, though.
huh?
I already laid out to you the way that Bitcoin could accumulate 20 trillion in market cap as a global reserve asset without the requirement that this thing is replacing the entire financial system. If you're looking at replacing the entire financial system, you've got quadrillions of dollars of notional value as the total addressable market for Bitcoin. I agree that at some point in the future, Bitcoin, like everything, could run on Bitcoin, the network, as second layers or side chains or whatever, and the total addressable market for the settlement of value is like the TAM for Bitcoin is in the quadrillions of dollars. But I don't think that that's going to happen in the next 10 years. And I don't actually think there's a strong likelihood that that will happen at all, that like centralized powers like governments are going to give up control of
Again, we're
their
not arguing
bonds.
this in the frame of your perspective that Bitcoin will become a $20 trillion asset in 10 years, which is the specific claim that you're making. We're not arguing about this solely in that frame. So I think that's important for you to understand. We're talking about this in general, whether somebody's perspective takes, the X being 30 years or the time and adoption and market capitalization. These are infinitely arguable points that we can talk about circularly, and everybody can have a different opinion. Hey, it's going to take 45 years for us to get to this point of adoption and this market capitalization, or it's going to take 10 years for us to get
But
this
wait. You're missing my point, though. Like, I'm talking about only the store of value use case of Bitcoin. As Bitcoin sucks in the excess store of value premium that's currently in real estate and
And
stocks,
I'm saying to you, I don't
it
believe
could
that
be
that will
20 trillion.
happen. I'm
But
saying
let's
to you, I don't believe that
wait.
that will happen without the potential
But that's the
for it to
logic
replace the global
that logic
monetary
doesn't
system.
make sense. That doesn't make sense because store value premium has nothing to do with the technology narrative of being able to put all the world's financial system on a blockchain. Like, if people don't store
Then what
value in
narrative does it depend on? Limited supply?
scarcity,
Just
the
anything that's
the
scarce.
money use case.
So anything that's scarce should become a $20 trillion asset.
No, that's the reason why anything that's scarce has gone up in value over the last 2 years when they started injecting all this
But I'm saying
liquidity.
your argument that scarcity alone is the reason it'll become a $20 trillion asset is just silly. In a
Well,
vacuum, that's not a good enough
it's not
reason.
just scarcity. I mean, there's only so many Beanie Babies.
So
but
what
like
else?
that's obviously
So
there's
what else?
obviously other.
So what besides scarcity?
Well, Bitcoin is a 0 to 1 invention. It's the first time as a species we've ever been able to create digital scarcity that's provably scarce and censorship resistant, and you can have your own sovereignty holding that
Okay,
asset.
so
That's
besides
unseizable.
scarcity, what would propel the investment required to make Bitcoin a $20 trillion asset class, twice as big as gold, twice as big as real estate? What would propel it to become that asset class besides scarcity is my question to you.
That's enough. This is a money system. This is money that has.
So I think some of
protocol
the arguments
enforced
you made are
scarcity.
sound. I think that's absurd. But
I mean, why do you think people are buying real
I
estate
think
at like 4x the
I think the
utility value?
concept that scarcity alone can propel $20 trillion of investment is absurd. That's my argument.
Why are people spending trillions and trillions of dollars above the utility value of real estate then, if you think that's absurd? Why are they investing in real estate? Do you
Because
think they're
real
investing
estate
in
is
real estate?
literally the oldest asset class.
Okay, but do you think it makes sense that you would buy real estate at
Whether I think it makes
4x
sense,
the
whether I
utility
think it makes
premium?
sense or not, it's a legacy asset class that has hundreds of years of proof as a market behind it. I'm not saying with you that I don't agree that houses trade at a premium to their intrinsic value. That's
There you go.
relatively logical.
There's no
and
narrative
obvious,
out there that
right?
a piece of property is going to replace the global monetary system. So why would people be putting their
that
excess store
argument was never
value?
made. But that argument was never made about the housing market.
But I'm telling you, the argument is not made about Bitcoin either. You're saying
It
that
is made about Bitcoin
by some
frequently.
people,
It might
sure,
not be
by
made
some
about
people.
Bitcoin by you, but it is made about Bitcoin frequently.
Yeah, but the financial, it makes no sense to say that Bitcoin is going to
Again,
replace
you and me
the
arguing
derivatives
back and forth,
market.
Brad. You and me going back and forth about the fact that you don't believe it's going to replace the global financial system, and me telling you that people have literally told me all night that it will. This is a circular argument, right? You're going to
Well,
tell me,
but
no,
you're
we don't
getting
believe
caught in the
that.
weeds
We
here
don't believe that.
because
But then I'm going to tell you, but people have literally told me that to my face for 9 hours. What's the point? Okay, cool. You agree to disagree with me. You don't think people believe that? I literally had people that told me that to their
well,
face.
I'm providing you with an argument, a logical, sound argument of why you can get to 20 trillion market cap
You're
with the
not
store
providing me
value
with a logical
premium.
sound
And
argument. Your only argument is
wait, let me finish.
scarcity.
And all you keep saying is that, oh yeah, but a bunch of left curvers keep saying that it has to replace the financial system, so that can't work.
No, I'm not saying that to you. I'm saying that I don't believe that it can achieve that level of valuation if the narrative that it has the potential to replace the financial system is not accepted. I'm saying I don't believe that you can propel $20 trillion of investment into what is right now being priced by the market as a speculative
First,
asset class.
first of all,
Again, a non speculative asset class doesn't go down 80% in value in 5 months. So, because the market is pricing as a speculative asset class, I do not personally believe you can drive $20 trillion of investment into speculative
it's
asset
not
class
20. It's
if
not
it's a
20
half
trillion
baked.
dollars of investment. It's a 20 trillion market cap. The market
Okay,
cap
you
is
get
not
you
the
get my
amount.
point. Okay, Brad, that's besides the point. I'm not saying it's exactly $20 trillion of input. My point is I don't believe you can drive it to a $20 trillion valuation without some other propellant other than scarcity alone. That's my point. And I'm saying you cannot achieve that level of
Well, I did
propellant
give you some
if you.
other things: censorship resistant, sovereign control of the asset that can't be seized.
Sure.
I
So the
mean,
2 points
there's
again are scarcity and a subversion of capital controls, which ironically the debate has been going on for 9 hours now, but we came to that conclusion within the first 20 minutes of the debate. That's fairly understood that the two immediate use cases, or not use cases, I should say, sources of value, are the subversion of capital controls and the scarcity. That is not enough, again, in my eyes, to logically, or I should say, instantly make the assumption that it will gradually grow to a $20 trillion asset class because of those two features alone. It's just not convincing to me personally. And again, you clearly disagree with that. That is absolutely fine. Well, I want to move on to another speaker, though, to answer either any of those points that were made or to make a different point. We can go to Hector and then we will go down to OEY after Hector. Hector, what's going on?
What's up, Stock? So yeah, it's interesting to hear that Bitcoin is a money system, which is his words, but then, or Brad's words, but then you sell off the idea that it's a store of value system that's going to take up from other assets around it, when those other assets are providing something other than what Stock keeps saying is just that perceived idea of scarcity. When you can make that claim with real estate, right? People can stop building new real estate. People can live in desired areas, and that drives up value of a real estate. So I don't understand how this is going to subvert that, or eat all that up, when there's basic utility in real estate, which is living in a home or having other people need to live in a home, which is what drives the premium up of buying more real estate in specific areas or desirable areas. Bitcoin doesn't have that need because there's no actual value like akin to like living in the home. You can't do anything with the Bitcoin besides hold it.
Another Hector, I'm going to let you continue, Hector, because you made some sound points. But one other quick point I wanted to make, actually, just piggybacking on what you said, is land is a fixed asset too. There's a limited amount of land. It's parcelable and dividable, infinitely dividable, just like Bitcoin. But there's a limited amount of land as well. So I think that kind of supports that point. But continue, Hector.
he's
And so yeah,
straw manning my argument here. This is just I
No,
can't
let
like
him
another.
finish, Brad, because you've spoke plenty,
Yeah,
Brad.
but
So
he's
let
putting
him
words in my
finish.
mouth. I didn't say what
Brad,
he
no one's
said. I
putting
said.
words in your mouth. Let him finish, and then you can respond fully and gracefully to everything he says. I promise.
and
Go for it,
so
Hector.
the question remains is, if what is the intrinsic value of BTC that you're promoting, if it's nothing but to hope that it goes up, because it's going to assume that other people are going to hope it goes up. So it's a somewhat self-fulfilling prophecy, rather than taking away from actual asset classes that provide real world utility to the majority of the world.
If you heard what I said, Hector, I said that there's excess store of value premium in real estate and stocks. I didn't say that Bitcoin was going to suck the entire value that people give to real estate and stocks, and it was going to all go into Bitcoin, as if Bitcoin is the only asset in the world that has any value. I acknowledged, and everybody seems to acknowledge, that there's excess store of value premium in homes and in stocks. People have been treating stocks and homes as an investment way above the utility value or the market, what the free market should provide the value of that investment or that home as
Why
an
should it
investment.
go there? Why should it go to Bitcoin? Why should it go to your thing rather than go to, I don't know, anything else? What is the proper,
Well,
what
when
is
you
your sell point
understand
as to why?
what Bitcoin is and how it's a unique
Well, then
asset,
tell us what that is that makes someone sell their house at a discount or take that value and push it over to Bitcoin. Like, what is the value proposition for that?
Brad, let me respond to that because I called out Brad, and the reason I called out Brad's stock is because for the last year and a half or more, I've been hanging out in the Bitcoin rooms, and as you can see, I'm not a Bitcoin maxi. I'm not maxi of everything, and I'm wearing an ape, and I was wearing an ape a year ago, and they gave me a lot of hard time about it. The thing is, they're very, very, and I hardly recommend to hang in this room. For example, yesterday, I'm not going to say names, but two very intelligent people who were in the room came and spoke. And when you're going to be there, you're going to see how Brad is actually very eloquent, doesn't take any sides, and let everyone say their piece. So, Hector, if you want to speak about real estate, I don't see your point at all. I'm not going to dox myself, but my specialty is real estate for many, many years. So people buy real estate just because of the scarcity. So if you want to bring that argument, you're just making the same argument that Brad is bringing. And
But the,
and
but the
real
question,
estate.
the thing is
Let me
that
let me
there's
finish,
actual
Hector.
utility.
Let me
Sorry,
finish,
go
Hector.
ahead.
And I remember you from other rooms, not the rooms from Clubhouse, and rather the rooms with Dom is here. And I know you like to come up with argument and stuff. I don't argue. I don't have any agenda at all, and I don't have any argument here. It's plainly very simple to understand that Bitcoin is a replacement of, or not replacement. This is just store of value and the real money just because of scarcity. Now, if you want to talk about real estate, the only reason you buy real estate or any asset, but definitely real estate, is capital appreciation and yield. So, or for your own use to live. However, no one's buying. I've yet to meet a buyer or definitely investor that buys real estate to live and then lose value. So they do that because of scarcity, and most of the most expensive areas in the world are smaller areas would have dense population, and we all know which are these places. I mean, I don't see the argument how you're saying that it has anything to do with Bitcoin. I feel that we're asking not the correct questions. The correct question is what's going on with the dollar? What's going on in your pump now if you going to buy gas? These are the questions, whether if we're going to pay taxes or how we're going to pay taxes and if we're going to replace. This is philosophical. Of course, why do we need government? What do we need countries for? Of course, the central banks have certain role as a police, trying to police the specific market without having a free market. However, we're talking about a specific currency or money that is actually money. And I'm sorry, I'm just talking fast because my kids are on me, but hope that makes any sense.
I think Brad should meet OEA because OUI, sorry, is the guy that Brad said doesn't exist. Because he's more so talking about the de-dollarization of the world and moving toward Bitcoin standard.
I
Where,
didn't say that at all, but
well, you did, and it did because aren't you
I
saying that?
didn't. I was just
So then,
saying that
what is the? I don't
money.
understand the point. Sorry.
I don't have a point. My point is to say that whatever you said about real estate is actually strengthening the argument that Brad said. And I'm not an expert in Bitcoin, but I know that I'm not expecting that to change the whole concept of controlling forces and governments and central banks. That's all
Okay.
I know.
So what I'm saying though when it comes to real estate is not that real estate should have
Do you
a
have any
ridiculous.
experience, sir? Sir, do you have any experience with real estate whatsoever?
Yes,
That's my question.
I've purchased multiple properties, so yes.
How many years are you in
And
real
I
estate?
sold real estate for probably I think it was like 4 years.
Okay, so this is not enough
I think
to
it's irrelevant to the argument though, because someone
it
can
is
start a good.
relevant because
No,
you
because
gotta.
anyone could have a good.
Oh
A
wait,
good
oh wait,
explanation.
hold on. Oh wait, hold on. We're gonna keep this, guys. When somebody is responding to something, we don't need to be interrupting them in the middle of the response. So just let them respond.
Yeah, I'm
fully,
sorry. That's my
and
problem.
then
I'm sorry.
respond from there. And I'll call on
So
you
I think
from here on. Everybody, raise your hands if you want to respond to something. I will call on you. So raise your hand, and you'll be called on. But Hector, go for it.
So I think that the argument isn't that real estate should maintain a high monetary premium on its asset. It's the fact that we've known for many, many years, right, that real estate has a premium because there are many variables in the market of home builds, desirable locations, and changes of workplace for people like create stuff like, for example, Silicon Valley. And so those factors are what weighing in and create monetary premium of real estate as an asset, right? So um, we're not, and the reason why people are willing to pay those monetary premiums is because there's value in actually having a home in an area that you want to live in, right? So the argument is made, where is that equivalent in Bitcoin? Why would you want to not have a monetary premium in real estate and push that premium into Bitcoin? What is the reason for that? That's what I'm trying to understand from people.
Yeah, and all I was saying is that there's no need to compare and say, "Oh, I'm taking my money from real estate and put it in Bitcoin."
No,
Why are
but
we?
that wasn't. Oh wait, but that wasn't Hector's point. That was Brad's point. Brad's point was that money from these other markets will come to Bitcoin. Hector did not make that point. Hector was asking him why. Why will somebody sell their house and put it into Bitcoin? That's the point.
I don't think anyone would do that. I don't think someone will
Well,
sell
there
the
you
house.
go.
Yeah.
Well, see, this is proving disproving Brad's point that there is some unified mythical perspective that the community shares. The reality is some people like you believe there's not going to be a transfer of wealth from existing dominant asset classes, which are really just public companies, real estate, private companies, and then personal savings. Those are the only other big asset classes that would compare to the $20 trillion valuation he was shooting for. One point I want to make about real estate, which again I also disagree with the notion that people would transfer money from real estate to crypto. I think that that's completely absurd for multiple reasons. The first is because the same infinitely parcelable, if parcelable is not even a word, but the infinitely divisible nature of Bitcoin combined with the limited fixed quantity of Bitcoin, that nature is shared by land. So that's the first point. There's only so much land. You're not going to make any more of it. The Earth's not going to get any bigger, and existing places with infrastructure are typically not going to turn over and become blank pieces of land. So land is limited and fixed and parcelable. So that's one point. The second point is that the definition of a bubble, and we've talked about this before, is the distance between the market price of an asset and the intrinsic value of that asset. Now, the intrinsic value part is very debatable. And I know there's plenty of Bitcoin people that'll be like, there's this, and this intrinsic value because, you can subvert capital controls like we've talked about. You can, there's X amount of electricity or proof of work input that goes into Bitcoin by which it has inherent value from the energy expenditure, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. We're not here to debate what the intrinsic value of Bitcoin is. That's an impossible conversation. Some people believe it's zero. Some people believe it's the input of electricity. Some people believe it's the input of electricity plus a premium for the ability to subvert capital controls. But whatever your definition is of the intrinsic value, the point is that the distance between the intrinsic value and the market price is where the bubble lies. And so if you're talking about real estate, there's a number of intrinsic value propositions for real estate. Location is one, which Michael brought up, like living where you want to live. That's inherently valuable. Obviously, the physical commodities that go into the construction of a home, that has intrinsic value. The use case of living in a home, like literally being able to reside in a home, that has a value. As does the scarcity of land that goes in, on which the home is built into. So those things drive intrinsic value. So I think the case to argue that the distance between the intrinsic value of real estate and the market price of real estate is enough of a bubble to let off air into an asset class in which the distance between the intrinsic value and the market price is actually much, much steeper, I think that's a silly argument, which would be my response to it. But Brad left, unfortunately, so we can't hear about his rebuttal to that. But it's interesting. COA agrees with the idea that money won't come out of real estate and go into crypto. And again, Brad was of the assumption that everyone in crypto was thinking the way that he was thinking, which I again, I don't understand that at all. Spiral, go for it. You've had your hand up for a while.
Hey, thanks for the opportunity. By the way, I love this conversation. I went to sleep, it came back up. You're still going, and I'm glad to be part of it. And I hope to hear everybody else's opinions here as well. So I've got so many notes on my paper here. I don't know which one to choose right now, but I'll stick with the real estate thing. So I just recently acquired a piece of land. I am definitely not a big player. I didn't even care about trying to obtain value at all until just recently. I mean, literally, I didn't want to gain value or gain wealth in any manner. I never thought I had to. I was paying my bills. I drove a shitty car, right? But I felt I was contributing to society. But now I'm getting to the point where it's like, my wife thinks she's gonna work until she dies, so I don't want her to have to do that. So I'm gonna try to obtain some value. I thought I should trade stocks. And you can probably tell me about this. Probably a lot of people who get into stocks aren't really good at being able to trade stocks. So then I was like, oh yeah, while researching technical analysis and trying to figure out if I could possibly trade stocks, I was like, oh yeah, somebody gave me some Bitcoin when I worked at a company years ago. I should check on that. And the $4 for the Bitcoin that was donated to me while I worked at this company was now worth something like $300 or $400. And okay. So as far as like an investment thing and something that retains value and appreciates because it's rare, I'm going to start investigating Bitcoin. Now, again, I bought at the top. My Bitcoin portfolio is down 65, 70%. I'm willing to probably never sell it because I believe it has, well, number one, I live in Canada. I thought I lived in a free country where I could put money in the bank before I realized about inflation and the devaluation of money based on money printing. I thought that I could probably save money in my bank account and that it would be safe for the future, that I could do something whenever I get a certain amount of it. And then the fucking protests happened in Ottawa, and I realized, holy shit, my government can just freeze my fucking bank account whenever the hell they want and take away my shit. So I want unconfiscatable value in money. So this is why I want Bitcoin. Everybody's going to have their own reasons for using it. People in El Salvador don't have a bank account and want to be able to go to the store and buy bread and milk and shit. They're going to have a different reason why they want to be able to use Bitcoin and the Bitcoin network and the Lightning rails. I just acquired a property. My stepfather died, and I got a small piece of land, and I really fucking struggled and debated on whether or not I should keep that piece of land or sell it and buy fucking Bitcoin. I really did. I did choose because land, out of anything, even though I didn't want to or gain value over most of my life, I still heard from everybody that almost one of the most valuable things that you can have is land because you can fucking live on it, because you can grow food on it. What do we really need? We need to be able to have shelter, a place that we can grow food and eat. So, I mean, what did our settlers do who fucking came here first? They didn't have anything. They worked their fucking asses off, growing their food and doing what they needed to do to survive. Land is what allowed them to do that. So yeah, I believe land has a lot of value. So I did keep the piece of land. I don't want to get rid of it because I realized I could live on it. I can grow food on it. There's a small house on it. I can rent it. And as far as like, I just want to throw this in here too. Like, you were saying, like, what are the intrinsic values of Bitcoin? I mean, I'm probably speaking out my ass here, but there's a Howey test for determining whether or not something's a security or a commodity. That's probably something that's applicable. For me, it's limited supply, it's divisible, it's portable, it's unstoppable, it's verifiable. I mean, like, there you go. I said my piece. Let's keep going.
Yeah, so it's made some good points, and again, I think there's a little bit of a dichotomy in the schools of thought here between people who view it as going all the way and people who view it other assets as maintaining their value and government control still being necessary. But again, I think the biggest takeaway for me for the last 9 hours so far has been that I still don't have a good argument that I've heard that explains the coexistence of modern governments and this revolution in modern monetary systems. And I think that the main reason for that is the inability, like again, we've discussed with so many speakers, the inability to address financial crisis and the inability to, be able to prevent things that don't have to do with the stability of money, things that, involve mass unemployment, and crises like this. And moreover, if that same role comes into question, if the government's ability to address financial crisis and create stimulus comes into question, then that also, categorically, the same thing applies to government spending on public works, including infrastructure, public parks, things that are not capital incentivized to build. And so that's my biggest concern here, is that philosophically, I feel like those two things are incompatible. And all of the arguments that I've heard tonight seem to suggest the same thing to me. I haven't heard any remarkably creative solutions or arguments that say, hey, look, we will be able to fulfill these public spending needs while also maintaining the ability to address global financial crises while also decentralizing the economy.
So okay, can I respond to that?
Go ahead.
Sure, go for it, and then we'll let Rajwin go, and then Red has had his hand up for a long time. So
please, Stock, come on,
I'll keep it brief.
Okay, sorry. Well, Grant and Red have both been waiting, but so we'll go to Grant, and then you cool with that, Red? If we go to Grant first, so we'll do a brief.
This is not my wheelhouse, but I just had a few things to say because I was from Canada, and the other speaker was talking about their right to, or they're thinking that we were in a communist country because they shut down 2% of people's bank accounts, and thinking that's another financial reason to hold. I just think that every reason we hear on here is, like you're saying, it's pretty easily refutable. But
yeah. So we'll go to Spiral first, then Rajwin, then Grant.
I'll keep it brief. Everybody wants to say something, but again, you said earlier, like, do you think people should be paying their taxes with Bitcoin? Why the fuck not? I'm still going to do a job. I'm still going to provide value to society. Somebody's going to pay me in whatever medium of value they're going to pay me, whether it be dollars, whether it be Bitcoin, whether it be whatever it is they choose to pay it is. What I want to buy and hold with my money in or my value in after the fact is my decision. I should have that freedom. If the government allows me to pay my taxes in Bitcoin, and if I don't have any fiat or any other or whatever normally I would give away to pay the taxes, sure, I'll fucking pay my taxes in Bitcoin. Why not? Like, why does that matter? Anyways, let's go on to the next hand.
So the thing about financial crisis and other things that government is supposed to solve right now, I think we have to consider the possibility of a financial system that's not based on debt, credit, right? That's really the key root cause behind the financial crisis occurring as we have seen in the last few decades. One of the most important things about the Bitcoin network is that it's instantly verifiable. With a $200 computer, you can instantly check the validity of ownership of a particular piece of Bitcoin, which is called a UTXO, unspent transaction output. But just consider it as a bearer asset, a chunk of it. You can verify it instantly, anywhere, anytime, and people have a predictable monetary base. You need to plan with that certainty as available information, and that's going to lead to elimination of a lot of crises, because people will be able to ask, like, you knew this was not the true ownership, you knew this thing was rehypothecated, not from wasn't there in the actual hands of somebody who's saying they have that collateral, etc., etc. The more important part is actually the inability to print money will be a new constraint on both individual behavior, corporate behavior, and government behavior. It is just going to have to be a different
type of planning that people are going to have to do. So the crises that we see in the current system aren't necessarily guaranteed to happen in the new system. And more importantly, government shouldn't be in the business of owning so much of the economy and changing so many of the terms on the fly by passing new laws, by borrowing from the future endlessly. And it's very irresponsible financial behavior. We wouldn't do it in our households, and we do it with governments only because the government can control the money supply and borrow from the future at very low rates. And those borrowings are actually running into a crisis right now because we are heading for multiple sovereign defaults if the credit spreads are any indication. I'm talking about the credit default spreads on sovereign debt. They are actually beginning to wake up. And again, so stock, I will say this, that the new financial system will have maybe new kinds of crises, but a lot of the current ones are going to go away. That's one thing. Second thing I want to say is
but the current one's going away. Like Raj, when even in your hypothetical future, and I think regardless if we've spoken to Maxis tonight or some of the half-baked specialists, regardless of school of thought you're in, all of them agree that there will be employment and labor. And do you agree with that?
Of course, the world runs on
do you also
productive
agree that but do you also agree that international markets will remain capitally competitive?
Yes, actually, it will force more honest competition
Sure,
in international
okay.
markets.
But I'm saying, if you believe in the existence of national economies that are divided by borders, in which there continue to be capitalistic incentives and international capitalistic incentives as well, combined with labor, then you will inevitably have financial crises.
Sure, and then governments can then contribute to solving financial crisis, but it won't be with printing money or by stealing the
How?
savings of
Okay.
commoners.
Sure. So how will they address those financial crises without
So,
printing money?
so like Spiral was saying, we are happy to pay tax in Bitcoin. Taxes are not going to go away. Governments are not going to go away. Governments will have Bitcoin on their balance sheets, and they will have to decide how they want to spend that Bitcoin. It will be honest taxation, not hidden taxation in the form of borrowing from the future. So, if there is an international crisis, let's say, all the governments are going to have to figure out how they want to solve it. They'll have to reach some kind of agreement, decide how to spend the Bitcoin to solve that crisis. I mean, this is really, again, I
What if
think things need to be
I
simplified. And just the way you would solve your family's own crisis financially without the ability to print money, governments will have to deal with that particular option because it's going to be forced on them by sound money.
Okay, and I think that there's some rational, perspectives in that argument. The concern I would bring up is that, what happens in a scenario where either from a crisis perspective or from a infrastructure maintenance perspective or from a let's say a war happens, in cases where we have this immediate and dramatic requirement for liquidity, right?
Yeah, and
And that's going to happen, right?
it's a really important point actually. Wars are financed by government mostly with borrowings, and then those borrowings are inflated away, like the Second World War that was handled by the U.S. government. And I'll tell you this: wars actually, I think, are fought far longer into far worse situations because governments are able to finance them much longer. I think the number of wars will be reduced. Governments will have to prepare for that kind of a situation by actually accumulating financial muscle, which means accumulating Bitcoin. Here we are talking about a theoretical end state Bitcoin standard universe. So governments will have to prepare for it by raising taxes, spending wisely, maybe getting rid of the programs that a lot of people think are absolutely essential, but a lot of people think are actually just an unfair transfer of wealth and so on. And at the end of the day, societies will have to function. It's just going to be a different equilibrium financially and monetarily. So I hope that addresses your question about wars and other emergencies. The other thing I wanted to say is about real estate. Actually, real estate is interesting because it does have intrinsic value. We do need a house to live in. We do need food grown on land, right? But scarcity of real estate is actually not that important, because you can build vertically. Regulations will change in response to demand, and government can and does confiscate real estate. And this has actually been a serious issue since the Supreme Court in the US issued its decision in the case of Kilo versus New London. This was a case where a lady didn't want to sell her house, but the local government wanted it to give the land to a developer for quote unquote an economic development, and she lost the case. So now in the US, at least, governments can take over land without any legal constraint. They just have to justify it enough. And most of the time, those justifications are again just fig leaves, because friends of people in government, like land developers, etc., will they do want the land. So land, again, to keep the land, you have to keep paying taxes to the government. You have to do none of that on Bitcoin. I mean, unless they pass a wealth tax, which is like, they tax X% of your current holdings, but that should apply across the board to all assets, shouldn't apply only to Bitcoin.
Yeah, and I mean, I think there's going to have to be, some kind of way for governments to resolve their spending power, if you will, because I think that initially, at least, there will be hiccups in that system, purely from a liquidity standpoint.
Yeah, and Stock, you and I live in the US. I assume you live in the US, right? So
yeah, I live in the US. Yeah,
we do have a very US centric or Western centric perspective. There is a huge amount of the population of the world that's not very happy with the way US fights endless wars with the borrowed money.
I agree. I just think, even if you're not speaking about it from expeditionary military perspective, right? Even if you're speaking about it purely from, there's going to be cases of defense, right? Like, think about Ukraine's situation, where they're being invaded, in that situation, if you had, very limited liquidity, it's difficult to address that, right? And again, I think that you're right that there's going to have to be a behavioral change, not only in mass public psychology, but with regard to how governments think about spending money. And do I think that can happen? I think over decades of network effects and education and community building, yes. But again, I don't think that's something that's going to happen overnight. And even if you do achieve that behavioral change, my point is, even if you do achieve that behavioral change, I still think there's less flexibility and there's less rope in a decentralized system to quickly solve any of those given number of crises in that manner.
Yeah, you actually brought up a really solid point, which is of more of a philosophical but practical at the same time nature. Because in the Bitcoin community, when we are shooting the shit, we do talk about a change in behavior. Low time preference versus high time preference behavior. High time preference is when you want satisfaction right away, so more like instant gratification. Low time preference is when you save your current fruits of your labor for a better future. You're planning long term, and you're sacrificing some of the fun you can have now for a more stable, more predictable, hopefully more secure future. So it is absolutely part of that discussion. I would say this though, historically speaking, there is some things on the horizon which I think are important to note, and this is the fourth turning theory of social progress or social evolution or social movement, right? So this is where they're saying that, like that meme, hard times make whatever solid man or something. But the fourth turning generational shift is approaching, if there is any validity to that theory. So if you just Google the fourth turning, you can learn about it pretty quickly. It's not a difficult concept. The psychology actually does change very quickly in both markets and in societies. So change to a different kind of economic behavior is hard to imagine now in these kind of crazy days, where you can take a home equity loan out and spend on vacations for doing nothing. That is very stupid economic behavior, but unfortunately, it has taken root to a great level in our society. So yes, those things I think are going to happen one way or the other, whether it's Bitcoin or just let's say Bitcoin fails. I don't think that's going to change that particular change in behavior that I think is bound to happen, because at the end of the day, we live in the real world. There is no restarting the game when the plane crashes, like in a flight simulator. You have to suffer the consequences of your choices. And I think societies over the last few decades have made pretty bad choices on the back of borrowed money.
Stock, can I step up for just a second? Is that all right? I've been having a hand up.
Go for it.
Okay, so just a quick introduction. So I'm a blockchain programmer. So I've been programming in Ethereum, programming in Bitcoin, programming in Terra. So it's kind of just like a little bit on my background. I think the question has come up a couple times. What is the intrinsic value of the blockchain token, right? And I'd like to at least just put up a idea around what that is. And it's to pay fees for access to the block, right? Because when we're talking about Bitcoin or blockchain in particular, we have to separate the technology and the mechanism from these other sorts of ideas that people have about like what Bitcoin is or what a blockchain is, right? So when we're talking about a blockchain, you have the native token of the chain. And the native token of the chain, its primary utility and use case is to pay fees for access to the next block. To the extent that blocks are congested or that there's scarcity, right? So if you have small blocks and those blocks have multiple different parties competing to participate in that next block, that's where the intrinsic value of the token goes up or goes down. So a good example of this is for when Bitcoin had the debate about whether they wanted larger block sizes, right? This was the original split in Bitcoin from Bitcoin to Bitcoin Cash, because Bitcoin Cash guys said, we want larger blocks. When they said we want larger blocks, the value of their token inherently went down. So when we're talking about like, why can the value of a token rapidly appreciate and then rapidly depreciate? It's because the intrinsic value and the native use of that token is to bid on access to blocks. So if your block congestion goes way up, lots of people are trying to do something within that asset, then the price of that token is going to rapidly accumulate. And if you have a decrease in the amount of the activity on a chain, you're going to see that token go down in its price, because that's the native use of that token.
What was your point there, Grant? About were you trying to speak to one of the points we were talking about earlier, or?
Yeah, so because it's come up, like, so I was listening last night, right? And there was like a lot of debate about like what's the intrinsic value of Bitcoin, whether it's zero, whether it's, something else, right? So you can start layering on different things. But that's when you have to firmly hold in your mind is that the use of Bitcoin, right? And you have to use it every time you own Bitcoin or you transfer it around. You have to pay a fee to the miners that are securing the chain, that are providing this infrastructure, right? So blockchain is a settlement layer. It's a mechanism for settling. So each block has a certain amount of space. And so because you keep asking this question, right? You keep saying, well, is it trending to zero? Is it whatever? It's not trending to zero. It's exactly intrinsic value.
Hold on, you say I'm asking that question?
No, it came up last night. Like I was listening at like 2:00 and you had a guy that was up here and like there was a debate, like there was a discussion around the intrinsic value, right? It was like, what's the intrinsic value of gold? And the guy said,
the discussion over the intrinsic value of Bitcoin lasted about maybe 10 minutes. Again, that's besides the point. No one cares what the intrinsic value is, whether you think it's $10 per coin or if you think the intrinsic value is $20,000 per coin. The only reason that debate came up was we were talking about the distance between intrinsic value and market price.
It's related though. It's related though, because you said how can this price go from, you know, whatever it is up to a massive amount and then drop 80%, right? Because you asked that question. You said, how can this
confused about why the price has gone down. It's called liquidity cycle. I was very explicit about that. The Fed controls liquidity cycles. Bitcoin's still a speculative asset. It functions that way. The market price of it functions that way. And that's why it's gone down 80% from the highs. I didn't pose that question at any point. So
but you're treating it like a commodity, like a different kind of commodity.
It is a
that has no. Hold on, wait. That a commodity which has no utility. See, like gold, when you buy it, there's nothing you can do with it as like its commodity piece,
so
right?
what can you do with it?
But Bitcoin's different because you use it to
just to be clear, you can do a lot of things with gold. 12% of all gold in the world is used for industrial applications. But besides that very incorrect point about gold not having a use case, what's your point? I unmuted you. You can continue. Grant?
Oh, what I was trying to say was that it's different from gold. Not that gold doesn't have any utility. It definitely does. And that's what Bitcoin has, is it's used to pay the fees on the network. That's the part that's not being discussed, or it's not being brought up, because that's what you use Bitcoin for. You have to use it for that purpose. And so there's always
you use Bitcoin to pay for the people that make Bitcoin?
No, you use it to run the network. So blockchain as the technology is a settlement layer. To produce that settlement layer, you have to pay them to do that work.
Hey Grant, give me 10 seconds to bring the point you're making to a connection with the real world, where Stock Talk might want to pay for a little bit of that next block. For example, in Bitcoin blockchain, you can embed the proof of anything real in the world. So let's say Stock and I have some kind of a contract, and the contract is trusted only because we have signatures, but signatures can be forged. People can testify falsely. But if he and I agree and there is a signature and we embed a hash of the, let's say, picture of that contract or the ASCII text, then it becomes verifiable truth forever on the Bitcoin blockchain. And you can go back to any point in time and see whether a particular document with the exact content, digitally speaking, whether it is text or a picture of it or some other representation, existed in the form that somebody is claiming it was. Okay, so the verification of truth, authentication, notarization, identity based economic activity, that is actually enabled by the Bitcoin as verifiable for the first time. And I totally envision a situation where one of the big applications of the Bitcoin blockchain, because it is so secure, will be that purpose of documenting what parties agreed on, documenting an incident, documenting a statement, all of those things, like a video of a politician. We're all worried about deep fakes. You're going to put a hash of a video into the blockchain and verify that it was not changed.
Rajwinder, so Hector seems to find that funny, so we'll go to Hector and we'll hear his response to that.
Yeah, I find it funny because this is literally this is a literal argument against big blocks made over the years, that BTC should remain small and we should not put arbitrary data onto the blockchain, which is what you're advocating for.
No. Hector, you put words in my mouth. No, just a second.
This is absolutely what drives the value of a coin. It's absolutely what drives.
Grant, no, I'm very practiced in dealing with the Hector's objections. I said cryptographic hash of something. That hash is a very small number. You could have a 50 gigabyte file. Its hash is going to be no bigger or smaller than the hash of a 50 byte file. So Hector, you confuse people with technological tricks. But
no, I'm not arguing that. I'm not saying it. I'm not saying the size of the data matters. I'm saying you're putting arbitrary data onto the blockchain still. Doesn't matter how big
yeah,
or small it is.
yeah. I put
I'm
birthday
not saying it
greetings.
was a big file.
I put birthday greetings to people in the blockchain because right now I can afford to do it. It's fun to do. If it becomes extremely expensive, I won't
Exactly.
do it.
Therefore, your use
Yeah.
case it will die because what
No,
What
no.
Raj said was really well done. But the idea is that the blockchain Bitcoin, the reason it exists is because Bitcoin is a timestamp server. If for anyone who doesn't know what a timestamp server is, basically it allows for things in time to be stamped and have a record proof of that existence. So it has created what's called a third party accounting or the third accountant in a system where we have a first accountant who is you, a second accountant who is me. We can have disagreement in what we're saying, therefore we resolve it with a third accountant, which is the blockchain, which is Bitcoin. That is the purpose of Bitcoin. And what Raj is saying is correct in the sense that we could have arbitrary data added onto the blockchain for any purpose, and anyone can validate that that happened because the timestamp occurred. And that is the easiest use case we have today is to send money back and forth. I could send $1 to stock, I can send dollar to Dom, and we can't argue what that was because we can have a third party telling us what that is, which is the blockchain. And everyone on the blockchain who is a miner, who is validating these transactions can remain honest because Bitcoin is an economic system that makes adversarial parties, who are the miners, be honest because there's financial incentive to do so. So that is why that exists, and that's why this whole system exists. But to think that this is going to be a BTC future is I think a bit naive because in the sense that within a 10-minute period, there can only be so many transactions happening. So there can only be so many documents processed. There could be only so many people sending money back and forth that your price is driven up. Because if your price is not driven up, your miners starve. Because today, I'm saying more so in the peak of this Bitcoin cycle was miners were making roughly in a day $50 to $60 million a day. And that is that. So basically, that is the cost to maintain that level of security. Otherwise, miners start shutting down. And so, if you expect that miner revenue and miner industry will go up. So let's call it 5 times, 10 times in the span of 10 years, and your transaction throughput capacity cannot go up because there's a literal parameter on that blockchain to not allow it to go up. Then each transaction must burden the cost of that increase, which the miner industry will go up. So if that's the case,
Hector,
then it
let me
becomes
answer the question.
prohibitively expensive for everything that you're saying
Yeah,
to actually occur.
yeah,
Therefore,
yeah. So let's
the only
say
people who will be using it will be elites and people who have
no. There
like
are
base.
there are actually practical solutions to that problem. So I know we are going into the weeds here, so I'll try to keep it really more of a at layman level without sacrificing correctness. If let's say there isn't enough block space to include all the signatures all the hashes that people want to put in the blockchain for the sake of authentication, guess what? American Association of Notary Publics or whoever can actually consolidate that in a centralized place and then put a checksum of that every month, let's say, or every week into the blockchain instead of a million hashes going into the blockchain for individual documents. You can have the notary actually just tally their books and create that record, create a hash, whatever it is, 64 bytes or I know 256 bytes, right? So 256 bits. So um, put it in the blockchain, and that will be verification of millions of records together. It's just going to be
You deal with censorship. You deal with censorship and centralization that you're advocating for, which Bitcoin supposedly solves.
no, now you're changing the subject
No,
from
because you're saying that
availability
I
of
should be
block
rolled
space.
up into a
No,
smaller. I should be rolled up by a
no,
smaller entity.
Hector, you do it all the time. I answered your question about the scarcity of block space right now.
Sorry,
Okay,
but
you do not
didn't you
actually
just
have
say you just said that I would use an association that would then roll up my transaction into a bunch of transactions, then together we put up onto the blockchain.
because
Is
honesty
that is
is
that not
now
what you said? Is that not what
yes,
you said? So
and
then that is a
honesty.
central point, right?
No, yeah, there will
Okay,
be
then so
centralized
if you're saying
solutions.
All
you're
right, we're
There
advocating
will
talking
be
against
over each
that,
other anyway.
Stock talk. I got one more point that I wanted
Yeah,
to
guys,
make,
no.
if
But
you
the
don't
big
mind.
thing is, I don't want people to talk over each other. So, let's let Rajwin and Hector finish this exchange, and then we can go to some other thoughts from other people. But
so
Rajwin, go
so
ahead and respond to what Hector said about the
right.
accumulation of the data, and then Hector can respond briefly, and then we'll go to Grant and then Spiral.
Right. I was giving an example of the intrinsic value of the Bitcoin blockchain, apart from what the other gentleman was talking about, Grant. Okay. The benefit of blockchain, I gave one example, authentication. And I said that when you have scarce block space, you can have centralized solutions which are kept honest by hashing their databases or whatever they're doing and putting a periodic snapshot of it as a hash in the blockchain that completely solves the scarcity of blockchain space problem. What Hector is doing is he is confusing people and not recognizing that I just proposed a solution that actually works. Yes, it is a centralized association of American Notary Public who are consolidating 1 million transactions and putting one hash for them in the blockchain. To him, that association is a problem. I see that association as a fantastic hybrid solution which delivers the benefit of Bitcoin not at the base layer, but at the association layer by keeping the association's records honest. So that is just a an extra layer on top of Bitcoin blockchain, but it still benefits completely from the security of the Bitcoin blockchain.
So my counter to that is that you now must go through a central entity, not on the blockchain, just some central person that then is going to roll up and put your transaction as part of other transactions to then minimize the impact it has on the blockchain. So that to me is not the censorship resistance, freedom ability. Basically, anyone can use blockchain. That's let's go over here to another central party so that we can be rolled up in a basically a line of transactions so that we don't make much impact on the actual blockchain itself and lose the properties of Bitcoin, which is what everyone is stating is this uncensorable, anyone can use blockchain because we have a literal limitation. When in fact, there should be no limitation and it should allow anyone to be able to use for whatever purpose they deem fit. That's the point.
There should be playboy models surrounding me right now instead of me talking to a bunch of anonymous people or unknown people to me on Twitter Spaces right now. That's not how the real world works. If you want to ignore the benefit that I just explained, that's up to you. If you want the world to be decentralized in everything you do, every cup of coffee to be transacted in a decentralized, extremely secure blockchain, fine, Hector, you can have that dream. But we live in the real world, and right now, the most secure blockchain that you have can't handle that. It will never handle that. It will only handle 6, 7, 8 transactions per second. And you, if you want the benefit of that security, have to figure out other ways to use it in the applications that you're interested in, such as notarization. So I'm sorry to disagree with you, but no, technology does not exist to deliver that on a worldwide scale, and it is very unlikely to exist given the physical limitations, which is the speed of light, the speed of computing circuits now, the cost of storage, and blockchain. By the way, let me say this thing very clearly. Blockchain is one of the worst databases because it is extremely costly, it's extremely slow. And the trade-off, engineering trade-off, is that if you want to make a fast database, you have to centralize it. The only reason blockchain is needed is because we have a trustless way of updating the ledger. This is the only way to do it, and the cost you're paying is a lot of proof of work mining energy consumption and a very limited amount of block space. Okay, you can't have a block coming out of every microsecond. That will never work in real world computer networks.
Raj, you just made the claim that the reason why it's slow is because it's decentralized. But you want it to, if you want to make it fast, go a central route. But then you're saying that don't use the other blockchains that are faster because they're centralized. So
No,
you can't have your cake and eat it too. You
I'm
gotta
not
make
saying that.
a claim and stick to it.
I'm saying that if you increase block size, you're sacrificing decentralization incrementally.
So
And
then you're
there
saying
is
you can't do what you want to do because it's centralized. But if you want to do it centralized, you can do it this way. It's centralized, which is somehow better than the other blockchains that do it directly because they're
no.
more centralized.
What I'm saying is do it the way I proposed with the
But
example of
why
the
is that
notary
better? I'm
public.
asking why is that
Let me
exact
finish. You
method better?
stop interrupting me. Stop interrupting me. It works because it delivers the benefit of verifiability at just a higher layer where you're using a centralized database, but that centralized database is kept honest by the hash that you put into the Bitcoin blockchain every week or every month or whatever your time stamping, sorry, snapshotting complete decentralization for every person, for every transaction in the world. And Bitcoin blockchain is the most secure, practical one, with what I believe as an electrical engineer, a pretty very reasonable trade-off. So I'm actually shocked, for example, that Satoshi picked 10 minutes per block. Okay, and the block size of a megabyte or so. He didn't impose it, but that's where things started. So we may have to make some minor changes to the protocol if the real world experience shows that there is a need to make a better trade-off and there is compelling enough reason. But for the most part, the engineering decisions made for Bitcoin blockchain are actually really solid. So yes, you will not get decentralization for every transaction in the base layer. That is never going to happen on any blockchain. If you want to double the block size, all that means is that you just increase the storage requirement and the overhead for verification for
Okay, so
every
wait,
node.
sorry. You're saying, so you keep saying that it's because it's decentralized, right? The reason our blockchain is small is because we're decentralized. We want to stay decentralized, right? That's what you keep touting. So if that's the case, it's because you want.
Decentralization requires
Just wait, hold on.
a
Just let me finish.
smaller size of blocks.
Just let me finish. Why aren't you advocating for a smaller block size to be even more quote unquote decentralized? Why is 1 megabyte the arbitrary value that seems to be the best fit? And second, if in this world where you know everyone's using it and we're doing centralized rollups because the whole world there's too much capacity, there's too much supply, too much demand and not enough supply, right? So we're doing these centralized offshoots, and we're using layer 2 and layer 3. And only the people who are able to pay those high transaction fees, because that's ultimately where you're gonna have to go. Because if no one's able to pay, because we're just so many people are going, each cost to write on the actual blockchain is gonna be super high. So if you're one of those people who are able to do that super high, why would you then want to run your own computer, like you keep saying, your own $200 computer, when none of your transactions are actually on the actual layer, but instead rolled up solutions on secondary and centralized parts of this network? And
Yeah.
that kind of goes against like the idea of being decentralized, when no one can be decentralized because no one can actually write to the chain because it's too expensive. Only the rich people can, and therefore the rich people are going to run the nodes and
No,
maintain the
I
decentralization. So
never
only a
said
small percentage of
you,
people are going to actually do it.
you're wrong about only the rich people can.
Well, how do you
So
settle what you're saying? You can't settle what you're
yeah.
saying if everyone's using
Hector,
centralized solutions.
if you listen to me and let me finish, I'll address it. You talk too much, and this is the 50th time we have been debating this. Okay, again, if you personally can't put your transaction in the Bitcoin blockchain, your credit union, your cooperative farmers union may be able to do it. At some point, people have to live together, cooperate, and centralized solutions in a distributed manner and small centralization units are actually perfect
Fucked up.
vehicles.
I've had my hand up for a while, so
Yeah. Okay, listen, guys. A lot of people have had their hands up for a while, and we've had dozens of people requesting all night. It is ideally the best way to which I can go to every speaker in a vacuum, but that does not produce proper conversational flow, and it does not produce proper debate. So what I'm allowing to happen is when two speakers get engaged, I'm allowing them to finish the premise of the conversation. Obviously, a lot of these can go on endlessly, but I want to allow that to happen because that is more engaging. And so, again, there are plenty of spaces out there. If you guys don't like the way that I'm running it, you don't have to be in this one. But I am going to allow periods of engagement between speakers that directly disagree, because I think that that is engaging and informative. So
it's getting cringe.
again, no, it's not. I mean, I'm versed enough in the space of markets, assets, and economies to know when we're getting overly repetitive, and I'll move on from the topic when we are. I still think there are some unresolved points that are unanswered on both sides. And Rajwinder and Hector, I know you guys maybe have debated in the past. I'm getting the impression that you have. I know this audience may or may not have heard that. But I think that there are a few points. I think Rajwinder has made some sound, rational arguments, but I think that Hector has made some sound, rational arguments as well. So let's get two more concise, I guess, rebuttals from each of you. And by concise, I mean 30, 45 seconds. And then we'll move from there to Grant briefly to touch on this, because this topic came from Grant's question. And then we'll move down to Neo, who said he's had his hand up for a while.
Go ahead, Raj.
I'll just say this, that you can raise idealized objections to disappear, like Grover Norquist says, it needs to be shrunk to a size where you can drown it in a bathtub, kind of thing. But I know that human societies are not going to move to that place. We need smart trade-offs. And when it comes to the blockchain, I agree. You cannot put every transaction in the world on the blockchain. You have to build on top of what's available as a practical solution, and the speed of light, the computer network technology that we have right now, the storage requirements to maintain reasonable amount of decentralization, where if I want to keep a copy of the full Bitcoin blockchain and verify it with a full node on an ongoing basis, I shouldn't have to pay $2 million. I should be able to do it with a $200, $300, $400 computer. So those are real world trade-offs, and that's exactly what Bitcoin blockchain is delivering.
Okay, Hector, you can respond to that briefly, and then if you have a last question for Raj Winder, you can pose it. He'll respond to it briefly, and then Grant and Neil.
Yeah. So what I'm proposing is not theoretical in nature. Like if you were saying that Bitcoin can only do 6 to 7 transactions because it is a system that is only capable of doing such, because it uses a blockchain as a data store, which is super inefficient, is what you're saying, then you can't you have to reconcile the fact that there are other networks that are doing more, and then you call them as as centralized. So, like for example, Ethereum's our biggest competitor. To say that when it's transacting roughly 6 to 7 times more transactions per day than you see on the Bitcoin network, and there's a lot more economic activity happening on that network. So, and it's happening at one thousandth of the proof of work that is happening on the Bitcoin network. So to say that you can't have a more scalable blockchain is just false, because it's literally happening in your face with something else. And then it's now claimed, it's moved over to, well, it's centralized, right? Well, in the practical solution, the majority of people don't actually care, right? Because if we're talking about practicality versus idealism, then majority of people don't care about centralization. And then if you want to have that similar behavior of having high throughput capacity on Bitcoin, you're advocating for centralized solutions such as your co-op bank, your notary, your centralized notary, your layer 2, layer 3 solution. These are all centralized services that then allow you to do the same that you're doing on Ethereum, but Ethereum is doing directly on the blockchain, where anyone who is willing to pay the fee can do it, and do it today. So tell me how your system that's broken in a modular sense, and has more central points of failure, is better than in an Ethereum or even a Bitcoin that does not have that 1 megabyte cap, that is a literal arbitrary value, not set as a law of nature, that the system itself can't handle more than that. Because Bitcoin, we see with Bitcoin Cash and Bitcoin SV, these are not theoretical, these are practical, they're happening right now. These blockchains can scale. So I think that you're speaking more in an idealistic sense than I am. I'm speaking more for a practicality point, because in that reality, that if we do have a lot of people using these blockchains, which is the expectation of Bitcoin, right? We want to have a hyper Bitcoin world, that there is no incentive, because I am going to use my co-op bank, I'm going to use my layer 2, layer 3 solution, Strike or whatever, to make any transaction. Therefore, why do I, as a person you're touting, I need to be decentralized? Why would I run a node or have a copy of a blockchain when none of my transactions are going to ever exist on that blockchain, because it's simply too expensive for me and for the majority of the world to even have that on there? So your whole notion of decentralization goes through the window when no one can actually be decentralized in that sense.
No, you can be a node without ever using the blockchain. You can be a node if you use the blockchain personally, or your cooperative credit union uses it. That's not the point. The point is that given the current state of the technology, given the physical limitations of laws of physics, speed of light, communication worldwide, we need this network on a planetary scale. So given those constraints, there are engineering trade-offs to make, and I understand the block size debate. It was settled a very long time ago, and the new doubled or tripled or quadrupled size of blocks lost in the marketplace, because people realized that it was only a very marginal improvement with sacrifices that they were not willing to make. So there are very few people running those nodes. On Bitcoin network, there is more than 11,000 full nodes, and actually many more, because a lot of the nodes are hidden. So the point I'm making is this: um, you are going to have to deal with practical realities. The block size, if you say you're not benefiting from the decentralization of Bitcoin because it's only your credit union that's using it for storing, information of their records, a hash of their account books, that's fine. You're indirectly still benefiting from it. Not everyone has to be on the base layer for everything. I don't know how many times I need to repeat this point, but we've beaten it to death in this space like 3 or 4 times in different ways. That look, it brings the Bitcoin blockchain brings benefits. It may not bring them to you directly. Maybe you have to be quote unquote very rich to put a transaction in the blockchain or a message in the blockchain 10 years from now. So what? None of us trades sends money on the Swift network, but we trust banks to do that job. Now, by enforcing a record of that into the decentralized blockchain, we are enforcing honesty on those banks. Okay, there will never be space for any imaginable blockchain for everybody in the world to be using it for everything they do. That is just completely ridiculously unrealistic. So you want to work with the real world and with realistic solutions. And right now, in the marketplace of engineering decisions, decentralization, reputation, all of those things, Ethereum does not have the credibility that Bitcoin blockchain does. Bitcoin doesn't have a pre-mine that we know of. Okay, Bitcoin doesn't have 50,000 or $100,000 requirement to be able to run a full node. I have a $200 laptop. Okay, I bought it for $100 on eBay without a solid state drive. I spent $100 on a 1 terabyte solid state drive. Now I have a Bitcoin node that's been running for multiple years. It'll still keep running in the future for another 5 years. If I double the block size, I have to buy a 2 terabyte disk drive to run for the same 5 years in the future, approximately. Okay, so there are real costs to decentralization if you increase the block size, if you require everything to be on the main chain. Ethereum, etc., keep running into problems. Ethereum gas fees are insane, and still people are building second layers on Ethereum itself. So I don't know
Exactly.
Yeah,
what the
Raj,
benefit of
sorry to
it is.
cut you off, but it's not a big deal to just buy a new hard drive and take those transactions that are paying you.
I know you got to listen to that. You got to hear that. Raj is not willing to double his terabytes from 1 to 2, which is what, $100, because so the financial system cannot move forward because Raj is not willing to pay $100 more
No,
dollars
Hector.
to
Okay,
have double the
okay,
throughput
Hector.
capacity.
By increasing the hard disk
He is the weakest
size
link in this system, and
let
therefore we
me
can't move
finish, dude.
forward.
Let me finish.
Raj, you talk too much, man.
No, you just tricked people one more time. By doubling the hard disk size, you're only increasing the network capacity from 7 or 8 transactions to 16 or 14 or
Yeah, so
15.
double, 100% more.
Yeah, does it actually solve the scaling problem
Hey,
that you are
Stockman,
talking about?
they're
No,
going
it
too long.
doesn't.
Yeah, but no, I think this conversation is interesting, and so I like to keep it on this conversation in general. What we will do is we'll let Andreas chime in, and then we'll come down to Neo, and then Grant was up here earlier. I don't know where he went, but we'll go from Neo to Jerry then, and then back to Spiral. Spiral, I know you spoke pretty extensively before Hector and Rajwinder spoke, so that's why I'm gonna circle back to you at the end of this rotation. But Andreas, go for it.
Hey, yeah, thanks, guys. I'll just be really quick too, because I wanted to bring up share an opinion on when you were talking about intrinsic value. So intrinsic value is like the ability, like the Hector's Bitcoin that he's talking about, is the ability to be able to spend a transaction to upload data to the blockchain. And so imagine 8 billion people each uploading like all the world's data to the big block Bitcoin, then that intrinsic value is like the cost or the amount of Bitcoin that you need to do that. But it's a world that's more to like Hector's purview of what Bitcoin looks like. And then also, if you don't mind, Stock, I posted to the Nest just an article that I wrote talking about like positive sum game mindsets in Bitcoin and about how you need to create economic activity. And I just find it like kind of silly and sort of misguided, maybe blinded by a bull market where people are just talking about a store of value, but they don't realize the benefit of Bitcoin. It allows us to create new kinds of economic activity. And that's why I lean more towards what Hector's views of Bitcoin are, that it's a new device that allows us to create like new economic activity that we've never seen before. And so I just wanted to share the article in the Nest if anyone's interested to read it. That's all.
And when am I going to speak, Stock Talk?
Yeah, so Hector, did you have any views on like, like as Bitcoin as a new machine to create like new forms of economic activity that we've never seen before, and that's like its true value proposition?
Yeah, I think Bitcoin's that. I just don't want to divert again. I think it was Neo's turn.
No. I mean, we guys again. We're not doing this on a turn by turn basis where people make comments in a vacuum. If a speaker has a question to another speaker, we're going to let that speaker answer. We want to keep this conversational. So yeah,
Sure.
may there be some speakers that get a lot more airtime. That's fine. But again, yeah, Andreas' question I think was for Hector. So Hector, you can go ahead and answer, and then we'll go to Neo.
Yeah. So like me and Raj share the same sentiment, is that Bitcoin is this arbiter of truth, and the differences we have is that, and at least the BTC and like Bitcoin camp, is that that there should not be someone subjecting or deciding and being the overlord as to what gets to go on a blockchain and what doesn't. Right? That someone made that ultimate decision, and therefore that's the little disagreement.
I never said who should or should not be allowed on the Bitcoin blockchain. It's actually uncensorable. If you attach a high fee to your transaction, you can get on there. The only question is, what is a reasonable, rationally speaking, cost-effective way of benefiting from a secure blockchain? Should it all be on layer one, or is layer two acceptable or not? So we have a disagreement about it. As far as the applications enabled by Bitcoin or a blockchain, there are actually applications being built on the Bitcoin blockchain and other blockchains too. Okay, the DeFi stuff, etc. Those ideas are real, but I think the speculation and scamming is the real problem there. Whatever survives, just like the .com bust, will, I think, grow into a healthy new internet of money compared with the current, sort of the current solution is really traditional institutions, traditional finance, just using the internet for communication without bringing decentralization, uncensorability, and verifiability at the base layer, open to anyone who's willing to pay the transaction fees to use it.
Rajwin, just real quick, I'll really agree with you there. Like it's beautiful to have more, it's more valuable to have positive sum game mindsets than negative sum game mindsets. And I just so blatantly see in the crypto market right now, everybody, like 90%, let's be real, is just focused on a negative sum game mindset, and that got us to $60,000 Bitcoin. But in my article, I argue that we can get to a $10 million Bitcoin if it's scaled and if people were engaged in real economic activity, real positive sum game mindsets.
Yeah, StockTwits or Stock Talk. I know there's been a bunch of hands down here that are above me, but we are talking about
Hey,
scams.
Josh, I appreciate you chiming in, but there's plenty of people that we have to go to first before we get
Yeah,
to you. I'll touch base with you in a couple minutes here. Neo, I know you've been waiting for a while. Go for it. You can say your piece.
Yeah, thanks, man. Yeah, the only thing I wanted to say is that I commend you for hosting this space for the last 9 hours and having the patience to give all the maxis the opportunity to answer all your questions, but also repeating the same nonsense claims, right? And I would say that I think it's fair to say that you heard all the arguments that exist to be pro Bitcoin or even pro blockchain. You said yourself that you're well versed by now, and because you're so well versed, you can also refute them all, and having been in the space for 4 years, all your refutations are like correct. And what we've experienced with Brad a while ago, who left the space, is and what we're experiencing now with Hector and Rajvinder is just a perfect example of the fact that there is no consensus about what this asset is, what it's good for, like, and that is one of the many reasons it's never going to work, and that's also why we're never going to get the masses to buy into these systems, because they're making bold assumptions and predictions about the future financial world economy without being an economist or having studied economy for even one day. They just know what Bitcoin is and how it works, and they automatically assume that because they like it so much that it's going to be what they say it's going to be in the future. So and mind you, it's not now, but at least like 10 years from now. And how can you make such a prediction? It's just silly. Like the fact that you haven't received a single response that makes sense is telling in my view. And I wanted to end this rant by asking you, like, what have you learned in these last 9 hours that you didn't know before, like, and like, how is this not a perfect implementation, like Bitcoin and blockchain in general? How is it not a perfect implementation of the greater fool theory in your mind, in your opinion?
Was your question for me?
Yeah, it was for you, and I wanted to
I
tell
didn't
you,
know.
like,
I didn't know if you were asking me specifically or the panel, but yeah, I can comment briefly on what I've taken away over the last 9 hours. Look, I've been in financial markets for a little over 10 years now. I'm very young, I think, compared to some people in this audience, and compared to a lot of people, in financial markets. I have mentors that have been on Wall Street for 40 years. I'm only 29 years old, so I consider myself very young, and I think I have a long future of financial education ahead of me. I don't consider myself, a lifetime expert on macroeconomics. I consider myself very versed on it. Again, these are things that I've studied for a decade, and I've participated in financial markets, and I've had these debates. I've had these debates about speculative stocks. I've had these debates about the inherent risk reward profile in different categories of asset classes. And I've had these debates about crypto specifically as well. And I've talked to everything from the self-proclaimed Bitcoin maxis to the slightly more moderate, I call them the half-baked crypto maxis, Bitcoin maxis, who say, it'll be somewhere in between a replacement for the modern monetary system and a 15 or 20 trillion dollar asset class. And I've had debates with the people that think that it's going to zero and that it's just completely a risk profile asset equivalent to tulips. And so, over the course of all those conversations, I think that we can come to the agreement that there is no consensus point of view, which Neo just said, and I agree with that. But more than that, I think we can come to the agreement that there are a number of massive, and when I say massive, I mean massive spelt in all caps, assumptions on both sides, whether you're a bull or a bear in this case. And as a result of there being a massive series of assumptions that involve X amount of time, X amount of changes in the makeup of not only civilian behavior, but financial behavior in general from a government and a civilian perspective, I think that you have to speak about it in a speculative and somewhat idealistic standpoint, again, from either perspective. The most convincing arguments I've heard tonight, and I don't think there's anything new I've learned per se, as in new information I've learned, because again, I've had this debate with people that are very involved in the space, that make their living from the space. I've had this debate with people that are involved in crypto funds. I've spoken to the founder of Three Arrows Capital. Even I've spoken to people on all different levels of this ecosystem. And part of the reason that I've had the privilege of doing that, fortunately for me, is I've built a following over the last few years, which has given me access to speak to all these people. But as a result of that, there's not a whole lot of new information I hear per se, but I do often hear new perspectives. And what I will say is, despite me disagreeing with a lot of the absolutist narratives that we've heard today regarding, again, the punchline of the night has been will Bitcoin replace the entire global financial system, or will it not? And I know there have been a moderation of debates along the way, along that threshold of, hey, maybe will it get halfway there? Will it be a savings asset class or a storage of value asset class analogous to gold? You know, we've had these debates along that chain, right? But the bottom line argument has been the theory of its replacement of the modern financial system. And the best argument I heard of the night, I think, was from Alex Kaufman, who spoke earlier, who, you know, again, some of his absolutist views I disagreed with. But from a competitive currency standpoint, I think the best point that he made was that in an open market environment, if you were to equivalate Bitcoin with all of the other foreign currencies that exist today, that from a competitive standpoint, because it's deflationary and all of the rest of them are inflationary, that the market would, over the long term, gradually prefer and gradually adopt that currency over the others. That is the best argument that I've heard. But I think there are a lot of assumptions that go into that argument. I think there are a lot of assumptions that go into that argument, not only from a competitive standpoint in terms of increasing the availability and access to the asset to allow it to compete with foreign currencies more broadly, but I also think there are assumptions that go into that from a political standpoint, because out competing foreign currencies alone will not magically make it the global monetary standard. You have to outcompete currencies, and then
personal, you kind of have to think of that worst case possibility. But again, it goes to how deep are you? You know, like, can you survive if you were to lose everything that you've invested? Can you survive? And I tend to position myself in a way that I can. So, you know, even if I had to completely rebuild, yeah, it'll be shitty, but I can do it.
Yeah, that's a healthy way to look at it. It's yeah, it's interesting. I'm kind of glad these projects are all taking a hit, like Luna, Terra, Celsius. Let them all go to zero, man. I'm sad for the people that are a victim of it, but I'm not sad for the people that created those situations at all.
For sure.
I think there's quite some data that shows that this was intended. They knew about it, especially after, you know, they didn't have enough liquidity, and it's assumed you sort of know what's going to happen, and if you then still promote it after a certain point, you can call intent from that. So yeah, I think moving forward in the space is going to be important to have proof of reserves, and not these sort of structures where you can't really check what the reserves are, or you're just going to have to trust them. And it turns out that most were just over leveraging with borrowed money. It's like, where does the revenue come from, right? Where does the API come from? And that all those structures, they only work in a bull market. They don't survive a bear market, and they shouldn't survive a bear market, in my opinion. They should just get out of here. And then eventually, a couple of years, like a year and a half from now, they'll return under a different banner with a different name and a different user account, and you know they have a different front man, and then they'll be like an advisor under a pseudonym, and that type of stuff that happens like every other cycle. But yeah, it's interesting how these cascades happen.
Yeah, I mean, if you saw like 2007, 2008, or you just watched The Big Short or read, you know, anything about that episode, it's all predictable, right? You give people the opportunity to leverage and to make incredibly risky bets, with insane, you know, possible returns. They're going to take those bets.
Yeah, and that's all good if you know the type of boat you're stepping into, right? So if they're upfront about that before you buy into a position or get into position, then you know it's apparent that you're taking a huge risk. But what these structures were doing, they were doing the opposite. especially if you look at sort of the rhetoric, the narrative Celsius was creating, like anti-bank and that type of stuff, and then it turns out now they're borrowing from a bank just to just to pay off their debt, which is interesting. Like they're anti-bank when they have to sell their product, and now they're borrowing from banks in order to at least pay their debt back. Yeah, that's nice.
Yeah, yeah. The whole I didn't really pay attention to any of that stuff because I don't know, like it just when I had friends telling me about like these returns, these sort of like guaranteed returns that they're getting, I was just like, you realize that's not possible. Like I don't even really need to look into it just to know like that's a house of cards. I do like you, I do feel bad about the people that are losing money or have lost money. Um, but I also agree with you that like this is healthy and again like I came into this space, with eyes open, the complete opposite of how I came into crypto in general. And I knew that this was going to happen. I mean, you could just look around and see all of the like just the sort of like carelessness with which money was being allocated to things. And it's just a matter of time when that's happening, before it all sort of like comes crashing down. And you may not know all of the links, but like there's links. Like that there's going to be some sort of cascading events at some point because it's a relatively small network of operators. So I'm not like necessarily happy about what's going on in the market, but it is like long term, ideally going to be very healthy. Um, when you were asking earlier about like can we still joke, like from aside from like the kind of the human element, I tend to believe like we're still as far as NFTs go, and I'm not sure about crypto in general because I haven't been paying attention as much, but I don't think we've reached the bottom because I'm still seeing people take kind of insane gambles still, like still seeing projects that I don't necessarily think have any real fundamental value getting bought up, and just in general the sentiment, which is awesome to see, it's still relatively good. So I don't know that we've seen that sort of like capitulation moment, but happy to hear what other people think.
All right. Well, happy Father's Day, everyone. Good things. You said you still see projects and people gambling. I mean, gamblers going to gamble. We're always going to see people gambling, right?
Oh yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
and
that's
that's a good.
not a good bottom indicator. Is what is what I agree with.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing is like NFTs may be different in a lot of ways. Like I mean they are different in a lot of ways than other markets. Um, but like I don't know, in general, my like experience has been that to see a bottom, like you need to see people basically losing all hope. And there's still a lot of people with hope. And like again, I don't want to diminish that. Like I love the human spirit. I'm a champion of like people who can break through really difficult shit. Um, but just in general, like it's not a from my experience, not a good indicator that we've reached the bottom when there's still people, still projects that like, just there's no fundamental value. Like there's no business behind it. It's like people are just minting things. People are buying things that are
Yeah,
that are
but that's just NFT market is speculators market. That's not bottom indicators.
right, right. Yeah, so I don't know.
Well, I think there's still room to go down, and I'm looking towards the moment where the government's going to say that it's officially a recession. I think the numbers don't lie, and I think inflation hasn't peaked yet. And until inflation has peaked and starts bending a bit, that's where it becomes interesting to me again. And when that happens, nobody knows. But if you pull those levers and start manipulating society spending habits, that usually takes like a couple of months. So until then, I don't see any real change here. We I do predict some suckers rallies though. They always sort of happen in between here and there, like maybe rally up to 25K again or like 28K and then fizzles out all the way back down, that type of stuff. I've seen those before.
You really think it could go back up to that? I think there's too much fear in the market to go up to 2,500. I mean, that would be insane.
Well, I'm talking about Bitcoin. I'm not talking about ETH.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. Like I've seen plenty of during the 2018 to 2020 bear market for crypto, Bitcoin, like there's plenty of times where Bitcoin, from what I recall, went down to all the way to 5K or around that level, maybe 6K, hung out there, and then would go all the way up to 9K, and then just it's just super. These are super volatile assets. So I don't know. I think anything's possible, and that's really kind of my overall general outlook is anything is possible. So what I tend to do personally is just find things that I think are going to be here 5 years from now and just kind of hodl those, and you can make riskier bets in in more speculative things, but generally speaking, if you want to be able to sleep at night, you want to try and hold something like Bitcoin that or whatever it is, whatever you like. But Bitcoin's kind of like a standard in crypto of store of value that you just don't need to worry about. Yeah, it might be shitty to have bought it at 40K or even 60K or whatever, but if you've seen the past and you look at the the long-term trajectory, I would feel comfortable still holding Bitcoin today.
You comfortable holding Cardano?
Ooh, you wanna get into
Snap.
that?
That wasn't a full yes. That wasn't a full direct yes.
You want to put me in that position right away, huh? I'm not a fan of Cardano. I'll just be fully transparent about that.
I'm gonna call Hoskinson.
Please don't call Hoskinson. Please don't get him up here. No, I'm just kidding. No, it's interesting, man. I read that book by man, I'm so bad with what is it? It's the Infinite Machine, I think. And it tells the story of the founding of Ethereum. And so Hoskinson is one of the founders of Ethereum. And yeah, it's quite an interesting story. I honestly I think these narratives of the past of these big projects can tell you it's really insightful. It can tell you a lot about kind of how things work behind the scenes, how things are built, and why the people matter that are behind them. And from the telling of that story, I did not get a good flavor of the kind of person that Hoskinson is. And this is not to say I don't know him personally. I'm just basing it off of what was written, and it's written. It's held to be a pretty truthful account of what happened, and there's actually videos of both Hoskinson and Vitalik talking about a lot of these things. So I recommend people to go watch those. But yeah, I mean, based on that kind of story, that really solidified my feeling about sort of Cardano and just in general, kind of who Hoskinson may be.
It's being made into a movie.
The Infinite Machine?
Yeah. I see your hand, Chuck. What's up?
Hey, good afternoon, everybody, or morning.
Oh my God, what a disappointment. I thought you were going to come in with the goblin voice.
Oh, no. I want to keep my voice for work, so it'd be a little too tough. I guess a question I have, so I participated in that Sneakerheads mint yesterday, and I was wanting to see what you thought about that mint. One of the things I thought was interesting is when you in order to verify that you were a holder on their Discord, they made you go through a process that I thought was pretty smooth, where you did not actually connect your wallet. You just provided your wallet address, and then you received the code, and you would put that code in your OpenSea profile. so that I guess they verified it through that code some way, shape, or form. But I found it interesting that I didn't have to connect my wallet to Discord or any of those tools, which I always find concerning when that's a route to get verified.
Yeah, what's your question about the launch?
Just how you thought it went, if you watched it or if you looked at it, if you had any just considerations for the project as a whole as well. I know they took a long time to get that mint done, and I didn't personally like everything leading up to it. I thought it was a little odd in some circumstances, but I was interested in hearing what your thoughts were too.
No, I ignored it. I just skipped on it. I wasn't going to mint anyway. Not really interested in the project personally, and I think there are better opportunities in the market. And also, I see a lot of those sneakerhead bots on every Discord server, which is kind of a weird indicator. So whenever there's raids being done on certain, well, not necessarily raids, but these bot accounts are being pumped into servers with project names attached to them. Always gives me sort of shady vibes. You saw that a lot with sneakerheads. This couldn't be, there's, it's no assumption that it's them doing it, but.
No, I mean, I would assume that it is. They have about 80,000, I guess you would, it's, I don't know if you call them people or what in the Discord, 80,000 signups, but only 5,000 sneakerheads for mint. So clearly there's a disconnect there. And I actually phrased that question on the Discord yesterday. Not if there's 80,000 people there, how the hell do they, why would they all stay there?
Well, the question is, how fast did they get in? That's one indicator. There's probably a lot of alt accounts there, a lot of bots, but if it's not from the project itself, it's a little bit different. But whenever you see those accounts with the project name at the end of them, joining other servers, I see that as sort of a marketing thing. There are some legitimate people that do that in support of a project they like. But once you see like 20 to 30 accounts joining other servers with that same thing in a short period of time, it's usually something else going on. And I know for a fact that projects are using that type of strategy on different servers to sort of get their name out there. And I saw Sneakerheads was one of those. That Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle rug project was also one of them. There's always some of those doing that, but I can never confirm it's actually a team doing it or just other people, third parties. But either way, it was one of those things where I went like, wasn't interested really anyway. And then you see these things, and I sort of go, yeah, I'm just gonna skip it.
Got it. Yeah, and I know all of us have different interests. So, all right. Well, yeah, just wanted to see if there were any, other red flags that you saw. So, thanks for your thoughts.
What was the max supply?
5,000.
And they minted out?
They did. Yeah, they had a 2-hour mint, and then they had like a 10-minute wait list where it just got minted out.
And what was the mint price?
0.25.
Was there any complaints or FUD about that price point?
There was not. I mean, when it originally minted, it secondary was right around 0.25 to 0.30 for like the first hour or two, and then it's steadily gone up from there.
Yeah. And I believe today or tomorrow, any of these, maybe someone knows, Possessed is minting, and they are at 0.35, which is a little higher, right? And they are a 10K supply, I believe. Interested to see if they mint out and how fast they would mint out. They also have a lot of members. And full disclosure, I was Discord admin on the Possessed, but I left the project. But I am interested in see how that price point is doing in the current market and if they're minting out. I'm of the opinion that anyone that mints out their total supply on the first day of sale, that's an outlier. That's uncommon in the market in general, whether it's a bull market or bear market. Most projects don't do that. So if you're minting out, that's good. If you're minting out in current conditions, I think that's even more impressive because there's a lot of slowdown on the volume, minting volume, trading volume on these exchanges. But yeah, 0.35. It's I'm going to track to see if they'll mint out. If not, it's going to be tough. But I think there's a good chance. But half that supply, 5K, that's a little easier to do, in my opinion. Still, in a bear market, maybe a big ask, though.
Yeah, I was, I'm not saying I'm a good read of this or anything. I think I probably am farthest from it myself, but I I was intrigued by the drop in supply from 10,000 to 5,000, and I was also thinking that they would mint out in the first 2 hours for the people that they whitelisted because they technically whitelisted 100% of the 5,000, and they put me on a wait list. I wasn't thinking I was going to even get a chance to mint, but it actually went 10 minutes beyond the 2 hour whitelist mint, which I thought was, I'm happy for that opportunity. But yeah, you're right. There's a lot less volume right now.
You're saying they originally had a 10K and they cut it to 5K supply?
It was either 10K or maybe even 7. I think it may have been 7,500, and then they cut it to 5.
Okay, yeah. So they are adjusting to the market conditions.
Yeah,
I think it's very important to stay flexible as a project in the current market. Nobody really knows how this is going to go. All we know, we're in for a ride, and I don't think it's good to make any absolute positions about your current project. So if you're saying this needs to be 10K and you're unwilling to falter on that total supply, I think that may not necessarily be the best for your project. Like being willing to discuss about cutting supplies, adjusting price points, pushing mint dates, adjusting strategies right now. I think it's very important for any creator founder out there to remain flexible enough and be in a position where you allow yourself to be able to do that. We saw this with the Lonely Pop, and this is why I'm also asking about those price points. So Lonely Pop, they had their initial mint date earlier this week. I think it was Tuesday, and they had a Dutch auction that would start at 1.5 ETH, and then the lowest it could go was 0.25. And then people would pay half of the lowest price point, which was interesting, right? So if it would go to 0.25, the lowest on the Dutch auction, then people would mint for the half of that price, something like that. And that project got a big backlash because everyone in their Discord community said the prices were too high. And you have to keep in mind that this was the day prior to that, about 1.33 billion got wiped off the market. So people were not in a good spot, right? So that could have played into it a little bit, but you never really know. Now, so what they did is they ultimately paused their mint, and then they removed the Dutch auction part, and they just set a price point lower than the lowest on the Dutch auction. And they minted out today. Like they opened it to the public today, and it's fully minted out, and it's a 10K supply.
Wow, good for them. That's awesome.
For Lonely Pop, I'd say they have communication issues. I listened to them speak a few times, and I really reserve judgment. So listen to them and try and understand where they were coming from and what they were saying. And when the guys on the team were speaking, the way that just pretty much everything was coming out, could have been better. Yeah, like they would just make comments like, "Well, we're building a real brand here, and we have to have money. We have over 20 people on our team." And it was, I at first I was like, "Are you for real?" But I could tell that I think
they are like I can tell you that I think they paid 150K legal retainer just for the business structure.
They said that in total they have exactly a six-figure legal bill. I feel bad for them, but I'm glad that they kept the art because it looks cool, and
No, they
seem
minted out. They
yeah,
minted out. They're good.
yeah. But remember, they were gonna hold a vote.
Yeah, you
As
don't
to
hold a
what to
vote.
do.
You don't do
I'm glad
votes.
they didn't.
You don't do a vote. That's insane. Like
They seem genuine. The ones that were speaking,
well,
they seem like genuine people. So I hope they make it.
It's interesting because for people that don't know, I built the original Discord for Lonely Pop, right? So I set up their security and that type of stuff. But I've obviously no say in any business decision, or I'm not even part of those talks. Like I just built Discord. And but I'm interested in the project for sure. Like I wouldn't say yes to any project I'm not remotely interested in. But I looked at the Discord logs of the community feedback for Lonely Pop because everything from a security perspective went well. It's like 5 or 6 other Discords got compromised the day of the mint. Lonely Pop did not get compromised. There were no. I think, there's always security issues, and I can't go into the details, but nothing was breached, nothing was compromised. From a security point of view, it was great. And then there was these people that were flooding the project, and I'm always of the opinion that you're allowed to have a disagreement with anyone as long as it's civil, as long as there's no cussing, straight up, like keep it civil. You can have different opinions, and doesn't mean you have to hate each other. But with Lonely Pop, you could actually there was this flooding going on, right? So one person would send out a message, and then other accounts would copy that message and spam that message over the whole server. And they would do it in rapid succession. And they would comment on those own copy and paste messages. It can happen. But this went on for hours. So what I did is I looked up, they requested me to look into this. So I looked up all those accounts that had that behavior. And all those accounts were created in a period of time from 2020, first quarter 2020, like days after each other, some on the same days. And they all joined their Lonely Pop Discord the day of the mint or the day prior to the mint. So these are essentially new accounts joining the server. And the first thing they chat about is the negativity of the project, right? So why would you do that is the first question. Like, genuine people, maybe someone would come in and say, I don't agree with this project. I'm just going to vent my emotions. And then they sort of leave or stick around, whatever. That's okay. But dozens of accounts coming in on those dates created in the same period of time with copy and paste messages. This all indicated to me that this was a planned thing. And then it turns out that you can actually trace those accounts back to the people that created it. And I don't know if you guys are familiar with allow list grinders, which basically is a sub economy of whitelist spots, allow list spots, private sales for mints. And what they do is they will join servers with dozens of accounts. It would be one person operating like 15 accounts. And all those 15 accounts will be manually operated, so there's no bot detection or anything. And they would operate those accounts for weeks. And that's 15 times a chance to get a spot. But if that person would then maybe they will get 3 spots, right? And they would sell those spots to the either to private buyers, or they're getting paid up front to do that in the first place. But Lonely Pop did not have a allow list policy. They had contests and events, but allow lists were purely given on good intent. There was no you have to reach this number of chats in order to get on the list. It was just purely subjective and good intention and how people behaved. And that's how they sort of gave it all out. And it turns out that those accounts that joined the original mint for Lonely Pop, they were traced back to those accounts that weeks prior to the mint were grinding for those spots. So basically, disgruntled grinder studios coming back for a vengeance to a degree. And then instead of using those accounts to get the spots on any project, they would use the accounts to flood the project. And they, to a degree, successfully did. And it's ironic because it's a project about mental health. And a mental health project gets bullied by a community of fudders to cancel the mint and lower the price. Which is like, yeah, probably some genuine people in there. But if you look at the sheer amount of accounts that were doing that, were joining a server, and only that type of behavior, that's not something you see a lot. And I've been part of over 30 projects, and this is the first time I see this type of behavior. And then you put the patterns together and you go, okay, this seems indicates coordination to me.
It really is sad how a few people can make it so much. They make it so much more difficult for everybody else who's wanting to join it genuinely. But it's needed, right? I mean, I was kind of angry that all I got was a whitelist for the sneakerheads, and I was literally going in and out of that Discord. Not like an insane amount, but I did go in more than I would probably normally go in. But I never got a whitelist or anything like that. But I did get on the wait list. But it was work. So to hear that there's people out there who are, just doing that all day long, I guess we all know what happens. It's just a matter of working around it.
Yeah, it's. I think this was the worst case. There's always people, like if you have a limited supply project, you obviously have a limited supply for these allow list spots. So nobody's going to get a spot. Not everyone's going to get a spot, right? There's always going to be people that are not going to be happy. But if there's no set rules or requirements to get those spots, then you're also not entitled to get anything, right? Like if you say, I got 5,000 chat messages in and that was the requirement, and I didn't get it, and that was clearly the requirement, then I get it. But I don't think a lot of projects are even showing requirements for these spots to begin with. It was lots of projects are just doing it subjectively, like you're a good influence in the space, or are you making some cool art, how you behave, and generally speaking, that takes a lot of time. And so sort of the entitledness of these people, and then coming back to actually sort of do some sort of coordinated attack is interesting. And then there was also people that in the past didn't get whitelists because there were servers that have a policy that if you get caught selling your allow list spots, whitelist spots, whatever you want to call it, most of those servers will ban you instantly, right? Because that's a form of scamming. Those server admins don't know if you're a legitimate scammer, or it's probably a hard rule on most servers. You get caught selling an allow list spot to any third party, or just in general, just offering it for money or ETH or whatever, you most likely you will get banned. And then there's instances where people claim that, well, they've been caught in those situations, and the evidence is presented, and then they will claim that the evidence presented is because there was an imposter account doing that. So it's not them doing it. It was just an account with exactly their name, their bio, and that type of stuff, which is possible. So it's always kind of tricky. But there's in this case, there was also someone in that situation that was removed from the server, and that person was very spiteful, and he was very happy that Lonely Pop failed its initial launch, which is interesting, because this person is the community rep for the Possessed, right? So this community rep, and he's a moderator for Glitchies, an NFT project, is sort of actively bashing on failed launches from other NFT projects because months ago he was in a situation where it was questionable if he was selling his whitelist spots. And that's also that weird behavior where you go, why do we even want to share a space with these types of people? Why are these people getting community rep positions in other NFT projects, and even are moderators in other NFT projects? Because if you're a moderator, you should always sort of know that you probably want to behave with good intent.
Because the space is actually really small.
Yeah, I think so. But look, if you're not a mod or not a community rep for any other projects, I think this is less of an issue. But this person, because he is a community rep and a mod on other projects, should know that it's unacceptable to shit and bash on other NFT projects just because you didn't get a allow list spot.
I would have blocked his address, all known addresses, and use that tool to block him from the mint as best as I could have. Did they do anything like that, or they didn't care?
At the time, like this is a while ago, at the time he just got removed from the server. Obviously, you can create alt accounts and try to get on a spot again with a different wallet and that type of stuff. You can't really prevent that. But the thing is that I reached out to the Possessed with this information, and they let him be a community rep still. And today I found out that same person is an ex dropship scammer. So he's been doing dropship scams that got his Facebook account suspended for running shady business ads on Facebook and other platforms. And that is the same community rep that is repping on the Possessed server right now, and as a mod of Glitchies. And this sort of explains that type of behavior around this person and why he's sort of bashing Lonely Pop during the mint. And he was actually on his Twitter account rallying against the success of Lonely Pop. He was sort of, it was really weird behavior to me.
I feel it's so weird that if you are a whitelist grinder, that you should be using that effort to grind other whitelists, right?
Yeah, but it's strange. It's a sense of entitlement. Like, I think every mod or admin here can probably confirm that if you run a big server, there's always people that are just opening tickets or reaching out to you and saying, I have 15,000 messages on the server. I should get spot. It's like there's no policy that says that if you have 15,000 messages, you should get a spot. It's a sort of form of entitlement. But there's also groups, alpha groups, quote unquote, that will reach out to projects and say, we want these spots, and we have wheels in our project, blah, blah, blah. But if you don't give the spots, we're just going to fudge your project. And they will. They will fudge your project. They will tweet about it. They will just say, yeah, that's anything they will need to say. So it's sort of this sort of ransom proposal where you go, is this really genuinely good faith agreement? Because this sounds more like a shakedown to me.
Well, there seems to be an assortment of dropship scammers in the NFT space. It never surprises me to hear of someone not acting favorably in the space and then hearing that they ran drop shipping scams, and it's like, are you for real? I mean, it's low effort would be an understatement on drop shipping scam. But
wait, what's a drop ship scam?
Drop shipping is like I guess you could say just in time marketing, although that's probably a more formal application for it. Drop shipping is like if I open up an internet store right now and I'm selling a bunch of I don't know sweatsuits, and I don't have any of them, and they come from China, and I'm waiting until you pay me to place the order, and then whenever you get sent the item from where I ordered it from, you'll receive it if and when. But more often than not, things don't play out like that. And the ones, the one who you paid who's executing the scam, they've never vetted the vendors. Like, it's just, for as
Yeah, it's
For
it's
yeah,
like
for
I
as
get it.
incomplete
yeah,
as it
it's
sounds for me, is how it is.
drop shipping is you have an American website that says you order this item, but they don't tell you you're paying them American prices and they order it off AliExpress from China and China ships it to their PO box and then they forward it to you. And the issue with these is that, ordering something in China, it takes weeks to get to America. And they're also not clear about where they're getting the products from, right? So
Or
lots
what?
of
Quality
people,
quality controls terrible.
yeah,
So it's just like just a middleman scheme of sorts.
yeah, but that is sort of no longer, that doesn't make you any money for obvious reasons. But all these dropship scammers would then move to selling dropship courses. So they sort of become these marketing lifestyle gurus like on YouTube or on Facebook, and they would just tell you that you could make $1 million bucks or $50, 50,000, I don't know, a week drop shipping, and you only have to pay for their course. If you only take their course, and it's like 12 things you need to buy, and they will show you in theory what they would do if they were drop shipping themselves, if it would work. But obviously, it doesn't work because of what we just sort of described. But there's money in selling the course instead of doing the actual thing. And that's what most of these dropship entrepreneurs are doing. They're selling these courses, but they're no longer doing it themselves because they know there's no real money in dropshipping other than selling the idea that dropshipping could be a successful business. And um, these people, they move to NFTs as well, of course, because they sort of move from grift to grift, and dropshipping is a grift. And yeah, this community rep for Possessed, yeah, he has that past. I don't think Possessed is aware of that. I did DM the Possessed and said, like, I don't think your community rep should be behaving like this to any other project if he is a community rep. I just think that's not done. Whatever the disagreement is, I just think in that whatever project you would do that to, I just think it's generally not a good behavior for any community rep. You always want to handle in good faith and sort of have your good foot, forward. But Possessed decided to keep them on, even though I know the founders of Possessed do not necessarily endorse that behavior because Possessed founders are generally good guys in my experience, but I don't see how they can keep this guy on. I mean, I don't know if any of you know him, but this guy's called Wiz Bubba. Um,
Wait a minute. You're telling me a guy named Wiz Bubba is not necessarily the most trustworthy individual?
Well, it's just a pseudonym. I don't think it's his real name.
True. But I gotta admit, Wiz Bubba does kind of set off a few alarms when I hear that name.
True, but I recall having business calls with people who they were called. The guy's name was like Poopy or Poop something, and I remember saying to my team, I was like, how do I address him? As like Mr. Poop? And the guy was like a well-known, a very well-known individual and reputable in the space. So you never know. Hey, Aaron, I'm sorry, I see your hand up. What's up?
Oh yeah, no worries. I just never know the right time to come in. I mean, so OK Hancha posited this question before, which why it came up. He said, like, why would somebody do this? And I want to say, as a theater major and psychology minor, almost one course away, I do have a theory on this, and it's something that I've learned my entire adult life, and it's pretty much rung true. I break people down when you say, why the fuck are they doing that? To me, it falls into three categories. One, they're stupid. Okay. They're just a stupid person, and they're not going to do things that make sense to normal, rational people. Two, they're an asshole. Okay. They just have some hole in their person that just makes them an awful asshole, and they just lash out at people. Or three, it's a combination of those first two things where they're a stupid asshole. And so whenever you, like, whether somebody cuts you off in traffic or whether somebody's being like irrationally mean to you or something, you go, why are they doing this? And just remember my rules. They're either stupid, they're an asshole, or they're a stupid asshole. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I tend to agree with you. Like, there's a lot of stupidity and assholery in the world, but I also think like I tend to be a little bit more like I can understand where some people come from where they haven't had the same experiences as you or I, or any number of people where you sort of like know not to do things. I
Right.
think there
That
is,
falls under the stupid category.
It could also
yeah.
act as a
I
psychological
mean,
thing, right? Because
I think it's more
he's
ignorance than stupidity. Like, there's a difference between being stupid and being ignorant, and
Well, you're not.
it's not to
That's why you
justify.
think that.
like my feeling is because he is in certain servers, and they would be afraid to kind of like kick him out because he could return the favor and bring the same attack to that server as well, right?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like, why would I look? I'm no longer part of Possessed. I know nothing against the project. I left on my own accord, and there was no bad intent. I just thought I was not, my services were not needed. I think the server was set up in a way that's unique in the space. If you would join the Discord server, you would instantly get what I'm saying right now. It's their Discord, the way it's set up. I don't think there's any other Discord in the NFT space that has something similar. And they initially brought me on to do security, and I went through all of it, and it checked out. And eventually, I sort of stayed around for a bit to see how the server operates. And I've said, like, I don't really think you need me, to be honest. And yeah, we just came to an agreement and said, like, yeah, you don't need me. Why would I stick around? It's also a waste of your money and your resources. And honestly, I don't think it's worth it. So that's sort of
It's
how.
basically just an honest decision, right?
Yeah, but it's also like if I'm part of an
That's how I
upcoming
break up
launch,
with my
I actually
girlfriends.
want to be.
Okay,
Sorry, go ahead.
that's how I break up with my girlfriends.
Oh, is that it? It's like you go, yeah, I'm no longer needed.
Yeah, no longer needed anymore.
Well, if they agree, I think there's no issue there, right? There's only if they disagree, there's an
Right.
issue.
Right.
That's the quantum leap
Very,
theory of how to go
very
about things.
polite.
Yeah, but I'm still in contact with them, and I hope they have a good launch. But I honestly cannot understand their decision to keep this person on as a community rep, and that behaves like this publicly on Twitter and on Discord. I think it's not good if you run a project. I think you don't want people on your team that damage your project by affiliation, right? So, or you need to have a clear policy about this. There needs to be some sort of line that says any tweet you do does not reflect what the project or the project you stand for or affiliated with. Nobody does that, by the way.
I think it also shows the quality of the project.
Yeah, or more so lack of time. It's like, I know that it's very hard to manage all these things if you're a founder. It's like you have so many things to juggle, and there's never enough time, and you're trying to stay ahead, and then all these little things pop up, and you sort of have to make a decision fast, maybe sometimes they can't make a decision because they don't have enough data or enough time to look into it. But what you would want to do is not have potential bad actors ruin your brand if you want to stay in the space long. And that's why when I presented this info to them, and they made that, they didn't like it, but they didn't remove the person from the project directly. I was like, if this person is doing coordinated FUD attacks on servers, maybe they're just scared to remove him because their mint is upcoming, right? And then remove him after the mint strategically.
Yeah, I think it comes into this is where the community comes in as well. The cool thing about NFTs is that you have, depending on the project, but no matter what, like, you have a Discord, and there's usually some direct line to the founders. And even if there's not a direct line, you can make your voice be heard. I think relatively easily compared to a lot of situations in life. So it really comes down to the community as well. Like, if they're aware of this, then it's up to them to speak up as much as it is. Ultimately, like the founder has more power, but I think in terms of a collective voice, the community can really have a lot of impact there as well.
It's so unfortunate because there's a ton of honest, transparent, for the most part, people in the space who are capable of fulfilling that role. It's too bad that the founders didn't take on another community manager and split the work between them, so they could eventually phase him out if they didn't want to get rid of him right away. Yeah.
Yeah, but I get it. So close to the mint, you may not want to make these tough decisions because they may backlash. You don't know the community support this person has. It's hard to assess. But
true. They usually they usually get paid a low amount, though it wouldn't have cost them much to bring on someone else. But I hope it works out for them.
Yeah, and I just think sometimes you have to make tough decisions. That's why you're in a leadership position, right? And I think they're bullying or laughing on other people's failures, even though it's very hard to launch a project, is just such an untasteful thing to do. That if I were to ever run a team, I would reprimand that immediately. It's like, you don't shit on other people's projects. Like, they're all doing probably the best they can with what they have. Most projects will not succeed. You should be glad if you sell 50%. That's a victory. And unless, it's a straight up scam, I don't see any reason why you would want to behave like that. Especially if you're part of someone else's project. You're on board on someone else's creation. It looks bad for the artist, looks bad for the founders. So yeah, but that's just my opinion.
By the way, that person will also turn on you. Like, there's no chance that person is not going to turn on the project, no matter what they do. Even if they keep them on and they don't say anything about it, at some point, that person's going to feel slighted. Any person like that, there's going to be a perceived slight, and they will turn on you. And if they're there for a very long time, and they're known as, one of the public faces of the team, and then they turn on you, that's a much worse problem. It's not easy to find a good community manager, and you also have to look out for scammers who go, oh yeah, I'll be your community model, I'll be your community manager, and that's how they get into your Discord. But at the same time, people like that, if you make a mistake and you bring somebody in, it's sort of like, how long do you let that disease fester? Because it's going to come back and get you.
The long-term poison pill, right? That actually gets worse the longer you have it in.
Yeah, I think it's a tough decision. You cut it off and you don't let it grow. You just do it as fast as you can and move on.
These people need some milk, for real though. Like, what's up with all this thirsty shit I hear? I swear. And it's always like the same type of people that pop up. GM, everybody. GM.
Yeah.
I think it also has to do with that when you set up those systems and you go out looking for those people, a lot of projects pay them. And if you paid your personnel for X period of time, and they are a good community manager, because if they can break shit down, they can also build things up, then he's some kind of tool. Even when he does bad things, you still pay him. And if he doesn't wreck your group, he's still an added value to your group. But I founded a store once, and we got one bad person in, and this bad person, there were 3 other bad person around them. We hired them also, and we had to lay them all down, like at the same month, because it's like a virus. When bad people get inside, shit is about to go down, 100%. Hotshot, what is this pinned tweet?
Yeah, we can get into that, but before we do, I just want to go to Alex. Go ahead.
Hey, Hotshot, I just wanted to ask one thing. I have a collection that's coming out soon, so I'm curious, does the free mint meta still work? Or in the current market conditions, in the current market conditions, would actually lower priced mint work, or should I be going to free mint meta?
Well, this is different for every project. Every project has their own overhead and ambitions, right? Like what goals do you need to reach after mint? And that's different for every project. I'd be looking at all these mints. Like the fact that Sneakerheads minted out at 5K at 0.25 is interesting, but they did adjust. They lowered their supply. Lonely Pop had to adjust their whole mint strategy, but they minted out 10K today. And then Possessed is either today or tomorrow at 0.35. And I'd be looking at, if I were looking to launch, I'd be looking at all the upcoming launches. I would just make a list, write down the total supplies, write down the price points of the mints, and track them for a couple of weeks if you have that time, and just see, okay, are they minting out or are they adjusting towards their mint, and take notes of the adjustments they make. If are they cutting supplies, are they cutting prices, and see if you can find something in that data. The free mint meta, I don't think it is dead, but if you are a project that cannot afford a free mint, then I don't think a free mint is necessarily the way to go. However, most projects nowadays, they also forget that the USD valuation of ETH is significantly lower. So all those roadmaps you had in your marketing the past 5 weeks, they may not even be reachable, even if you would sell out, because the US dollar valuation of it, even if you would swap it, is not nearly enough to the goals you set in the original roadmap. So you'd have to rethink all of that. And that's different for every project. But I like free mints, but they're dangerous to a degree. There's lots of free mint scams going around, free mints that are just straight up wallet drainers. If you do free mint, I think it should be considered more of an experimental approach, where you sort of do something new. I like that, like what the Goblins did. They did something new in the space. But I don't think free mint is necessarily the way to go now, if you actually need primary sales to reach the goals that you need to reach.
I gotta be honest, Hotshot. When I heard you say that you don't mint a lot of projects anymore, I start looking at the free mints, and it's so easy to do, man. Like, yeah, it's so easy. So the step to get inside the project is way lower with a free mint, I believe.
Yeah, but that's the thing, right? The revenue is reliant on a secondary market actually trading. And so the way the Goblins did it was because they limited the mints to like individual wallets to basically have more players in the game that's trading up. And it's kind of one of the things that I was concerned about, that I was wondering whether I should push back against. But at the same time, since my project is basically inspired by the Goblin Town project, it felt like if I wanted to stay true to that overall style, it should be a free mint. So that's what I was thinking.
I think
So
if a
one thing
project.
go ahead, Aaron.
Sorry. Thanks. I think though, if I saw a project with a free mint that had a roadmap, I'd be like, you're out of your mind. Like I like, there's no way. You either know you're rugging, or you're just unrealistic. So if you have any kind of roadmap or any kind of utility, like we're opening up a comedy club, I'm going to be paying comedians, etc. I can't do a free mint for our first mint because I want to know what my budgets are. I want to know what, I mean, we do have, anyway, but yeah, free mint and roadmap. If it's
I would do
picture,
I would do a reverse roadmap.
A reverse roadmap? What is that?
That is, there's a roadmap when you start your free mint, and if 25% of the free mint supply is minted, you take one goal away from the roadmap till it's zero.
Good call.
Oh, that is a very interesting way, but that's the thing, because we're not gonna mint.
And then you go, this project is anti-roadmap.
God damn, that's actually brilliant to a certain extent.
What happens if it doesn't mint? Then you have to do all the shit that you said because none of them mint.
Exactly. Now we're holding you accountable. You have to do it.
No, but there's no holders, right?
That's funny. That's true.
I don't understand why there's so much importance on a project minting out fully. I mean,
Right.
is it really a bad thing if a project doesn't mint out all the way? I mean, I don't
Yeah.
necessarily think that is a
Of
bad
course
thing. I
not.
just think it's a matter of is there value for the NFT project in the community or not? And it seems like with the free mint, they're putting more emphasis on selling out of all those NFTs than they are on the actual value that's being provided to the NFT holders.
A lot of shit has to change in this space, and this might be the opportunity. This terrible market might be the opportunity to get a different narrative going, because the whole narrative, I agree with you, Chuck, of that these projects that mint out right away, otherwise it's a failure. Like okay, Hotshot was saying, you mint out 50% entirely. That's kind of a big deal. I mean, I don't know who it was that said, well, Sneakerheads had a slow mint. It was 2 hours. I was like, okay, can we get past that, and can we look at like what the team actually does in the days
Actually, Aaron, I
after?
think I understand kind of why that happens, because if you don't mint out immediately, it means that you need to throw in additional marketing costs to keep growing awareness of the project itself. And I think that basically also adds to a slow burn on top of waiting to try and mint out.
I really don't think that's what the majority. I think you're way smarter than the majority of people in the market who are saying it didn't mint out, failure. Let's move on. I think that's what most people are saying.
The concern is if it doesn't mint out, you're now getting front ran by secondary, and once you get front ran by secondary, the mint's not going to go anywhere until secondary goes above mint. So you're basically fighting against your own project's survivability, and that's what holders don't want to be in. So if it mints out, they know they're not going to be in that tough spot, and that's one of the concerns. I totally agree that minting out is seen, if you don't mint out, it's seen as a huge failure. I disagree with that, but I see that as a side effect of a speculator's market. The whole NFT space is speculation. So no doubt in my mind that this is anything other than a speculative market. And that is just a side effect of that speculation where you go, okay, it's all emotion, sensation, momentum, and that perception of success comes with speculation. Because if this market was based on fundamentals or utility, what the value a project can bring has, and then you won't mind holding on for a bit or having it be a slow mint. But that only works in a picker's market, not in a speculative market.
And that's the thing about the NFT marketing, NFT space that I think is one of the main issues is that I always felt that NFT should be viewed more as products. Like when you get an NFT, you're basically buying a product. And the problem is that a large majority of the people who are in this space are waiting for it to flip, right? It's all about flipping and who's finally holding the last hot potato. And yeah, that's one thing that I really hope that the trends will change in the future, and mint costs can go like a little lower and actually like just focus on, actual utility. And the reason why there's a secondary is because people are actually buying in the utility. And I think one way is that we often celebrate the person who actually flips and sells at a higher price instead of celebrating the person who actually bought in a project that has high value. It would be an interesting twist to actually celebrate that instead of the sale, right? like somebody dumped on somebody, and then it's like, no, it should be like somebody bought something that was really good and celebrate that person getting something more valuable now.
Well,
Because
the
everyone wants
good and
instant
utility
gratification.
doesn't matter. Good and utility doesn't matter in a speculative market at all.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Like I always tell people that whenever people say that I want more utility on the project, it's not actually utility. They want more value that will drive up speculative expectation.
Yeah. So this is why some people were knocking their heads around like months ago going, oh my God, nobody's buying these legitimate projects. Everyone's putting hours of their lives into actually creating something, yet nobody cares. And now that's because it's speculation. This market is driven by speculation, nothing else. At least this past cycle has proven that.
I feel personally attacked right now. Okay, Hanshot.
Were you bashing your head against the wall?
Well, no, I'm launching a utility project, but I'll tell you that, so it's a members only comedy club, right? Metaverse Comedy Club, and we actually decided to change the way we're going to mint. We got some advice from this brilliant dude, and we are now going to act more like a private club and only open memberships for a certain amount of time. And so while we have a 10K supply, we'll say, okay, for our mint, we're open for 24 hours. If you get in, you're one of our original members. And if you don't, you're going to have to wait till we reopen the vault at a later time. And so that was some pretty amazing advice from a random individual.
I think
actually,
we're
I
still
think
all noobs in this space because this space is only 1.5 years old, the entire NFT space. So the creation of the utilities, the creation of the Web3, everybody's talking like they got some kind of expert on the side. But you gotta admit, guys, when there's a new technology being launched and we're only 1.5 years in, nobody really has all the answers. That's how I feel about it.
Yeah. Sorry, Brianna, I know you got your hand up, but I just want to share something with Aaron for a bit. I think if you want to see something like this where they did a very good community and grew it, I think you can check out Aswang Tribe, the way they did it. Because they add in a lot of kind of like gamification and to kind of grow. So you can actually get people who are interested in comedy to basically, write jokes. We're watching you. If we love your jokes and we know that you love comedy, you can get in. Something like that, where it's really driven by the community's creativity. And when they come in, it's because they really already love what you have to offer and they want to stay there. So Aswang Tribe is one example where they did basically a pray function, and they got the people who love the kind of like the art style and their project to draw, right, or contribute creatively. So whenever somebody did something amazing, they will give them a ticket, which was basically their mint, their allow list to mint at a lower price as well. It was a whitelist basically, and then what happens is their entire collection was, although it was just 333, it fully minted out within just the whitelist period. That's it. It didn't even have to go into public, if I'm not mistaken. And the community is really, really dedicated.
Oh yeah,
Thanks.
it's interesting. This whole speculation, you just have to accept that that's the market, and it would just give you less worries, and you won't be fighting speculation. It's just if you understand it, you know it, you try to use it to the best of your ability. If it fits with some part of your project, use it and don't hate it. If you keep fighting it, you'll go mental. It's going to wreck you, man. Because I know a lot of these people, I've heard them talk in spaces where they just straight up going like, yeah, I made this great utility thing. And there's actually a website you can use. It's token gated. You got all this data and analytics. It's like nobody bought it. Like 2 people mint it. Like nobody cares. And then there's this monkey poop NFT. It's like it's 6 ETH.
So fast.
Yeah, I'm curious.
So fast.
Curious, Hotshot. Like, do you think that or anybody really, but I'm curious what people think about, like, we see the state of the market, we see that it's not great, we see that there's a lot of bad actors, we see that there's a lot of like poop, literal poop sometimes, well maybe not literal, but like pictures of literal poop being sold for insane amounts, while there are people who are building useful things in earnest who are getting sort of neglected. Do you think that is something that we should accept, or is there something that maybe we should do as a community, or is there anything that anybody can do? And if so, is that an imperative?
Well,
Yeah, but that
now you
reflection.
know. Like now
Maybe
you
it's
know.
a reflection though.
So now you know, right? So everyone was sort of okay with it because the space was moving so fast you couldn't sit back and go, what are we actually doing? Because if you would do that, you would miss the next mint. You would miss the next thing. You miss the next 4 ETH rallying up. So you're just going to go and we'll think about it later. But in the back of everyone's mind, you sort of knew, yeah, this is a rug. This is a scam. People making these cash grab projects, probably scammers themselves that has done multiple. Yes, I'm not supporting, the actual artists in this space, but, got to make the buck, got to make the move, and don't really time to think. You need to move fast. It's been going on for months. Not everyone, but the majority of the market was turned into that. This specifically in the past couple of months, and you can change that because now you can sort of sit back and go, what are we actually doing? The market's not the same as it is. Who do you actually want to support long? All these zero utility useless projects, they're all going to go to zero. It's just a matter of time, and they're going to go to zero mostly because the people that made them are not sticking around to do anything. And then you have to look at the people that are still around. So the people that were here 6 months ago when their project was at 2 ETH, if they're still here 3 months from now and the project is at 0.3, yet they're still here, that may be a good thing to look into, right? Because most likely they will still be there a year in the future, unlike these other things. And then you can go back to fundamentals and de-risk, as it were, into these things. But as soon as the prices are going to rally up again, this whole thing that we just experienced as a community, this whole gold rush of speculation, that's going to come back as soon as Bitcoin goes back to 70. And you just need to be ready and think of these moments where you go, oh shit, I should have sold here. Should have taken some profit off the table. If I sold this asset, I could have bought 20 if I just waited 3 more months back on the floor price. All those little things, it's good to now remind yourself of that. Write it down, because a year and a half or so from now, however long it takes, we're going to repeat this. And then you grab that notepad and go, wait a minute, in 2022, after everything went to zero, what were my thoughts? And then you go, I'm going to hold myself accountable to these things written right here.
I think it's also like a broader discussion, good things, because you have the art on one side, and art has value. And then you have community, and community has also value. And then you have utility, and utility has also value. And when the next bull run is going to come, then, like Hotshot says, the projects that stay stable or slowly are going up, they will divide themselves from just being art or just being a utility or just being a community. Now, one of these 3 things, they all 3 get value, but it's going to be the next bull run that's going to decide, and also the market crash, the space where we in right now, what's gonna happen, and what's really gonna have some value. And a lot of people are here for the value, but also a lot of people are here to make friends. A lot of people are here to meet great artists where they can take their painting and hang it on the wall. And we're gonna have to see what's gonna happen. It's a much wider discussion. I think it was a good
what you
question.
can do is very easy. It's like, think of all the people and all the projects that you fell for in the past period of time. Think about those. And was it worth it that you're now in red if you're in red, right? There's lots of people in red right now. And because they were on a space and heard a thing and they bought a thing and now it's in red and they didn't know when to take profit, they didn't know when to get out. Same for crypto coins. It's like, you're hearing these things, you listen at these YouTubers, you go somewhere, you follow a tweet, and you go, yeah, this sounds like a great person. And then you go, they would never do this because they sound very non. And then you go, wait a minute, what they said, does that reflect your portfolio right now? And if that's not the case, you have to ask yourself, should you be listening to those people? And you should probably just not listen to those people. Unfollow those people. If you're still following these people on Twitter, unfollow them, block them, give them nothing. Because even if you follow them, it increases the percentage of you're getting influenced multiple times a day. That's all noise. It's all noise. It's just a distraction of what you really should be doing is not listening to these other people's opinions and then not do your own research. I think it's very important to unfollow. I always say that, but I don't have to. I think some people do it, but most people just they follow and never unfollow. I'm just
You
said, like, I always say, like, you need a Twitter detox, man.
you came into my room a while ago, and I was following different bad actors that I was just like, I want to know what they're saying, and you're like, yeah, but, and you just get, you gave the same speech, and I was like, oh yeah, and also people see that you are following them, and you lend credibility. This is what you told me. You lend credibility when somebody that follows you looks at somebody who's a piece of shit and says, oh, Aaron Haber's following them. So yeah, I went through my list and I unfollowed all the people that I thought were full of shit after that conversation. I also want to say that, like, and I'm not joking about this, like, if people want to mint poop projects, like buy them, fine. I mean, that's part of art. Art is provocative, and I understand that most of these things are cash grabs, right? But to say that a project with like literal pieces of shit is worth anything less artistically than somebody who's a quote unquote fine artist, I would find fault with, because it's art and people like what they like. Now, the thing that I do find fault with is my feeling that there's just a very, very small amount of people who are not just anonymous, but they're invisible, right? There's one thing being anonymous, like OK Hotshot, but I know OK Hotshot. I know his reputation. I know him from talking to him. He's anonymous, but he's not he's not mysterious or invisible.
But I'm also not anonymous.
Okay, well, I didn't know if you're doxxed or not, but
No,
whether
but I'm pseudonymous.
Pseudonymous. Okay, so then maybe what I should be saying, maybe we should, instead of saying anonymous, we should be saying pseudonymous versus anonymous, because the projects where we don't know who the founders are at all, we don't have names on them. Like, I've been calling them mysterious. Like, we just don't know who the people are who's putting them out. And my feeling is that it's a very small cabal of people who are doing it, who also are pumping them, and most of the market is following, thinking that, oh, it's a fresh project, it's a fresh team. So I don't have a problem with people minting stupid projects, right? What I do have a problem is that the space is most likely being guided and run by a very, very small amount of people. And most people are just following them around from one thing to the next and not giving other projects an opportunity if they don't fall within that small group of people.
It is about the following. I always repeat it because I think it's important, and because I catch myself thinking like this, right? Look at the thread pinned at the top. It's a mini thread. I just tweeted it out just before the space started, and it's a thread about a FUD token created by T-Moss, or it's Tyler Says. He's been in the space for a while, and he's a known shiller of cash grabs, of projects that go to zero very fast. Some people call them scams. But he also created a token called FUD token. And that FUD token rugged. Like, the website suspended, it's all gone. Dozens of people complaining. But the whole idea of that token did not come from him. It came from Archick. So Archick created a token called Attention Token. And what's the utility of Attention Token? Well, you could buy that token, and then Archick may give your project attention. But no guaranteed tweets or anything. It was just you could buy the coin. That's it. And that was the utility. Obviously, that coin didn't do well. She did make a couple of dozen of ETH off it, though. But then she took that code, renamed Attention to FUD, and then 10 days later, T-Moz and Archick shilled FUD token on their Twitter accounts. It was the same code, just the one word replaced. It was the same artwork. You can see it in the thread as well. It was the same two people shilling it, and ultimately it was the same rug. And then I go to this person's account, and I know this about him, right? So that's why I was able to tweet it so fast, because for some people, I just know what they're doing already. I just haven't tweeted it yet. I'm just waiting for some moment. And sometimes sort of poking a bear and they're reacting is enough to dump it a little bit. So then I go to his account, and I can just see like projects like Alien Friends is following this account. I don't think generally it's good for a project account to follow anyone else other than like vetted people. I don't think it's good to start following random people, like partners, team members, contributors to the project maybe, and then maybe vetted community members that you absolutely know have a voice in the community. But I would not follow anyone outside of that. And I think it's very risky for a project It just
Very
looks
smart call, Hotshot.
it just looks weird. Like imagine.
I think it's like you're lending credibility indirectly, and that becomes an issue.
Yeah. So imagine going to this guy's account, right? We just sort of know now what he's been up to, and then you go, oh, Alien Friends is following this guy. Like, what all the On-Chain Monkeys is following? I like On-Chain Monkeys is following this guy. How could they be wrong? And then you go, oh, Dead Fellas is following this shiller and scammer. Like, then he should be good, right? I mean, he has legitimate projects following him. And I just think that looks really bad from a project point of view. It's indirectly it's sort of boosting their account, and then you have community members following. This is obviously a harder call. I just think that as soon as you know someone's a bad actor in the space, you should just unfollow. So as soon as you know it, but some people they don't know any of this, right? So, but I think if you have a reasonable you know what's going on, yet you're still following these people. You don't have to block them. You can just unfollow. You're not missing anything, unless you're copy tweeting what they're saying. Then you're missing their copy tweets, right? But you're not missing anything from not following a scammer. Actually, you're probably increasing your risk of not getting scammed, right? You're increasing the safety of not getting scammed, I should say, because if you listen to all these these scam accounts, and you follow 3 scam accounts, the amount of times they tweet increases percentage-wise of this type of scams you'll see on your timeline. And I think there was a study that says, like, if you can get an ad in front of someone's eyes 3 or 4 times, they're more likely to act on this on the 5th. So yeah, if you follow these scammers and they keep tweeting 10 tweets a day, and in between there's some shills about how good the project's going to be, that number is quickly reached, I think.
Yeah, I think this is a difficult problem because I think you're right in that projects shouldn't be following people who are known to be involved in such things. And individually, like, I don't like to follow people that I know to be involved in this kind of nonsense. At the same time, like, I do like to, like Aaron was saying, like, I do like to try and stay aware of what people are doing. Obviously, you can use the search for that, but when you're following,
you
like, the
don't have to
timeline.
use a search. You just create a list and you add them to the list. That way, you're not following them, but you can still see their tweets in the list. And you can pin you can pin that list. So in your Twitter app, you're 1 click away of seeing all their tweets.
See, this is why I come to Hotshot Spaces, because I'm a Twitter I'm the opposite of a Twitter power user, apparently, because I don't even use lists. So I'm gonna look into that. Appreciate that, Hotshot.
No, you can even make the list private, so they won't even know that you've added them to a list. But if you create a private list and say you call it the rug list, whatever, and then you just add these people to it and you unfollow them, you're at least not giving them your endorsement or your affiliation, or you're not pumping up their follower accounts, which they use to legitimize the scams, right?
And that's
my kind of
greater. My greater point is on the follow. Like, so it's this kind of situation, right, where I was kind of hinting at earlier when I asked, like, what, we all see the situation here. What can we do, or what should we do? Anything? Me unfollowing, or a project unfollowing, or 3 or 4 like, people that have 18,000 to 50,000, 100, whatever it is, these massive followings. It's a drop in the bucket to unfollow them. I definitely agree with you. It's the right thing to do.
It's a drop in the bucket for the number only, but not the amplifier.
Yeah, it's not about them. It's about you.
Yeah,
right?
It's the amplifier.
About your attention.
You're the amplifier of that bucket, right? So if 3 people unfollow, think about the network effect of that.
Yeah, I don't know how to quantify that, to be honest.
I actually look at it a different way. I look at it from my own engagement is the most valuable asset that I have, and it's the actual asset that everybody else is yearning for or trying to get is my engagement. So I actually was following Timas and it was because I thought he looked like an idiot in one of the goblin spaces. I thought it was absolutely hilarious how funny it was and how dumb they made him look. So I was intrigued from that experience. But you're absolutely right, Hotshot. It's so much about the tweets that we read. If you think about how much of your time goes into each tweet that you read and your attention, it's so important to really not muddy those experiences with people who don't deserve it.
Yeah, but it's like the question was like how can we lower this whole speculative FOMO, undisclosed ads, all these byproducts of a speculative market, right? What can you directly do? Well, exactly. Once you know someone to be a bad actor, you can just unfollow. It's very easy. That takes away the amplifying. Yet, if you still want to read them, you just create a private list and you add them to the list, and you can still read the tweets without actually giving them your endorsement in any form or way. Not that a follow is necessarily your direct endorsement, but there are people that want to do paid promos that see that as an absolute endorsement. And there's also people that are vetting you, people like me. I get approached by teams that ask me, can you vet the people that we're bringing on? And one of the things I do is I go to your Twitter account and then I go and look at who are you following. And if the percentage of those people are scammers, and then I go, well, what are you tweeting then with these people? Oh, are you friendies with them or not? It's not necessarily a red flag. I just want to know what we're dealing with here. It's just not a good look. And that's one of the easiest things I do. I'm a big fan of doing Twitter cleanses, Twitter detox. Like, look at the list and go, unfollow.
I think it needs a solution, a combined solution. Like, let's say you build a website where you can put up like scammers, fraudulent accounts, and people that are doxxed. And then when everybody is doxxed, you can still, when somebody comes out with a project, be more certain that this person is not going to rug the community or the project. I'm not saying he won't, never, but it makes it a smaller percentage because in China, they have these billboards when people don't pay or when people do bad things. And then they just show these people with their names and everything on the billboards. And I think we need a combined solution with like a billboard that in Web3 would be a website, and then people that are doxxed, and then just expose them.
Yeah, I have to. That's the thing that I struggle with, right? Because I do not want to go towards like the China model of a lot of what they do over there. You know, no offense to anybody. That's just my opinion. Like, I don't like how that society, how that government, is incredibly authoritarian and controlling, and it's dangerous to get to a situation where basically the court of public opinion, people who are not who have not been like voted on or elected or through any real process other than maybe engagement, have been put in a position to start naming people. Like, that's a very dangerous situation. We saw that with Joseph McCarthy in this country, in the United States, during the Red Scare, and other instances as well. So like that's why I struggle with. There's a real danger here between trying to cleanse the space and basically creating a movement of sort of where, to be honest, like, could be co-opted at any point too. That's another aspect of it, that like it might start off in good faith, but people see power and they grab, the wrong people always gravitate towards power. So I don't know. That's why I posed the question. It's not an easy one, but I think it's something important to think about, because as Hotshot said, like, we are sort of destined to repeat the same mistakes, repeat the same cycles. When the money goes dry, yeah, a lot of people will leave, a lot of scammers will leave, but as soon as the money comes rushing back in, they'll either return or new ones will pop up.
Oh, they'll be back right away.
Oh, for sure. And they'll
with
be
the big
back
old
under a different
announcement.
name. Beanie will be back for sure.
He'll be Meanie instead of Beanie.
No, it would just be a totally non-related name. Like, no joke about it. Like, it will be hidden. It will take the effort to hide it. Like, he took the effort to hide all the rest.
True, for sure.
Yeah, I ultimately think like, and it's such a hard thing, right? Like the key to like eliminating a lot of these problems, just like I believe in general, the key to eliminating a lot of problems in society, the world at large, is through education. Like all the things that I think Hotshot was talking about earlier, like reflecting on the mistakes made. You know, I made some speculative bets, but I went into those bets with, you know, eyes wide open, and the money that I lost, you know, it's not a shock to me, and I'm totally fine with it. What I think is more problematic is people who don't come into these things with eyes wide open. They don't come into this market ever having, you know, much experience in allocating serious sums of money to anything, and they fall for basically everything, and they lose everything when they lose. Like I haven't lost everything. Like my net worth is down quite a bit right now.
Not yet.
Not yet, not yet. You're right. You're right. But I mean, but still, like I'm able to, you know, I realized a shit ton of losses last year just to, you know, during the whole December, you know, tax loss harvesting purge. Like I was one of those people that harvested a lot of losses.
Are you a
And
farmer?
I don't know that I would say I'm a farmer, but I mean, you know, I capitulated, man. Like like certain things that I sold, like they popped at the first of the year and I was like, shit. But anyways, um what I think, yeah, I don't know. What I think needs to happen is somehow, some way, you know, the information about who the wrong people are to follow needs to be disseminated. So like again, like kudos to Hotshot for playing a large role in that in the space. But I also think like there needs to be fundamental education about just about like managing personal finances and what is investing versus speculating. You know, what are the the range, right, within an investing? Because obviously like speculative investing is still investing, but there's different there should be different expectations and different
Yeah,
strategies.
but that, you know, that's such a huge hurdle. That's going to take years. If you just lower it to your personal experience, like another example is, I'm sure some of you listened to these influencers on these spaces saying blue chip over and over again. And if you're one of those people that bought into that because you heard blue chip over and over, and you're now in the red because that same blue chip turns out not to be a blue chip, you remind yourself of that, what you were doing months ago when you bought in, when you fell for the belief that that was going to be the case. Okay, if you took profit, that's great, but lots of people didn't take profit. I can actually track the number of wallets that are underwater, and it's the majority of the whole market is underwater right now. And then you just ask yourself, like, okay, who were you listening to when you were doing that? Who was sort of indirectly influencing you that this was going to play out? These people never tell you when to sell, though. All these alpha groups, all these influencers, all these people, they never tell you when to sell. They always tell you when to buy, which is always kind of curious, right? And then how this all works is that it is it's education, but it's also how information spreads. So there's a couple of people like me, like Zach. We sometimes do these threads, and then these threads get retweeted, and that's how this information spreads. And that actually helps a lot of people. But if you then not act on that information, if you're one of those people that are actually reading that and then unfollowing, that improves the health of the space in general, because you should support the people that you want. You want to support the people that you want the space to have in there, right? So if you follow a known cash grab or a scammer, and you follow these people and you tweet at them and you're not speaking out against them, you're actually in a way saying you want more of that in the space. You're buying into these cash grab derivatives projects that you sort of know, yeah, it's a degen play, which is another sort of sales term. You know that most likely a year from now they're going to be at zero, if not 3 months from now. You know this, but you buying into that perpetuates that behavior in the market, right? So if you don't want to see that in the market, it starts with you. It's the same with sort of when you go grocery shopping. Like everyone has a different type of preference for what they want to eat, but you decide what you want to support, right? And that's what you can control directly. All the other stuff you can't, and it's going to take a long time. But simple retweets when these threads get published, speaking out if you feel strong enough to do so, and if you don't feel, at least do not support them by giving them your engagement or follower count.
I think it also has to do with regulation, because let's say if somebody robs a bank, he gets a tag on him. Even if they don't find him, they're trying to find him. And I think it really comes down to regulation. Because like you always say, Hotshot, you can't find all the scammers. That's impossible. But you can work on something that you can, try to find them or put a tag on them, and people start to look at the wallets and see what the wallets do, where they're at, or what's it connected to.
Well, you could definitely find all the scammers if you have enough time and resources. Blockchain makes that easier. I don't think regulation is necessarily the answer. Regulation is quality control, right? But you can also do quality control based on your own knowledge. Like the more you know about these risks and you approach the market in a different way, you're sort of regulating yourself, right? So I have these hard rules, and I learned these the hard way. It's like in crypto, I don't buy into projects that are at least not in the market for a period like 3 years, right? So if the coin is not on the market for 3 years, I'm just not buying it. And why? Well, it saves me a lot of time, saves me a lot of headache. And I don't do that whole meme coin shit because I know lots of scammers are doing that. And I don't want to give my money to scammers. I think it creates an unhealthy market. But still, there are a lot of people that are still doing that. And I'm okay with that. I'm just deciding from my position. And for NFTs, I've said this in the beginning of the year as well. I've changed my whole position to the market. I said to myself, I'm not buying into any project that hasn't been around for at least 3 months. And that's what I did. And I de-risked. And it's been very, very profitable, and also made me feel a lot more at ease because I'm not dodging scams left and right, and that just saves a lot of headache and saves me a lot of energy to do other stuff. It take the noise away, but everyone can make these types of rules for themselves, and ultimately, how you approach the market is always different for everyone. But you know. I like to protect my profits, and the way to protect my profits is not buying into scams, not supporting scammers, and if you like profits and you want to keep them, you should probably not be hanging around with scammers. Is my take on it.
Were you in the crypto market when Cryptopia was still around?
Oh, what year was that?
I think it was 2018 or something like that.
Oh yeah. I've been in crypto since 2014, but I never did anything with Cryptopia at all.
Yeah, because everything went down. What do you think is going to happen to Coinbase?
That's interesting. Let me pull up some data.
Ha. I really want to know.
What do you think is going to happen with Coinbase? Make it.
Well, I've seen a lot of bad things, a lot of bad articles about it, and I was still thinking that it was the best exchange except for Binance out there, because it's easy to use, but there's a lot of FUD in the market, and I really don't know where it's coming from. So that's why I'm asking Hotshot.
Yeah, Coinbase is interesting. So I think you're looking at these individual projects, you can sort of say there's been liquidity runs, right? Real life, there would be bank runs like you had in Greece years ago, like a real life bank run. You see people standing at the ATM trying to get their money out before it goes to zero. And now we got sort of this liquidity run on Luna, on Celsius, and some other projects. You can actually look at USDT, and you can see that people are rebalancing because they're afraid of how the liquidity spread is. It's probably good to have your stablecoin spread over multiple stablecoins if you're afraid of that, and not put it all in one, because that's just another risk. And the thing to look at is, what are these exchange reserves, right? So how liquid are they really? And we're going to find that out when people start pulling out the Bitcoins and pulling out the stable coins. And then we're going to see if the things they've been telling us are actually true. And if you look at Coinbase, the 7-day and 30-day change on Coinbase on the Bitcoin balances on the Coinbase Pro exchanges are deep in red. Does not mean they don't have enough reserves, but people are very concerned about Coinbase. If you look at the sentiment, and if you look at Binance, the exchange reserves has actually increased. So this could be Binance just putting in more liquidity themselves, or this could be people sending from their other exchanges onto Binance, for instance. But most of the time, it's the exchanges themselves sort of increasing liquidity because they know what's coming, probably. Bitfinex is also one of those that's in the red. Yeah. But Coinbase Pro, if you couple it with the sort of the layoffs, the hiring stop, the other information that's out there, and you look at the current reserves, the 30 days not looking good, 7 days also not looking good, and sort of knowing that we've been here for a while, but the ride's probably just getting started. As soon as recession hasn't been officially announced and we haven't peaked on inflation yet, this is going to just go on for a while. So we could take some more hits, and there's going to be some fake outs. But if this is already looking like this, I personally think we haven't seen most of it yet. But who knows? Like I don't know what's going to happen. I can't look in the future. But when these things happen, you just want to get into a better spot. And you don't want to be on a centralized exchange if you're still holding these assets for long, because a centralized exchange is just an unregulated bank. And what they're going to do when push comes to shove is they're going to cancel the withdrawals, they're going to freeze the assets, and if they go insolvent, they're going to take everything, and you'll have nothing, and you'll have no claim to it. Yeah, you could start a civil suit, but good luck with that. It's not going to happen. Best is just take it off if you're concerned. Send it everything to your hardware wallet. Spread your stablecoin positions if you have a stablecoin. For instance, you could, instead of being just in USDT, you could spread it to portion to BUSD, portion to USDC, and a portion to USDT, for instance. Any stablecoin that's not algorithmic. Anything with the word algorithmic, avoid. Get out of that position. Anything that's a synthetic version of it. It's like ST-ETH, get out of that. Like all those weird ass variants of the actual thing, you would want to get out of that, and you were going to get into a less riskier position. These are not safe positions, but they're less risky than those other ones. And ultimately, and this is probably what's going to happen, is you're going to see Bitcoin dominance grow. Because the bear market makes Bitcoin collectors, right? The bear market makes you want to hold Bitcoin. And all these people that got in this year or last year, they've been shitting on Bitcoin, but they also have never experienced a real bear market. And the reason why you hold Bitcoin is because it protects yourself against the downside. Because all these altcoins that have already slashed like 80%, they could easily take another 80% slash from where they are now. And that just depends on what Bitcoin is going to do. So de-risking would be playing that stablecoin spread, getting off the exchanges, and then behavior that's been shown to repeat itself is people getting into Bitcoin. So if ETH takes more hits and they don't want to necessarily go into a stablecoin, they may go into Bitcoin, and that will increase the Bitcoin dominance. And eventually, Bitcoin dominance could go over 50, 60%. And then you'll ride it out. And eventually, as time passes, we'll sort of see where we're at. But Coinbase, yeah, I would take it off. I'm not on Coinbase. I don't do anything on Coinbase. But
I do stuff on Coinbase, and 2 or 3 days ago, I moved all my substantial. Well, I mean, for me, substantial amounts. Let me say the largest amounts that I had, I moved into my my MetaMask and took it off. I mean, it's ETH and ApeCoin basically, and I still have a little bit of stuff left, but nothing that would hurt if it was frozen.
I also sent my 5 ADA. I sent it to my hardware wallet. And my 10 Sol, I sent my 10 Sol.
Yeah, you gotta protect those, Hotshot. I'm glad you got.
Yeah, bro, those are big bags. Those are big bags you're sitting on. You
I
gotta
also
watch
have
out.
one Tezo. My one Tezo.
I guess the general question
guys,
is,
why are you laughing? Tezo.
I actually bought 3 NFTs on Tezo.
You're bag shaming me? Damn, guys.
No bag shaming. But I think the general question here, like after I've listened to everything that you just said, is are we gonna make it, Hotshot?
Well, by this time in the market, you should have already made it. And if you haven't, you could make it in the next cycle.
Yeah, people always talk about like, I wish I had bought in at that time, and actually this is the time. Well, I mean, it might go lower, but this is kind of around the right time to buy if you really want to make it later, not now.
we should just change the meaning of WAGME, because we are going to make it. We should make it doesn't mean financial freedom. Make it just means build a better product. So we are still going to make it. We're going to still create our products, right? We're going to still create our Web3 products. We're going to still make our NFTs. We are going to make those. And maybe along the way, we'll have a chance for freedom. maybe if it's just change the definition of the phrase a bit.
Yeah, so you can use it. But yeah.
Hotshot, do you really think that MetaMask is safer than Coinbase?
I think a hardware wallet is safer than Coinbase. But this depends on your own risk tolerance.
I understand that. So, but if you had to choose between the two bad things, you would go for MetaMask or yeah.
Well, MetaMask is not a hardware wallet.
No, I know, but like, where would you leave it at?
I would leave it
go
at
for Coinbase or go for MetaMask if you have to choose one of the two?
I would not put it on MetaMask. I would put it on the hardware wallet.
Same answer. Okay, you got me.
Depends on how much you have, right? If you have only like $50, $30, you don't really need a hardware wallet. But if you have a substantial amount, a hardware wallet will make a difference.
But I'm telling you, KuCoin exchange once took half an ETH off my account. They just took it. Like I had a KuCoin traders account, and I was trading ETH. This was years ago, and I didn't log into the account for a while because I was using different exchanges. And I came in and I carefully track all my balances. Like everything's tracked, so I know exactly what's up. And they just took there was 0.5 ETH balance on that account. They just took it, and I checked the Etherscan. They just send it to their KuCoin exchange wallets. They just took it, but I didn't initiate anything on that account. And I opened multiple tickets about it, and they didn't want to give it back. It's like no matter what, they said it was my fault, and it was not my fault. Etherscan clearly shows the transactions, and I wasn't locked in. If you look at the locked in history and any of that, and that 0.5, well, you know where ETH went, right? Almost touched 5K. So that 0.5 was a very pricey thing to lose ultimately. But at the time, it was like a couple of, $100. And I was like, yeah, it's only a couple $100. Let's just forget about it. Don't worry. But that would turn out to be $2.5 grand later on, which I was like,
Is that platform
Whenever you
still
say I'm
around?
only sending $50 in my hardware wallet, that $50 may end up being a grand later on. And then you go, well, you never know. The question is not the US dollar valuation of your asset. The question is, how long are you not going to move that asset? So are you more comfortable putting your assets in an exchange you're not going to use for the next year? And you may not even going to log in for the next year? Would you rather have that in an exchange? Or would you rather put it on your hardware wallet where you control it and do the same thing, not look at it for a year?
Is that exchange still around?
Yeah. KuCoin is one of the
One of the
legitimate
top, I think,
exchanges.
second tier ones.
Hey, I can make myself a lot of money like that too, man. A lot of people are really bad actors in the space. Like when I try to do business, I try to keep it on the right path. But if anybody can do business like that, man, it's easy to get rich. Very easy.
Yeah, I think it happens. Exchange shenanigans really happened years ago. I still think it still happens to a degree today because, it's just part of the market to a degree. Exchanges have become way more professional though, but years ago, you had no idea who was operating any of these things. It was just you're just gonna have to take a risk if you want to be part of the market that way.
Only with Binance. Like the founder of Binance came out and he was like, "We want to be the new Bloomberg," and he showed his face. I was like, "Fuck it, let's do it. I'm for Binance."
Yeah, but the founder of Binance, do you know his story? How he got wealthy in crypto?
Yeah, I heard that he did something before, and then he made his own exchange. Nobody believed in it, and then he just made like tons of money.
Well, that's sort of the short version. But what the interesting detail here is that he is an OG crypto, and he was so convinced that this was it. He had a well-off job. He had an apartment, and he sold everything. He sold his apartment. He quit his job, and he used all that money to buy Bitcoin. And that's how Binance was created. That was how Binance was funded. He
Awesome
sold his
story,
apartment
man.
and he quit his job and he took all that money and he bought Bitcoin very low, right?
That's also what Didi Taitu did. This guy that's on the news all over the world for selling his company, and he went to live with his kids on a tropical island. So many years later, like Bitcoin was at 60K. Everybody was taking him for a fool, man. Everybody. Like, why would you do that? And I think he bought Bitcoin at like $200.
Yeah.
So let's.
But whenever you make that decision, people will call you crazy because the decision itself is crazy, not necessarily your conviction. But yeah, that's sort of that takes that's a ballsy move. I'm glad it paid off for him. But
You know what's interesting, Hotshot? You probably can say like Binance was bootstrapped.
Bootstrap nens? Boot nens?
I know, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think those stories are amazing. They're also incredibly dangerous, right? Because not too many people can be right that early about things. Like the reason people think that someone is crazy when they do something like that is because nobody else sees what they see, and that person, if they're right, will end up looking like a genius. But I think there's many other stories of people basically betting the farm and it not working out, and these few outliers where it does happen for people becomes sort of like it can become like a toxic hero story.
Yeah,
But
there's definitely
also a lot of
survivorship bias. Definitely.
also a lot of people are like, oh my god, I'm in the red, 80%. Oh my god, I fucked up, I failed, I'm gonna sell. It's the worst thing to do. Like if you're in the
Totally.
red and you don't have like serious amounts of money, like if you don't sell, you don't lose. That's how I feel about the market right now. But it's also true what you say, Hotshot. You gotta take profit when you are winning. So, but a lot of people
Well,
don't figure
if
that
you
out.
that rhetoric of you don't sell, you don't lose, that's not necessarily true. You don't sell, you don't realize the loss, but you can still go lower.
That's also true. I'm not saying that about bad coins or bad NFT projects, but like for Ethereum, Bitcoin, and all these things, like come on, they have if as long as the stock market is gonna be around, Bitcoin and Ethereum probably will be around too. That's also a question I still have. Like with Ethereum, the second Ethereum, like what is gonna happen? Do we need to buy Ethereum and believe in it, or do we need to buy it, wait for the fork, or is it gonna be like what is it
Well,
gonna do to Ethereum? What is it gonna do
we
to all the projects that
we
are
we are not going to
already
do
launched?
anything. Maybe you are going to do something, but we are not going to do anything.
But let's
We
say
are going to
Hotshot.
decide for our own and speak for ourselves. How about that?
Yeah, true. But the thing is, I was asking myself, all the projects that are right now 100% Ethereum based, what is going to happen with those projects? Let's say if everything goes to Ethereum 2, and because it's not the same chain, all those other NFTs are still on the previous chain. And let's say that the first Ethereum, not the first, but the second Ethereum crashes, like the Ethereum that we have right now. What's gonna happen to all those projects that were on the regular Ethereum, not Ethereum Classic?
Who
What
cares
do
about
you think?
Ethereum Classic?
Say it again.
Who cares about Ethereum Classic? Ethereum
Yeah,
Classic
yeah.
is not going to do anything.
But I just wanted to be correct for the audience. So, but what do you think is gonna happen? Do you have like a feeling of? Yeah, no. This is
Oh
a
yeah.
question
I
to
have a
ask
feeling.
you.
Let me get a feeling, guys. Oh, I have another feeling right now. Like every couple of seconds, I have a different feeling, and that's why I base the market on my feelings. So
Okay, what's your insights? What do you
no,
have?
none of that approach to the market matters. Is my feeling.
Hmm.
But I do
Do
want
you
to say,
think?
I do
Do
want to
you
say
think?
hi to Sphinx. She's been listening in. I'm not sure if she's just chilling, still lying in bed on this Sunday, or maybe she's just taking notes. I don't know. Sphinx, are you just loading up? Are you going to drop some alpha on us?
Hi, Hotshot. Hi, everyone. Sorry for my voice. I'm still recovering. I'm doing all the above. I'm actually technically in bed, yes, and I do have my notebook out, of course. And hi, I did want to. There were a few things this morning that you talked about that I was like, oh, I want to say something about that. But to the last thing that you said that got me going like ding ding ding, it was that statement that you just made about just because you haven't sold, it doesn't mean you haven't you don't lose until you sell at a loss. And that's very true. And right now I have a very not very, but for me quite a large position in a stock fund, and that fund has been very very generous to me since 2008. And it just dove off a cliff right before Russia attacked Ukraine and oil prices and all that. And but it did dive, and but I believe in all the companies and everything. And I will tell you that I've been diamond handing it. I believe in the companies, blah blah blah. However, I have a pretty large position in it. But if I were to do it over again, I would say, because I've been saying you don't lose till you sell, I would think about it a little differently in the sense that you don't necessarily need to sell your entire position. You don't need to liquidate your entire position. And that's, I think a lot of times people think, okay, I got to sell the whole thing at a huge loss. I would have probably sold maybe, I don't know, 50K of it, and then bought back lower or something, or purchased something else. But just things that you learn going along the way, these things. But there are certain things that we hear, and as a former investment banker, that's one of those things. You don't lose till you sell. And the thing is that this time value of money is important, right? So you are kind of losing in a sense, not technically with money, but you are limited in the sense that you don't have access to capital that you would otherwise, unless you're just hella rich, like Aaron Haber is. Just kidding.
Yeah, that's it's opportunity cost that a lot of inexperienced traders don't calculate in. Yeah, that's I always take that position. Like I DCA into profit, sort of what I do, unless I am, the market has changed. So the past couple of months, I only did full entries and full exits. But normally, when there's rallies, I sort of DCA into the profit, DCA out of with profit, if that makes sense. And then when the bottom goes lower and I'm negative, you could sort of, if you're on spot, you could sort of average your buy-in downwards. But that only works on spot positions, what we're talking about, right?
Now, you talked about the alpha groups a little while ago, and I just wanted to say that so when I started my project, we turn on the cameras, and I said we'll make a doc to see if anything comes of this. We turn on the cameras, and I said we'll keep them rolling. So I was looking back through my notes as you were talking, and March 3/22/22 was when I had a conversation about someone told me about alpha groups. I was looking through my notes while you were talking, and then 2 weeks later, and this was caught on video. I was sitting there and I looked through my DM. I was looking through my DMs and the Sphinx account, and there's an account that was whatever created, new account, and basically saying, we're the owner of this account, a very, very large account, verified account. Long story short, I was told that I could either play ball and give them 200 whitelist spots for the Crypto Sisters project, or I could say bye-bye to my project. Just forget about it. There's no point in even launching it because they will FUD it and it will be dead. DOA. And here's the deal. I have to say, I don't know if this is good or not, but I guess it's good that the cameras were on, but not personally for me. But although my friend was like jumping up and down afterwards, I went nuts. Like I said, I will hunt you down, motherfucker. Anyway, I lost it a little bit, right? But here's the deal. So it's amazing to me how some of these people, at the end of the day, they can't shut the fuck up. Long story short, again, it turned out that these people, this person, was just like 2 or 3 of them, it ended up, we got them on the phone. We got them on the phone through some kind of VPN number or whatever. I don't know about this stuff. Got them on the phone. And he basically agreed because we can't put things on the documentary without permission. So we're at the point now where we're going to get their permission to put that recording in the documentary because they're just so proud of if we don't disclose who they are. And so here's the deal. And so I'm like talking with my attorney right now and saying, well, we've got to change. Can we put things in there where, do they dissolve this group or blah, blah, blah. Anyway, it's just crazy is my point. It's just crazy. That's why I was like, long story short, a million times. It's crazy because when that happened to me, I said, my thing was, oh, okay, motherfucker, you got a death wish, right? You want to end up face down in the Nevada desert? Okay, I'm coming for you. Like, I went nuts, and my friends jumping up and down, like, this shit is gold for the documentary. And I'm like, do you realize what just happened? Like, our project just got like threatened. And I think what happened was I had no idea this happened, but I think their vanity got to them, and they are agreeing to have this on a freaking documentary. So it's just crazy. So I just wanted to say, before this, I had no idea about the alpha groups, but when you were talking about it, I was like, fuck, man, that's exactly what happened.
All right, look.
They're just turning into shakedown groups. It's like I've seen those things happen before, and most of these alpha groups are obviously not alpha groups. It's also interesting when you say, okay, these alpha groups were alpha groups 3 months ago in the bear market, and now they sort of changed into I don't know, mental health spaces, I guess, something like that. It's like they only work in the bull market. None of these alpha groups work in the bear market. They just go, yeah, why not get a job at McDonald's? That's the only alpha we have. Oh yeah, we demand that you give us allow us spots because else we're going to flood you. That's a great group to be part of. Like,
We've had some good experience with some alpha groups, and then some alpha groups have said, yeah, there's no money in the market now, so we're just not doing anything. And I was like, well, isn't that the opposite of alpha?
Yeah, that's what you call a signal seller scam.
Yeah, still, I mean, there's still information to be had. And by the way, Sphinx, you can just dox me and just say it was me. It's fine.
Okay, you guys, I love you, Aaron. Thank you for letting me not hold on to that much longer. Thank you.
I mean, you said the Nevada desert, so I mean, who else is it going to be?
Is that where your comedy club's going to be?
It's going to be smack dab in the Mojave Desert. It's going to be the hottest club in the world.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. But yeah, these alpha group. If you have an alpha group and you're just gonna say, "Oh yeah, the bear market, we don't have any alpha on the bear market," it's like, ooh, then you know you're part of a scam. You fell for something.
But that being said, right, during this bear market, a lot of the influencers have also disappeared. They tend to disappear. Like, I think my company was actually trying to reach out, not my personal one, but the one I'm working for was trying to reach out to influencers, and basically a lot of them that were previously paid for a future one also just disappeared, and you can't find their channel anymore. They changed their Twitter handles, things like that.
My profit has also disappeared, and all the women that were trying to hang out with me also disappeared. There's just been a lot of things disappearing in the last month or so.
They will come back.
Yeah, you know, when you if you're in an alpha group, and by the way, these shakedown groups, I think that's a great way to what to call them. These are different than like legitimate groups who are there to impart alpha, whether they're effective or not. But if you're in a quote unquote alpha group and they say it's a bear market, there's nothing to be done here. Okay, run, Forrest, run. Okay, let me tell you something. A bear market is when you need an alpha group the most. That's when the most education is necessary. That's where you need to be a sponge. That's when your eyes need to be open and your notebook needs to be out. You got to be writing. You have to look at what's failing, what's not, what's happening. So if you're in an alpha group, anyone out there and it's like quiet, yo, leave.
No, that's true. Because otherwise it's a group where it's like, okay, here's the alpha, buy low, sell high. Okay,
but that's the whole point. These alpha groups, they're all scams. Like 99% of them, they're all scams, and they don't, like any scam in the crypto market, they only last while the bull market lasts. Basically, you buy anything in a bull market and you hold for 3 weeks, you can make money. That's the alpha. You buy something, you sit on it for a while, and then you sell in the profit and you exit. Any alpha group can tell you that.
Well, it's like you said many times.
This is like the comment saying like everyone's a genius in the bull market, right? Because everyone can make money. You just have to take a position. In a bull market, it's very risky not to have a position. In the bear market, real traders make it. that's where you actually have to have a skill set to do something. Where you actually have to know how you do research to actually do all these things. And all these people, they don't do that. Most of these alpha groups, it's called a signal seller scam, and it's rebranded to alpha groups. But signal seller scams are as old as the stock market itself. It's like they're selling you the weather. Here's the weather report.
That's also the same with those whitelist alpha groups. I was in the Discord and somebody was like, "Hey, we want to work with your project." And I asked like the Discord host, I was like, "What is this project about?" "Oh, when you mint this NFT, you get a discount on other projects when they need to mint, but also they're gonna give whitelist spots." And my mind just glitched. And there was this whole discussion. I say like, "Oh, wait, just let me ask you one question. Let's say you have a project like Bored Apes, and then you have like 15 whitelist spots, but like 10,000 people minted your NFT for getting a whitelist, like he was saying. I say you only have 15 spots on the whitelist, so you can't give them to anybody, to the 10,000 that minted your NFT." And they keep coming up with these stupid ass things. Also, for everybody that's in the space, if you are getting tired from the bear market, if you are getting tired for putting in energy that you don't see the benefit from right now, just keep in your mind that when you stay in this space, when all the bad actors left, karma is gonna pay you after. Because it's much easier to make a good community when all the bad actors left. Just keep grinding. Like the people that are legit in this space, they seen you. Just stay in here, keep your energy high, and don't give up, because it's the best time to get the best people out and to do the most work.
Well, you hope so, but the current cycle of the market hasn't necessarily shown that. But one thing that I agree with, amongst a lot of things with OK Hotshot, is if you kind of look and see what's happening, what people go for, you can be in a position the next time this stuff happens. Which is not to say you change your morals and decide to be a giant piece of shit, but like the next time the free mint cycle comes up, like I'll have a project in my pocket. The next time a different thing comes up, I'll have a legit version of that, and to see also where things are going in terms of selling and taking profit. I would say with alpha groups, by the way, there are some groups that they sort of position themselves as research groups, and I kind of find that a bit helpful. Like obviously it's their opinion, but they'll gather the research for you and say, here's the information, here's what we like, here's what we find, sketchy, and then do your own research and figure it out. That's the kind of thing I can get behind.
No, it's like most of these alpha groups, they're like run by young 20-something-year-olds. And they go like, yeah, this NFT project, it's definitely going to go up, man, because they got a partnership with an NBA player and an NFL player. Like, and they don't lose, bro. Look at their track record in the NFL. They don't lose, bro. You think they think they're gonna drop this below 0.3? No way, bro. This is the alpha, bro. And then this
That's
is how they
so
talk,
real.
right? This is how they talk. I've heard them talk multiple times.
Floyd Mayweather has never lost a professional fight. You think his shit's gonna go down?
Yeah, Floyd Mayweather has never
God.
lost a fight, bro. He's not gonna list below 1 ETH, bro. It's never gonna happen. You should buy in. Definitely gonna go to the moon. Sleeping
It's a blue
Giants, Sleeping Giants, blue chip, moonshot. Hidden gem, bro. This is a hidden gem. It's a moonshot, and it's also a blue chip. Lots of blue chip holders. It's like, oh my god,
We're
you hear
printing
these
money,
people
bro.
talk, and you go, is this a caricature of a human being? Like, what are we listening to?
I'll tell you though that just hearing that gives me really early BAYC vibes.
Building, bro.
also, people, you really got to imagine, like, if somebody takes in somebody from a project or give them some NFTs, it doesn't mean that this person is really involved in the project. Let's say they give him some NFTs and they say, like, yeah, he's involved in the project. It doesn't mean he's going to tweet about it. It doesn't mean he's going to talk about it.
Look at his wallet. He's holding the fucking NFT, bro. He's holding it in his wallet right there, bro. Yeah, it doesn't mean he's minted it or bought it.
Yeah,
It's just
yo,
someone
Snoop Dogg,
dumped it in
Waggy
his wallet.
fam, wag me. To the moon.
Even if somebody's bought something, you know, like
Yeah,
I've
but
seen,
they're like talking to like 16-year-olds, like 17-year-olds,
yeah,
and that made a couple of ETH.
That's
Yeah,
also
no,
why crypto and
it's really
NFTs
bad.
are real good in Europe, because in Europe we got a lot of money. And so, like, these children, when they go to their parents and they're like, hey, can I have like 500 euros to put to invest? They're like, oh my God. And then yeah, it's so funny, man. And it's true what you say, Hotshot. They're getting younger and younger. It's insane, but it also has to do with the thing that I just said. Like, I see kids asking money to their parents setting up their accounts, taking their passport, giving all the details. Go ahead, son. One day you're gonna make it. And now the entire market just crashed.
Imagine you do that for your kid. You don't really know what they're doing, but they're interested in NFTs. It turns out he's been doing rug after rug after rug. You have no idea as a parent. He's just been stealing hundreds of ETH from people doing rugs. Imagine that.
Yeah, I mean, another, like, on this whole topic of alpha groups and how a lot of them, I don't know what the percentage is. I'm sure there's maybe some that call themselves alpha groups that are separate from the others and that they actually provide some reasonable value or benefit that doesn't involve these like sort of signal cell scams or pump and dumps or holding people hostage to get a allow list. The thing that I kind of analogy I think of is like coding boot camps like several years ago. Like when I was looking to get into engineering, like coding boot camps was an option for me. And at that time, like I was living in Seattle, and there's a bunch of companies just like hiring like crazy, and so there's people from boot camps being hired like crazy. And what happened is the sort of the same thing that's happening in any of these hype cycles where it just became way too crowded, way too polluted. The opportunity was too high to where, essentially it melted down. Like people who were proposing to be like these new, like they were going to disrupt, academic institutions by offering these like 6 month boot. Like it started out like 9 months, 6 months, and then it'd be like 4 weeks. It just kept getting more and more crazy, and eventually like companies just stopped hiring people from boot camps because of it. And so I think there's like like none of this stuff is new. Like there's new like technologies involved, and there's new like people involved, but like the whole like construct of things being too good to be true is not new. And like that's why I was able to just make the decision immediately as soon as I started seeing these concepts of alpha groups. When I first came into the space, I was like, oh yeah, these guys, these guys are full of shit. But again, it goes back to like most people that come into the space probably aren't aware of these things because it's kind of they're new to a lot of this stuff. So I don't know. It's not great.
Yeah, it's better to assume that all these alpha groups are just scams and save yourself some money. It's just the easiest way to do it. So yeah, I want to thank everyone for joining this Sunday for Alpha and Chill. We're reaching number 50 next Sunday then. So the next one is Thursday, number 49, and then next Sunday, coming Sunday, is number 50. So I hope to be able to celebrate with you all. We can detox from NFT NYC and hear your crazy party stories.
Oh, here we go. Yes.
Okay,
Thanks for having these spaces, Hotshot.
If anyone physically gets rugged in NFT NYC, you get a speaker spot on episode 50. We want to hear.
probably that's like 50% of the entire audience.
Yeah, there's going to be some scammers of NFT NYC, legitimate scammers that are also a voice in the space. So be wary of those lies. Joe Vargas, obviously being one of them, OX Hustler. I believe he's at NFT NYC. He's a speaker there.
Is he
Yeah.
really? Oh
Yes,
my
he
God.
is. Yes, he
Wow.
is. And then there's also another person there that I may be writing something about that may be dropped on the first day or the second day of NFT NYC while they're promoting a project there. Maybe, who knows? I don't know. Could happen. Probably nothing.
What's up with OX Hustler? I think I'm following.
What's not up with him?
I missed that entire story, guys. Excuse me.
Well, we're not going to get into it. So just be careful who you interact with when you're there, and in general, I guess. I think it was a great talk. Thanks everyone for joining the conversation and keeping it going. If you request it, there's always lots of requests, but just know that generally speaking, I don't really look at the device once this starts going, and that's just because I just don't look at these devices when I'm hosting. I just do work in the background and sort of talk in the conversation or take part of it. That doesn't, so if you haven't been pulled up, doesn't mean that I hate you in any sort of way. It's just the way Alpha and Chill is hosted. It's nothing personal. So yeah, just want to say, nothing here is financial advice. It's only opinions. It's just people talking. Don't take anyone's advice for that matter, but your own. And everyone trades from a different position. So anything said does not directly apply to anyone else necessarily. Any project mentioned or whatever is not necessarily endorsed by me. And just because some people come up and talk here and you hate them personally does not mean that I know any of that drama. Just want to say that. I don't know a lot of drama. But it is what it is. And I hope it still is what it is next Thursday on episode 49. Thanks everyone for joining and deciding to spend your Sunday here.
Outshot, are you gonna close the space right now?
Yes.
I got so funny story, man. My girl was
no,
like,
I'm gonna close it. No. I gotta go. So
okay,
thank you.
No problem.
Thank you all.
Thanks,
And
Hotshot.
see you all soon.
Sorry I can't come out more. It's like 2:48 a.m.
See you Thursday, my guy.
Bye, Hotshot.
See y'all later. Bye-bye.
and exchange desks opening up like popcorn. I love this part of Bitcoin.
How does that happen? What's
Because
gonna happen?
this is
So
where, look,
here's a
this is
lightning
where
balance.
people,
How's that gonna work?
absolutely,
How would that
because
work?
he can manage.
Can
Okay,
you tell us
listen.
how would that work?
Let him
Oh,
answer.
how would that work? Technically, he can cash out. He can cash out back on chain and send the funds to any address as needed. Now, the implementation that I'm using right now is experimentational. So I would just be more candid and say that I'm using a Lightning service right now as I learn the network myself, and I'll be able to use this network as needed myself. So the LN services that are being provided right now are at best temporary until the users adapt and learn the network better.
So in order for him to actually
The
use it,
non-technical.
he must actually transfer it back to the main chain and process it through, and then after he processes it through, he must go transact it to his local currency, which is another financial hit to then finally be able to buy the milk and bread. That's what you said.
Well, depending on your time period, you can manage and mitigate the volatility. And on top of that, the user on the receiving end, it's just a matter of user interface and user experience on the wallet side of things. I just wanted to say that
No,
too.
but I'm saying
Not the most.
Really
we're
quick
speaking on the
though.
financial part of it. Like
I just have a question. Really
that's
quick.
the issue, right?
Wait, let me finish up. I'm gonna land my plane right here. Say what you had to say, Hector. I'm so sorry.
Sorry, so that's the case, right? And that's a nice event. Let's like just move. So like you send him money because you're nice, you're helpful. That's great. But then he has to go buy milk because his milk and bread have to go back to the main chain, process the transaction, take a hit on that, and then transact it to local currency to take another hit on that to then go buy his milk and bread. So that we understand that part. But let's say the event, you say he's not very technical, right? There's some issues there. Let's say what happens if his node were to go down. You have the latest state of the transactions that occurred. You have and he has, but it's more favorable. Maybe one day you don't like your cousin anymore, and you want to get your money back, and his node burns down. And he's like, "Hey, can you send me the latest state so I can process the transaction and buy my milk and bread?" And you say, "No, screw you," right? That's another security issue that happens on Lightning because there is no blockchain to process the transactions and a third party to make sure what has transpired is actually correct. Here we're
This is
offsetting
true.
security to the individual users, which was what would happen in this event if you were no longer like your cousin and your cousin's node is no longer operational before he was able to send the transaction back to the main chain.
This is true. That's not taking out the human error out of the situation. I'm gonna yield you that little bit of ground right there, but that situation is not mitigated by the fiat system that we have anyway either. Because if I send my cousin money for a project, he could double fuck me, vice versa, by like, yo, I just sent you like $10,000
Right.
and you just pocketed the money
That's the
and
beauty
sent me like.
of Bitcoin, right? That's the beauty of why you use Bitcoin, because in Bitcoin on the main chain you can't do that because once it processes, right? Therefore,
Absolutely
everyone should have the
non-reversible,
opportunity, regardless
non-reversible
if you send
transaction.
$1, if you send $1 billion, to have the equal opportunity to be able to transact freely and openly. That's the point. That's the goal of Bitcoin. And if you just agreed to the fact that this is inherent security risk on the actual user. Why are we offsetting security and removing property of Bitcoin for the quote unquote scalability and decentralization meme that is not going to be helpful for anyone in the future?
I'm going to let Raj Winder speak, but I'm just saying that's a human error risk that's already throughout the landscape. You're not going to mitigate human error. Even at the end of the day, these things will happen, but you can mitigate a lot of this stuff over time with and if running a Lightning node is basically you're running a server, so you're going to have to back up your server and everything like that. You're going to have redundancies in place. So these are things that we are learning as like novice users and everything like that. And I like your argument. I like your argument. I'm going to follow you and follow your work and your progress. And I'm just going to drop the plane right here. You heard? Thank you very much.
Yeah, I'm saying that's the opposite progress of Bitcoin. Bitcoin, there is no need to run servers individually. That's the point. That there's economic incentive for people who are very capitalized, which are these miners, to process transactions on the blockchain. And you don't have to worry about the security. You don't have to worry about running redundant servers. You just work freely and live freely. And that's the point, because everyone can use this system. But what you're advocating for is secondary systems where we remove the property of Bitcoin and require the user to run servers and create redundancies and create security that they don't understand. That's the problem. And I understand that you might not understand that, but that's the issue, the inherent issue of what Bitcoin is.
Yep, I think the argument, again, that layered protocols can be defeating to the original intention of the base protocol. I mean, I think that's a sound argument, and I haven't heard anyone refute that philosophical point that Hector has made now over and over again. I think there's been a lot of nuanced debate on the technicalities of node operation and of the way that these layered protocols, you know, the debate between how centralized they are. I think there's been some nuance on that, but I still haven't heard a great answer to Hector's proposition that, you know, the centralized nature of these layered protocols defeats a lot of those decentralized advantages in the base protocol of Bitcoin. So I think that that's something that I think even New Stack, maybe I think he said he was going to yield some ground on him too.
Really
But
quick.
Meta, yeah, go for it. Meta,
Yeah, I
ask
just
your
wanted to
question,
mention something
and
on
we'll
that.
go
I'll
to
be quick.
your point after you. Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, so like layers per se are not necessarily bad to Bitcoin as long as they're built on the Bitcoin stack. Like Bitcoin has like rich, or had at least in the originally, right? Without we're not talking about like forks and all that, but Bitcoin has a rich programming language, like script language that can be used to do all sorts of stuff, different opcodes and all that stuff that was largely disabled in the BTC chain. So there was in the past things like Omni Bitcoin that were actually built on the Bitcoin stack that were like true layer twos, and for better or for worse, those are interesting and they're part of that whole Bitcoin ecosystem on layer one. But like Lightning Network is a separate network, like with these bidirectional payment channels that are connected from a separate network to a smart contract, basically. And that's where I think the problem is like in BTC, a lot of this stuff that's happening to try to scale it, like liquid Bitcoin and Lightning, are not really unlocking the full potential of what Bitcoin is capable of, because Bitcoin is capable of doing. Sorry, my kid ran in here. Anyways,
Yep.
my point being that it's like the idea of layers and like innovation on top of the main chain is not inherently like a bad thing, but it's this problem with like these secondary networks that are attached to it because they don't want to unlock the potential of Bitcoin on the main chain.
Happy Father's Day, by the way, to all you guys who are dads.
Thank you.
Yeah, I want to jump in on this idea that like somehow making high transactions per second on layer one is somehow desirable. Like the point and reason why that isn't desirable is because something Hector said. He's like, you have certain individuals or certain players that are able to operate these nodes, and that is inherently centralizing because you limit the number of players that could potentially make blocks. When you do that, you end up in the same situation that we did on Terra, where you end up with a small number of validators. You end up with a small number of people who can actually make the blocks. When that occurs, you're in a very dangerous position and you have inherently compromised security. So it's almost like what you need to do is you need to have a calculated value that says the number of participants in the network, and that is the value that tells you how decentralized things are and how secure your transaction is. Because when you have the ability for a small number of players to collude or to somehow game or trick the system or rug the system, you end up in a situation that is a systemic and inherent risk. And that's you have to avoid that. And Nakamoto consensus absolutely avoids that problem. And so this decentralization number that you can calculate for any particular blockchain is the number of node participants. And if you do anything that makes it so that you can't have a wide variety of network participants, you're inherently compromising that security. And over time, you will end up in the same place that Terra found itself in.
I think we have different definitions of not only nodes, but of the concept of decentralization. So this is a philosophical debate largely about what decentralizes a system.
Well, I'll
And to
throw
me,
out a definition of decentralization. It's a full node participant that is making blocks and that is replicating the entire database. That's the only definition that I would take for a node.
so a miner.
Well, I just said it. It's somebody who can make blocks and somebody who has the entire database. So yes, a miner, absolutely, has to be a miner, 100%.
Okay. So, in BTC, how many mining nodes control more than 51% of the network now?
I think the numbers I've seen is that there's somewhere around 50,000 participants in the BTC network, and that if 4 of the pools colluded, then you would have a real problem. Like it only takes
you're
4
right.
pools
It's
colluding.
4 or 5. I think right now the number is 4.
Yeah.
There's 4 mining nodes in
BTC is absolutely in a huge scenario right now where, if there's a few bad actor pools that want to crew up, it could be trouble because the pools are making the blocks. It's absolutely a risk part of the Bitcoin network for sure.
Yeah. And I think we both agreed that like it's not so much a question of possibility but probability, right? So it's like, yeah, that could happen, but right now at least it's hold on, this is my kid again.
It's just a matter of when the economic incentive actually presents itself. And again, I would point to Terra on this exact same thing. When the economic incentive presents itself and there is a higher value in drugging something than there is in continue to participate and be honest about things, then you will absolutely see somebody rug it. They will rug it the minute that there's an economic incentive that's higher than the continued participation in the network, or if you just have people in the pools that are acting completely altruistically and they are uncorruptible. I think that that's a naive approach. I don't think that that's a good way to think about the network, and I think we have to be resilient to that sort of scenario. We can't just depend on the altruistic nature of pools to continue to do the right thing.
Yeah, and I think that largely our argument is that there will be more economic incentive for making certain changes that not everybody would agree with, and that's part of my problem with like the view that it's just like this thing that's never going to happen. Like a 97% dependency on the block subsidy is a problem for me in BTC if the price continues to trend downward, being attached to all these things like Celsius and all the systemic risks that exist, Tether, Celsius, all of that. So price continues to go down. They have such a high dependency on the block subsidy, and everybody has been told not to pretty much use it, right? They've been told to buy it and hold it. So there's no like fees being generated. I think that can lead towards a problem where miners might collude just to survive and be in business still. And I don't know what that would look like. Would it look like, inflation, increasing the supply? Would it look like, some other solution that maybe not everybody agrees with? And I think that risk exists because you're limiting what you can do on the blockchain.
Well, I think it's utilization above just the base layer token trading. I mean, you have to have utilization that exists above that. And I think this actually goes to a point that I wanted to bring up, which was Stock Talk keeps asking, is blockchain fundamentally incompatible with central banks? I don't see it that way because central banks need a settlement layer. And what blockchain provides is a settlement layer. So if you want to build a stable coin on top of a blockchain, you can absolutely do that. And to me, that's what USD is. It's a stable coin. They're trying to make this store of value, and they're trying to control inflation, and they're trying to, have a somewhat stable but increasing supply of this elastic coin. And so that is entirely possible. And I think that's why every coin and every chain starts to gravitate towards having something like that, because it allows you to have real economic activity on the chain that's outside of just the network transaction layer. Camping on the network token isn't really the utility of blockchain. It's not really the point of it.
Hey, just real quick, sorry if I cut off. Just want to thank Stock for the time, for holding the space for such a very long time. It's been great. I'm going to have to go right now, but I'll catch you guys on the next one. Thanks to the BTC guys, too. It was fun.
Yeah, absolutely.
appreciate you for stopping in, and appreciate you for providing some of the other perspective, because I know that most of the conversation we've had is centered around the Bitcoin maxi perspective. I want to go to Deer Point, and then we'll come back to Rajwinder, and then we'll go to Satoshi.
And like economic side. I think underlying a lot of arguments for Bitcoin is a lack of understanding of even basic economic principles. It's like everybody who's kind of long Bitcoin read the footnotes version of Anatomy of the State by Murray Rothbard and then thought that they were, academically trained economists. But if you actually look at the institutional side, it's been a disaster, because risk weights that are applied to crypto assets. So for every $1 of Bitcoin that banks hold, for example, they have to hold $12.50 in collateral. So the risk weight's 1,250%. Now, what has started to happen is, as crypto has deteriorated, obviously, those capital requirements are no longer sufficient, which then puts up the risk weights. And then you have all of these issues with value at risk models, which is kind of, the expected, let's say, maximum dollar amount expected loss over a certain period of time. And is kind of a way to measure, extreme left tail risk kind of returns. And what you've seen is deterioration at a lot of these banks on the value at risk side. And so it's been an absolute disaster. And again, I think that this goes to a more fundamental point. If Bitcoin's supposed to be a store of value, something that has an implied volatility of 120% can and will never be a store of value. If you look at the historic implied volatility of gold, it's been around 5%. And that's going back to antebellum U.S. And so I think this is where it comes into a massive issue with, at least on the economic and institutional side, is, it's kind of, the idea of Bitcoin's propped up on these bad Austrian ideas, mostly from Murray Rothbard. And I don't even personally think Murray Rothbard would have even been in favor of cryptocurrencies personally. But I just think it's quite laughable, with all due respect to the crypto guys. But and as DJ Satoshi knows, last time I first met with him, I said that our price target on Bitcoin is $15,000. We have a quant who's worked on a model that gauges sentiment, et cetera, to kind of gauge that. And so far, we've been a lot closer to their $15,000 price target than they have their $100,000 price target. So.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely a little bit, I think, different from the conversation we were having, but I'm glad that you helped refocus that from a more bearish standpoint, Deer Point, because I don't think that enough people have addressed the institutional exchange aspect of this. But I know Rajwinder is pretty well versed, so we'll go to Raj, and then we'll actually go to Craig, who just came up, and then we'll go to Satoshi. Satoshi, sorry about that. I'm going to bump you down the list. I know you just spoke recently, but Rajwinder, go for it.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, I'm just going to take a couple of minutes to address several of the points over the last hour or so. And you are in good hands with Craig and Phil up here and DJ. So I got to leave after this. First thing was, we were talking about Hector's mention of Satoshi's quote about server farms being the nodes. He actually talks about two kind of nodes in that discussion, if you follow the whole thing. It is server farms are actually miners. He says these will be big server farms which generate, and the others one will be client nodes. And he doesn't rule out any other nodes except the server farms. He actually mentions so-called client nodes, which we still call full nodes, as distinguished from miners. These are verification nodes. These are nodes that maintain the integrity of the network by relaying transactions and make it a more reliable, robust, distributed network. And at critical moments, when there is a fork in the chain, because one idea is being debated and implemented as a new fork versus what people already have, that's the time when the votes of these nodes actually matter a lot. Because if you can't take the network with you, just taking 5 big pools of miners alone is not going to work. And that has been that is what happened in the SegWit debate. So the quote from Satoshi is misrepresented often as like, okay, only miners need to be the nodes, and there is no room for other nodes. These client nodes maintain privacy. They give you closer ability to personally verify the blockchain and all the transactions. So this is a very important point. Satoshi's code actually gets misused. Second thing was about the Lightning Network and the channels cheating one another. And again, first of all, you don't open a channel with a party that you don't trust. But even if you do, and they try to cheat you, let's say it's your brother who's trying to cheat you with whom you have a channel, you can have watchtowers, you can have other state verifying implementations, which can make sure that like maybe right to the second, you have a record of the correct state. So if one of the nodes crashes, you can rebuild it to the same state that it was before the node crashed. So these are security things for which there are actually very valid practical solutions. Third thing was Hector made the comment about yield of Lightning Network being so low compared with the yield you get in, let's say, bonds or corporate junk bonds or whatever. You're comparing two different monetary networks. You can't compare the yield of a disinflationary network like Bitcoin with an inflationary network like the fiat system. So that was a tricky thing, but it needs clarifying that you can't compare the yield on Lightning in a totally different monetary system one-on-one with the yield in the fiat world. We already know inflation is happening. So I think the last one was about the volatility. The guy who mentioned he has a quant and they have a model of $15,000 per Bitcoin, etc. So yes, Bitcoin is a 100+ vol asset. It is a nascent store of value. It is a network that's being capitalized. There is 21 million tokens in it. That's the hard cap. And those of us who bet on getting a stake in that nascent network, we are betting based on the features that it offers in contrast with the current monetary network. And we are taking a risk. Absolutely. There are huge obstacles, and most importantly, stock. I agree with you that the government's not willing to give up control of the monetary networks is the biggest obstacle. The fight, I think, hasn't happened. It may happen, maybe it won't happen, because geopolitically, it's possible that Bitcoin will benefit from the game theory of superpowers or major powers not getting along and trying to weaponize Bitcoin even to damage the other party. So it's a network that's getting adopted slowly. You can say that it's never going to fit your risk models. Absolutely, at this point, it won't fit your risk models for big funds, etc. Some of the early adopters are taking the risk to put some of the money, a small percentage, into Bitcoin. Others will be more conservative. Like we say in Bitcoin community, everybody buys Bitcoin at the price they deserve. So if you want the asset to be more stable, less volatile, you're probably going to end up paying a much higher price looking at the price trajectory. I think I've covered most of the points. I'll answer any last minute questions and then I got to leave.
Did someone just say game theory there? Did you say game theory, Raj?
Yes, actually, game theory is the most important tool in understanding how Bitcoin has evolved and how it's likely to evolve.
Completely agree. Totally agree. I like your profile picture, by the way. Is it Dr. Strangelove?
Yes, it is Peter Sellers as Dr. Strangelove. Thank you.
So he was based on. Some people say that film was based on people at the Rand Corporation, like John von Neumann, working at Rand at that time.
Yeah.
And,
so this is actually a really good movie, and by the way, it involves tons of game theory, and it involves explains the Cold War military logic, defense logic, with a very comic angle, but without losing correctness.
Yeah, it's a great film, and it kind of seems kind of relevant, now in terms of. I don't. When was that?
Hey, I just wanted to come on stage again, and I'm going to leave and drop my plane here. But as far as like transactions on the main chain being too clogged and congested, To be quite honest, it wouldn't necessarily matter because real believers in Bitcoin run miners, right? Like the Bitcoin is stored in the miners, ladies and gentlemen. Let's not play ourselves. The investment is in the hardware, so that's the tangible nature of Bitcoin. So I don't care if transactions go up to $20 a transaction. I'm gonna get a piece of that. So peace and love to everybody else.
So yeah, just in closing, I would say, Hector's sort of a purity test of doing everything on the base layer, it is just impractical. I think the discussion needs to move past that. Hector, he's not here, so I won't say anything about my past experience with him. But I've addressed every one of his points in multiple spaces and clubhouse rooms. And by the way, I want to acknowledge there is John Nash Jr. here. We're talking about game theory. It's a nice coincidence. Okay, I'll answer any questions if you have quickly. Otherwise, I got to leave, guys. Thank you.
Sure.
I've got a quick question then.
Go for it.
Do you think it's possible that John Forbes Nash Jr. was Satoshi? Because there's a lot of coincidences. First of all, we can start with parallel control. The paper he wrote in 1954. And then going through to his later works, Ideal Money and the Agencies Method. For me, if you put Ideal Money and the Agencies Method, the kind of what he was working on, you put those two things together, you get Bitcoin. And I couldn't be any more kind of certain about that.
I just want to say I got to roll, guys. It's Father's Day, and I'm here hanging out with you guys. I got to actually go hang out with my family, but I did, Raj. There's a couple things I wanted to mention, but I'm hoping that we can catch you in another one if you guys do this again. Anybody has any questions, you can DM me, but I'll hit you up on the next one. I followed you just so I know when you're in a space. So I'll catch you guys later, guys.
Thanks. Yeah, if anyone has any questions, DM me. I'll try to address them. And John Nash Jr., if you are Satoshi, please dump those million Bitcoins. Let's get it over with. And I want to buy some cheap Bitcoin right now. I have some cash.
Yeah.
Okay, bye, guys. Thank you very much, Stock, for having me.
Yeah, man. Take it easy, Redwinder. Appreciate all your thoughts.
Appreciate your time.
What's going on, Craig?
Okay, so yeah, I just want to zoom out a little bit because every time I see and what I see as an investor and long-term thinker, I just see Bitcoin winning every step of the way. And people talk about, how Bitcoin is down so much right now. 2 years ago, it was $9,000. So I just don't see it. I see Bitcoin as performing extremely well and being a great hedge against inflation. People say, well, it's not an inflation hedge. Look how much it pulled back. No, it pre-ran the inflation. It went up ahead of it, and it's way up when you compare it to any other asset over the last few years. So I think people just need to get out of the minutia and look at the big picture of what Bitcoin is achieving, and not think about what could be, think about attack vectors. That's fine. Okay. Is the government going to be able to shut it down? That's why I didn't buy back in 2011. I waited until 2013 to start buying because I thought the government was absolutely going to shut this thing down. But the fact is they haven't. The fact is they're starting to embrace it. A lot of people that are in government are starting to buy Bitcoin. So I don't think that's going to happen. And I certainly don't think any altcoin, 20,000 of them have tried. I don't think any altcoin is going to surpass Bitcoin. It just hasn't happened. It's just not realistic. So I think Bitcoin is either going to succeed at its mission, which is to give everybody on Earth the opportunity to have a bearer asset that nobody can take away, nobody can censor it. You can send it from peer to peer, from one person on the planet to another person on the planet, with nobody interfering. This is the mission. And I think Bitcoin is going to achieve that. And I think that Bitcoin, long term will be a great investment. I think if people are thinking short term, they shouldn't be involved in Bitcoin at all. But if they're thinking long term, I think it's a good play. And, you know, I've put a large portion of my net worth behind that belief. Enjoyed listening. I've been in and out a lot of these spaces, and it just seemed like when we have a big downturn like this, everybody comes out of the woodwork, you know, attacking Bitcoin. And as far as I can tell, Bitcoin is doing just fine.
No, and you know that, and Craig, that's part of the reason why, from the beginning of this debate, I have not tried to center the debate around the price action, because again, I wanted this debate to be a debate that could have happened today, and it could have also happened in November 2021 at the peak, right? So again, that was my intention around moderating this debate, to make it a debate about the assumptions, right? So when you say I'm a long-term investor, I'm either going to be right or wrong. Well, of course, right? I mean, time will prove this entire debate to be moot, right? I mean, either Bitcoin's going to become the global financial system, or it's not, and you'll find that out in X period of time, whatever your viewpoint on that is. But you know, this conversation, I've tried to center it at least around the assumptions that it takes to come to either of those conclusions. And you know, I said this before, but in my opinion, when an argument like this, where there are, well, we can call it 4 to 5 different, you know, hypothetical conclusions you can come to, when those conclusions are based on assumptions, which, whether you're a bull or a bear, the both of those distant conclusions, by virtue of time alone, by virtue of execution, all of these assumptions we're making about the shifts in the political system that will allow for traditional, you know, government control over money supply to be subverted and replaced. The assumptions we're making about consumer behavior changing, investor behavior changing, general financial behavior changing. These are massive assumptions, and they take, you know, again, X amount of time. That could be 10 years, 20 years, 50 years, 100 years. It could also be X amount of political red tape, whether that be, again, take 10 years, 50 years, 20 years, whatever it may be. And it also takes a shift in political makeup and, you know, consumer behavior, which are subjective shifts, and they require a number of effects to occur: educational effects, network effects, community building effects, to change the opinion of the population in the way that's required to meet a lot of these assumptions. So, you know, I totally hear you, Craig, on the idea that time will tell. I think that's the obvious point to say, but you know, I think there are still meaningful debates that can be had, sorry, about those long-term assumptions. And I think that's
Absolutely. I absolutely agree with you. Absolutely.
yeah. And so that's really what I think, you know, the interesting conversation is, right? Like, you know, will these government boundaries be able to be overcome? How quickly can they be overcome? You know, are there competitive risks from future blockchain technologies? Are there, you know, what are the processes by which Bitcoin will naturally outcompete traditional currencies on the open market, versus it going from that juncture to then being implemented as a global financial system? You know, we've even touched on the issues of how will, you know, the addressing of financial crises work under a fully decentralized system. How will the addressing of public spending on public works, infrastructure, public parks, how will all of this work if you make the same implication about, you know, the basically forfeiting the government's ability to directly address financial crises? And I think most of the people that we've talked to, I mean, besides Alex, who I believe is an anarchist, but outside of Alex, you know, the people that do believe in a coexistence of traditional government systems with Bitcoin, and there have even been some speakers that have argued that central banks can coexist with Bitcoin, which again, I'm hesitant to come to that conclusion personally. But if you believe any of these number of things, there are assumptions that have to be made about the cooperability of those systems, and also the idea that if they are not compatible to exist together, then what are the protocols by which a decentralized monetary ecosystem can address financial crises? Because if we make the assumption that capital markets will remain competitive, if we make the assumption that countries will still have borders drawn in between them, and that those countries will have individual interests, and we make the further assumption that the vast majority of people will earn their living through labor, if we make all those assumptions, then there will inevitably be financial crises, regardless of how efficient the monetary system is. And I don't think that anyone's implying, again, that a decentralized or deflationary currency system will be perfect. I don't think anyone's made that implication. I think the implication that's being made is that it would be better than the current inflationary monetary system that we have. We have no data to prove it because, again, we haven't had a global deflationary or disinflationary or whatever way you want to define it monetary system that's done that. And so we don't have the benefit of hindsight and data to make those conclusions like we do with an inflationary system, where we can look back and say, look, since 1946, 13 rate hike cycles, 10 recessions. This is, the current monetary system is one that cyclically breaks, which, logic would say that inherently means it's flawed. But I also don't think that just instantly means that a decentralized token or a decentralized currency or a decentralized network is the immediate and unfettered solution to that. And again, that's where the debate lies. So I just wanted to recenter the idea that that's really where the debate lies. Dear Point, you've had your hand up for a while. We'll go to you, then we'll go to...
Can I make a real quick point?
Sure.
On
You can
what
make
you
a
just
point,
said?
and then we'll go to Dear Point, and then we'll go to John.
I agree 100% with everything you just said. There are a lot of moving parts. And so we really don't know how all that's going to play out, right? There's just too many variables that we just don't know. But what I would opine is that it's possible that as Bitcoin gains more and more traction, that more and more people in governments also embrace it, and in corporations and so on and so forth, and that eventually, possibly, some of those government entities might even become more efficient because of it, and maybe less able to manipulate markets and so on and so forth, and do some of the things that they've done that I think have been harmful. But time will tell, again, just because there are so many variables, like you pointed out. I mean, this is just there's no way you could game theory this whole thing out with all the different possibilities. But as we look at the track record, so far, Bitcoin has continued. I'm betting on it continuing to do that, but it's all about adoption, and that's where we'll see. If the adoption continues, I think Bitcoin will survive. If it doesn't, it's going to die. It's going to be one or the other. So thank you very much for hosting this space.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll go to Deer Point. We'll go Deer Point, then John Nash, then back to Satoshi.
Yeah, I think that you kind of touched on it, Stock Talk, and it's this idea of how do we function in a decentralized, let's say, world. And Milton Friedman wrote a piece with Schwartz about what happened during the Great Depression, and it was the inability to actually, for the central bank, to increase the quantity of money compared with what was being demanded, that actually led to what was the Great Depression, right? So more money was being demanded than the banks were allowing to be created. And this led to a dramatic kind of crisis, which is the Great Depression. And so I think what people don't understand, especially on the Bitcoin side, is that money needs to be elastic, because absent the elasticity of money, you cannot grow productive capacity. And I think that this is a crucial kind of argument that a lot of the people on the Bitcoin side don't seem to understand. And this is what happened with gold. Gold historically grew at about 2.5% a year. That was just happened to be in line with gross world product. As gross world product started to expand, and there wasn't enough, let's say, new discoveries of gold relative to the the growing of the world economy, it kind of led to the inability of gold to be elastic compared to what was being demanded by the entire globe. This kind of led to this idea of slowing of productive capacity and higher interest rates, which were kind of trying to entice people to hold money instead of wanting to spend money. And so it led to all of these issues. And I don't think that this is ever something that's been addressed, is the elasticity of money on a completely decentralized system. Because again, we would actually go backwards, not forwards, if you restrict the money supply.
Yeah, I think there are also, inherent, in the same way that there are macroeconomic faults, if you will, in the current cycle, the boom bust cycle of easing and overshooting on the easing side, and then creating a bubble, and then tightening and overshooting on the tightening side, and then creating a recession and rinsing and repeating that cycle. I mean, I think we can all agree that that's not an ideally efficient economic system either. But if you're thinking about, the converse option, which is, okay, we've experimented with an inflationary economic system. Let's experiment with a deflationary or a disinflationary currency that inherently de-incentivizes spending. I think the argument becomes, or at least the crypto maximalist argument becomes, look, consumer behavior has to adjust to that. People have to be more productive and view their spending choices in a more productive manner. That's a big transition. And if that transition doesn't happen, I mean, if you were to just view this in a vacuum, and you say this transition from, I'll just call our current monetary system, I'll just say, point one, the transition from point one to point two being a fully decentralized economy, regardless of how long you think that transition takes, again, we'll call it X amount of years. If the transition from point one to point two takes X amount of years, you have to expect that the inflection point in that transition would create a massive economic crisis. And I don't think that Bitcoin maximalists dismiss that. I think all of the ones that I've spoken to today, and again, but I think most of them have agreed that yes, there will be some sort of economic crisis. And again, the time frame on all of these things is just infinitely debatable. So I'm going to keep referring to it as X amount of time. But there would be a financial crisis that lasted for X amount of time as a result of the inflection point in this transition. We have macroeconomic faults in infinitely inflationary currencies. When you don't have a stop in place to prevent that spiral, then you create an economic crisis in either direction, right? So a deflationary spiral occurs when you have a deflationary or a disinflationary currency that then discourages spending on goods and assets, and investment as well. And as a result of that, you have, a drawdown, an overall progressive drawdown in the prices of goods and assets, which then further de-incentivizes investment and spending, which then decreases the price of those assets further because the demand has dropped off. That is the definition of a deflationary spiral. And so, I don't know if the safeguards are in place, or if the reality has even been explored, because again, we don't have the benefit of hindsight data when it comes to a deflationary or a disinflationary currency, because we have not had one. So again, I think there are points of debate here that we can't just make a, hey, this is obvious assumption about. And that's the beauty of this argument, is there's so many assumptions that have to be taught.
Can I ask a quick question?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so is it possible that humans will be able to adapt to a deflationary currency, and what
It
would
is
that look
possible.
like?
It
What
is
would that
possible.
look
But
like?
again, yeah, and I don't, and that's part of our debate, right? I don't know exactly what that would look like, and I don't know exactly how long that would take. But I agree with you; it's possible. I mean, massive changes in investor and consumer behavior have happened before historically. Preference changes have happened. Dramatic shifts in consumer discretionary spending has happened. People have gone from an amplitude of choices to just a complete overwhelming myriad of choices in the modern economy. These things change over time, either as a result of consumer behavior changing or as a result of the economy changing, and consumer behavior just facilitating a new economic standard. Both of those things can catalyze that. But yeah, I agree with you that it can happen. And
let me just and it was just normal for people to have savings accounts at the bank, and get 5%, 6% interest, whatever it was. Everybody was saving back then. Now it seems like very few are saving, right? So in just that 60 years time frame, we've gone from it being normal to everybody having savings accounts to now that's kind of abnormal. So I would argue that we've seen a change like that in just a 60-year period. So that's not that long a time.
Which is interesting because it coincides with the beginning of fiat currencies. So as soon as they started depegging away from gold standard, okay, that's when that happened.
No.
Why not?
I think that there's this misinterpretation. I mean, if you look at the 70s, like after Bretton Woods, and up through the Ronald Reagan era, you actually had very high, household savings as a percentage of disposable income. But the people's idea of savings does very little. All it does is delays, obviously, consumption for goods and services today, for some time in the future, right? But I think kind of more addressing Craig's point is you can kind of run a theoretical argument through your mind that what is happening, like, for example, I think under a purely deflationary currency, we would have a economic system in which we actually retrogress instead of progress. And why is that? Because let's say that somebody needs money to start a business, right? First of all, in an inflationary situation, obviously the inflation hurts the lender, benefits the borrower. In a deflationary, currency, it works in the exact opposite. So you also have this idea of, if I know that my currency is going to deflate at X% of the year, and that's relatively risk-free, why am I going to go out and lend to someone my money that I know will be worth more tomorrow than it is today, for them to take some sort of entrepreneurial risk that might not pay off, when I will just end up earning, X% on my money a year, just because of the pure idea of deflation? And so this is going to lead to the idea that people are not going to want to lend, and people are not going to want to consume, and people are not going to want to invest, because all of those things has some sort of risk adjusted to it. Obviously, some have less risk than others, but why am I going to go out and try to start a business when I know that there is some probability that business has failed, and I could just hold my money through perpetuity, and know that this is relatively risk-free and I have no marginal propensity to consume. And then this just leads to absolute retrogression within a society. And also, this is kind of, again, economic theory, but in the long run, if long run aggregate supply doesn't move, you actually have a fall in the price level, regardless. So Bitcoin would actually, a rise in the price level regardless. So you would actually have no longer a deflationary currency, you would actually have an inflationary currency. And this gets into like long run aggregate supply and aggregate demand. And I don't think anybody wants me to give a macroeconomic lesson on this panel right now, but I mean, we could maybe talk more offline about that, because I don't want to put people to sleep.
I think it's true. I can try to answer that real quick, okay, if I may. So you're making a massive assumption based on Keynesian theory of economics, right?
It's
So
not Keynesian. It's Chicagoan, which would have been perpetrated by Milton Friedman. But I mean, relative. I don't know what this issue with Keynes is. Sorry, I just have to address this. If anybody actually reads a Keynesian book, like I'm reading the General Theory of Employment just for shits and giggles. Like, I mean, you have to have a pretty decent understanding of calculus to make it through that book. I mean, like a good portion of that book is like mathematical equations.
It's true to say, though, that Bitcoin disincentivizes consumption. There's an inherent incentive within Bitcoin not to spend it, and it kind of cuts through all that macroeconomic theory you've just gone on about, which is pretty boring, by the way. And you went on about it for 5 minutes. Like, Bitcoin disincentivizes all of that. It cuts right through all of that theory. Bitcoin is clearly come from an Austrian orientated school of thinking. So I don't know how many books you're reading, dear Poison, whatever your name is. I don't know how many books you're reading, but you've clearly not read the right books because your analysis is really, really bad.
Right. So I don't want to attack him personally, but yeah, I agree with the assumptions that he's making in economics are bad, in my opinion, as well. But I just want to point out, right, like what you said, people would be disincentivized to invest. That's not true because they would just be more incentivized to be. Hold on, can you please
I have to disagree
I said
with John.
disincentivized to consume.
John, let me ask you.
No, hold on.
Guys. Okay, we're getting to the point where everybody's talking over each other again. We're not going to do that. So, John asked Deer Point a question, which was asked, by the way, not in a very respectful way, John. So let's try to keep it respectful. No personal attacks. But John somewhat posed a question to Deer Point. So I'm going to let Deer Point respond. Satoshi, if you have a comment to make on the back of that, we'll go to you right after that. And then we'll go back to John to perhaps clarify that point in a more respectful manner if Deer Point does not articulate a response that satisfies you. So we'll go Deer Point, we'll circle back to Satoshi's comment, and then back to John to hopefully rephrase if necessary.
John, what books have I read? I guess was kind of the crux of the question. I've read Ludwig von And this was exactly Milton Friedman's point when he discussed, issues with the Austrian School of Economics and when he had issues with Ludwig von Mises. But even Ludwig von Mises, if you've read the theory of money and credit, of course, says that credit money can be money and is money up until, which was up until relative, just fiat currency by a different name. Right? So Ludwig von Mises actually in the theory of money and credit had no issue with credit money. He actually acknowledged that it existed and existed throughout history. So I don't know what economic books you're reading, but obviously you have whatever Austrian books you've read, you obviously haven't understood.
Can I touch on this real quick because I don't disagree with the theory of credit.
Well,
money,
I'd like to
money.
again. I want to avoid going in a vacuum from speaker to speaker because it prevents flow of the conversation and prevents us from getting these contentions out of the way. So I'd rather John respond to what I think are some pretty rational points from Deer Point, and I can attest to the fact that I've heard Deer Point speak on several spaces. I'm relatively macroeconomically educated. He's much more so macroeconomically educated than I am. So I know he's speaking from a place of knowledge. I'd rather hear a contention to the points he's making about economic theory than I would hear some kind of theoretical contention about the idea that you don't believe that he's well read. I think that's a poor argument. I think I'd rather hear you respond to what he's saying about economic theory instead. So John, we'll go to you and then we'll rotate back to Satoshi.
Okay, so my point is I'm not contesting that Deer Point isn't well read. What I'm saying is that he's well read in books that don't really matter. So I don't know. Has Deer Point ever? Is he familiar with John Nash's Ideal Money and Asymptotically Ideal Money, which is an Austrian orientated kind of view on on kind of the language of money. And it's interesting that Nash criticizes the central bank approach to inflation targeting. He says if they're going to target inflation, they should target 0% inflation. Like, why are they accommodating inflation at all? Inflation is a really pernicious thing, and a lot of this kind of, just by the way, kind of the hosts of the space, it's like it's a good space, so I kind of don't want to like sound too kind of negative. But Nash, he came from an Austrian school, and if you go into the history of it, like game theory, he was at Princeton with von Neumann, Morgenstern, who were who came from that part of the world, and yeah, that okay. So what I'm trying. It's become really relevant, and Satoshi himself said he criticized central banks or centrally managed currencies for being arbitrary in their approach to how they kind of tackle the inflation problem. So that's the gist of where I'm coming from. So I've probably not read as many books as Deer Point or Deer.
John, and to address your point, I mean, yeah, it's all fine and dandy. I mean, I think that John Nash was right on some things. I think he was wrong on some things, just as Friedman was, just as Keynes was, just as Hayek was, and so on and so forth. The problem with like looking at economic theory is you have to read a bunch of theories and kind of put them together in what makes sense in the current environment. The issue with John Nash and his theory was he assumed that all inflation was done by central banks. He completely neglected fiscal injections and how that actually circumvents the central banks. And central banks really have no way to control what happens on the fiscal side, right? So, I mean, this fiscal injection or this current bout of monetary inflation that we're seeing now has nothing to do with central bank policy. And it also comes down to what Milton Friedman said. And again, Milton Friedman made a mistake in this because he wrote between the 50s and the early 90s, the velocity of money was constant. So therefore, yes, increases in the money supply or money supply per unit of output. This is no longer factual. So, this idea that, the optimum quantity of inflation is zero. I mean, sure, central banks could theoretically do that, but at some point you're going to have to have.
Why don't they target 0% inflation?
Because and that was touched on earlier, as the economy grows to grow productive capacity, there's going to be some supply and demand dynamic. So as the economy grows, obviously the supply or the demand for money, is going to increase. So you're going to have a rightward shift in aggregate demand. Now, if there's no way to increase the money supply because the money supply is perfectly inelastic, then what you're going to have is this issue where there's going to be no investment, there's going to be no consumption because there's not enough money. The aggregate supply of money in the long run hasn't shifted to the right to meet aggregate demand, and therefore you're going to have the disinvestment. You're going to have no investment, and you're going to have retrogression. And even Milton Friedman said this. He says as productive capacity grows, you need money supply.
You make that sound like a bad thing. There's going to be no consumption. There's going to be no investment. What if that was actually a good thing?
No, because you're not going to have investment. Productive capacity is not going to be able to grow. That's exactly what Milton Friedman.
According to macroeconomics, I mean, come on.
Well, I mean, John, with all due respect, unless you're smarter than Milton Friedman, which I am not going to say that I am, unless you're smarter than Keynes, which I'm also not going to say that I am, or Irving Fisher or the likes, these are people you
and we are all experiencing that in our daily lives, no matter where you live. You see how terribly inflation inflicts a curse upon society and economics. So you know that this is the case. Dearpoint can even admit that if he would be honest with himself and with the people. But people that are in the central bank that are clearly close to the quintillion effect, they don't want to admit this because they're happy, because they're prosperous. And I was trying to tell Dearpoint before I don't know why he dropped off. Hopefully he just had connection issues and he'll return. But you will have people investing. They'll just have to be more careful with their investments. There will no longer exist these zombie companies that are not providing any value to society. You will simply see people that are being careful as investors, and they'll have to make sure that their investment will yield a higher rate of return than the appreciation of the money, which would be roughly 5 to 10%, according to the models that we've seen, including from Grant, who's an engineer who could even point this out, and he's not an economics major, and nor am I. However, I do read, and I suggest that people check out this series that I mentioned earlier if they want to refer to the gold standard. There was a codename guy named Lester, who's a historian and economics major. Okay, he studied this through and through for over 10,000 hours. You can check it out, Robert Breedlove, Twilight of Gold series. It's like a 9-part series. They go deep into this, and it explains how the Bitcoin standard will look. And it does talk about the credit money system. So there will still be credit money on the Bitcoin standard.
And let me just interject real quick. I mean, the argument that people need to borrow money to start a business is ludicrous. I've started many businesses in my lifetime, well, at least several, that have been successful, and I've just simply saved up and started the business. I didn't borrow money from anybody. So the assumption that everybody has to be deep in debt in order to have businesses, I think that's a ridiculous assumption.
But I don't think the assumption is that people have to that investment is required. By the way, guys, if you're coming up here and your mic's unmuted and there's a bunch of background noise, just please mute it yourself so I don't have to do that manually. But again, I don't think the implication that he was making, and it's difficult here because there are points that I agree with on both sides, but I am trying to be even-handed and I am trying to highlight what I think are logically sound points. I don't think the implication was that people have to incur debt in order to facilitate business activity. I think the implication was that by creating a currency that inherently becomes more valuable, you then have to make the discretionary case that spending your money on anything else is worth it. And when it comes to necessities like food and water and things like that, you're going to have spending regardless. And so the debate does not lie with transactions related to necessities. The debate doesn't even really lie with basic economic activity at all. The debate lies in the concept of consumer discretion. Appreciate by X year over year. And so, your family's planning on going on a vacation. You say, babe, we'll go next year because we can get the suite instead of the simple room. Or, you're looking to buy, I don't know, a TV, and you're like, oh, next year I can buy 2 TVs instead, or whatever it is. This applies to almost any discretionary good, almost any discretionary service, and almost any discretionary asset. The deflationary principle applies to all those things. And the simple logic is just that because it will be so disincentivized to invest and purchase goods, that you will inherently inhibit the growth of the economy. But more importantly than that, because investment is the number one driver of expanded economic productivity, that you will de-incentivize investment to the point that you will inhibit significant economic growth over time. And you can even further de-incentivize that investment through the concept that because money is deflationary, that investments as a whole, almost of any kind, have a lower likelihood of being good investments. because the demand for those investments will go down, right? In traditional economics, what makes an investment a good investment and what makes the price of an asset go up is demand for that asset. If you de-incentivize investment because your currency continues to appreciate in value and that it's practically safer to just hold your currency and only spend on your absolute necessities and forgo investments and forgo these discretionary expenditures, that's where the crux of the problem lies, and that's where there's a potential for a deflationary spiral that can be destructive to the economy. I think that's the point he was trying to make, not necessarily that people have to incur debt to, even if we assume everyone has zero debt and everyone has X amount of Satoshis, the allocation of those Satoshis to, outside investments will inherently be a lot lower. And because the allocation to those outside investments will be a lot lower, the return on those same investments will also be a lot lower, thereby further de-incentivizing investment in those assets. So I think that's the general point that needs refutation. Did that make sense, Craig?
Well, I mean, I think that's very valid, but if you assume that people have relative freedom and people want to progress, they want to be more productive, they want to earn more for their families and so forth, and they're a good cabinet maker or whatever, then you can also, I think, then assume that they're going to buy the necessary wood that they need and run a facility and do what they need to do. And so I think that's more important for human flourishing than whether or not they can get a loan or not. I think it's whether or not their incentive, if the incentive is there for them to be productive, I think they will be productive.
But does that incentive to be productive, I mean, that incentive to be productive has to outperform the appreciation of the currency, right? For it to be worth it.
Absolutely. They have to, the wood they buy and the place they rent and all, they have to make more in that business than they would make if they just parked that money in Bitcoin. And I think they would. I think once this gets mature, maybe you're looking at a 5-10% return a year on your Bitcoin. You can probably make more than that if you're a good cabinet maker making the cabinets.
Yeah, and I see Deer Point return, so maybe we can get him the mic back just so we can continue this conversation, because I think it's a really important one. And again, I think this comes back always to the same thing. Whenever I talk to TradFi guys and legacy financial guys, they're always measuring Bitcoin Standard from their existing system that they're very happy with because they're part of the 1%. And that's what we're trying to get away from. We're trying to make it so that it's equal for anyone. Doesn't matter if you have one Satoshi or if you have 100 Bitcoin.
Since your point is back now, Satoshi, if you want to just concisely phrase your question that you posed to him earlier before he dropped off, that'd be great.
I mean, yes, it has deviated from trend, which was about 2.1% year over year to 1.1% year over year. But I mean, still, we have a relatively, high level of let's say,
relative to what? Are you saying inflation isn't a problem right now?
I mean, this inflation is fiscal. I don't see how anything that we do is going to fix that besides increase.
What do you mean? We can change the monetary system. We can change the rules.
This inflation is not monetary.
Are you on glue or something? Inflation is not monetary.
How?
Are you
John,
sniffing glue? Because I mean,
this is the issue.
Inflation is completely...
No, hold on. John, I've given you one warning already to be polite and respectful. No need to say stupid shit like, "Are you sniffing glue?" You can make your point in other ways.
Come on,
no. But be
inflation isn't monetary.
John, hold on. First of all, don't interrupt me when I'm speaking. Second of all, be a grown up. We're all grown men and women here. No need to be like, "Are you sniffing glue?" to make your point. That's just childish. Like, refute the points based on the points of contention, and if not, then don't say anything at all. And
So,
also, if you want,
okay,
John,
okay.
for the third time, I'm going to mute you. So first of all, stop speaking out of turn. We have to keep this somewhat coordinated, so I will call on you to respond if you have a point to make. If you have a point to make about what he's saying, raise your hand. There's a raise your hand feature. Click that. I will then call on you to respond to that. That's simple, straightforward. No need for out of turn interruptions. Go for it, to your point.
Yeah, again, this inflation is not monetary. John, if you understood economic policy, you would know direct injections of money cannot be done by this Federal Reserve. That is circumvented by the Federal Reserve. That is purely fiscal. So no, this has nothing to do with the Federal Reserve. You could say, yes, well, interest rates are low. Federal Reserve can only control interest rates in the short term. They only have short-term liquidity effects and only have the ability to control interest rates in the short term. Longer-term interest rates are set by medium and long-term interest rates are set by both wealth of you have increases as a pretext in interest rates. So no, this is the low interest rate paradigm is more an issue of banks than it is an issue of the Federal Reserve. Not monetary.
Okay, John, go for it.
Well, I've kind of fell asleep listening to that. So I'm still trying to get over the statement that inflation is not a monetary. Where does inflation come from then? If it's not monetary, where does inflation come
It can
from?
be fiscal,
Because
but fiscal and monetary policy.
It's measured in money. What do you mean by fiscal?
Okay, if you don't know the difference between fiscal policy and like monetary
Yeah,
policy,
I
then there's
do.
no point in me indulging in a
I'm
conversation with you.
trying to get the general gist of it. It's what you
So
just
if
said
you
there.
get the general gist of it, then you
Nonsense.
should understand.
What you just said there is absolute nonsense. To say something like inflation is not a monetary phenomenon, it's just.
Okay, do you know
John,
when the idea of
dear point, let me help him understand the difference between what you're saying. He's not saying monetary as in to do with money. He's referring to monetary policy versus fiscal policy. That's what he's
Right,
referring
yeah. So fiscal is about taxes and how you spend your money, but monetary is about an overall. We're setting interest rates and this and that, and we're going to quantitatively ease and we're going to release money into the economy. Well, one of the interesting things that Nash said about inflation is it's directly caused by quantitative easing, or it's caused by bailouts. I don't know if you go onto my Twitter feed, the pinned tweets will kind of explicitly. I don't know. I can't. So I'm gonna have to I'm gonna mute myself in a minute because I can't take you seriously, dear. I can only see. What's your name, dear POI? I don't know what the POI.
Yeah, John, with all due respect, I mean, if you're only looking at John Nash, that's a very narrow scope of understanding economic policy. And I think that that's leading to the issue. John Nash didn't talk about quantitative easing because quantitative easing didn't exist.
No. He did speak about. He spoke about this, and he spoke about it like about at least 5 years before it happened. And what's kind of interesting is he almost resonated with Satoshi in terms of how bailouts dilute the authority of central banks. So you get into the idea, you get into the theory of where central banks have come from, monetary theory. So you have the gold standard, you have commodity money, and then it evolved into fiat money. I mean, I would even make the argument that Bitcoin itself is fiat because it's not backed by anything. People say it's backed by energy, but it's not really. People might say it's backed by mass, but I mean, it kind of is, but it's not really. It's not Bitcoin itself isn't really backed by anything, and you can get into a lot of game theory here, and you can get into
right. But to that point, right? Money is not backed. Money does not have to be backed by anything other than the belief system. That people have to give it value.
That's true. No, that is very true, and I'm kind of
So that was actually one of the biggest problems with gold. Okay, is that it does have its intrinsic value of metal, but that's actually a bad thing because then you're monetizing a metal that really should be used as a metal. Okay, it shouldn't be used as monetization.
Correct. Yeah.
But
monetization.
Correct. Yeah.
But collapsing, or when the money multiplier is collapsing, then no, you cannot sit here and tell me that this is a money phenomenon. And if you actually look and you do the mathematics yourself and you look at what has happened and you measure the money supply per unit of output after velocity was constant to now where it has collapsed, there is a disconnect between increases in the CPI and increases in money supply. This is very basic economics. Like, again, if you just read the mathematics behind all of this, it will answer 90% of your questions.
So I actually am a fan of Milton Friedman. And actually, just so you know, in 1999, he has spoken about how the internet would be a significant force in reducing the role of government. And he literally says, quote unquote, the one thing that is missing but will soon be developed is a reliable e-cash, a method whereby on the internet you can transfer funds from A to B without them knowing each other. So that is exactly, he's literally describing Bitcoin. So he literally predicted this in 99, and he, won a Nobel Peace Prize in economy in 1976. So I definitely respect Milton Friedman's perspective, and he literally is pro Bitcoin. So I don't understand how you're trying to make him not pro
Satoshi, he
Bitcoin.
wasn't. If you read through that whole quote, this is the issue with people. They quote things, but they don't read the pretext and they don't read what came after. Milton Friedman's idea, in if you read it in context, was to abolish the central bank, but have a centralized computer that increases or decreases the money supply with productive capacity. So as GDP growth grows, you either increase money supply or you contract money supply. Bitcoin can't do that.
What's Bitcoin?
No, Bitcoin does do that. There is that mechanism of boom and bust within Bitcoin. So once we do get to like the year
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying the elasticity of money.
Dude, there is the elasticity just based on human interaction with one another. So people will spend more when they feel like they have the money, and then people will spend less when they don't and when they need to save. And that's just the natural
That's not the elasticity of money. The elasticity of money is increases or decreases in the money supply.
Okay, but even Milton Friedman was for a hard money limit supply. He
wasn't. Milton Friedman was the people who told us to go off the gold standard and go into a floating rate exchange. He said that it is the most capitalistic form of money. But
the rate of interest is different than expanding the money supply.
Can I jump in and make a quick point of why none of this matters?
Yes, please.
None of this matters because what we have now are competing systems, and that's all that matters. And in the evolution of everything, the competing systems, that's how the winners come out. And so you have Bitcoin created money to be created outside of governments and banks in a practical way, because the whole reason we have these systems, governments and banks, is to be able to coordinate, scale human coordination in a practical way. And so what these systems do, Bitcoin and others, they allow social scalability in a coordinated, verifiable way. And so now we finally have a competing system to these centralized systems, which were our mechanisms for scaling and coordinating human interaction, to now free market competition. And so all these theorizing about economic theories and it's going to fail in the future, it doesn't matter. It does not fucking matter what you think the game will be played and the winners will be known. And if you have to have a better system, build it. But the mental masturbation is useless.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. And that's actually going to be my signing off point to just echo that really well. I'm a big proponent of just people learning and growing. Okay. So Bitcoin has given me the freedom to learn and grow based on my indoctrination that I received in my school, in my education. And I actually didn't go to a public school. I actually went to a private school that is very highly regarded and is actually very well known for giving you a critical thinkers type of mentality. However, we still never were taught financial literacy and the truth about what is money. I really recommend everyone to look into what is money. Okay, there's a lot of great people out there that talk about this and that show you the secrets of money. If you just type in the secrets of money, on YouTube, you'll find a great perspective there. There's a lot of really important education to be had, and if we agree to and if we opt in. So if you want to become your own self-sovereign individual that's free to do what you want with your life, how you want to, when you want to, on your terms, you can then learn about Bitcoin for yourself and become self-sovereign through Bitcoin or through whatever other means you decide to do that, whether it means you're going to become self-sovereign and you're going to grow your own food and live in your own little small economy within amongst 100 people, 200 people, however many people you need in order to survive. That's perfectly fine. That's your choice. But we're moving away from the centralized world because we've seen it fail us time and time again throughout history. For more than thousands of years, it's shown to be proven that humans will always corrupt the system. We finally have a money that does not require human intervention. We don't need to trust one another to interact with one another and to just have a peaceful transaction of value between one another globally. So just do your own research, don't trust, verify, and remember, not your keys, not your Bitcoin. You must learn how to self-custody your money if you want to become self-sovereign. And if you want to be censorship resistant, you need to run your own Bitcoin full node and just be a participant in the network. And it'll only cost you a minuscule amount, unlike all these other things that are trying to push centralization and trying to trick you. And it's just really important to do your own research. So thank you guys. I bid you farewell.
Appreciate you, man. You made some good points along the way.
My word, my bond. That's what he's trying to say.
I don't know what the hell just started playing on my computer out of nowhere, but I appreciate you. This is a bad YouTube video started playing randomly in the background, but appreciate you for making points.
Dictum meum pactum. It's Latin. My word, my bond. Like really, ideally, money wouldn't really need to exist at all. If we really trusted each other, we wouldn't be using money to kind of settle or clear or we wouldn't have to have this kind of delayed system of payment and receipts. We would just take each other out.
A 150 relationship, like a relationship with 150 people, in a sense that you trust them and know them, and can depend on them. And so, as humanity population increases, we need new, better systems to scale social interactions. And what's happening right now is the centralized systems are failing because we have small groups of people trusting them, and in reality, they're just strangers. They're just random strangers, and they can't be trusted.
Did Szabo introduce that Dunbar thing? He first introduced it, didn't he? Szabo, Nick Szabo.
Yeah, Nick Szabo talks about social scalability a lot, and it all comes down to all these blockchains are mechanisms of coordinating human interaction. Government is a method of coordinating human interaction. Money is a method of coordinating human interaction. All these political systems, all these economic systems, are all just methods of coordinating human interaction, and some scale better than others. And at the point we're at now in humanity, we're our systems are scaling much faster than these archaic systems can handle. And not even that, is that they can be exploited. They're trusted third parties, and trusted third parties are security holes. And it's just now we have competition with Bitcoin mostly, and now it's a free market.
Yeah. What's it? Trusted third parties are security holes. It's almost like an analogy for an orgy, as in trusted third holes are security parties. That's me making a joke.
I heard you. On the point of scaling trust. I think and we briefly touched on this earlier, but I think there is, point to be made about that, and you believe that the entire economy should become decentralized, then you essentially forfeit the ability for governments to freely spend on public works and public infrastructure, and to freely improve public infrastructure on a consistent basis. You also forfeit for the ability for them to address financial crises. And I don't think that any of the arguments that have been made today remove labor from the equation. I don't think any of the arguments that have been made today completely remove competitive markets from the equation. And as a result of that, you're going to inevitably have financial crises. And so that takes us back to the circular argument of how do you address those financial crises of when they happen. And even if you want to say that, the change in consumer behavior, the adaptation of the economy, the transformational pressures of a deflationary or a disinflationary currency are going to make that point moot over time. Sure, even if you say that, which again I don't agree with, but the argument of public works spending, public infrastructure spending, and the power of the government to do that still remains, and the role of that in a decentralized economy, that argument still remains. And so I think that that's probably the issue that has been least comprehensively addressed by the Bitcoin side of this argument.
I could attempt to address that. So
you can.
Okay, so the decentralization behind Bitcoin is only really kind of important because nations aren't cooperating on a coalitional basis. So we can get into coalitional games. So like we can talk about game theory, but game theory has like different levels attached to it. And the most difficult level of it is coalitional game theory, in terms of how all the nations of the world come together and form a coalition. Because if they did, then Bitcoin decentralization would be muted almost overnight. And I'm sure dear, I can't read his second name, Dear Poison or Dear POI, Dear Point Macro. He'll probably agree with that. That's where I think Bitcoin has come from. Personally, I think Nash was Satoshi.
Just to clarify, what did you ask me if he agreed with? You asked me if he agreed with the notion that the cooperation of world governments would mute the need for Bitcoin?
Yeah, definitely, absolutely.
Okay, I was just making sure that was the implication you're saying. Yeah,
that's what explicitly I'm saying.
So you're saying because world governments are inherently non-cooperative, then you need a decentralized currency?
Yes.
Why?
To highlight the problem that they're not cooperating.
But how does that solve that problem?
Well, it highlights that they can't come together, and so Bitcoin is a problem for central banks in that some of the, like the guy who left earlier, I've forgotten his name, DJ Satoshi. He was saying that we're trying to describe the current financial system in a language that is completely different to describing the current financial system. What he was saying or is saying was something else has come along and it's completely different. And central banks can't really properly comprehend Bitcoin because it literally came out of nowhere, you know, and Bitcoin is about decentralization, and yet if the whole world was centralized and could coordinate properly, it would create something stronger and better. So that the whole world, all the populations of the world were on the
John,
same.
these like blanket statements are fine, but I mean, I thought you were going to respond to the initial concern, which was the role of government spending in a decentralized economy.
I think I have, haven't I?
No, not really.
Okay, so the rules of so your question was the rules of.
My question was the role of government spending in a completely decentralized economy, more specifically, the ability of the government to spend on public works and the ability of the government to address financial crises.
Right, so
how do you solve for those protocols in a fully decentralized economy? Again,
an ideal in itself where I'm saying it's not.
I'm referring specifically to the case that some Bitcoin maxis have, and again, I know that there are others. We've had a few on this space that disagree with this notion. There are some that believe that a massive decentralized financial ecosystem can coexist with central banks. I personally disagree with that notion. I'm not saying whether you do or don't agree with that. What I'm saying is to address the case in which central banks do not coexist with with Bitcoin and a decentralized economy. In that situation, so in a hypothetical Bitcoin standard future where Bitcoin has replaced the traditional monetary system, in that hypothetical future, how do you solve for the protocols that allow you to address financial crises and that allow you to spend on public works as a government entity?
Well, in that kind of world, central banks wouldn't exist at all. So maybe I might be agreeing with you there.
No, right.
You're missing the point completely.
No, I don't think I am. I don't
You're
think I'm.
missing the question. It's pretty clear. In the absence of any central authority, how is it coordinated for public services and financial collapse? Which I have an answer for, but that's the question.
Can I address that?
Aeon, if you have an answer for that, Aeon, go ahead.
Well, so essentially what government does now is they largely hire private companies to carry out, public infrastructure upgrades. And what we're doing is we're voting to hire these government officials to make these decisions for us because we think they have the knowledge to efficiently direct those funds.
So Aeon, the reason that road company X builds a highway is not because they want to build a highway. It's because somebody's paying them to build a highway.
Yeah.
And that entity is the government. A private entity would have zero incentive to build a highway. Do you agree?
Yeah, because we could only have toll roads because that's the only way for them to get some ROI.
Exactly. So a public highway would be completely de-incentivized for any private entity. Would you agree with that, Aeon?
Yeah, I would agree. Yeah, unless there's some advancements that don't require roads as much.
What about a public park?
Right, there's lots of game
I mean,
theory.
look, the argument against roads, like, I don't want to get into that because we had this argument earlier where somebody was like, well, if technology was sufficiently advanced enough, then we wouldn't even need fucking roads. Like, that's a silly argument. Like, number of examples.
Can I address it?
Sure, Craig, go for it.
Okay, so if you're in a situation where the money's decentralized, government doesn't control it, everybody has their own money. Obviously, if a community
Okay, so Craig, not to interrupt you, but just to address one point at a time. So that exact same point that you just made, Craig, was made earlier by Alex, and I agreed with a lot of what Alex said. This was one of the main points of contention I had with him. The concept you're promoting is that voluntary crowdfunding will fund public works, will fund public infrastructure, and will also, in the case of financial collapse, somehow on a peer-to-peer basis support people who lose their jobs during a financial crisis. I feel like that is a very bold, almost naive assumption. And again, I think it just implies too much faith in this mass goodwill effect that has never worked in any economic system. So, again, my question to you is crowdfunding your only solution to that? And if not, do you have a more comprehensive solution, or do you genuinely believe that crowdfunding will become a efficient solution to global financial crises and will also become a capacitive enough solution to maintain public infrastructure, advance public infrastructure, and build, again, points of public infrastructure that have zero capital incentive?
Okay, so taking a 10,000-foot view on this whole thing, I think it would vary community to community. You can call government just something that the people hire to take care of a task, whether it be security, whether it be building a road, building a school. If the people come together and feel like they want to hire some people to run a quote government or whatever term you want to use, and they want to pay that money, the difference with Bitcoin is it would have to be more voluntary because right now, under the current system, the government can simply take your money, right? And they can do whatever they want. Under a Bitcoin standard, theoretically, the people would have to get together and agree. And obviously, if there were people in the community that didn't want to participate, didn't want to help, and so forth, they would probably be ostracized. And so I think over time, it would result in a much smaller government. I agree with that. Much more would be done by private entities. Maybe a private individual would build a nice park, whatever. But I think that people would and always have in the past come together and form some sort of, you want to use the term government, some sort of an organization that takes care of these collective things. But I think it would be much smaller and weaker than we have now. Particularly the federal government in the United States would be very small, very weak, and the states would be more powerful. That's my theory.
Yeah, I hear you on that. I just think it's a slippery slope to you know to imply that local governance morally hazardous or just incompatible version of society. I just think there would be way too much variability on even a community to community basis, let alone a city to city basis. And I'm not sure that that would lead to a compatibility of societal infrastructure because, if you have one community where people elect to build, I don't know, a beautiful road and a nice school and a beautiful park, and it's amazing. And then there are other communities where they don't have a school, or there is just nothing but dirt and then random erected buildings. It just, to me, would create too much disparity in locations that are otherwise geographically pretty uniform. And I'm not really sure how society would function at scale that way, if we really do assume that these local tiny networks will make a variety, or we have to assume that they'll make a variety of independent decisions, and there'll be zero uniformity whatsoever. I think the reduction in the power of the government is a separate conversation, but it's more about societal function, really. And I'm not even sure how to articulate the argument very well, because even I can't find the perfect words to say it, but it just doesn't seem right. And maybe that is because of my biases in the way that society has functioned traditionally, in more of a nation by nation unified perspective. But I hear you. I mean, at the end of the day, we're just talking about theory. But
Can
I
I
don't
just
know.
address one point you made as far as the worldwide coordination? Can I just address that?
Sure, address that, and then we'll go to Deer Point.
Okay, so real quick, I think one advantage that we have now and will have going forward is, as you know, information can travel around the world much easier now. And so if one community is doing a really good job with the things you're talking about, then the competitive nature of things would be that the other community is going to try to also do a really good job. And I think the result would be there would be more people that would be actually doing the work, as opposed to a bunch of lawyers and politicians, in nice suits that aren't doing diddly squat. So I think the productive people in each community would rise to the occasion and make their community even better than the one next door, because they're competing. People can easily take their Bitcoin and go from one community to the other. It's extremely portable. So I think that the end result would be a lot of coordination and a lot of competition, but kind of friendly competition. So anyway, that'd be my final point on that.
See, this is where I guess I have an issue. Is like, let me use like Bahrain, for example. The vast majority of Bahrainis are Shia. So in a system like this, and obviously there's been some geopolitical issues, how do you think that with all of this bipartisanism that we have around the world, whether it be religious, ethnic, like my family's from Turkey, our roots are Kurds. So like, let's just say like that, for example, right? Like ethnic, etc. How do you believe that all of a sudden Bitcoin's just going to incentivize all of these people who have been fighting for hundreds of thousands of years to just, decide, what, let's just all come together because that makes sense? I think that is a little far-fetched, because I think that, I wish humans were individuals and would, recognize that every individual, his ideas kind of reign supreme in his own sphere, as Friedrich Hayek said. I wish we actually thought this way, but unfortunately, no, humans are actually very tribalistic. And so I think that this wouldn't lead to some massive net of people just converging and deciding it's all love and rainbows. No. The second point is, where I am in Toronto, there's a highway called the 407. It's a toll road. Nobody really drives the 407. Again, it's privatized, right? If you want to get from the west end of Toronto to the east end extremely quickly, it's the most efficient way to do that. But also going from the west end of Toronto to the east end of Toronto, on that road, is about like $150, right? The average Torontonian is not going to be able to afford to drive from the west end to the east end every day. And if you had this complete removal of government, that's what you would have everywhere. Like, Greg, would you pay $150 every day to drive back and forth from the government because that's the only way that the people who are building that highway can earn some return?
Well, I mean, maybe you don't drive as much. Okay. So it's all going to come down to incentives. And if somebody wants to build a highway from city A to city B and they want to charge an exorbitant amount, then maybe nobody's going to use the highway. And therefore, you're not going to make any money by building that highway. it's the problem we have is people think that the roads we have now are free, and they think that the schools are free and so forth. None of this stuff is free. Somebody's paying for all of this stuff, okay? And there's a lot of waste in the system. So I'm arguing that with a smaller, much more efficient government, we would even have better roads because you wouldn't have all the current waste that you have now. And so
all of these bipartisan and ethnic differences would just automatically be solved through Bitcoin. Like, for example, in Bahrain, like, why wouldn't the Shia community say, you know what, we're going to build this for ourselves?
and again, I think if these communities are competing with each other under a Bitcoin standard, trying to get Bitcoiners to come there and trying to be a positive place for people to live and so on and so forth, because Bitcoin is so portable and because people can vote with their feet, I think there will be a lot of great communities where people can live, and then excuse my French, the shitty ones will probably not survive.
All right, so we've come to the head of the point on that topic specifically with regard to spending on public works, public infrastructure, general welfare spending, if you will. Do you feel like that same crowdfunding protocol or process or pathway, whatever you want to refer to it as, which is essentially what you're describing, Craig, is crowdfunding? Would that crowdfunding protocol, in your view, also apply to as a solution to financial crises? Would you expect communities to address mass unemployment or a collapse of an industry or whatever it may be that spurs the financial crisis? Would you expect individual communities to then float the members of their community the same way that they do fund public works in that democratic?
Okay, so to address that real quick, I believe that people would be more productive, that people, again, we'd have less lawyers, less insurance guys, less politicians, the people that actually are not really producing anything. I'm talking about people building the road, people building the houses, people doing things that really make a difference, growing food, etc. I think there'll be more of that. So I think people will, in general, prosper more. And then with technology, as we all know, as technology marches forward, everything gets more and more efficient. And so, therefore, everything gets less expensive to buy just because of efficiencies of operations. And if you've got more people that are productive in society that are bad or whatever in a certain area, I think it would be less severe than what you would have under the current system, where you have a lot of leeches in the system
But the
that aren't
implication,
really productive.
Craig, the implications of the severity of a financial crisis under a new decentralized or deflationary currency, or whatever you want to refer to it as, the implications of that, I mean, we can debate however long we want on that. I mean, I can say, hey, it's going to be much bigger than any inflationary induced financial crisis, and you might say, hey, it's going to be less severe because we're going to have more productivity, and people are going to earn more and save more, and whatever it is. that's fine, and we can argue about the what we think the depth of any kind of those crises will be. But again, if we're under the general agreement, which I think I've addressed several times, that most of us are under the agreement that labor will still exist, that competitive capital markets will still exist, that the borders drawn between nations will still exist, and by virtue of that, they will compete with each other. In a competitive global economy like that, where labor is still the primary means by which people generate income and wealth, you're going to inevitably have financial crises due to any number of moving parts that can.
But wait a second. But wait. You mentioned savings, okay? That's what a savings is for. That's what my grandma always said. Have a rainy day fund, right? Be prepared. I think
Right,
individuals
but
can
I'm
be
saying,
prepared.
but people say that today too in traditional, financial systems. People say, "Hey, save." There's still going to be people that don't save, right?
We wouldn't have had to bail people out, okay, and send them a $600
But you're
check if people
advocating
had
for a
been saving.
transformation, Craig. You're advocating for a transformation in consumer behavior whereby everybody automatically assumes that they should save the amount of wealth that they need to. But that's never
More likely that more people would have a savings account, right, for a rainy day.
sure, and that's logically fair. But I'm saying, the idea that we say, either financial crisis will become so much less severe, or they just won't happen. I think that argument's a bit ridiculous, because again, as long as an economy remains inherently competitive, as long as labor remains the primary source by which people generate income and wealth in that economy, then there have to be financial crises. But by virtue of there's just too many supply and demand moving parts in that system.
So how is financial crisis not part of that competition?
What do you mean by that? Explain that more.
Well, you're assuming financial crisis is not just a part of competitive markets. Like you're saying there's going to be a global, I agree there's going to be global competing economic markets and social markets and all those things. And then you're saying, well, how are we going to help financial, collapses? Like, how is that not part of the competitive environment as well?
You're saying like we should not address financial crises?
Yeah, if you're advocating for a competitive, then I advocate as well for competitive economic systems.
That's the first time I've heard that argument. So again, we've had this conversation a few times tonight. That's the first time I've heard somebody say that we should just outright not address financial crises.
Well, I mean, the people involved will attempt to address it, but what's the idea that anyone who's not, involved needs to address it or has some moral obligation to address it if it's a competitive? It's either cooperative coordination or coerced coordination. Government offers coerced coordination.
Idea that you but Aeon, hold on. The idea that you say that we're not responsible economically, right, for our neighbor, if you will. The idea that you want to prevent global inflation by convincing yourself and as many other people as you can to pivot to a decentralized economy with a deflationary or a disinflationary currency. The idea that you want people to do that is inherently utilitarian in its nature, in its intention, right? I mean,
personally, I don't care.
Do you want to preserve? Do you want to preserve the stability money for yourself alone?
I want to encourage competition in monetary systems and social systems, and I mean the entire.
But do you want to encourage infinite competition to the point where a financial crisis can spur, 1.5 billion people globally to be unemployed for an indefinite period of time, by virtue of which they cannot earn income, by virtue of which they cannot feed their families, by virtue of people with
they already
people
were
inevitably
for
die?
Most of the world was for several months at least,
right,
up until a year or two.
But as a society, we've adopted technologies, protocols, advancements, networks, communities
Let's circulate a bunch of tokens around, right? Like, so I don't want to overstep ATM, and he had his hand up before me.
I want to discourage people just randomly interjecting. So we will go to ATM first, and then we'll go to you, Mos. But ATM, go for it.
You know, I'm real sorry, man. I took the problems that you would encounter in a system like that, and you pointed out that people can't just quit their jobs. They can't just exit the financial system entirely because that will just eliminate people's ability to live their lives, right? And why is that? It's not necessarily because they have access to money. It's that they won't have access to the things they need to live, right? Like you need certain things to live, and all of that really comes down to energy. Like there's an equation. You can measure society's sort of success by its ability to harness energy, right? So how much someone's society will thrive is really based on their ability to harvest energy. If you can't harvest energy, your society will suffer. And food is energy, right? It's energy for humans. So all of this really comes down to energy. It's less about money and it's more about some sort of equilibrium for that time being. But as we're seeing now, this isn't sustainable, right? And the current problems that exist with the financial markets are based on the fact that the energy units that everyone's trading around are being issued from thin air. So there's nothing of substance to back it up. There's no commodities, right? So you're seeing globally now the world shifting from tokens to commodities, right? People care less about having dollars because and that's a chicken and an egg scenario, sort of feeds itself. The less people care about having dollars, the less that dollars buy, and then the less people care about having dollars, right? And then they just keep making more of them at the same Why is that? Well, because that's really what the economy runs on, because that's what people run on. So it all really comes down to an energy equation. And this is the actual case for Bitcoin. Bitcoin has up until this point been perceived as a spec anyone's spectrum of possibility. Bitcoin uncovers all of that, turns over all those stones because there's a financial incentive for it, right? Everything always boils down to incentives. So when you have something that's sort of seeking energy out, what you're gonna get is a surplus of energy, and you're also gonna
outside of banks, right? Where like a lot of the system kind of requires you to have a constant flow of income. And just from my like life experience, I've noticed in a lot of like these emerging markets, like let's say Nigeria or India, people don't really want to adopt crypto mainly because there's a liquidity issue, right? Like if I have Bitcoin in my wallet, like who am I going to give that to pay my rent or pay or get food? I saw like a Vice documentary in El Salvador, and there was like a local, I think they call them like paletas salesmen. So like they sell like ice cream or whatever out on the street. And essentially El Salvador was pushing a lot of people to use Bitcoin, right? And they still somewhat preferred their local currency over Bitcoin because it's just much easier, right? It's versus like messing with the fluctuation, messing with what's the price of Bitcoin going to be tomorrow? And I think a lot of poor individuals, they prefer cash and prefer like a very liquid way of banking themselves. And I've been in a lot of countries, and a lot of times they actually prefer gold. They prefer holding gold, and it's not the most preferred way of storing money, right? But it's just the circumstances that a lot of people are in, and I think it's like I don't know. I guess I don't know what the point I'm trying to make, but I think I kind of resonate a lot with what Samir was saying.
Yeah. Let me just chime in a little bit. So, what I said isn't my opinion. I just quoted it straight out of the World Bank report, which says that 2/3 of the world's people who don't have bank accounts, that's the reason they cite. And there's a nuance to that because a lot of people in the developing world are getting banked, quote unquote, with digital wallets. So, like, for example, a lot of people in Africa, and I think Rotus is in Africa, for example, M-Pesa is a success story of peer-to-peer money transfer, which really doesn't require a bank account. You could just do it over your mobile phone. So a lot of people, and when I quoted that in the Indian system, the average transaction is 25 cents. That's the value of the transaction. For which bank is it feasible to make that transaction? It's just unfeasible. So that's one of the reasons why people are opting for an alternate route. And if you do a little research on it, you'll find that some of these digital wallet providers are providing all the banking type of services. So it's a different environment there, and I think you need to use a different rubric when you think about or comment about those areas. The same rules don't apply, and it's quite a different environment. And then there's also issues of capital controls. A lot of, for example, China. Obviously, we know that there's government controls on cryptocurrencies. India has very punitive tax laws on cryptocurrencies, like holding cryptocurrencies. Even if you're at a loss and if the currency fluctuated into profit, you might be liable to pay taxes on that. So there's a variety of reasons. And I'm only talking about these two countries plus Africa, is about 4 billion people out of 7 billion people on the planet. So if we're talking about a global system of relevance that people use, these countries, these regions must be thought about, and a viable solution should be present. I'll take a pause.
Yeah, just to piggyback on that is correct. M-Pesa is in Kenya, and it's been very, very successful. Kenya's financial inclusion rate is, I think, about 80%. So 8 out of every 10 Kenyans has access to financial services thanks to M-Pesa. But Samir's point about the different regions and the different laws is very correct. Here in Nigeria, the Central Bank of Nigeria has banned financial institutions from processing crypto transactions. So I have a crypto account. I bought crypto a couple of years ago, Bitcoin in particular, and I can't cash out. I've just seen it rise and fall, rise and fall. I can't cash out because I use my bank account to take money from my account to buy Bitcoin. I think I have a Luna account or so, or is it Luno? But if I try to cash that money out, my bank account is going to get frozen because the Central Bank of Nigeria has warned all the commercial banks not to process any cryptocurrency transactions. So I got to go peer to peer, which is, I got to use another alternative. So, and then also on the number of digital transactions and cash, just to throw out a stat here, in Morocco, in Northern Africa, 98% of all transactions in Morocco in 2020 were in cash. 98%. I mean, I don't know if they have a distrust of digital, transactions or so, but so there's a long way to go as far as the different regions, the different rules, and the different attitudes of people to digital and so on and so forth. Thanks.
Morocco is also the world's most unbanked country, Rotus. So that's why. And I've done business there. I know exactly why.
All right. Gotcha. Thanks for confirming that. Thanks.
I guess the question is do we believe that Morocco they're choosing not to be bank? Is that maybe transacting in cash is just their preferred method of transaction? And I guess the question would be like, where does Bitcoin fit in all this, right? Like, if a lot of the places that quote unquote are unbanked are preferring not to be banked, I guess that's like a question in the air.
So it's a good question, and but Gambit, I've taken up a lot of airtime. If you want to speak, go right ahead.
Yeah, I just want to thank you for the space. I always appreciate you guys. And so I'm prior military from the United States, and at 18, I got to go to 33 countries as a kid, and I learned a lot of the things I grew up with in the United States were not going to work with me. So much so that the Navy actually has a full-on program for training. Every country you go into, you get 2 weeks before you go in there, you get a full-on kind of like breakdown of not just a regular like travel advisory. The military actually like sets up this whole entire training of each country that you're going into to tell you everything from where do I go to pull out cash if I need to while we're in here and I'm on liberty? Where do we need to go? Right, yada yada yada, through the whole explanation of here's what's going on security wise. Hey, maybe we can't go all the way off the boat and go into the country or the city that's locally there because there is something that's going on. Travel advisory warnings. And so they do an assessment before we get there, and then we do local trainings. And they've had these trainings because the military has had these trainings ever since 1930s. And what I learned, and it's still true to this day, and I hear it in conversations on Twitter Spaces, and I love Twitter Spaces because it's bringing us all closer, right? We're able to understand. Just like I just heard a gentleman, acknowledge that he understood that. Oh, okay, that's why Morocco is not necessarily moving towards a digital landscape. The world, if you are somebody who is world traveling consistently, constantly going around to other regions of the world looks very different in a multitude of ways. But to make it very simple is, especially us as when we're in the developed world, so you're talking about Europe, you're talking about the United States, then you have your emerging economies, and people don't define the emerging economies. They just say it on here and there. What the emerging economies came about, that was when the BRICS were coming up, when that was Brazil, Russia, India, and China. But then the rest of the world, like the female had said before, I didn't get her name. I'm sorry, I didn't. If I didn't pronounce you by your proper pronoun or whatever, but still, it's with all respect. I like what you said in that you were bringing up a statistic on the fact that 4.5 billion of the world's population is still dealing with authoritarian regimes. And when you look at first world leading economies versus emerging economies versus the third world, as if you want to classify it economically, most of the people that are in third world, which is what we're all, I think, as folks that are in the crypto market, we're looking to enable those economies. We want those economies to continue to add to value over time so that we can all see all boats rise. Rising tide rises all boats. But what most people, I think, and I heard it here in this conversation already, is that there's not a clear understanding of why these people don't have banking institutions. But this is a lack of understanding of the progress of technology. In order to have an internet service provider, You have to have a power grid that's stable. You also have to have a variety of sources for that power grid. You have to have everything from, hopefully you've got some rivers, so hopefully you've got some hydroelectric power. But we all know, if you actually know that space, it's 5 to 10 years to build one of those. Nuclear power plant, well, that's a political football, and that's a quite a bit of an expense, and so is the hydroelectric plant, by the way. And you've got countries like Nigeria with their new plan, their new national plan for putting more gas and petroleum-based power plants online. That's Nigeria's new 20-year plan, is to get more gas-powered plants online, because they hold some of the world's, I think they're the seventh in terms of size. They hold the seventh position as the world's largest place where you have petroleum reserves. But at the same time, you still have people going to a marketplace where there is diesel being used for power all day, all night. And so it smells like diesel. It sounds like diesel, where we can barely have a conversation. Hey, I want this product. Is in the background. And people don't have the real world experience, is what I'm saying. In that you need to know what's going on in those places and why these contributing factors are adding to the reason why, hey, there's not internet over here. There's really very terrible old world towers that are spreading cellular signal. And you go to Africa, most folks are using 3G and 4G signals in order to actually do transactions and pay for most of their goods. The world hasn't evolved as much as I think perspective would hope. We would hope that there's the similarity. We get on things like Twitter Spaces and Clubhouse and all the rest of the internet and all these great, communication channels, but we don't have an understanding of what the real world actual experience is like. And we also don't have a historical understanding if we don't have at least a basic understanding of what's going on in those conditions. You don't go to a gas-filled marketplace in order to go get your beef or your vegan food. You go to a Trader Joe's or you go to a Whole Foods, and everyone's around
Are you in the
smiling.
bathtub?
No, I'm in a pool, brother.
Okay, just asking.
I was trying not to move too much.
No, that's cool. I was just like, what is that noise?
But I think the perspective would help to inform what's going on a lot more than anything else. If you could have a pure understanding by at least being able to have at least traveled to this place once, you would understand why there's no digital currency that's going to move very well in, say, a third world market where the economy of a small town is, well, folks just show up at a couple of gondolas with some posts, and that's where the food's sold. There's no real digital economy that's going to move there. And you have to understand this when you actually see it for what it is. Or access points to power, where you have roving blackouts in Texas once every 5 months or so, and you go to roving blackouts are every day. Like there is no power in order to run an ISP. There is no power to run. There's no structure where there's a municipality like a PG&E or a conglomerate that owns multiple nuclear plants and hydroelectric plants, and they're feeding that to a grid. There is no grid. There's just disparate factions in places that set up their own. They literally, maybe some folks that had a bit of wealth ended up having power lines at 220 come down to their place, but it's never running to an actual, like, say, city center. And I think that it would just inform folks to see where you're talking about before you formulate an opinion. That's all I want to say.
Just want to say, Gambit, spot on Nigeria's gas goals, and yeah, everything you said was correct. Well said. Thanks.
Appreciate it, sir.
Hey, TSDR, are you trading any of this?
No, I didn't. Nah.
Come
I
on,
wish.
man.
Transition from there. Jesse, can you hear me? Jesse Achilleos. Jesse, can you hear me? Jesse,
How's it going, man?
what's going on?
Nothing. Just working on some shit. Smoking some weed, chilling out, listening to some very interesting conversations. What's going on with you guys?
Awesome. Did you have a question, concern, comment that you want to make for anybody to piggyback off of to talk about?
No, not at all. Honestly, I've been listening. It's been very informative, very useful. What I really like doing is thinking through other stuff while I'm hearing, other smart people go through like shit like this. It's very cool. To me, this is kind of like the equivalent of, listening to a favorite podcast, except for it's listening to people talk about stuff I don't know about and just like listening to what I do and don't know and kind of reinforcing the knowledge. You know what I mean? It's nice. So yeah, thanks for having me.
Awesome. We'll jump from there to Eddie. Eddie, I know you up here earlier. Do you have a comment, concern, question?
No, I was just going to ask the guy talking about savings. How do you recommend in this current economy, like where you put your savings?
I don't know who it was that was talking about savings. Who was it?
I want to say it was Craig. He may not be up here anymore.
Okay, well, if he's
Futures market opened 13 minutes ago. They opened up slightly green. Let's see if that holds up.
interesting to see.
I forgot. It kind of threw me off guard because futures still open even though the market's closed on Monday. Futures still open Sunday at 5.
That is interesting. I didn't know that it was going to be open today.
Okay, so we are going to do a couple more questions here. I think we're going to do about 15 more questions of here before we wrap it up. I'm starting to get tired. We've been doing this for a little bit. I think we were going to run this almost 15 hours at
Bro,
that
get
point.
some sleep, bro.
Yeah, no, I'm going to go get like a steak and then go to sleep. But we'll do 15 minutes more of questions.
If you count Gergavin's space, isn't that like 28 hours, 26 hours?
It's been a while for sure. All right, but yeah, let's do 15 minutes more questions before I go. Let me jump over here and see who's still on the request. Go.
Cool. Well, I'll just go ahead and
Go for it.
say my thing. If anyone is kind of interested in learning more about banking the unbanked, because it is a really interesting topic, I would highly recommend checking out some of the work of Alex Gladstein from the Human Rights Foundation. And he has a brand new book out. It's called Check Your Financial Privilege. And he goes through the numbers, right? Hey,
Hold on, Andrew.
I
Hold
don't
on.
think you can hear me.
Let her finish first.
Yeah, sometimes not everyone can hear everyone. It's kind of a weird feature of Twitter Spaces. But yeah, if you want to learn more about the stats, someone posted some article from the World Bank. I wouldn't look to the World Bank for reliable information because, the narrative that's being spun is that folks just don't have a bank account because they kind of don't want one. And that's actually not really what's going on. So a lot of folks, they just don't have access to bank accounts because of kind of draconian like KYC AML laws, or they don't have like the proper like documentation that they need, or they live in a country that has a very, very weak currency. So it's impossible to save anything if you have a currency that's hyperinflating. So again, there's a lot of things that go into this. And thankfully we have Bitcoin. Now there's something like 83% of folks do have access to a smartphone. And these are even folks in the undeveloped world. So the developing world. So it's actually quite shocking how many people do have access to smartphones. And of course they can use Bitcoin. So Bitcoin helps a lot.
All right, let's go to the. Oh, where did he go? Is he still up here? Oh, Andrew. Yeah, what's up, Andrew?
Hey man, I didn't mean to barge in there. I didn't see any hand. Oh, there's a few hands up. Really enjoyed the space. Thanks, guys. I've learned a lot. Let's just say that. Hang on, let me turn this off. Been watching a bit of golf at the same time, but I haven't heard you guys talk much about real estate, and like you got some good economists. Or you had some good economists here, including yourself, stock trader. Um, how do you see the real estate market playing out when we're going into this Bitcoin bear market? It's not really had much to do with it, obviously, but when people are stretched thin, they're not going to be doing much saving, are they? They're just going to be paying rent or paying their mortgage.
Yeah, you're talking about just like from a perspective of choosing where to allocate capital.
Yeah, pretty much. Like I'm starting to DCA because I want 10 Bitcoin before 2024. But it might cost me more to to pay my house off instead. What's going to happen with real estate if it dumps like you keep saying? Then it shouldn't be a problem. But when's this real estate bubble popping?
Yeah, I mean, that's if we're talking about assets more broadly, I think there's a lot of risk to the housing market. I think that there's also a pretty present risk to the labor market as well. It really depends on to what degree the broader economy heals before we come to an inflection point in housing or in labor. I think there's an argument that could be made that housing is the last domino to fall in this case. Whereas typically in these types of cycles we see signs of housing slowing. In this cycle, we might see it as more of an effect where we had inventories jump 10% from March through June. We might see that over the next 3 or 4 month period, go from a 10% creep up in inventories to maybe a 15 or 20% leap in inventories. And obviously, if that rate of change continues to increase, then you have inventory accumulation, which can dramatically affect prices. We've already seen this on the mortgage app side. Mortgage apps are down. I think now it was 40% about 2 weeks ago, but I think mortgage apps are now down about 46 or 47% from the seasonally adjusted peak. So you have trends that are kind of giving you early warning signs of a fleet of liquidity from housing, and maybe it won't be a traditional crash in the sense that house prices will go down 15 to 25% overnight, but it's much more likely to be a gradual withdrawal of liquidity for a variety of reasons, and a degree of that can also be combating inflation, the fact that most people, when they're looking for sources of liquidity, when they're looking for sources of equity, most Americans, most people around the globe really have that in their primary residence. If you're looking at the context of the American economy, I believe the number is that out of all homeowners in America, their primary residence is 62% of their wealth. So that includes people who own more than one property. So even if you include, homeowners that own one property or homeowners that own 5 properties, in the case where homeowners own their primary residence, for those individuals, it's 62% of their average wealth. So we see the potential domino effect that could come, especially in a sensitive, economic environment like we're in now, where you have obviously ripping inflation, you're in a rate hike cycle, you have supply chain issues, you have consumer discretionary spending issues as a result of, essential goods and services being much, much more expensive. All of these impacts combined with the housing market collapse, I think would be really, really bad. It could even be worse than bad, and we could start entertaining the term depression instead of the term recession, which has been really all over the headlines. So yeah, to be frank, I think there's a lot of fragility in the housing market, and I think there's either a chance that, like I said, it becomes the last domino to fall in this gradual compression of asset markets that we've seen in the last 6 to 8 months. Then there's also another alternative where the broader economy heals, inflation slows, we see a dramatic reduction in month over month inflation on consecutive prints, and I'm talking CPI, PPI, and PCE, and that's followed by either a pause in activity by the Fed, and by pause in activity, I mean a pause in the rate hike cycle, or even at a later juncture, potentially a complete reversal in policy, which is, going from a tightening phase back to an easing phase. I think that's further down the road and nowhere in the near future. But either of those things happening could also create an effect where, because of the healing of the broader economy, because of the gradual de-inflation of some of these trends, that we could kick the can down the road again with the housing market, which would mean that the healing of the broader economy can shoulder the bubble in the housing market and move forward from there, where we have to wait for the next asset cycle to see a crash there. That's also a possibility. So I think both of those things could happen. And I know that that's not really maybe a fair or a decisive answer, but I mean, I think both those are really present possibilities. Either it's the last domino, or a healing in the broader economy allows us to shoulder the housing bubble into the next cycle.
Yeah, the next cycle is the key word. You answered that well with the last sentence, because the question was to do with Bitcoin as well, and yeah, you said it right there. The next cycle, so kick the can down the road. Hopefully, it's the same over here in Australia. I can have a good one.
Well, that's one of the key inflationary, or I don't want to say inflationary problems, but that's one of the key issues that we've really kind of come to a head here in the last 10 hours in this debate, especially. I think one consensus point we've come to is that the operation of this monetary system for the last, since 1946, so roughly 80 years, the implementation of this inflationary system has kind of proven to be broken by the fact that, regardless of the operator of the Federal Reserve, or regardless of the operator of any of these individual international central banks, we have continually and cyclically produced recessions, which, again, you can argue the exact direct cause, but they're at least somewhat a product of this cyclical activity. And if cyclical activity, regardless of the operator or actor, is producing cyclical errors, which in this context, our errors are recessions slash depressions, which I think I've repeated this point several times. 10 out of 13 of the last rate hike cycles have led to either a recession or a depression. In the context that remains true, I think that bolsters the idea that there is a systemic issue with an inflationary monetary policy. So I think that's a good thing for Bitcoin bulls. I think that's a good thing for people who are suggestive of alternative monetary theory. But I think it's also a slippery slope. I don't think we can make tons of leaps and assumptions. I think we can just start with that, hey, look, the current monetary system is flawed. That doesn't mean that any of the proposed solutions are instantly better or don't have flawed cyclical error the same way that an inflationary system does, right? Like, we don't know if a deflationary economic system or a decentralized monetary standard, Bitcoin standard, whatever you want to call it, we don't know if these things have cyclical error in application, right? In a practical global application, because we've never seen a decentralized deflationary or disinflationary currency applied on a global perspective. We've just never seen it. So we don't have the data in hindsight to go back and reflect and be like, look, this, and this can be prevented through this, and this practical application. I think that some people can start to make those arguments about the inflationary monetary system. And maybe there are some people that argue, look, there are adjustments we can make to a inflationary monetary system that allow us to maybe prevent or reduce the likelihood of these cyclical errors. Again, errors being recessions or depressions that we see constantly as a result of this boom bust cycle created by QE/QT/fiscal policy. So that's my general thoughts on that, and I hope that that's somewhat of a comprehensive answer for you, Andrew.
Thanks, man. Yeah, it was a lot of words which I didn't understand, but you make it you made it pretty clear. And my follow-up question would be, what would make them want to burst the real estate bubble? Like, at what stage will they actually, want to do it?
It's not about them wanting to do it as much as it's about a balance of assets between individual consumers. So, like, when we talk about the fleet from equities, right? Like, why was there a fleet from equities? Well, there was a fleet from equities because there was a rise in interest rates, and interest rate cycles affect the time value of money. So we're talking about the stocks that suffered the worst, and again, I'm referring to this in the context of the stock market just for this example specifically. But when you're referring to the stocks that have suffered the most, they're growth and tech stocks. The reason for that is because when you increase the cost of money now, which is essentially what increasing interest rates does, right? If you refer to interest rates in the simplest fashion as the cost of money, and you're increasing the cost of money now, then these businesses that are valued based on their cash flows 10 or 12 years in the future just have to be discounted logically, right? That's what multiple compression is this discounting of businesses that are based on future cash flows because the current cost of money has gone up. And so, that's why you saw a fleet from equities. But the fleet that you saw from equities isn't necessarily the same that you saw from other asset markets. And that's the domino effect, right? The domino effect where, person A holding 5 different assets, asset A loses value, asset B loses value, asset C loses value, and then they're forced to sell assets D and E to either create liquidity for their personal needs, to pay off debt, to cover losses, whatever it may be. But that's just a basic, asset ownership domino effect where other markets eventually fall or decrease in value because the collapse of one asset class or the fleeting of liquidity from one asset class encourages people to thereby sell other assets or search for liquidity in other assets, and that's what potentially creates that domino effect. So I don't think that it's about if they want to let the housing market crash. I really think it's about an inflection point in consumer behavior and an inflection point in the consumer's desire to raise capital. Again, referring to that 62% point that I brought up earlier, about 62% of median homeowners in the U.S. having the vast majority of their wealth allocated in their primary residence. That's where people are going to go when they're looking for liquidity, and I think that's where the risk is.
And obviously, the difference between the federal interest rate and the bank interest rate, because that's a big difference, as we know. Just keep searching for good rates and refinance if you have to.
That's another problem. Again, another inherent problem with our current monetary system is this idea that the broader economy expects rates to go up and go down in this cyclical manner. Where somebody looking to buy a house in 2020, early 2021, let's say, and they can secure long-term sub 3% rate, which a lot of people did. You would say, hey, look, somebody secured a sub 3% rate in this economy. They're never going to sell because they're not going to see those interest rates for a long time. I think that argument is difficult to make as well because, again, the level at which wealth is concentrated into people's primary residences kind of doesn't give them a choice And also the fact that most logical consumers or most macroeconomically literate consumers understand that there are going to continue to be rate hike cycles until the system changes. Those people can then anticipate, lower rates in the future or higher rates in the future or whatever way that may affect their decision making. And so, that expectation that rates will remain cyclical kind of brushes off the effects of incentivizing asset hoarding, because people, again, this idea, hey, I secured a under 3% long-term interest rate, so I'm never going to sell my home. That functions on a case-by-case basis. If somebody needs liquidity because their cost of living has gone up so much, they lost $500,000 in the stock market, and they're running out of liquidity to function their everyday life. The only place that person can go, even in a worst case, imagine that same person lost their job. The only place that person can go is the equity in their home, and that's why very often, I think this is actually quite hotly debated. But when you look at asset collapse cycles, a lot of people think that warning signals in housing are the first sign you see. I think the distinction is important to make, that while warning signals in the potential repricing of housing is one of the first signs you see, I think the actual collapse in house prices is actually one of the last residual effects you see, because it's one of the most resistant asset classes. Again, there's not as much liquidity. I can sell a share of SPY at any time of the day instantly at a market order that will give me relatively accurate market value for that share at that moment in time. I cannot do that with that level of ease with a home. And that's why it makes the housing market a little bit more resilient in these types of gradual rate hike cycles, because people are like, I'll sell everything before I sell my house. But the issue becomes when they run out of other things to sell. And so, a lot of this is subjective and anecdotal, and a bit of it requires some assumptions to be made on the individual level. But overall, the way the economy is trending now, and I think that the fact that the housing market hasn't seen air come out of it, because regardless of the function by which prices go up in a market, prices going up in a market, have to have some driver of value. And when you see other asset markets coming down for good reasons, and you see a particular asset market like housing in this case not coming down for the same reasons, you have to ask yourself the two possibilities. One is that it just hasn't happened yet, and the other is that it's resilient for X, Y, and Z reasons, with most of which we discussed already.
And the third piece would be the difference between renting and actually owning. But I'm sure there's other people that want to finish you off. Thanks for your time, mate. That's killer set there. 28 hours, sick.
Appreciate you, man. Yeah, I mean, that is the question, right? Like, is there an argument to be made that we are trending inevitably towards a renter's economy? Right? And there is a chance that is happening.
Exactly.
There is a chance that home ownership is being de-incentivized to the point that it'll become economically illogical for a lot of people if we continue down this path. So yeah, that's a very real and present risk, and I don't dismiss that. I think you're thinking in the right direction with regard to the long-term trend here. Eddie, what's going on? You've had your hand up for a while.
No, I was just going to add, like, if you look, JP Morgan said they're getting out of real estate and going into digital assets because, I mean, how do you go loan out 4 or 5 to $1 million for a 3% return on investment? Like, how do you keep your doors open as a brick and mortar bank, making 3% drawn out over 30 years? How is that sustainable for a business if we're talking about mortgages?
Yeah, I'm not saying it is, right? This is all functions on a relative basis to other asset classes.
Yeah, I just think you're going to see a lot of big institutions getting out of it because the gains in crypto right now are so huge compared to, to the real estate market. I know real estate's more secure because it's tangible, but it seems like everything's trending digital. when was the last time you used a physical dollar? I tried to buy
Yeah,
something at the store the other day, and it said
but
you can't use cash.
the digitization of exchange assets cannot be, made equivalent, I think, that easily to the digitization of physical assets. I mean, digitizing a dollar is sensible and logical by pretty much every argument, but digitizing a home doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, 100%. And that's what everybody, when they argue about crypto, it's like we've been using crypto for years with a credit card and a debit card. During the pandemic, I went to go get $10,000 on my bank, and they said, "Well, you can only have $2,000 because people were running on banks, and there's not enough money in circulation in their bank. They don't keep it. It's not like locked in a vault. They're loaning it out, making money. So, I mean, I think we've been going digital with currency for a lot longer than we pretend we have been with the crypto space.
Yeah, I think that's true, but I don't think the digitization of currency has much to do with what we're referring to about the bubble in real estate. I think that's a separate issue.
Oh yeah.
Back finance, what's going on? Did you want to make a question, comment? BACC finance. Going once, going twice. Okay.
Hey, Stock, can I ask, like, what institutions would you consider reasonable? I know the argument we had this morning, not you and I, but with the other gentleman about, I'm not going to bring it up because I don't want to be you guys thinking I'm shilling, but like, what institutions are we allowed or do we think are trustworthy nowadays?
I mean, I don't think it's an argument about what institutions you think are trustworthy. I mean, that's very difficult to ascertain if you don't personally know the actor or the governor of that institution, to where you can make that assessment. I think it just has to be on a based on an individual basis of, do you personally believe in removing yourself from the base protocol that makes Bitcoin unique onto level 2 protocols that are inherently centralized via founders or owners that in a way, kind of removes you from the base layer of Bitcoin. That's a personal risk decision, right? Like, I know you talked about earlier, you feel comfortable with using, second party, third party platforms that allow you to earn a yield on your crypto, and you also understand the risks of those parties potentially having liquidity issues or going insolvent or having leverage issues, right? So you're accepting X amount of greater risk by operating on a layered protocol as opposed to the base protocol, and in return for that, you're earning a yield and you're happy with that risk, right?
Right.
Not
And I'm
every
making Bitcoin as a thing off of spending money that I have to spend regardless. I have to pay my mortgage.
right,
I
and that
have to pay my cars, right? Yeah.
right, and that's
That's all I
absolutely.
was trying to say.
And so instead of paying those bills outright in fiat and reinvesting the rest directly into Bitcoin, you choose to reinvest some into Bitcoin, but then reinvest the rest into USDC, which you then earn a yield on, and then you instantly convert for all your expenditures. Right?
Right. Yeah. And
And
that
that
was what I was trying to get at is, if you're going to have to pay fiat because my bank doesn't accept Bitcoin,
yeah,
right?
I don't have an outright problem with yields. Okay. I don't have the
Yeah.
same opinion on yields that some of the other Bitcoin maxis have. I understand the concerns and the argument that they are making, by which, look,
100%.
the further you get away from base Bitcoin, the higher the risk inherently becomes. That's logical, right?
Yeah. No,
But
yeah, 100%.
again, it's an individual risk tolerance thing. And I tell this to people in my stock trading community all the time. Like, people are like, hey, like, you set your stop loss at 7%. Like, should I set my stop loss at 7%? And it's like, well, if your risk tolerance is the same as mine, then yeah. But it also depends on what's the absolute cost of your position. What's the most money you can afford to lose?
Yeah.
What's your risk tolerance? What's the beta that you want to accept? What's the risk reward you're looking for? There's so many nuanced variable factors that should determine somebody's risk allocation, that because of that, um, I think it makes it difficult to make absolute statements like, some of the guys earlier were making towards you, which again, I agree some of those statements were unfair to say like, hey, you're an idiot for using layer two. I don't think that you're an idiot for using it. I just think you have a slightly higher risk tolerance, and that's fine with me. I feel the same way about people who, I trade penny stocks all the time. I enjoy trading penny stocks. I enjoy the beta. I enjoy the volatility. Can those stocks knife on me 20% at any time and I can lose a bunch of money? Yes. And I accept that risk and I still trade them, right? Do I at the same time do I advocate new traders to trade penny stocks? No, because I know they're going to get slaughtered. So the same thing happens, right? It's like what's the level of risk you want to take on for X amount of incremental increased reward.
Right.
When you
And
say
that
layer
was all
two,
I
are
was.
you referring to a circle as a layer two of Bitcoin?
No, not even that. I'm just talking about additional protocols that stack on top of Bitcoin. Not whether you refer to them as layer two, layer three, or you refer to them as just additional centralized networks that operate on top of it. My point is just that the further you get removed from base Bitcoin, the higher the risk becomes. That's my general point I'm making.
Yeah, I'm just confused because I think a lot of this discussion seems like they're talking about yield protocols, and I don't know if those are related to Bitcoin at all. Like, what would you call that a layer on top of? Isn't that its own thing?
Yeah, I mean that was the argument that they were making earlier that really any products that aren't purely base Bitcoin are inherently riskier because they involve centralized entities, right?
So would you lump things in like fiat under that umbrella?
No, I'm not saying I would personally want them in fiat or anyone else would. I'm just saying that the Bitcoin. I guess this is kind of confusing, sir, because you might not have been here earlier. But the point that Eddie's making is earlier. Eddie came up here and he was discussing Voyager and he was discussing the fact that he uses Voyager to earn what's the yield you get, Eddie?
You get 9% on your USDC, and they
So there
give
you
you a
go.
debit card, and you go spend it like normal fiat. You can pay your mortgage, you can pay your cars, and then I take my earnings that they give me at the end of the month, and I convert it into Bitcoin. And the guy told me I was stupid for doing that. And I mean, I'm not trying to start anything, but it wasn't stock. It was some guy named Broke. What was his name? Broke or something like that.
I don't
And I was
remember.
just saying,
Yeah,
if you're going to have to spend money on this stuff, why not get Bitcoin for doing it? Your banks aren't giving you anything. I mean, my savings, I had it in there for 3 years and they were giving me $8 a quarter for holding money in the bank. And then when I went to get it out, they wouldn't even give it to me. And that's what kind of turned me on to crypto is like, I want to be able to control my money whenever I want, 365. I don't want to have to wait for a bank to open up on a Monday or, oh, wait, it's a national holiday. Now they're not open. You can't access your money.
yeah, right. That's the argument here. So, sir, again, just to recap for you. So Eddie brought that point up, and then we had a few Bitcoin maximalists up here who said that they found it absurd to be using anything other than base Bitcoin, and everything else was a scam, especially any yield related networks. So that's the point, sir. If you wanted to respond to that.
I would agree with that phrase. I mean, everybody can take their own risks. I'm not your mother, so do what you want. But
Yeah, I mean, their concern was related to counterparty risk, leverage, insolvency potential, liquidity issues, things that affected networks like Celsius, right? That was their criticism, which again I think is a sound criticism. And
oh, yeah, that's 100% a sunk because, I mean, everybody thought Celsius was great, right? And then, they over leveraged themselves and the big institutions took advantage of it.
so to me, it sounds like what you're doing is using a stable coin as more of a checking account where you flow money
That's
through it.
exactly what I'm doing. You flow your money through USDC, it stays in there, and you earn 9% for holding it, and then it automatically converts it on my MasterCard to USD when I go spend money at the gas station or on my mortgage or my car. And it automatically converts, and then I just move more money from my checking over to Voyager, whatever my comfort level is, and that way I'm still making my Bitcoin, but I'm still paying my normal bills with cryptocurrency. And that's the best thing in the world when you can go up to a gas station and go, "Hey, you take crypto?" And they go, "No." And you slide your card and you go, "Well, now you do." And you're like, boom, like, hey, mic drop. This is the development of crypto, I think.
So for how long, or do you have an idea in mind of how long you think the strategy or your current, arrangement of using it as a checking account, do you think it has an end date? Do you think it can continue indefinitely with that strategy?
I do. I don't know how long they're going to give out certain rewards for, I mean, how much money do banks make off of you holding your money in a bank? Go ask the bank that question.
They
They're
don't
making
hold
money
any.
hand over fist. But
Yeah, they don't
Lawyer's
even
giving it back to people.
I mean, that's fine. Do you have a sense for where that yield comes from?
Yeah, they loan it to certain money makers like Galaxy Digital. I can't think of the rest of them off the top of my head. But yeah, I mean, they're loaning out money to money makers just like a bank does. They're taking a risk, yeah.
But isn't that just another person that's going to loan the money out to some other project and put it into an even deeper black box? Right? It's not a municipal bond where they're going to build a road and pay you back over 30 years for that.
I mean, but isn't all crypto headed that way? Aren't we all? I mean, you're taking a risk with Bitcoin. Like Bitcoin's highly volatile. It's not like you're getting into a stable coin on Bitcoin. And I love Bitcoin and I want to get more of it. So the way I'm doing that is by spending the normal money that I would spend at a bank anyways, and I'm making Bitcoin off of my money, if that makes sense. Don't get me wrong. I love Bitcoin. I think Bitcoin's a huge store of value. I think it's digital gold. I think it's going to be way bigger than digital gold, I would love
Yeah.
to see Bitcoin at $1 million a coin. I would love that, and that's why I want to keep stacking it any way I can. I'm not saying get away from Bitcoin and go to stable coins, blah blah blah. I'm saying like let your money work for you.
Yes, but to be honest, you don't really know how it's going about fetching more money and bringing back that 9% return towards you.
Right, and I don't know how my mortgage company lets me loan out $300,000. They let me live in my house and I pay them every month. I don't know how it works. I'm not a financial manager. I don't understand that, but all I know is I pay my mortgage. They let me live here. If I don't pay it, they kick me the fuck out.
Yeah, and since it's your checking account style that you're using it in, you'd be comfortable if a rug pull came and ripped it out from under you because, again, you're stacking your Bitcoin, you have other assets.
No, I mean, it would definitely hurt to lose the X amount of money that I leave in there to pay my bills, but I'm going to leave it in the bank. What if my bank goes belly up? I understand that they're FDIC insured, right?
Yeah, that's the, I guess, line of reasoning, but
I mean, I don't know anybody that's ever personally used FDIC or known anybody that's done it.
The bigger argument. I mean, obviously, you guys can debate with each other. I mean, clearly, Sir Pleb does not believe in using those yields networks, and you do, Eddie. And as we spoke to the Bitcoin Maximalists earlier, who were very much against that. Again, the only argument they make is the risk perspective. And also I guess you can make the purity argument as well. But yeah, I mean it's a risk allocation thing at the end of the day. Look, if you want to take on the counterparty risk that's associated with that, the leverage risk, the liquidity risk, the operational risk, that's fine. I see no problem with people making individual decisions based on their own risk tolerance, and based on smart capital allocation. But I think if we're going to make the leap to this hypothetical Bitcoin standard, X amount of years in the future, whereby, Bitcoin is the monetary standard, and all currency is decentralized, and we have essentially a deflationary or disinflationary currency, and the impacts of that, in that environment, you would have to imagine, again, assuming Bitcoin is the only global money, in that environment, there would eventually be some level of leveraging of the products, and creation of derivatives of the products, because there's always a lust for higher volatility, there's always a lust for gambling, and you're always going to have more volatile products even if you only have one core asset. So I think you trend to yields and returns and APRs and all these things over time, inevitably, by the virtue of investment and speculation. So I don't think the existence of them, or the potential existence of them in an idealized economy, is really debatable. I think it's a matter of whether or not individual people should be using those tools. We'll actually go to Dennis Porter now, and we'll let him speak briefly. And Dennis, you can speak on these general issues. But once you respond to what we've been talking about, Dennis, I'd actually also like to hear your thoughts on an issue we touched on earlier, which, again, I think is probably the most contended part of this debate, which is I don't really want to phrase this concisely for you to make it simple, but the idea that in a future where we do strive for this Bitcoin standard, what is the role of government spending powers in a traditional sense in that new economy? And the 3 points that I'll bring up for that are: A, financial crisis; B, spending on public works, so that includes highways, parks, anything that's not capital incentivized to build; and then 3, the case of military invasion that would require the erection of an army to defend a country, and may not be able to do under a limited financial distribution network. So that's my general 3-pronged question to you. What's the role of government spending essentially in a fully decentralized economy? And then obviously you can start by responding to all the things that we've already been talking about. Dennis, go for it.
Hey, what's up, guys? Can you hear me? I'm only on one microphone today. I was cleaning something in my house, and literally one fell out right into the toilet, so I lost it. So hopefully my audio is coming through clearly. But these are the things that occur when you work remote 24/7, 365. But just to quickly respond to kind of like something Eddie said there, it's like very tempting to go after yield and to chase yield, especially in a marketplace where there is, at least in the legacy financial world, there's like no yield on cash. Like you put money in a bank account and it just stays there stagnant. I actually found a old savings account that I had from when I was a kid. I went to go sign up for a checking account with this bank and forgot that when I was like 16 or 17, I had put $100 into this bank account. And even with all of the things, since I was that young 16-year-old, like rates were slightly higher back in the day, right? They weren't just like literal nothing. It had gone from $100 to 115 cents. So it's just like, it's an incredible amount of time. I mean, I'm 34, almost 34 now. So almost double that number, 16, 17 years. And I had grown $100 by 15 cents. So I can see the desire by the average person to chase yield, to find a way to go back to the olden days of when our grandparents used to go to put their cash into a savings account and earn 5%, earn 10%. But today you're doing that at an incredible level of risk considering the marketplace. And I'll just say this because I'm not a equities market expert, but I do know one thing, and that is the difference between Bitcoin as a crypto and everything else out there is that when you wake up tomorrow, when you get out of bed, your Bitcoin will still be there and it will still have value. Whereas a lot of these other projects, even the well trusted and well projects that have had a lot of confidence put into them, like Luna, UST, they can collapse literally overnight. So this is why I have been continually calling Bitcoin the safe haven or the safe harbor of crypto. Yes, you can earn a little bit of yield right now. You can stand in front of a steamroller and pick up pennies, as the common analogy that people like to use. But at the end of the day, you are risking potentially large amounts of money to pick up very small amounts of money on the way to your ultimate destruction. So I always tell people to be very careful and avoid anything like Voyager, anything like Celsius. I've been pretty consistent about that. I don't tweet about it a whole lot just because I try to avoid getting into these spats with people in the space. But I really agree with the folks out there who are telling people to avoid these projects. Anyone who listen, Bitcoiners will already tell you, I'm Bitcoin only guy. I tend to have a broader perspective on the market. Anyone wants to invest in whatever they can, go ahead, right? But at the end of the day, most Bitcoiners will tell you, don't put any of your Bitcoin on an exchange, let alone an exchange that loans out your money to other people and guarantees ridiculous and insane APYs and yield on that money, right? So it's very risky, extremely risky, and you won't know until all of it's gone, just like the folks who put their money in Celsius, and just like the folks who put their money in UST and Luna. Okay, so going beyond that though, like let's just move past it a little bit. We could get into a very long argument on where people should be placing their bets, but my basic argument around like what'll happen when we move to a hyper Bitcoinized world is we won't have these incredible levels of debt built up into the economy. And we will be very easily able to go into debt. And so what I mean by that is if we live in a hyper Bitcoinized world, like let's say it's just like utopia, we get where all the Bitcoiners are imagining, all of us Bitcoin maximalists have achieved our goal of convincing everyone to go fully Bitcoin, and or market conditions just lead to that naturally. The world will be very, very different. It's so dramatically different that we won't be living with trillions and trillions and trillions of debt on our balance sheet from a government perspective. And so when a hard time hits, we will be able to borrow money in order to get through that tough time. Or we'll just acknowledge that it's a tough time. We'll do our best to get through it, and we'll survive and fight another day. And because we didn't go into debt, because we didn't try to shoot ourselves with a shot of adrenaline, we're able to recover quickly from that crisis. But right now, it's very much the opposite. Like we will feel the ramifications of the COVID shutdowns for possibly decades, right? Depending on where we go. Like if the collapse, if this is the final bout for crypto, or if this is the final bout for fiat, if this is the final bout for the dollar and for the US, then obviously we will experience a very traumatic economic experience. But I don't think we're quite there yet. I think there is some time left still to come. But that being said, if we live in a hyper Bitcoinized world, we can still borrow money. Like this is the thing that people don't understand. Like we just will borrow it instead of printing it, or we'll raise taxes. The problem is today is politicians and banks are able to push the money printer and just steal money from you without asking permission. And it feels fine and it feels comfortable because you don't experience the effects of inflation right away. You experience them later. And so it seems more palatable to the average consumer, but you're still getting money taken from you through dilution that occurs when they print money. You know, when they turn the money printer on, they're increasing the amount of money in the supply, and then ultimately the money that you have is worth less. And yeah, sometimes your stocks will go up in value, but as you've seen, that is just a short-term stimulus, and eventually all of it comes crashing down. Now, there is a great question that you asked, which I think something is to be considered. Like, how do we transition to a world where we do live on a Bitcoin standard and we do understand that there will still be military conflicts? How are those funded? Is it something that just occurs on a smaller scale? What do we do when our enemies decide that they're going to come at us? And again, we're living in the utopian like future where it's just Bitcoin. There's no into infinity to fund warfare. That's a really strong question to ask. I don't have all the answers. I think that's so far forward into the future that nobody really knows what's going to occur. Some people have theorized that because of this, because money has been able to been print into infinity for a very long time, for centuries and centuries, we've been dealing with this problem, that it has actually exacerbated the problem of warfare, and that it has led to conflicts turning into large-scale conflicts. I mean, we saw this happen in Germany. We saw it happen with Weimar. They just printed money into infinity. We've even seen it happen in the United States during the Revolutionary War. We printed a lot of money to be able to continue to pay our soldiers and to fund the warfare itself. So it's not just a problem that occurs, you know, in and of itself because of what Germany did. It's something that has occurred over and over again throughout history. You can even go back to Rome and see the way that they debased the silver denarii down to like, I think it was like 0.25 ounces of silver when it was originally 2 whole ounces. And they debased it so thoroughly that eventually the soldiers were unwilling to fight for the money, and that led part and part to the collapse of Rome. So it's a great question. I don't know if there's an answer to it specifically. Other than that, my hope is on the other side of all of this, there's less warfare, and there's less money printing, there's less debasing, and there's more accountability to government. There's more accountability to the average person who is paying taxes to that government, and we live in a more harmonious civilization. However, I'm a eternal optimist, so maybe that's just my optimism playing in.
Yeah,
This is
no,
such a silly,
I hear you
it's
on
such a
that.
silly question to begin with.
One, I guess the general, perspective that I was just trying to bring is, and I understand, Dennis, from your perspective to say, hey, look, it's speculative, right? This is a hypothetical, Bitcoin standard future, hypothetical decentralized future where, there's a number of assumptions we have to make to get there, not only from, just a purely currency replacement standpoint, but from the standpoint of, you're going to need to see some degree of change in consumer behavior. You're going to need to see some degree of change in political makeup to allow this sort of transition to happen. Because I think everyone can agree that, with the current political makeup of the people that are in power now, and just, the class of people that are in power now, regardless of what political party you're looking at, it just doesn't seem like something that this type of government would allow and would forfeit their control over monetary supply from. But yeah, I mean, we are making a lot of assumptions to get to that juncture, to get to that hypothetical world. But I think that's really the purpose of this exercise, which, I mean, we've been doing this now. This place has been running, I can't even believe I'm still awake, but I think this space has been running now for about 17 hours straight. And we've talked about a variety of different assumptions and possibilities and deductions that you'll have to make to get to that point. But, again, the question to me really becomes the viability of it theoretically. And, we can debate that. Some could argue we could debate that endlessly, but I think that's really where the interesting conversation is, sure, it might take X, Y, and Z and X number of years to accomplish all the things that it would require to get us to that standard. But once we are there, I think the questions of global economic operation, addressing what I think are inevitable issues, it's important to discuss how we would go about doing that. Whether or not any of us know specifically how to do it, I think having that conversation is important, which is why, and again, I don't think those are the only three issues, but, military emergency, financial crisis, and public works, I mean, those feel like inevitable spending cases in any type of economy. And, right now, the government handles those rules from an inflationary perspective, which I think we've all agreed has proven to be cyclically erroneous. I mean, it continually results in, boom bust cycles, no matter what we do, no matter who is in charge of the Fed. And so putting ourselves in the shoe, I think, of that future Bitcoin economy and asking ourselves, what are the protocols to address these things, I think is an interesting conversation to have. I think it's an important conversation to have. And I think it's where we're going to find a lot of differences, even in this, the bullish school of thought and even in the bearish school of thought. I think there's some nuances and differences in that conversation, which is why we try to keep it focused on that. But I appreciate your answer. And I agree with you that you have to assume that there's some degree of change either in the severity of these crises, the frequency of these type of crises, or a change that's significant enough in mass consumer behavior and mass political behavior that prevents some of these crises altogether. I think all of those things are possibilities, but again, this is all really a hypothetical conversation. So I do understand the liberties that you have to take, or that anyone else has to take, to answer it. Sir, I know you were briefly talking once Dennis stopped speaking. If you want to go ahead and get your point out, you can go for that, sir.
I wanted to add that it's a silly question. What you're really asking is, how will we steal money from a group of people that doesn't want to give it up in order to kill some other people, right? In the future of war, if someone is threatening you, you will gladly hand over some of your net worth, some of your assets, some of your anything in order to not die.
Sure, and maybe that's your answer to the military emergency part of that equation, right? But then there's still the idea that most of the people in this group have maintained and again, you may not agree with this, sir. So tell me if you don't. But most of the Bitcoin maximalists we've have had up here, sorry, over the last 15, 16 hours, have maintained that they believe that labor will continue to be a thing. They also believe that competitive capital markets will continue to be a thing. They also believe that cross-border competition and nationalism will continue to be a thing. If you believe all those things will continue to be a thing, then you are basically implying that we will inevitably have financial crises of some sort. The severity of those financial crises, the extent, the duration, all of those things are debatable, and you can say that financial crises get better under a Bitcoin standard inherently. You can make that argument, but I'm saying they're going to happen inevitably if you have a market where
I wouldn't say they get better. I would just say they are that we recover more efficiently from them. They might even feel worse in the moment, but the overall experience isn't so prolonged and is not so dramatic.
Sure.
But I think you understand that. I was wanted to be succinct there.
Yeah, I didn't mean to misrepresent your point. I was just sort of replying to Sir's point about, he seemed to have a very quick answer to the military emergency question, but I think that question goes beyond government spending on just military emergency. Like I said, that goes to government spending to reduce the moral impact on every single person from a financial crisis, whether that's people losing their jobs, can't put food on the table, whatever it may be. That's another thing that has to be addressed. And then additionally, public works, right? Highways, things that are not capital incentivized to build, that also has to be addressed, right? And how will the de-incentivization to spend, because again, one thing that everybody maintains in this Bitcoin centralized economy, that governments will be de-incentivized to spend as freely as they do now. And while I think that's overall a good thing, there are some unintended impacts on the government's ability to maintain sophisticated or continue to advance infrastructure, public works, addressing a financial crisis. Like I said, it's not just military emergency spending. So if you have a quick reaction answer to that, I don't think that answers the entire purview of government spending under this type of economy.
Well, when I could agree with all those premises earlier of if capitalism exists and markets exist and competition and labor, those are all fine. But when you say what happens in financial crises, we're all fish in the water looking around going, what ocean? What are you talking about? Because we've existed among 5 to 7 year quote unquote business cycles, which is really the Fed jamming money into the system. Too much gets in, a whole bunch of stuff has to get cleared out and die. That is not a system that is there's no laws of physics that says that system has to exist. It's a fiat construct entirely. Under a standard of money that can't be stolen from you without your permission, risk becomes limited to the individual actors participating in the risk. So we don't have 5 to 7 year cycles. You have every single business is on its own cycle, and its successes and its failures are not, in sync or lined up with anybody else necessarily. And not only that, when it does fail, which it can, will, and should, that business doesn't take down the rest of the economy. All we're seeing over the last decades of our lives is pooled risk that gets bailed out by the government and then only becomes greater, right? Bailouts don't solve anything, but stealing more money from you and giving it to someone else who took the risk and made a bad idea, a bad bet, and should suffer the consequences alone. So the whole idea of crises and what do we do about them? Nothing. Sit on your hands.
I mean, there's something to be said about.
Dennis, I'll let you go in a second. I just want to respond briefly to that. I think there's some decent points to that, sir. The question is, does that remove the domino effect of economies being inherently connected, right? Like you're saying, look, we're gonna pawn off individual responsibility for the decisions you make with your individual Bitcoin or whatever it may be, Satoshis at that point. You're saying, look, we're allocating individual risk, so you're taking off the grouped pooled risk that's become so commonplace in this financial system where, and I completely agree with you, by the way. I don't want you to think I'm defending traditional financial systems to say that I don't think that these constant boom bust cycles, I mean, one of the most consistent points I've made tonight is that since 1946, 10 out of 13 rate hike cycles have resulted in a recession. That's clearly a systemic issue with, the way that we're controlling money supplies. So I agree with your points about the traditional financial system. What I am trying to say is that the domino effects of businesses being interconnected via relationships, that doesn't get necessarily completely removed just because the economy is decentralized and because risk is more individualized. I think you might reduce the pooling effect that you're talking about, but I'm not sure that would be completely eliminated where every business or every portion of the economy would function in a vacuum, purely because you're not grouping them in these business cycles. I don't think I think that's slightly naive to assume that that's just immediately how it would work, that there'd be isolated explosions in parts of the economy that wouldn't have any kind of domino effect. So I think maybe to a degree that's a little disingenuous.
But when we say isolated explosions, we should zero in on what we mean about that, right? Like, we're talking about, say, global financial crisis from a decade ago. We're talking about people. I lost my train of thought. Go ahead.
All right,
There's
then.
I'll jump in just briefly, going back to how governments will behave, or like how no more so like how projects will occur. Like, how do we build the roads? How do we get the things done that we know we need to do for society to advance forward? And maybe it's as simple as something as like building a park. Like, let's be clear, like there are a large group of Bitcoiners who believe that on the other side of all this there will be no government. There will all just be in this like almost like anarchy type state.
Pimped out guns for like Return to Tarkov, things like that, so that those NFTs can be used across platform, traded, so that the designers can monetize their work, and so that they get some guidance from an actual blockchain instead of kind of wandering through the space blindly and starting off with like 2D graphics and then moving to 3D and then trying to add animations and stuff like that without support from the blockchain, which makes it kind of slow to take this stuff to professional levels. And I think a lot of the games right now are focused on gamification of crypto workflow, which is horrible. It's boring, and it's there's no real path for a good entertaining UI UX. So you bring in a good first person shooter or a good MMO or role playing game that has an in-game economy already, bring it in as blockchain, makes the products a little bit more rare, or gives the players mechanisms for generating the products, and then they can trade them out for things that they want. I don't know, just a thought.
You took the words right out of my mouth, man. That's really what I want to see too. Like, focus on what really empowers people with NFTs and gaming. Just have that in-game economy is people don't realize that especially gamers, they don't realize they're like, a lot of gamers don't like NFTs, but if you buy a Fortnite skin, people buy thousands of Fortnite skins daily. The only people that are getting money from that is the company Epic. That could really that's just the one example that it just gives you like an equitable like playtime, I guess, in that game. And
gamers don't have to know that it's an NFT.
Exactly, they're not gonna know. They're not gonna know.
Just give them a mechanism for buying and selling them, and surety that when they buy and sell, they're not going to be copycatted, right? Because it's underwritten by the blockchain.
Exactly, it's like verified contracts. The only time everything can be like whitelisted on the marketplace, etc. And on the blendering 3D, I know there's a lot of effort going into that. Before I was at Ava Labs, or Eva Labs, whatever. I was actually helping with a Layer Zero like NFT marketplace, and they have some pretty cool things they're doing. I'm not gonna shill them, but I don't think it's the right place to. But
JCRV.
But yeah, there's a lot of what's up. I know there's definitely effort going into that for sure, but I think it's more so that the gaming industry is very traditional, like every other industry. There's big players in it, and it's hard to just step in and make a huge impact. I think it's just like everything else. It just takes a little bit of time, and I think eventually the players will win, because I see NFTs being on the player side. So I think the players will win eventually. Time will tell.
If you give a mechanism to the designers, give them an incentive, a reason to design for the platform, you're also going to pull the most talented designers over too. because the artists are constantly getting, you know, hosed by people that pull them in and pay them, you know, minimum dollar to, you know, to create some really fantastic stuff.
Yeah, the most immersive things, right? And for the MMO shooter, I would say like there's efforts on it. Check out Shrapnel. Maybe you've seen it before. That's like a first-person shooter that has pretty crazy concept art.
It's on my watch list,
Yeah,
definitely.
man. And there's a huge thread on Joe Ferrera's Twitter. He's at BD at Ava Labs. It's like 60 plus games. So he just explains that are in the works of getting into subnets and things like that. But yeah.
Nice. Yeah, for anybody that questions whether or not this is viable, you can just look at the economies that were built up around the early Valve user stores that now defunct, but the economies that are built up around WoW and EVE Online, you know, the real world. So that it translates out to the, you know, to the real world. These people want a spaceship with a certain amount of capability, and they're not willing to put the time in to do, or they don't, or maybe they just don't have the time to sit and grind at a PC the way a 10-year-old does. So they're paying people to grind and then, you know, transfer the ship to them in game.
Wild. But yeah, JICRV, my question, I don't know if Addicted to Crypto, I saw him with his hand up for a second.
Yeah,
Either
it's a him.
Win.
I wanted to bring out, you had mentioned, what do we want to see? So as someone that mints excessively on Ethereum, I mint everything, not only to gain experience, just to kind of shipment. We need an API that's kind of like IC Tools or Block Probe or something that's actually showing, number one, what's live. Number two, we could do sell walls, buy walls, how much is listed versus the project. We need some sort of API on AVAX to kind of show us what's trending, what's minting, what's coming out that day, because there's so many platforms on AVAX that it's really hard to keep track of who's minting and when they're going live, and what's gaining traction. So even like an NFT nerds, if we were to write an API and 5 to 10 AVAX buy-in and you get to use it as long as you hold it, would be the way to go.
Gotcha. I'll go back to Dominic, the new head of NFTs at Eva Labs. I actually spoke to him. I had like a quick call with him, and things of this nature that you're talking about, APIs and just like kind of building the infrastructure that other networks already have, that would really just level up the NFT scene here, like in general, just level it up. Things like the API, just streamline the processes, and this is like a lot of the stuff that he first brought up. So I can't really speak specifically. And he also just started and everything. So I think we're gonna be really happy with what comes out the next few months, and just we have to wait. You know what I mean? It's just everything takes time. I think there'll be more information on it, and I think if you ever have the chance to speak again to anyone, I think in Ava Labs, I think just repeating this is that this is like really like fundamental stuff that we need in this space, because there is a difference when you mint on Ethereum and I've done it myself, you know, like I've definitely been on the brunt of that, and yeah, definitely
Well,
good.
just having a collective spot, and that's why I bring it up in all our red coin talks, of just opening the thought process of there's so many API tools, there's so many aggregator sites that you could actually use for free on Ethereum. And every time I talk to anyone on AVAX, they're like, oh shit, I missed a mint. I didn't know it was minting. Just even one spot of what's minting today would leaps and bounds at least bring us into the competition a little bit more.
I totally agree. That's such a good idea.
100%. I was just thinking about that last night, you guys. Yes. Yes.
I agree, because it seems
And
like
then
there's control over who's, you know, and not to say which side is right, but I think Avalanche standing up for the community would be most important to bring us together. And a lot of the only thing I want to see, Jay, to be honest, is you guys just keep doing what you're doing, man. Thank you for showing up every day. Jay, you've been in almost every power hour since you found out. So I don't know if you guys noticed, but Jay's really here listening, learning, being a part of our community from day one. And it's one of the many reasons why I believe in Avalanche so much. So thank you, Jay, for just always being open and, you know, receptive to the community and really branching out it means a lot to all of us for
Bro,
sure.
I think Jay is already doing like geekers, he just let the phone there all the time with the space going on, and he go to sleep or whatever, and the space keep going. I mean, James is on now space, bro. Appreciate you, buddy.
Hey
And
man, thank you, man.
Jay,
And
one more.
by the way, big shout out to Jay because this profile picture I'm using right now was airdropped by him. Thank you, buddy. Love you.
Thank you, Takura, for coming in. Katsuro for coming in. Paperboy NFT. We got iFloat Gods. Thank you for coming. Noah, one second, I'm coming back. I got you, bro. Big shout out to everybody for showing up every day and really putting on for Avalanche and giving Jay a place to come. Because this is what it's all about. This is why I do this. I want to connect us all. I want to grow together. I want to see everyone reach their potential. I want to see you artists come up with things. Some of you out there are artists that haven't even made a piece of art yet. So, I hope that some of the words here inspire you, motivate you, put you in a good mental space to think, create, develop, really be a part of our community and really bring Avalanche to the top where I know it's going. So thank you guys for all, coming to episode 22. I'm going to get to all the hands up. I'm not going to leave you hanging. iFloat, I got you. I just want to rotate through and make sure I give everybody their flowers. Thank you, Jay. I appreciate you greatly. Thank you, ODB. Thank you, Naldo, my man, Frosty Web 3, Lonzo, Chuck, Addicted, Hanks, all of you. Will, man, win, I float, Noah, God, Shirley, the Creep came in right there. Thank you, Creep, 4X Rumble, Took, thank you, Katsurio, Butchman. I appreciate you going in there with me today because that was a little rough for us, but you're my man, bro. We're on the same side for sure, getting shots, taking shots for Avalanche, but that's what we're here for, to teach and really lead people to what we think is better. Big shout out to Baz for coming in. Fantasy Queens, thank you. Tosca, thank you for coming. Crypto Space Restream, thank you. Brooke Beam, Wickety, Hidalgo, Morty, Jordan, Ascari, Michelangelo, Carlos, Hamburger, Jay, Henry, Paper. I already got your Paper, but I got you twice. Rumble, thank you guys. Let's go. Whoever had their hands up, don't put them down.
Hey, what's up, guys? How's it going? A lot of you guys know me here in the Power Hour. I've been, I show up every now and then, representing my project and everything. And I just wanted to say that I agree with everything, and that, in the Avalanche space, it's super important for all of us to work together to enrich the community, even through disputes and disagreements and those sorts of things. And so, because, you see all over the spaces people doing childish shit and stuff that's unnecessary, and to create disputes and create bad blood between people. And so, it happens every day from the unlikeliest of people. And so I just wanted to remind everybody, keep yourself safe in the space, do good, and good will come back to you. And with that regard, Johnny, hit me up in the DMs. I got to talk to you about something. Have a good one, guys.
Thank you for reaching out. I appreciate you, bro. Good to see you. And I agree 100%. It's the time to build and work together, people. Thank you for coming, guys. Noah, what's up, bro?
Not much. I just I heard you and Butch talking in the other place, in the salon thing, and I followed you over here, and you guys were talking about DeFi and GameFi, and I've been in both those for a while now. And one thing that they've learned from DeFi pets to the other side now, there's not really one chain that could really support mass adoption at the moment. If we have millions and millions of people coming over to play a game, not one really network has really supported that. Now, DeFi has shown that we could do cross-chain and multiple chain, and it gets to the point where it's actually cheaper to pay the fee that way than paying some of the gas fees. And I truly believe Avalanche has shown that, and Shonen has some other chains out there that don't get the reputation because they don't have the marketers behind them. That's kind of like what people have to understand is Bitcoin might not be the best, but it has the best marketing power behind it right now, and that's why it's king at the moment is the marketing power, and that's why it holds that kind of power right now. But that doesn't mean that in the future something can change. Avalanche holds a lot of power in the DeFi right now. Even big banking institutions are talking about using their chain and stuff like that. So the proof of stake allows people to make more money than what people are making in banks nowadays. And if when we change to the digital era or digital currency, as I believe bankers need to have a incentivized way to bring over people that aren't really wanting to change right away. And what's better than giving more money and staking and stuff like that allows people to put money somewhere, leave it, and make returns. And everyone likes that. So what kind of person in the future wouldn't want to do that when banking institutions and stuff swaps over? So that's something that people don't think about is the long term in the future of a lot of these chains and the direction that we're going into. Now with GameFi, I love games. Something that people don't always take in consideration is third world, fourth world, second world even are this money that they make off these games is life changing. I have a whole team of people that play games for me all day long. They clock in, they clock out, and they make X amount of money a day, and I pay them most of what they make in that day. I do get some anywhere from $10 to $50. Right now it's kind of low because of the market, but it's still I've now been able to have these guys on employment for 3 years because of these games. And I think that's something that people don't take in consideration, that when you start helping the third worlds and the other side, our world in general will move forward, and there will be more growth and more innovation. And to actually help the world is you help the civilizations and all the different communities out there. So I think GameFi does that. But as greed ruins a lot of things, I think greed, has overcame a lot of people, and they became blind to what is something that's true and something that's not true, and everyone wants to go to the moon. And right now, with people not really having money going into a game, as people have talked about in World of Warcraft, Second Life, even Diablo. I played Diablo D2, D2 items. I made thousands of dollars when I was 14, 15 years old selling items online. It's the same thing in NFTs when they come out. You have Steam. Steam didn't want any NFTs on their platform. Well, that was because they've been selling their items for how long? That's kind of going to shoot them in the foot. They need to figure out a way where they can have a marketplace that they're going to sell their own NFTs. The Diablo just came out with a new game. It's like $100,000 to fully gear yourself. That's pretty much an NFT game. That's Activision's kind of attempt to get into the NFT marketing space. That's kind of all I had to say. Sorry I talked so long. Thank you for listening.
Yeah, man, that was great. And I definitely hear you. There's definitely a future here, and it completely aligns with what people want, even if they don't realize that with NFTs.
Thank you for talking, bro. Sorry,
bro.
I was actually just typing some messages. I get kind of filled with messages, and I forget to get back to certain people, or I click on. I don't even know. But big shout out to everybody. If you ever message me and I don't instantly respond, text me 3 more times. Pop in, show up, say Johnny, I text you. Big shout out to Decentralized Joe for showing up. Thank you for popping. Sixes in the house. Good to see you. And I think we can wrap up episode 22. That's 24. We did 22 out of 24 days straight of the Power Hour. So thank you guys for all coming, talking about upcoming mints, all don't forget them frogs, those degen frogs that are out there. I didn't skip you yet, Will. Go ahead, Will. Cut 'em.
Yeah. I was going to say no. Okay. But one last question for Jay, bro. And then of course we're gonna hop out of the space. But no, I don't know if you've ever heard of On Cyber, Jay. Um, but
No. What does it do? Or what is it?
So On Cyber is basically it's like I don't like using the word metaverse personally, but it's like a metaverse where you can display your NFTs in a virtual space and have your little like camera go around and just look at different NFTs that either you've placed in your personal um, collection or other people have placed in their personal collection. And On Cyber, they're pretty omni-chain right now, but I feel like they haven't expanded to Avalanche yet. I don't know if Avalanche could launch something similar like caliber as On Cyber. That's ONCYBER, and I think it's oncyber.io. Yeah, check them out.
Yeah, is it just like a showcase, like where you like anyone could showcase their art? So there's like a big room you can like throw your
Yes.
NFTs in the wall.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that's really chain specific. I think that tech is really just like building out a regular program that connects and just displays the NFT. I think it's just really a matter of integration.
Did I cut out?
I don't think it's a matter of being like to a specific chain. You know what I mean? But
No,
yeah,
for sure.
I'll definitely tell Dom about that. That's a good idea, and I've never used On Cyber, or if that's what it's called. Sorry.
Yeah, it's
But
called
I
On Cyber.
but I have used a couple other ones, like back in not back in the day, like last year. But yeah,
Back in the day,
this
crypto
feels
aged
so
you
long
20
ago.
years.
Literally like lifetimes in like 2 or 3 years in crypto.
But yeah, man, those are all the questions.
That's cool. That's cool, man. Yeah, I'll definitely push that message. Also with the API and the Blender graphics ideas.
Thank you, Jay. You're a real one.
Yes, sir. Think we can wrap it up, Johnny. I know you're going to go to the pool, man. Oh man.
Don't tell me Johnny Rugg. Johnny.
He's probably just at the pool.
Am I here? I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes. We're just waiting on you to end the space, man.
Sorry, guys. I couldn't hear Jay. I seen his mic was off, so I was just sitting by patiently. I was like, maybe it just wasn't making it to my side. But thank you all for coming. This concludes episode 22 of the Power Hour. Stand by for tomorrow. We got episode 23, where I have a couple more things to talk about. I didn't really go into them today, but I think tomorrow we're going to
Kind of tired of working.
Nah,
and then you're like, fuck this.
So you just gave up?
It was like an internal thing. So, like, I don't really like airing much on the timeline, but like, essentially, what happened was, I was at uni. I was like really busy, and like delegating work like was just like not happening. Like if I was delegating things, it wasn't getting done, and I just didn't. I literally did not have like the physical time capacity to get things done that needed to be done. And when I needed other people to get them done, other people weren't getting them done. That's the best way to put it.
So you refunded the minters or whoever gave you. Did you take money or was it free?
So like I think 80% of the funds are still within like the community treasury, and we're like using all that shit now for like rebuilding and whatnot.
Your bank?
Oh. Yeah, it's actually in my bank account. I just bought a house in like goddamn Hawaii. Just set up a tax haven. Like we're all good out here.
So you are the owner?
I'm one of the founders. I co-founded it with Ansel, who's a dev.
But you have the wallet, right?
No, he has the wallet, but it's multi-sig. So like I have like access to the wallet or whatever, but it's like multi-sig in that nature.
So if I'm a guy, I just need to hold on to my pants on this one. I don't know if this guy's gonna do anything. You're just kind of chilling.
No. We're doing what do you mean by that? Like, are we doing stuff with the project, or like are we just gonna rug pull and take the funds because you're like 6 months late on that? I already did that like a while ago.
Both things.
Yeah, no. So the funds are in my bank account, safe and secure. I'm actually renting a Lamborghini for the weekend. And no, Ansel's a good guy. He's probably one of like the most I wouldn't say the most well known or like, but he's definitely up there and like kind of respected and known devs on Solana, and he's like pretty much involved in like everything. So he's not in the business of like running with money because he does so much work around the space. He'd be fucked.
Got you. So you're not gonna run. He's not gonna run, huh?
Exactly.
All right. I got some people asking me. They're a little afraid to ask you, and I don't give a
No,
fuck.
man,
So I asked you.
I'm all for like talking about that stuff, like, and I have no issue admitting like it's my fault that like things are fucked up. Like, I took on too many commitments in real life. I was like naive. I was dumb. Thought I could balance it. I couldn't. Shit
Are you
fell
like
through.
18, 19?
Yeah. So I was.
Gotcha.
Well, I would have been 19 when I launched it. I'm 20 now. But like, yeah, it's a work in progress. Like, I'm gonna do a lot of shit on it, especially like the next 9 months. I'm just full time in crypto, and like pretty much 80% of that is gonna be spent on Alpha DAO. Like, I'm already talking with a bunch of people, like community manager like roles, like revamping the whole thing, like Discord, like getting redone, delivering stuff, like figuring out how to get like IRL events
How
included.
much
Like,
money did you raise?
it actually wasn't that much for like in terms of like how much NFTs projects asked for. I think we raised like maybe 90K tops.
90K
Like,
USDC?
yeah, like 90 to
Oh, that's
110
nothing.
or something. Yeah, like in the NFT world, it's not a lot of capital to raise. Like, it's always kind of been about like building a community that acts kind of as an incubator or whatever. But there's like heaps of shit to do because obviously, as I said, I fucked up. So now I'm doing like the OT for the next 9 months, and
Are
hopefully
you
it'll
doing
be
anything with
different.
Soul Ape? Are you on that or like?
Yeah, so I'm like the marketing guy there.
You
I
guys
do.
suck. Like, when are you guys gonna get that shit together? That was a joke. Like, I don't understand why it's so bad. Can you
The
like ask
access.
the guys to like do a better job? Maybe you need to market better because I have a bunch of those. I bought it for a
Yeah,
Soul,
no, the
and
access card.
Solana was Solana back then, and it was like 150 Solana, $150 to one Solana. So like, can we like do something about that? Can the devs do something? Because they're actual devs in this situation. Like, can you guys just buy up the floor? I mean, goddamn.
Yeah, I'll talk to the team about that. I think the access cards are something we've all kind of been like. The thing is, it's been really fucked for us because like we also are not happy with like the performance of it. But the issue is when you got a network where no good coins are really being released, or like if they do come out, it's like once a month, and then the devs are like so stingy with like a lot of like the deals that they like work out and negotiate. Like, there's been times where we've worked with projects to get them on the decks, and we've expected to get like, let's say 4,000 of their tokens to give to our cardholders, right? They send us $4,000 worth of the tokens, which is like fucking 10% of what we're supposed to get. Like, or like whatever we're asking or whatever we've negotiated on for X reasons and stuff. Like, there's so much shit behind the scenes with like dex listing and fees and all this random shit, and it's like it is definitely a pain in the ass. But like, yeah,
Can they
we're
just refund
working
the
on it.
holders? Like, they're a legitimate company, right? They could just refund us.
I mean, I can talk to the team about it, but like I don't know 100% sure like how that process would work or what it would look like, especially when you include like secondary like sales and like all the other shit.
Fair enough. Benny, go ahead. You have your hand up.
California, so Mexico is like Morocco for a Spaniard, or the whole world for a Brit, So, like, I probably wouldn't go to Mexico if you paid for my flight. I'm over it. But I do like South America. But in general, I don't tend to want to ever live or spend
Hi,
too much
Laura.
time there.
I didn't
Hey,
see
Laura.
you.
Oh, you're up
I didn't
here.
see you.
Laura.
Guys.
Sometimes it can be unsafe down there. Okay,
I'm really sorry to interrupt. I'm fucking wasted right now, but I just want to say I don't know what's going on in this space, but this shit sounds like a dating fucking space. Like everyone's talking about their interests, and like I just want to say I appreciate it. You know, I really want everyone out there to find love.
Fucking wasted for sure.
Bro, I'm about to drink with you.
Yo, hey, is anyone in NYC right now? Because I'm about to film a video in like 5 minutes. I'm just trying to figure out how to put on a shirt. And then like if anyone wants to be in this video, let me know.
How much
Say money. You have to message me for the fest.
Bro, how much? How much? If you pay me, I come.
You're missing your ultimate time with K Money because you could just be like, bro, FaceTime me on the computer and let me get in this video, bro. I got you.
No, yeah, I'm gonna be in Times Square right now on the street filming. So I was just putting it out there in the universe. If anyone wants to be in it, you're more than welcome to join. But also, Laura, are you asking me to slide into your DMs? Because I will do that.
Yeah, please.
That's a wasted man for sure.
Okay, Money.
And honestly, like literally, I don't know what's going on with my pictures. This has gotten out of control, and I don't have anything to do with this. I just joined the space because my face was here, but like I don't know what's going on. And then also like so many people are like literally putting my face in like pictures with like their like them being my father. I don't know. This is so weird.
Okay, Laura, what I will say to that is like, one, embrace it, and two, thank you for doing that. Honestly, I think like you're genuinely making Web3 like a much sexier place to be. You know, like all of the incels, everyone, you know, fucking trading JPEGs in their mom's basement. With your face as their PFP, like it's just bringing up the real estate value in the whole space.
Let's fucking go.
Let's fucking go.
Bro,
What
listen,
are you
now you
drinking
have to
right now?
change your PFP, otherwise you cannot stay here.
Bro, how many drinks are you in?
Nah, man. The right question is how many bottles is he in?
Okay, so I'll here. You know what? I'm gonna keep it 100 with you guys. I could definitely lie and be like, oh, like I took fucking 1,000 shots. But here's the real thing, you guys. I haven't eaten today. I slept for 2 hours. I
Call
just
the pusher,
like,
bro. Call the pusher.
dude, I'm at the like I came to the W. I just went to the bar like just casually. I ran into a bunch of people who like ended up knowing me, and like they bought me like 2 rounds of shots, like some beers, whatever this gentleman is flushing down the toilet, and I don't know what's going on, to be honest. I'll keep it 100.
Dude, nobody knows what's going on. I've not known what's going.
We don't know
been
what the
going on for
flush
the
is
last
going
1.5 years. I'm so confused.
The flush.
Who was flushing?
Yo, good news. I learned how to put on a shirt, so I'm one step closer.
Progress, K Money. It's progress.
K Money.
So
we
when
need
you
to see the
say
video
shirt,
of
is
you
that
putting
a
on a shirt
t-shirt?
drunk.
When you say shirt, is that a t-shirt or dress shirt?
Okay, here okay. Hey guys, it's K Money here. I just want to apologize for calling my t-shirt a shirt. I understand that that's the incorrect vocabulary to use, and you know, it comes with a heavy heart to acknowledge my mistakes, and I just want you all to know that I am deeply, incredibly sorry for. I'm so sorry, for calling my shirt.
It's okay, man.
A shirt and not a t-shirt.
It's okay, man.
Thank you
Like,
for sharing that.
In Italy, we call shirt too.
It's a white t-shirt.
Attaboy, there we go.
I wish someone could cue up like, you know, Franchise Boys in my white tee. Right when he said that, that would have just been K Money.
Yo, hey, it is a fresh white tee though. I'm not gonna lie.
Please snap and pop your fingers in the video and just say, I got a white tee on. It's a fresh white tee.
Hold on. I'm gonna do it live. Oh, in my white tee! Oh shit! Everyone's
Honestly,
the walls are really thin here at this hotel. Apparently.
Your t-shirt should have like my face on it, though.
Yeah, it
You're
should.
never gonna make it,
Oh,
but
that's a pretty
whatever.
good merch idea. Let's go.
Hey,
Yo, Laura.
hold on.
Laura.
Laura, you're a very confusing woman. You were just telling me how it's weird that people have your picture on their PFPs and now you want it on my shirt?
Bro,
I
That's
mean,
I know
lame!
that you want.
the fact that it's weird doesn't mean that I don't like it, though.
I knew that you want, bro. But listen, Laura, why you don't send him a banana as you said last time?
Laura, why you do not
Guys,
send
I
me the
told you to
bananas?
send me your fucking address, and then I was
Ah,
like, Uber eat you like something, but you
You're
didn't
not
send me your
sending me
address
the
because clearly you
bananas,
don't trust
Laura.
me.
Laura,
Whatever.
why did you not send the
Laura, why you not
bananas?
send
send your
me the
address and
Hey,
send
bananas?
your banana.
Laura, listen here, Laura.
Laura.
I'm not gonna send my address for an Uber driver or an Uber delivery person, okay? If you wanted my address, I'm not simping. I swear to God, you guys, I am not simping. But if you wanted my address, maybe I'd give it to you. But not a Uber
Done.
person. I'm banned from Uber. I think that's against their fucking like terms of service.
I have a
You're
feeling
banned
that's
from
not even
Uber.
a joke.
And now
He
is
might
the
actually be banned from Uber. I kid
I
you
now
me
the
swear to
not.
God,
opposite,
I
bro.
am.
K Money tried to shoot a video in the Uber, and the dude was like, "Nah, bro," and he was like, "Nah, bro, you."
Okay, no. Here's the honest truth is I've been banned from Uber since 2019. I'm banned from Uber. I'm banned from Uber Eats. I'm banned from any companies that Uber owns. It is very inconvenient because although Lyft is a great company, I don't know if you guys are aware, but Lyft doesn't have as many drivers as Ubers.
Where
So
do you
when your
live in
boy,
Italy?
But K-Money, I'm the one ordering Uber foods, though. Uber Eats, sorry. I'm the one that I'm not banned from that. So you get
here,
picked
look,
up.
Laura,
I just want to send you a taco. I mean,
hey,
I don't want to, okay, I don't want to send you a taco, but like, if you guys are, like, you guys are complaining that I'm not sending the tacos and you guys will send me your addresses. Like, it's not my
wait, you're
fault.
not sending the what?
A taco.
Tacos.
What
Tacos,
the?
money. Tacos.
What
Yeah,
is
that's a
that?
utility.
She's gonna
The
send you
tacos
tacos.
is the utility of the
I thought you were
project.
sending me bananas. What the like? First it's
See,
bananas, now
bro,
it's
No, you
tacos.
can
send you.
choose
You
No,
No,
send
no,
you
no,
me.
get
no.
between a
tacos,
taco and a
bananas, and you get
banana.
a unicorn.
Holding a Laura ape grants you a taco delivered right
Okay,
to your
money, have you
doorstep.
not read the fucking roadmap? Come on, man.
Okay, you
Honestly,
guys.
what's
Hey,
wrong with
hey.
Web3 right now?
Okay, for anyone who is tracking my wallets, duh, I never read a roadmap. I never read anything. So with
This is
that
not
being
even an
said,
NFT project. Like, seriously.
This,
Like, this
this
is
is
like, I
this
think
is a
like
Web
it should
4
be at this
project.
point, but like, it's not.
Laura, shut up. We could have extorted an influencer, but you had to keep talking.
Bro, this is a project. It's called Taco Laura Me.
This project would have succeeded if you just shut up, honestly.
hey, hold on. No one speaks to Laura like that. No one
Damn.
speaks to Lara like that, okay? Nobody
Laura.
here speaks to
Laura.
Lara like that.
Wow, I'm impressed with your rolling hours. What the fuck? Are you not American?
Oh my
Laura.
Oh my god.
When I see you,
That
K
laugh
Money,
is
I'm
scaring
pouring
me a
7
little bit.
shots.
Like, what did like those shots have though? Like, are you sure they were just shots?
Here's the
He likes
thing.
Sambuca.
I
He's like
haven't
drinking pure
eaten.
Sambuca.
I haven't eaten since yesterday. I slept for 2 hours. I'm just doing my best, okay? I'm just doing my
Okay, I
best,
will
babe.
send you a taco. Like, send me the address of where you are right now. I'll send a taco.
Do you see how sus that sounds though? Like, oh hey, yeah, here's the hotel I'm at. Here's the room I'm at.
No,
Here
no,
you
no, no,
go,
no, no.
stranger
Not the hotel.
online who's claiming her name is Lara.
But are you
Okay, but
already
listen to
connected to
me.
the
I'm
hotel
not.
Wi-Fi?
I don't want to know where you are.
Shit.
Like your hotel. Like, I want to know. Like, if you're in Times Square, for example, right now, just like let me know where, and I'll send a taco where you are now.
Okay, here for anyone that wants to know my location, I do not have my ledger on me. I have nothing of value on me other than my cute smile. So
No worry, bro. If I come there,
Never mind then.
I ask to do a video,
Keep moving.
like for me. You know, I I force you to shield my project on video.
Gonna, what the fuck? What project? What are you talking about?
Laura,
Gonna
taco me.
gilla
Dude,
pasta.
if I had 0.1 ETH for every time someone wanted me to show their project, I could buy a fucking Bored Ape.
Yo, you should come up
sorry for
with a
yelling.
brand new strategy to shield K-Money. When people
I
ask you
mean,
to
Bored Apes
shield,
are
you
like
take their
5
money and
cents
then you
right
make a
now.
video that says, you know what you absolutely shouldn't do? You shouldn't fucking buy this project. That's all I'm saying. I was paid to tell you don't buy this shit. That's all. Bye.
Hey, King, the problem with that though, here's the problem with that. So every time I've made a video, even like me shitting on a project, people have like said I pumped the project. So like, to be honest, brother, I have no idea what's going on. You know, it's like left is right, right is left, up is down. Like, I don't fucking know. I'm just doing my best. I'm just doing my best.
This is the community that loves to lose money.
You just take money.
Hey, Money, are you aware that you're probably gonna be canceled for like shilling my non-project?
Yeah.
Lara, listen here, Lara.
Why don't you include the U in this? Like it's Laura.
Bro, Laura.
Okay, here,
It's
Lara.
actually not Laura. It's Laura. Like you don't have to.
Laura.
I mean, you
Okay,
can.
no,
Like
here.
like
Hey,
like
hold
Lauda,
on, here.
like you gotta
Hold
say
on.
Lauda with like an accent, like an American
Here,
ghetto vernacular, like Lauda.
you,
Put it louder.
you have no right to tell me if I want to or not. Okay, I am my own person. I'm a goddamn American, and I can.
Louder.
He's a punk. That's why.
As much as
He's
I
a
Turn
want.
it up
fucking punk.
louder.
He's an hipster.
You need a taco. You sound like you need a taco right now.
So
Dude, I'm
Laura, when you
so
go to
hungry it
American
hurts, but
parties,
I'm so hungry, but I can't eat yet because I have to go film this because we only have another 30 minutes of daylight, and your boy's gonna get the shoot done.
Laura goes to American parties and people are like, "Turn that shit up louder," and she's like, "Did someone call my name?"
Did you do another line of blow us?
Literally,
on
though.
the table and dances.
Like that happened, like for real.
Louder. I know that song where it's like, "Pump it louder."
Yeah, exactly. And I'm always like, what?
That's your song.
Hey, okay, you guys, I really apologize for just coming on here and like yelling at everyone and like rolling my R's aggressively. Good news though, I did learn how to put on a shirt and I actually got the mic set up on my shirt and I got the camera on. So I'm gonna go film. So it's been a
Okay, Money.
pleasure.
Just
I
like
really hope you guys
I'm
enjoy
gonna
this video
tell you
tomorrow.
something. Apart from sending you a taco at some point or like giving you a taco, I'm gonna like give you a customized
Taco.
PFP of my face. Not for you to wear it as a PFP, please don't do it. But like just so you can save it and like put it as like
Here, Laura. As long as the picture is better than your quote unquote feet pics where you're wearing fucking socks, like sure, you know, I'm pop off queen.
Have you seen it though? I'm so proud. Oh my god, it's getting places.
Of what? The fucking feet pics that you had like that homie from Unchained fucking sell?
Yeah.
Yeah, like here, listen here. You know, okay, Laura, I'll be honest with you. You're doing fine, sweetie, okay? You're doing fine. You're a beautiful woman, you know, you're independent. That's great. But like those pics, they just weren't it. You know? They just were not it. And that's okay. That's okay, you know? It's fine.
I'm so sorry I disappointed you.
Hey, and guess what? You have another opportunity to what's the opposite of disappoint? You have an opportunity to appoint me. I don't know, guys. I gotta go and film, okay?
K Money. I'm joining the Twitter Spaces because the sun goes down in legit 40 minutes. We need to fucking shoot. Please come down. We have shit to do.
Okay, Money, can you leave? Can someone
Okay,
kick him out?
Mike, I'm sorry, bro. I came up here. I didn't know how to put on my shirt, and I know you're waiting there. You're waiting to shoot this film. I'm really sorry, brother.
Hey, Money, there's 6 midgets waiting down here for you. You need to get down here and film right now.
God, holy shit, that's Zerk. Okay, that's how you know it's serious. I gotta go, guys. I love you.
Are there actually midgets?
Midgets? All right, Kate. See you later, bud.
Are there actually midgets? Holy
Yo,
shit.
there could be midgets.
Oh,
There could be. Larry
Money
V,
is
we
drunk. What
we
the
fell
fuck?
asleep together last night in the space, Larry V. And you know what the cutest part was about it, bro?
What's that?
I actually had to move from my kitchen to the living room, and I forgot that I left my phone on the plug with the screen on in the living room. Or what did I just say? I left from the kitchen to the living room. I don't even know. I was like up way too late. Then I got up to go to the bedroom. I went to go grab the phone, and just as I grabbed the phone, I saw it was like me, you, and someone else asleep in the space. And I went to go grab the phone, and I was going to say, Larry, wake up. And right when I picked up the phone, you rugged the room. I was
That was
like,
like
well, at least
4
we both
a.m.
got up. Yeah, I was like, at least we both got up. That was 4
Wow.
a.m. for
You
you. It
woke
was
me
like
up, dude.
10 a.m. for me.
You woke me up every time you go out of bed. It's
Can you
fucking
check the scrub chat?
I'm on it in the scrub chat.
guys. So I'm in NFT NYC, right? And I go to the bathroom, and I notice, right, that there's a huge difference. You know, there's the Ethereum users. They're standing at the urinal. They're taking their leaks. Then I look over at the stalls, and all the Solana users are sitting down to pee.
Bro, I knew he was gonna
I
diss
was shocked.
someone when he said Ethereum users. I knew he was going for Solana.
Oh my god.
I'm using that
Yeah.
all week.
Bro, the Mike,
That was my first
K
test.
Money's friend, that guy who came up here to tell K Money to hurry the fuck up, he threw his request up, and I looked at his PFP, and I was like, I haven't seen him in here. Let me see who he is. And then it said like Solano guy, and I was like, do I let him up here?
Yeah, same. I thought he was gonna like shill some unknown project or something.
Bro, I was so ready to kick him out when I saw he just cut the mic on. I was like, bro, if K Money doesn't talk like respond back like he knows you, bro, you're out of here, bro.
I'm dead.
Yo, Larry, I think it's time for an upgrade from that simple PFP to a Laura Ape. It'll benefit you.
Oh, Laura Ape?
Yeah.
Or a Laura MFer.
Ooh, god
She's
damn.
I mean, I can customize it, but it's gonna take me a while because I'm doing K monies right now. I can't do everything right. Like, guys, I need time.
See, this is the start of an NFT project. Laura hires
This is
editors.
already like a founder putting in more work than I've ever seen before.
No, but I mean, seriously now, like 12 people have told me to like do an NFT project out of this. I don't even know. Like, I'm not really like, I don't really agree with any of these guys. Like, seriously, I'm not associated to these people in any kind of way, and I don't like participate in any of their activities, okay?
Yo, it's because the community is so down to waste money. Everyone's like, look, I want to buy a meme project. Let's get Laura faces. Laura. K Money was
Laura.
so fucking drunk.
Holy shit, he's so shit faced. What the
Yo,
fuck?
he was like, man, I am so drunk in NYC. What should I do? Find a space to go onto right now.
That's like the last thing you should do.
Right?
Who was in the space when I was drunk?
Isn't that every night?
No. That one drunk space where I couldn't talk.
Yeah, I wasn't there, but we should probably be drinking.
Thank God. Thank God.
That's every night, Gaines. You fucking
No.
alcoholic.
No, I haven't had a sip since then. It was like 2 weeks ago.
Imagine, I'm sure someone's got to know someone like this in the space, but imagine someone who sits in the spaces for hours with us drinking. Like, I would be so annoyed with you guys if I was drunk. I feel like spaces are the best way to stay sober unless you're smoking weed. It's the absolute worst. You're just going to sit and just smoke and smoke and smoke.
Yeah, probably.
True.
Like, I
It's true.
didn't drink in the space. I got home from a night out, and then I sat, in the space at 6 a.m. and I couldn't. I sat at my computer and I tried to type my password, and it took me like 20 minutes. I couldn't fucking type my password to my computer. And then after that, I was like, okay, let's buy some NFTs. Then I had to log into my MetaMask, and that took me an additional 20 minutes just to figure out how to type my MetaMask password.
Jesus
And then we got to the
Christ.
ledger, and then I gave up.
I like literally I like like when you just have a bad feeling, that like feeling in your gut. Every time I have to turn off my computer and I turn it on and the MetaMask is like password, and I'm like, holy shit, my shit got hacked. Oh my god, let's
Why is there
see.
2 scrub radios?
Really?
Like, why is
Nobody
90
there?
hosting one and why I don't know who's Saints?
Because we're
Why
taking
are there 2
over.
scrub radios?
like
Taking
90 was
over.
in
You
here, but
can't
then
take
he
over a
dipped
brand.
again.
I'm just asking. I don't know. I'm asking
Exactly.
why there was one. I was in one and there was another one. I'm like, what the heck?
Actually, I don't understand exactly how Scrub Radio works. It just happens.
Yeah, but we were just we were
I'm just asking why you opened up another one
Like
and I
that.
don't open. I'm just and
Sometimes there's just
I
two
don't know.
Scrub Radios.
I just know that there was books and 90 and Prada were the only people I knew with the radio people. I'm just asking. I'm simply just trying to figure out what's going on.
Yeah. Do we have an answer? Because I don't think anyone actually knows.
Okay, well, why don't we close this one down and go over to the other one where the people who
Let's
normally
go.
host are at?
No, because there's more people in here.
Because what? No, because
There's
what?
more people in this one. There's 8 in the other one.
Yeah, but the
And
people
we're
who host the
22
other
in
one are
this
actually
one.
the people at Scrub Radio. This one I don't even know who the host is. I'm no offense to you, bro. I just don't know who you are. I'm here every day and I've never seen you before. That's why I'm asking.
Saints in the chat.
I'm actually one of the co-founder of Scrub Radio.
Mia, can you explain what Scrub Radio is?
I have no idea.
Nobody knows what Scrub.
Bro, it's
Guys,
absolute red
I
one.
pinned a tweet, but then NFT King pinned another tweet, so like mine got like, oh my
There.
god, Laura, what the fuck?
Should we migrate and invade the other room with Laura PFPs?
Wait.
We could do that.
No,
we would do that.
I wanna put the K-Money one.
Wait, I can't see the other Scrub Radio. What the hell?
Here, I'll pin it up to the top.
I don't know. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm just trying to figure out what's going on.
Just change the name. Like, this is Laura Space. It's not even Scrub Radio.
Oh, it's 90 hosting it.
Yeah,
Laura
that's why I said I didn't.
Please, no. Please, no. I'm gonna get cancelled at this point.
Let's go migrate to the other Scrub Radio.
Yo, Laura.
I'm gonna need therapy.
Pin it.
Laura.
Alright, guys, I'm gonna end this. We're gonna rate them with the Laura apes.
like it's my biggest loss ever in NFT. Oh, fuck him.
That's a hilarious story, Morph. Please, Manny,
Yeah.
continue on about the eggs.
Yeah, so this guy who invented Twitch Prime and was at Amazon for 10 years just bought this project about a month and a half ago. It's the whole D-Rug gonna send it to the moon thing. I just liked him because he was microdosing on a space at 1 a.m. and I was like, dude, this guy vibes. I'm down with it. So I bought 4, I sold 2. I'm writing 2 for free, and yeah, I'm trying to send those to the moon. Played his weird game yesterday, got whitelists. That's really it.
That's wild. They pumped over that space. I mean, that's all founders have to do. They just have to get on spaces and pump and dump their own fucking project. Dusty, your number one bag hold right now that you want to pump, and why should it be pumping?
Okay, so my number one bag, it's really my only bag that I have, and it's technically not my profile picture, is Crypto Cowboy, the DAO. I wish that shit would pump to 100 Solana. That shit's gas. Shout out to Benny. Shout out to all of them. It should pump because it also, I honestly have only been in there a couple days, like in the actual Discord, but I have heard Benny talk about it before, and I have some amazing people like building on it, but it has this cool little feature where if you're like a paper hand, you get your NFT sniped and you get no money for it. So yeah, if you're out here paper handing and you're being a little bitch, you're going to get your NFT stole. So don't do that shit. But yeah, shout out Benny.
100%. Very good. South, what's your bag hold that you like? Can't be your PFP. Shill it to us. Why should we be buying?
All right. And before we continue, Alexander, by the way, you still got to eat shit. How's it feel?
Wait a second.
You forgot, yeah.
Wait a second.
Yeah, you gotta deal with me. Yeah.
Wait a second. Let me see who this is. South Florida.soul. Okay. Are you going to the NFT NYC?
No, I'm not.
All right, then. You won't be seeing it.
So my project bag, I think it's like, in my opinion, would be 888 a non-club, which will be coming out with some other stuff that got shown to us. We're going to be having privacy where all the money you get and you receive cannot be shown on the will not show up. It'll show a different transaction and multiple different transactions, and you can hide your money in here. It's like your own bank, and you can send money, and they won't find out where it's from. And swaps are going to also be a custom RPC with an average swap time of 2 seconds. So anything from Solana to USDC, USDC to USD Tether, anything you swap will be instantaneous. And that's it. Yeah. Eat shit out.
Can we go to Shake? Hi, Shake. You can speak.
Oh, hello. Thank you for calling on me. So yeah, no, my favorite bag that I'd have to pump and sell at 100 would be Ghostface. I bought it because of an alpha call, but they actually have a very fire NSFW channel for holders only. I 100% recommend you buy it and check it out. Kirk from Ty Robotics sent some crazy shit there. So yeah, definitely worth checking it out.
Face. Make it idiot. I guess that's how you say his name. But Lurch, your number one bag hold that can't be your PFP. What should we be buying?
All right, this is hot off the press. So Smokeheads just announced about to announce their roadmap version 2, and what they're doing is they're releasing something called SHAS, Smokeheads as a Service, and what it's going to be is basically a consulting to smaller projects. And here's where it gets interesting: is that with their token Wonderpuff, you can mint the project. Smokeheads gets 10% of that mint dedicated to the Smokeheads holders, and so you're minting these projects that they're consulting for with Wonderpuff. So pretty interesting in utility coming up.
Smokeheads, to be honest. DGen Cock Fight Club, you cannot show your really low. You think should be.
Hey man, I definitely gonna have to be the Zysan Raptor. I'm a huge pixel art fan, and they were pretty much my first NFT getting into the space. Just because of the aesthetic, purely the aesthetic.
Wait, isn't it Rug?
Is it?
I mean, it definitely pumped and dumped really hard.
Yeah, it's a pump and dump NFT. Wait, it went to like 40 sol, right? It went to 40 sol. Was it?
Yeah. I was able to get it for around 11 though. So I got it
Wait, so your
after it dumped.
entry is 40 sol?
No, 11.
Oh, okay. Wait, what's it at now?
I think it's around 5, 6.
Oh shoot.
Yeah, but I really just bought it for the art, honestly.
Okay, yeah, that's like a Boyuko dragon like 2.0. No, it looks the same.
I think it was the same artist, but yeah,
Oh really?
Ryoku's too damn expensive for me.
I'm pretty sure it was just a deriv. I don't think it was the same artist.
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, my bad on that.
I like them. I like the found. They're gonna do well, but
Alex, you just like insects in general, like every type of insects, like reptiles, Zaysan. Isn't Zaysan also a reptile?
But they're raptors. They're dinosaurs. So, I mean, they're technically like chickens, I guess.
Yeah. Same thing. Thought it was like a snake, no?
let's go.
Is Alex fucking just for me or is it for everybody else also?
No, he's rugging.
Okay.
Hi,
Hold on.
Benny.
Bear.
Are you
Bear,
here?
Want to tell us
Benny?
what your big is that you think you're going to sell at 100? That's not your profile pic. Let's hear it.
It's a tough one. Dow's got the ghost face, so I'm gonna have to look into that. I'd say Wise Cats, to be honest, for the team. If anyone knows that project, I like the staking, and yeah, I like supporting small projects. Really, I don't like all these hype projects. I prefer people that are actually building, and yeah, I guess Wise Cats would be my bag that I'm holding for a while.
Huddle Poor, you want to go next?
Oh, we shilling bags? Yeah, for sure.
Anything but your profile pic is the rule. I kind of fucked up, but you know, it's all
definitely. Yeah. Then I guess like don't buy D gods, don't buy anything right now. We're definitely going to 0. Anything you buy right now is pretty much guaranteed to be less in like a week and a half. So good luck.
I think that means Benny or Miss Mauve, whichever one of y'all wants to go next.
Yo, what's going on? Actually, I would just like to ask Morph, like, what's the technical analysis on Solana right now? Thank you.
I refuse to take technical analysis from like PFPs and JPEGs and pixelated things. That's just weird.
Yo, I make an announcement that if you order, with some fries meal, and you could just pull around again and say, "Hey, I told you I wanted onion rings," and you know what I mean. And you get onion rings on top of the fries. Now the only thing is, don't forget to ask for ketchup. Now that's the one. You know what I mean. You gotta have some sauce, or unless you dry as hell. Unless you a lizard or something, dry.
Miss Mapp, what's your number one bag hold that you think is undervalued and why?
I'm gonna go with Catalina Whales right now. I've been watching them for a long time. I love their spaces. I love what they're doing. I think they look awesome. And I don't actually have any, but that's my next buy-in.
That doesn't count. You have to have this bag.
Oh shit. My one primate. They just made an announcement. They're gonna be making one of ones. So maybe, Alex, if I can convince you to buy one, since you're the number 2 influencer, they'll make me a 101. So let's go.
I already gave my only one away.
Why?
Because I promised I would. I didn't think they were going to pump, but they did. And that was the only way I was going to give it away. I was like, if you pump, I'll give it away. I'll do like a giveaway. And if you don't, then I'll just bury it. Like, I don't plan on doing anything with it. But so they pumped, so then I did a giveaway that no one probably knows about. Just like, give back to because that was nice of them to give to me. So then I was like, I got to give back. They did a lot. Like, okay, so he knew that we were going to FUD them whenever they joined the spaces. So that was kind of like planned. But what it was supposed to be like, there was supposed to be a second part that never happened. But he like did like a bunch of like people. He gave away like 10 T-shirts in that space. Like he gave me T-shirts to give away. So he did like a lot of stuff. I think he did like right by the community where and he was like giving shit away before he even collected any funds. So I thought that was pretty nice. But the other rule to this bag shill is you cannot shill your PFP. So
That's not my PFP is a 101 ghost face.
oh, just
That
an
I
update.
commissioned, so
It has you as a primate right now.
Hey,
Oh, really?
Alex, that's bozo. Anyway, we have some hand raises. Let's go to King Fud.
Hang on. Can someone remove Benny from speaker? He is not a host or co-host. All right, King Fud, you're up. Number 1 bag hold is undervalued, and why?
For me, it's the Pixel Puffs. Absolutely phenomenal project. I own several dozens of them. I know from a super reliable source that they're going to hit at least one soul floor price, which right now I think they're at 0.6. So if you guys would like to earn 0.4 per NFT, that's a phenomenal one. Whether it's 10, 20, or 30 or 40 that you purchase, you will earn 0.4 guaranteed. That is financial advice. This isn't a shill. It's just simple charity work that I'm letting you guys know about this. Thank you.
Thanks, King Fud. That's a really good financial advice. I love it.
We have Vinny up here. Number 1 bag hold that you're holding right now. Can't be your PFP. Why is it undervalued?
Okay, probably my Mungo Moon because I bought it at 0.5 and I need to dump it on other people, so it's now at 0.15.
What is it called?
Mungo Moon.
Oh, Mungo. Oh man, dude, that's an OG rug. Okay, I can respect that. Marley, number 1 bag hold. Why is it undervalued, and why should we be buying?
Hey, thanks, Alex, for having me up. Hey, first of all, I'm gonna wait for y'all to tell me Happy Father's Day.
Happy Father's Day, brother.
Thank you. All right, my number 1 bag hold has to be the Chikara Temps, man. It's the D-Rug, and you know how them D-Rugs do. Look at the tails. Let's go.
Yeah, the Teos did D-Rug really well. I think it was the art. I don't know why the Teos did so well as a D-Rug. You think it was because of the art, or do you think it was because of Tom?
I think because of the art.
Go ahead,
Can we
please.
have South Florida .soul?
Yes.
Yes, speak please.
But I already talked on my bag already.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna remove you then.
Yeah, more if you're
What the
falling
fuck,
off.
man?
Let's go to Manny because Manny has a Teo, and we just kind of dunked on him. Well, we didn't dunk on him. We tried to figure out why they were at the floor they were, even after they rugged. But go ahead, Manny.
Dude, it's because it's a cult. I'll tell you why. It is a cult, dude. Everybody who's in there is obsessed with Tayos. Like, I don't even know why, but they all just like rally together and hang out and pump each other's bags and like dump on people. It's fucking sick. I love it. I'm obsessed.
Yeah, I wouldn't consider dumping on each other a cult, but to each their own. I think every speaker has shilled 1 bag up here. Go ahead, Johnny.
I just want to ask Manny, like, while you guys are dumping on each other or whatever, do you guys make like robot sounds like beep boop bop?
Go ahead, Manny.
Yes, we do. We only speak in binary. We'll do binary solos where we'll hit each other with a 11000001.
Can you give me an example, like everyone in here? Manny.
I didn't get it. I was a little confused. I didn't.
She's saying dance, monkey, dance.
Oh,
No,
dance.
I mean like give me an example of how you speak in binary.
Oh, dude, bro, I don't know how to speak in binary. I'm not that quanty.
Yo, Manny, do the pilots still look like anime characters that are like from a dating app or something, like the reptilian renegade Rugger said?
Yes, they look very much so like a swipe left, like Weeaboo Tinder. It's Weeb Tinder is the easiest way to describe it.
Alex, I'm sorry.
Why are you raising your hand in your own space, Alex? Stop doing that.
Because I believe in respect works both ways. I'm no better than a speaker as a host or co-host. I think we're all equals. I'm big into equality. So I think South actually had his hand up first. So I'm gonna let South go first.
All right, Manny. This is from a question for Manny. So when you mean you people dump on each other, do you mean that like literally, or like you're talking about NFT wise, like you're talking about the floor price?
I think we can talk about Alan. It's going to be on each other. Just to clarify that point.
You guys are on some freaky shit. Okay, that's the question I had. Thank you so much.
Thank you,
Go ahead.
Sal.
Go ahead, Dusty.
Yo, speaking of dumping on them, Alex, when are you gonna eat your own poop since Primate's breached up?
Oh shit! Oh shit!
Morph, you're supposed to be on my side here. You're not supposed to be like, oh
I
shit.
am on your side, honey.
You need to have the mute button ready when stuff like that pops off. Deucey, your mic broke up. I didn't quite catch that. We're gonna go to Alan. You're kind of rugged. No one could hear anything you just said. Alan, go ahead.
So, Alex, my question is for you, bro. I kind of heard you gassed before. You were cutting grass, I think. Is that because you spend all day on a chair in Twitter Spaces?
Yes, I neglect everything in real life that I should be doing until the last minute. But if you wait till the last minute, there's always a minute. Go ahead, Alan.
So I have another question. Are you going to NFT NYC?
Maybe.
Okay, that's all for me.
Well, Alan, this is base is you're shilling one bag that you have that you think is extremely undervalued that we should be buying and why, and it can't be your PFP.
Okay, so everybody should go to Magic Eden right now, search up Soul Planes, and just buy a bag.
Hell yeah, brother!
Yo,
Soul
is
planes to
this-
the moon.
Why
Is this
though? You gotta
okay?
say why.
Shit. They're cheap. That's all.
Okay, that was a terrible one. You should have heard everyone else.
Yo. I can fucking give you a better reason than this dude for that.
Go ahead, Dusty.
Yo, Soul Planes, the dude is from like Puerto Rico, right? So like it's not just like a cash grab, it's 100% free. The dude has been joining multiple spaces and he actually wants to like help the Solana ecosystem and actually build like useful utility. Like I think he said that he was wanting to eventually come out with like a second mint that is like more in price than what this one was, because I think this one was like a completely free mint, and I am kind of biased because I did pick up like a shit ton of them because like I said, they were free. But the dude sounds genuine. He's been hardworking. Like literally, he doesn't even have internet at his house, so he has to walk like hella far to even join spaces and like do the shit that he's doing. So I mean, yeah, they're cheap as fuck and like they're kind of ugly, no cap. But I think that they can definitely pop off in the future if this dude actually keeps doing the shit that he's doing.
Did they just mint?
They minted like less than a week ago.
Yo. So I thought it wasn't serious. Since it's serious, I mean, the dude's a good friend of mine. I've known him since around maybe 4 years ago. He's an excellent trader. He's a very good crypto and leverage trader in the forex market. I mean, he has had an organization of maybe like around 150 people. So he has a lot of experience in businesses in general and in the crypto space. He's kind of new to the NFT space, but he has great people around him, including myself. and great advisors. He's talking to Spoonicus. He's gonna do a Gen 2 art. He's gonna call them Soulless Planes. What else? What else? He wants to do right by people by doing an educational platform. I told him he started doing like at first it wasn't a free mint. It was a 0.15 mint, I think, but that didn't go well because of one of the founders. He pivoted to a free mint. They sold out in less than 30 minutes. And yeah, I mean, as a degen project, it's a degen project, but I believe in the guy. I believe in his vision, and let's see where it goes, I guess.
That was a terrible show. I'm not buying. Let's go to Alpha. Show us your bag. They're your number one bag hold. Can't be your PFP, and why should we be buying it? And it can't be Zion because I think you're like or Soul Punk because I think you're tied to that as well.
Jesus, I have so many restrictions on my bags. So yeah, number one bag project that you guys should grab is called Hair 6-Ring Bowls. I am a whale in that project, and that project has the most foundational structure as a business and funding on the ecosystem. And it's going to be a strong project in the next 2 to 3 years. And I'm investing, if you believe in Solana, you should have a strategy plan for like short term, medium term, and long term plays. And that's definitely one of my long term bags that I'm holding. You get some real dope IRL events with them. The last one they hosted, you were playing basketball in a sick ass court, and with Jordan brands, you got sneakers, blah blah blah. Now that you are a whale, only costs 5 whales at a 3 Solana price, very cheap. They are developing their hair token that has been. They didn't want to just release some piece of shit token that's a meme coin. They've been working on their token for over 6 months or longer since they released. So that's my number one bag that I would chill if anyone wants to get into it. Low cost project entry as well. A lot of exposures to celebrity. That was quick. Hey Murph, how you doing? How's everybody? How's everyone?
Hey
Thanks for having me
Alpha,
on.
love
Good. Good.
I
Thank
love
you,
having
Alpha.
Alpha up here.
Wants to drop it.
Can I shield something real quick?
Yeah,
Wait.
of course.
Okay. You guys go buy yourself a Broken Teddy Bear Society. I think it's one of like Nami and the other two brothers project. So basically, I've loved Bear in general. I love Bear in general, and yeah, I figured I had two, and I forgot about it because I use a lot of wallets, and so yeah, go get some. I think it's like 0.2 or 3 Solana right now.
Did they ever mint out?
Well, I think so. They mint out. What do you mean?
What do you mean, brother? They were like minting for like, I swear, like 3 days.
Yeah, it's a slow mint. That sounds successful, no?
I mean, I'm not saying it was unsuccessful. I was just asking if they ever sold out. I didn't know if they cut supply or not.
They sold out. Yes, they sold out.
Didn't they sell at like 1.5 Sol or 2 Sol for mint?
For whitelist 0.7. For public 1 Sol. Yeah.
That's a rip in the chat.
That is down tremendously. King Fudd, go for it.
Hey, Alex. You know what? I don't know if I was just late or what happened, but I would love to hear your number one bag hold, and I would love to purchase a ton of them. So if you could shill that to me, I would appreciate that. If I missed it, I apologize. Please shill it again. I'm sure there's a lot more people in this crowd that would love to follow your footsteps. You seem to know exactly what you're doing, given your track record with the reptiles and now these primates. So if you could chill, I'd be appreciated. Thank you.
Yeah. So my number one would be Bored Ape Yacht Club. All right, moving on. Let's go. Arj, you have your hand up. What's your number one bag hold? Can't be your PFP. Why should we be buying?
Hey, I'm feeling Shinsen Goku right now. That's my big bag hold. Like I purchased like a ton of these with some other bears on the day they minted, and then they went down like 80%. So that's pretty cool. But like the game's hella fun. The dev team is really smart. It's run by a good team. Like they got some Gomus and they got some monkeys on the team, and they seem fairly competent. The founder knew his shit. The game's pretty addicting, to be honest. It's like kind of a casual game, so if you like casual gaming, it's a good one, and it's fairly low cost right now. So I feel like the risk reward is adjusted nicely, and it's been a good way of spending some of my time during this bear market so far. So that's kind of like my shill. But like, don't listen to anything I say because I'm like notoriously bad for this shit. So,
dude, that's what this base is about. Number one shill zone, dude. Everyone's shilling their bags. We'll try to create the most FOMO as possible in everyone's bag. And now it's like decentralized shilling. So easy.
I mean, I guess my own project's my biggest bag hold, low key. I own a fuck ton of those. I buy them back all the time. But yeah, I guess check out Cozy Koalas. Shit's dope.
Yeah, dude, chill it, man. Fuck it, dude. Dude, who gives a fuck? No one's gonna buy it. Like, you just did a terrible job shilling. Easy.
Thank you, bro. Thank you, bro. Thank you.
Give us FOMO on your number one bag hold.
Yeah, my number one bag hold's probably the reptiles. Really strong founder, strong advisory board. Personally, just a diehard believer in the project. Thank you.
Interesting take. You know what? I said there was no PFP shilling. I don't give a fuck. I'm gonna shill my bag hold that I like. I like the reptiles because I like Prez. I like the Hydra launch pad. It was shitting on all the other launch pads till they hired a bunch of scammers and they got rugged by the number one rugger. But then now Magic Eden's the number one launch pad that also launched the same fucking shit. So I think Hydra can dunk on the other launch pads because of their marketing ability, and they have the dev capability to help these shitty ass rugs that don't have devs. So I think they'll be dunking on the other launch pads in about a month from now. And it's like $3 for a reptile right now. That is your financial advice. Make sure you have a bag because I will probably talk mad shit if they ever pump. Go ahead, Easy.
Thanks for calling on me, Alex. Yeah, I also wanted to bring up Fast Food SMB, since they're now the only still decentralized version of SMB after the recent DAO takeover. So I'm just a much bigger fan of community-led projects, not community buyouts. So shout out Fast Food SMB.
Shout out
I'm a FUD Tayo real quick because of the same reasons.
Yeah, fuck Tyos. Where's Soulport Tom? Get him up here. He's been in our spaces like 2 nights in a row.
He's been kicking it in the late night too.
You can speak, Glock.
Oh, I was just waiting my turn. I was gonna wait on Alex to call me.
Oh, my bad, Glock. My spaces rug, I can never see the co-host hands. I think it's because I have an Android or some shit. I don't know, man. My spaces suck.
Fuck.
Damn, and if there's people requesting, can you rotate people in? Because I can't see shit.
Yeah.
Alex, are you really on Android?
All right, new co-host. Does anyone want to co-host?
Me.
No.
Me, Johnny Solana, bro. Yo, because you know what? We stick to our values, and you know, Alex, he's just the host. This is the centralized guys, so don't forget,
Johnny
like,
Solana, smoking marijuana, smoking marijuana.
You heard?
Yo. All right, let's go back to serious business. Glock, your
speak?
number one bag hold. Absolutely. Wait, is that Meta?
I can't hear no one, G.
I think so, yeah.
No. Meta,
I can hear you guys. Yeah, I can hear you guys.
No, we can't hear you. You're a listener. Glock, go ahead.
So my number one bag hold right now, I'm gonna go with Cyber Heroes. It's a Spoonigus project. It's kind of a slow mint, but I'm kind of like bullish on it, even though it's a slow mint, because you've got a solid team backing it. And that's something that you don't really find in this space, and especially considering they didn't cut the mint supply even when it was going slow, which I think is bullish also. Not financial advice, but definitely betting on good teams works out.
Oh, they're still minting? So are they under mint on the secondary?
They are, but I think the royalties are set to like 98% or whatever the highest it can go. So if you sell in secondary sell in secondary at all, you like get no money back. So
yeah, but that sucks for the seller, not the buyer.
Yeah, but it's to preserve their mint. So like it basically is forcing people to be like, hey, hold or mint, which I mean I'm kind of like not against, because like you're doing it for the longevity of the project, and people that are just there to flip quick, I mean they can get dumped on.
I'm against it, but it's Yeah, we could go on a whole debate. Let's get to the bag shilling. Easy, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment on that. I'm more bullish on projects that cut supply, especially ones that cut it to like 50 or 100 total supply, so that there's just a really tight-knit community. Thank you.
Yeah, supply squeeze is always the way to go, 100%, because you can do so much with 50 people in a DAO.
Oh, it's immaculate.
Let's go to Hodl.
Yeah, so since we're talking about small supplies, I'll just show my PFP. It's like 100 supply, 101 artists, bear marketers, great community, small Discord too. All that amazing stuff you're just talking about. No utility. We're just hanging out, vibing with amazing artists.
Yeah, I know,
Chainsy.
right?
That's a good shill. Where do I buy one?
It's 42 Soul on Magic Eden right now.
All right, I'm way priced out, dude. We're poor now, remember?
I know, but Solana's cheap, so it was like what, $12?
Shit. All right, you're putting me in a sticky situation here, man.
Bro, just take a night off from not going out in New York. Buy a bear marketer. Be a poor.
Go ahead, Johnny.
Hadalana, can I
Man's drunk.
If nah, just eating a baguette. Sorry.
Are you alright?
Are you Australian or something?
You crack me up if
Hadalana, let's
even
link
when
up,
you're
bro.
not saying shit, bro.
He said, "I'm eating a baguette, girl. Chill."
Hadalana, let's link up, bro, and let's smoke some of your weed.
Some of that yerba mate?
Yes.
I'm there.
Let's go to Alpha and then Mike.
All right, so I'm kind of into the marble sculptural artists because they make some cool ass art, and they're considered like 101-ish with a collection. So Panthers, they're at like 0.9 Solana. That's like a goldfish in a bag right now. So this guy's a marble artist. The price rose to like almost 2 Solana. If you would have bought in at 0.6 Solana, you could have made a little bit of salamis on the way up. And I could see that I'm going to make a few salamis again in the next few weeks. That's part of my medium-term bag, so I own a little bit of those Panthers. So that's my bag. So in the next few weeks, they're just gonna pump to 2-ish. Easy, your hands up.
Wow, thanks for calling on me, Alpha. You bring up the Marvel artist. The last time that we had that was Heroes vs. Villains, an older Solana project, and I'm 99% sure the dude rugged. I thought it was a cool project because like the PFP evolved over time, and the guy just had a website that was basically just all of his Marvel content stuff. But I'm not bullish on comic books.
No, yeah, it's a play that you just flip when the wave comes. So I just buy a little bit because the wave always comes. Because he is a ultimate kind of rugger, dude. Like the project got cut collection in the beginning. Then all of a sudden the price fell down after mint like real low, and then I just started scooping because I'm a really cut his supply because he cut my heart. And then all of a sudden there's a wave, and then that wave goes up to like 2 Sol from like 0.6, and I'm like, oh, let me just buy a lot of those, and then I sell the peak. Dusty, go ahead. I like your PFP.
All right.
Let's go to Mike.
Yeah,
Sorry.
thank you.
Mike
More.
and then
doing
Alan
my
after
job,
that.
Alex.
Alan said his hand up for a minute.
Alpha can't be doing our job, so we need to just let him know he's not calling names. It's either Morph, Glock, or Alex that'll be calling names.
Hey, on the hand. For some reason, I thought we were connected to AOL dial-up internet because I was waiting here for such a long time. But the only thing I want to chill is the PFP that I have, and I have a bag. If anybody needs anything, just please let me know. I accept Venmo, Cash App, or Zelle. We're doing things, traditional, because everybody's been on such a low vibe considering this bear market. But I just want to be here to be the supporter, to be the Ganondorf, so to speak, of high vibration.
I'm sorry, but you guys watch out for scams. Just saying, like, don't get scammed. That's all. Go ahead.
I am far from a scam. Morph. I am not morphing into a scam or anything like that, but I just want to.
Oh, I think he rugged. Fuck.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, he was trying to scam you guys. Don't fall for it.
All right, John, this is what we're doing right now. We're saying our number one bag hold, give us FOMO, try to get everyone in the audience to buy in. You can't be your PFP, though.
We said this a random bag that I'm holding and get people to FOMO in or some shit.
Yeah, your number one bag hold that you think's valued and why.
1 second, let me check this wallet. 1 moment. I think something that's at 0 that needs to go up.
Can you speak louder?
You know, you got too many bags. You got to check the wallet to know which bag you're going to get.
Yeah, all right, okay. I got let's see. I have Trusted Goats in here. There we go. All right, so Trusted Goats is a project that was rugged. It was originally called Just Goats. And it was like one guy named Marco that founded it or so to launch my NFT. And then he pretty much fucking didn't want to go through it or some shit. So he just like pulled the plug altogether. But the community came together and they really liked the art or whatever. And pretty much did a full derug of it and whatnot. So they changed the name. They changed like the attributes to it and updated the metadata, etc. for it. Created a brand new community wallet, made a free mint to give out to the community or so. Then had like really high royalties for it and whatnot to like raise funds. And I ended up buying like 30 of these or some shit. They were like so fucking cheap, whatever, pretty much free. And it caused like a little rally, you know. I tweeted about it a little bit or so the other day. Got them up to like 0.1, I think. And it's just one of them communities that's really small and like undervalued or so, and they just need like that awareness to get people on board to help them grow or so, you know. And usually projects have a hard time getting the feet off the ground or so because they need that exposure from like people who have influence or whatnot. So that's what I'm pretty much doing. So it's helping like small undervalued projects or some shit, you know. Because anybody can show a project that's on the front page or whatever, like Primates or something. You know, that's easy. Everybody knows about it. It's right there. But something that's like under the table, you know, those hidden gems, you know, those are the ones that like I want to help out or so. Deucey had his hand up.
Yeah, let's go to Deuce and Ellen. Please let me do my job. Please don't call out names.
Yo, okay. Am I muted now? Oh yeah, okay. So earlier, I just wanted to ask one question to. Damn, he fucking stepped down. The guy with the OK Bears profile picture. I want to ask him if we're all gonna be okay still.
I mean, we're all getting wristbands, so you know we should be right. We're
in like a year or how long?
Well, it's made out of like all recycled material, so you know they're going to be great for you. They're great for the earth, so everything's going to be okay.
I got the whitelist for the gold one.
Yo, I do have one more question before I dip out of here. What beer should I drink today out of my bong/shoe? Alex, any of the speakers?
Michelob Ultra is definitely the best beer, so that's my suggestion.
Yeah, piss.
I'm not doing piss. What the fuck is wrong?
Corona.
Let's do Corona or like any German beer. I like German beer.
Gotcha. I did Corona the other day. So any other suggestions? I've done Michelob, Corona, Yingling, Happy Dad, Four Loko.
I like Heineken. Oh, Four Loko. Yeah, do the Four Loko, please.
Four Locos are nasty.
I've already done the Four Loko. I can't do it again.
I'm sorry. Let's go to Alan.
Pretty nasty.
Let's go to Alan.
Yo, so you should do a Heineken, but John, bro, that shill, I thought you were never gonna end. My shill is pretty basic. It's gonna be Cosmic Ape Crusaders. The guy has over 100 tiles. He's like a mini Tom, and yeah, that's it. If you're not interested, you're crazy. This is how you do it, John.
Yeah. I'm sold. I'm buying one right now. What?
A mini Tom. That's exactly what I want. Jakey, show us your number one bag that you're holding. Oh, dude, I called him.
Well, he just wrong.
Yeah, Jocelyn, show us your number one bag hold that's undervalued and why we should be buying it.
Everything is going to zero. So,
thank you, Jocelyn, for saying that. I love you.
I love the optimism. I love the optimism. Thank you.
I'm not trying to like make everyone, lose everything, their house and their wives. That's just not.
Are you assuming that we all have houses and wives? Like, are you okay?
Yo, that one is a violation.
Let's go to Siwoo. Siwoo's a new speaker. We'll get to you, King Fud, after we get to Siwoo. Siwoo, show us your number one bag hold that's not your PFP and why we should be buying it.
I agree with the same sentiment. There's nothing to show right now. we're all dying. I am 90% in cats. That's all I gotta say.
So cats is your number one show. Why should we be buying it?
I have no good reason,
dude.
Just not doing anything right now. Like liable.
This isn't how it works. Tell us, dude, like the community's crazy or something,
bro. It's it's cool. They're holding. Makes the price not fall as fast. It's amazing. Like what?
You're the
what
worst. You're the worst
dynamic,
bag
right? chiller.
You're the worst bag chiller that's came up. Let's go to King, let's go to King Fud. King Fud, show us the bag that's undervalued.
Hey guys, so there's a handful of things I wanted to talk about. The first one being Jameson saying that everything's going to zero. I 100% disagree. I am currently out stepping right now at a park.
Sorry. Her name is Jocelyn, not Jonathan or anything else.
He calls me Jameson.
I'm currently out
every time.
stepping right now and making phenomenal money. Hey, Alex, can you get a hold of your co-host, please? I'm in the middle of talking. Anyways, just wanted to say that it is not. That is massive amounts of FUD, and I disagree. I have watched primates go from 1 soul all the way up to 30 at some point.
Okay, but that's the only project.
On that. I also made phenomenal money on Bubble Goose Ballers, minted at 7 soul each, sold around 12 to 14 soul each. I also have made phenomenal money on Catalina whales. While everyone else was diamond finning, I was selling all of my whales and shilling my bags constantly. Not only that, Wagme Beach is for winners. So Jameson, I will accept your apology in advance. Thank you.
I'm glad to hear from the Bubblegum Knight again. I really enjoy your defense of the project still, even though you definitely used other people's exit liquidity since you just admitted it.
Let's go to Siwoo.
I would also like to say thank you to everyone that diamond hand shit that I have sold. You are all the true heroes and the real MVPs.
Let's go to D Pump. They're a new speaker. D Pump, show us your number one bag hold, why it's undervalued, and why we should be buying.
Hi, Alex. I wanted to say that I think that the most undervalued project right now it is Community 3. I wanted to share it because I think that they are doing a great work. They're doing great with their community. They're working in utility. They're delivering the profile picture upgrade, and also they were telling us that they're acquiring 3 more projects, 1 more in Solana and 2 more in Ether and Ethereum. And I think that they are really undervalued.
Alpha, you have your hand up. You want to go next?
Well, take that out of my bag, D Pump. You pumped my bags here on the Community 3. Great call. I'm going to go as Soul Decoder, right? I owned 4 as a Soul Decoder. The pump was good when Community 3 did acquire them. And I see them growing more with Community 3's help. So anything that's coming from that ecosystem of Community 3 might have some things to pump, but Community 3 will pump always the most. That's all I got to say.
Thank you. Let's go to Distant and then Red Beard.
Just so you know, you can shill anything except for your profile pic. So tell us your favorite bag that is not your profile.
Cool, man. And first off, before I start, I want to say 2 things. Don't trust anything. I met Bluebeard at one time, and that guy really, really kind of fucked up my life for a little bit. Also, I agree with everything that Jocelyn said.
about, you know, everything is going to zero. But after we get to zero, just make sure that you're buying then, because there's going to be some beautiful, beautiful opportunities and green pastures that, you know, these crypto people tell you about all the time.
When it goes to zero, I'm buying everything.
Yeah, I'm going to buy a few or something. But
Man,
communities are
come
cool,
here to
dude.
expose
And I'm
people.
actually I'm part of a couple communities and stuff, but like friends aren't worth a damn thing. So like I like money, and the only thing from crypto that I've actually really made money in, looking back on like the couple years, is this Flare airdrop for holding XRP a couple years ago. So I'm gonna say my biggest bag right now is Flare, and I think that Flare's cool, and I like Flare, so check out Flare, guys.
Thank you, Distin. Let's go to Redbeard.
Hey, what's up, guys? Yeah, Distant, man. I know the Bluebeard you're talking about, bro. That dude was a fucking asshole, man. Hate that guy. But yeah, man. So just first off, I want to start with so I shilled all you guys on Gothic Degens 2 weeks ago.
We don't need victory laps. We just need to know what bag you're holding and why it's undervalued. No need for victory laps. Go ahead.
Yeah, so anyway, right now I'm holding 20 no signal. You guys need to be holding some no signal. They do Discord bots, raffle bots for projects. And they seem pretty legit, man. Gotta say. So my bags are packed there. Last shill, you guys should definitely be holding some Rise of Soul Apes so you can get access to all my alpha calls. I've called Soul Decoder. You know, I've called everything. So anyway, you guys have
Let's
a good
go. Okay.
Let's go to
Awesome.
Susie and then Cruz.
We do have Jabber in here. I kind of want to bring him up and have him show his project.
Okay, let's go to Cruz first then. Cruz?
All right. Yep,
Hello.
I got you. I got you with all the alpha. Okay, I only got one fox and one transdimensional fox. All right, but you ask anyone, everyone knows that foxes are going to 100. Commune 3, I think, is also another one, but no one wants to get a fox or Commune 3. It's not a sexy pick, but we all, as a group, agree it's going to 100. So I just don't understand. Like, you ask anyone, you know it's 100. And
Are you pumping or shilling?
I'm a little bit of both right now. So yeah, I think we should look at those instead of like the the hello, okay, or the yeah, whatever animals after that.
What's up, Alex?
I'm a big fan of the Foxes as well. I think the only reason they're not at 100 plus is because Foxy Dev pisses everyone off. Let's go to Jabber. He's doing a degen mint. Shill it as best as you can.
Hey guys, hey everyone. Hey Alex.
Hey.
Nice talking to you again.
Yeah,
It's
nice
been,
to see you. It's been
it's been
24
less than
hours.
a day. Yeah. So yeah, I'm doing a Dash mint for the sake of fun, and we're going to meet it tomorrow. It's a Dash Boggle collection of 6,000 units at 0.09. So
Why should we mint?
well,
You're rocking.
What do I get from this? If I mint this, what do I get?
you get the NFT. That's it. You get nothing.
Do I get a million coins?
It's a rug. It's a rug.
Yeah, it's a
Not
rug.
a rug if they say it's a rug. That's
Oh,
the
you
right.
cracking me out.
It's on the bio. It's on the bio. It's on the project bio.
No one's clicking the
Alright.
link in your bio.
Thank you, Jeb. Let's go to Patty and Tuzi and Connor after. Yeah.
Yo, thank you, Morph. I just bought a shit ton of Return to Alien. There's no Discord, no roadmap. The art, it's fucking phenomenal. It is pure trash, and I think it has everything it needs to be a winner.
maybe we can all get some money together to save you from declaring bankruptcy.
I'm sorry, honey. Who are you? What bags have you pumped? I'm the one
Wait,
that
what's
got the
the name of that
fucking ghost
project again, real
kids.
quick? I'm gonna buy one.
Oh
Just
my
Yeah, I'm the one that got the
god.
ghost kids up to 25 souls. So
It's a joke. Come on.
Patty, what's the name of the project again? One more time.
I'm sorry. It's called Return to Alien, dude. Just go check it out. It's complete degenerate fuck. And Jocelyn, I'm just joking with you too. It's just
All right,
pure
thank you,
degenerate.
Patty. Let's go to Tuzi. Hi, Tuzi.
Hey guys, just want to say quick one. Alex, love what you're doing in the space, and great to be speaking here. So the bag that I'm going to talk about is Shin Dragons. So these guys obviously took over a rugged project back in December and have been building under the radar. And what they're doing right now is they're selling sort of dev services to different projects. So they've got staking, for example, which has been, given to quite a few different projects, and they share revenue with their different holders. So I think the floor price is about 22 listed of the Gen 1, and that's basically pumped from about 3 or 4 sol, I think, less than a month ago. And just to give you an idea, the pipeline that they've got of projects coming on board is really growing. So I think the actual revenue share that people can get by holding this will continue to increase. And the other thing is projects that end up taking their services tend to buy those Shin Dragons, with only 17 listed and more hyped projects coming on board and using their services. I think like the number listed goes down, the floor price goes up. So that's basically the bag that I've got to shill, guys.
Thank you, Tuzi. Let's go to Connor and Jackie after.
Oh, I was gonna ask Jabir if this project is gonna be a typical Jabir soft rug or a hard rug, but I think he answered that. And then my biggest bag right now is Champions. Floor is looking pretty thin. I could use some exit liquidity. And if someone could provide that, I'd greatly appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Connor. Let's go to Jackie. Hi, Jackie.
Hey, thanks for calling on me. So I haven't really said anything about Soul Decoder because I'm new working with them, and I don't want to say things on accident and get fired for like saying it before people are like we're supposed to. And this happened to like multiple people, and I'm like, so I had to like double check. But they have so many whitelists, like just like bags and bags of whitelists, and they're opening up a marketplace. So it's coming soon. It's gonna be awesome. It's gonna be freaking. So that's one thing. And then the calendar feature on NFT mints, so you can like look into the future and plan your stuff. That's gonna help my life a little bit. So that's that. But the biggest bag I'm holding is Worthless Pixels, and right now they have a decentralized phone number that's coming out, which is going to be cool. You just have to get like a prepaid or like a burner phone, and like that's freaking awesome. So I like that. Another part of it is they have a database feature inside Solana, so they can insert more information inside Solana. So that's pretty cool. And then the third thing is, so like if you were to do an exchange transactions, they're writing software to log the transaction but still hold the database, like the inside information inside the exchange. So it's a lot more information than that one block would regularly hold on exchange information. So there's a couple things going on there, and that bag that was up to like $5,000, and I spent like $500 on that. So I was like, what? But yeah, now Solana's down, and I don't even know. But that's what I'm holding.
Let's go to the Alpha. He had his hand up.
Well, okay. I'm going to show my Trippy Ape bag. I think you guys should buy Trippy Apes if we are believing in the lizards from Hydra. Right now, I'm going to be sitting in a Hydra top deck in a yacht. So Hydra kind of seems official because we'd be tripping with Magic Eden on the top yacht. So that's one bag that I want to chill. And then Blocksmith is getting me very nervous because Magic Eden is on point on their sabotage. Have you seen their Magic Eden update with the Tigers? It's kind of bit frost relating, so they're always one step ahead. But yeah, those are my
Yeah, I
bags.
saw that. They're a little shaking right now, but okay. Thank you, Alpha.
Hey, Jake, are you actually here now? Can you actually talk?
Yeah, it rugged me before. I'm here to chill. Noti gang. I know Alex is a whitelist hunter himself here. So basically we got at least like 200 to 300 whitelist spots pouring in per day. With each like different projects. I think we got like 200 Tigers last night. Last minute, and that turned out to be an all right play. I know the market's kind of moving in a weird way where a lot of these whitelists were going under mint right away. But we've seen a little bit of a change in the past couple of days or so. And to follow that up, we also just came out with our Bell token. We decided to go the non-LP route. My philosophy behind that is kind of all of these tokens are kind of Ponzi's and will end up going to zero. And we want this Bell token to kind of have, longevity. I come kind of from a background of like IRL branding. I make like YouTube and social media content. So I've kind of taken that knowledge over to the NFT space. And, that's kind of the philosophy I have behind the Bell token and Noti Gang. But like I said, Alex, perfect for you, bro. I know you need those whitelists. You don't have to suck dick for it anymore. Just pick up a Noti Gangster, bro. I got you.
What if we want to suck dick for it?
Oh.
Nobody's stopping you.
Alex, do you want to?
Yeah, Jake.
Thank you, Jakey. I have a quick question for Scoop. Scoop is here. Before I go to Cruz and then Cantor. Hey, Scoop. How are you? Can you talk?
Can you
See
bark?
your hand up, Scoops. You can unmute and talk.
Okay.
Oh shit, my bad.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I want to know your entry on Tripping Ape. Like, when did you buy it?
I minted it.
Did you? Oh, you minted it and you hold till now?
Get ready, Morph.
3
Morph was
1/4
trying to talk
soul,
shit
baby.
about you, Scoops.
Leave Morph
Talk
alone.
shit.
Hey, I also minted in Diamond Handed Scoops, so we're in the same boat.
I'm
we're
not going
Diamond Handed.
anywhere. Mistake for that tribe, man. I'm not going anywhere. But I wanted to come up and show some street art because that's why we're here.
You're rugging, bro.
He's rocking. Okay,
You're
let's
rugging,
let's go to Cruz and then Kenter. Is Cruz still here? Because he raised his hand before.
Are you talking to me?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Okay, yeah. I have two random questions. This was a while. This was a while ago. Okay,
Are you still asking now? Or...
Sure. I'll ask some questions. NF2Z. I heard. Zin Dragon had an exploit in their staking service where people could accumulate coin and list their NFT to sell. I don't know if you have an update on that or what's the scoop there. And then Alpha Saiyan, bro, what's the deal with the Trippin' Apes and the Spores, buddy? Those are my two questions.
Hey man, so I'm not actually part of the Shin Dragons team, but I did see some tweets or some messages about that. I don't know if that was an actual exploit or not, because I think in terms of actually being able to redeem the tokens, I don't think people were able to. But I think Gentle Monkey's the person to reach out to. So he's like the main dev on Shin Dragons, and I'm sure he'd be able to answer that. But I did see what you were saying, but I don't think it actually materialized.
In regards to Trippin' Apes, yeah, they have the.
You're rugging, bro.
Damn, that was cold-blooded what you just did right there, man. You just sent him down like that?
I love him, like sometimes like when he does that, like, I love him.
Let's go to the Canner since we're gonna respect the hand, and then we'll go to King Fud next, the Bubblegum Knight.
Thanks, I appreciate that. So I literally am at the gas station and just minted a fucking full tank of gas for 1 ETH. Shit sucks. it's really bad. I can't imagine what it's like in California. I heard minting out there is like 0.15 ETH on a good day, and that's like regular. That's not even like the high level stuff, you know? Like I'm running a Volkswagen, nothing super crazy, but like yeah, man, fuck that. So anyways, so that meant I got rugged on for sure. So what I was gonna ask is actually something relatively, I guess, NFT meta related, not metaverse, but meta in terms of like strategy. I'm curious. I know that we are in a bear market and thus the free mints have a very large appeal, but I'm curious to see what you all think the longevity of it is. You know, I know that a lot of the metas like P2E and metaverse and 3D profile pictures and so forth, they all lasted anywhere between 2 to 5 weeks. I'm curious as to what you think the free minting life cycle will be, and possibly what the next thing may be, as a question to all the speakers.
I personally think that this just depends on the team and the community, because there's ones that are like 4 months long, there's ones that are a week long. It really just depends. Like everything is so different.
I think I'd agree with that. The only thing is, when it comes to free mints, it depends if you've got an existing collection, existing community. If you look at DeGods, for example, where you've got like such a great community and you look to do like a free mint after that, I think you can play with royalties and just make something that's continuous. So I definitely think it's going to continue to evolve as like the NFT market and like the general ecosystem grows.
I mean, I think the best idea from what I've seen is invest in people that are building something. Don't invest in a meta, because the meta, like you said, is only a few weeks. First, if they're actually building something that's going to last, then it's going to be around for a while. But that being said, let's move on to King Fud now.
Hey, dude. Friggin' what up? Just went through the McDonald's drive-through and they forgot one of my ice cream cones, dude. So I am mad disappointed right now. With that being said, dude, I just wanted you guys to know that Alex and I are going to be doing a 50-50 raffle, 2 soul entry. And if you want to join in, let me know. I'll send.
So I just want to remind everybody, don't fall for scams. We mentioned this earlier, but back to King Fud.
Yeah, dude, I'm glad you brought that up. 100% agree. However, Alex and I are going to be doing a 50-50 raffle. The 50% that you can win will actually not be donated to you. It'll be donated to Derugging Rugs. The other 50% will be donated to all Bubble Goose Ballers holders. So let me know if you want in, dude. We will post the wallet. Thank you.
Thank you, King Fud. Let's go to Austin and then Shake.
Hey, what's going on, everyone? I just wanted to show a project I think everyone should look into. It might not need everyone to look into it. It's called Vivi. They have probably the biggest brands in the NFT space right now. Marvel, DC, Disney. And if you are going on the app, I recommend buying Todd, because it's the first appearance, the first NFT they've ever had. They also have a crypto called OMI, which it's underpinned, and every time a transaction of an NFT is sold, the equivalent amount is burned. But yeah,
Hey,
let me know.
sorry to cut you, since I am a crypto trader. Putting your money into coins that are small market cap, like small stuff, like just don't waste your money on that.
Just want to
Sorry,
ask a
what?
couple questions about the platform.
I'm talking about OMI coins. Basically, fuck right now, and
Yeah, don't do
probably
that.
never gonna recover, because.
So I don't mean to cut any of you off, and I apologize if I'm speaking.
But you just did. Luckily, we have a mute everyone button, and you were cut off. Morph, did you want to finish what you were saying before you were rudely cut off?
Oh, sorry. No, I was just saying, you can shield anything. These are coins, because some people are like, if you talk about any coins, they're just putting their money like randomly into it. So like, yeah. So Omi fuck right now. Don't put your money into small cap coin. Watch out. If anyone tells you to put your money into small cap coins, I don't know what they're doing. Just don't get like, I don't know, scam or whatever.
So for those of you that don't know, Vivi or Bebe or however the hell it's pronounced, it's basically like a comic Disney platform at these, but they're like on their own blockchain. So I also don't know if you can even withdraw money off of it still. I do know some people that are traders in it, but it's not something that I
Vivi, yeah, some country can cash out. I basically did Vivi's for like almost 2 years. I cash out every time, but with Vivi and Omi, there's like some sort of like they trying to make Omi a payment currency for like Vivi, but yeah, I cash out in USDT, just like how we do like from MetaMask to Binance and shit like that. Yeah, Vivi, some country you can't cash out, but most most in Southeast Asia country, yes, you can cash out if you do Vivi.
That's not right now. They're in the process of cash out, Morph.
What do
it's
you
probably
mean? Sorry, I cash
I'm,
out
I'm
for almost like a year.
in the
Some
VV
country, yes.
collectibles app.
Where are you from? Sorry.
I'm from Canada.
Oh, well,
But
that's
I'm
bad.
telling you, they're still in the process of cashing out. So that's just
Yeah,
not right.
I basically told you that some country cannot cash out yet. They
No,
still working on it. But
yeah, they're gonna
some,
do
yeah,
about 200 countries if you go read their
yeah.
articles. Yeah.
But I think what she's saying is that in some countries you currently can't. It's just like in Canada where there's strict crypto laws, you probably can't right now because it's regulated. So it's just because you can't do it doesn't mean that nobody else can. And I don't even know what blockchain that's on. So
It's on Ethereum, probably the best blockchain,
so
I would say.
can you transfer it to OpenSea or do anything sell there?
No, they use Immutable X, so they're on a layer 2, and they're still in the process. But you can look at the mint token, so you know it's on the blockchain on Immutascan. So yeah.
Yeah, but my point is can you actually move money out of it, or just putting money in and then hoping that when everybody goes to
Right.
cash?
No, I told you. Yeah, they're still in the process of the KYC right now.
Yeah.
They're going through it. So
You're investing money into something that you're hoping when everybody else goes to sell and cash out that you're going to be able to cash out and get your money out also at the same.
That's the risk for sure.
So it's a huge risk is what we're kind of getting across to the audience so they don't get left and hung out to dry.
Yeah, I was going to say that, really quickly, that basically the only way for people in the United States to cash out, to my knowledge, is they either go through arbitragers or they go on eBay and sell the gems at, 80, 85 cents on the dollar. I was just going to say that a lot of countries like the United States aren't allowing the direct USDT transaction to happen yet.
So, I mean, if you enjoy it, by all means, go for it. I'm not going to tell you what not to do, but I just want to make sure the audience is aware of the risk that comes with investing in that platform right now, since there is a way to actually withdraw.
Yeah.
But
totally
we're going to move on to Shake now. He's had his hand up for a minute.
Hey, thank you for calling on me, Glock. But yeah, this is kind of chilling, but at the same time, I'm actually very surprised. But yeah, Tigers is somehow like not at zero, and I was just pretty impressed by that, to be honest. Still got activity, and it makes me bullish